Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT the Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each rank season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, licensed GWENT tournaments not organized by CD Projekt Red. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best-of-5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now.
From around the world to your home, this is GWENT Open number 3, Season 2. Welcome to the tavern, wherever you happen to be. I am Dane McBeard, and I'm joined by Henry Shinmiri. We are going to see 8 of the best players in GWENT with $21,000 on the line, and all of these players have been placing through the Pro rank and qualifiers all the way through these past 2 seasons. It's going to be a very, very exciting tournament. Shinmiri, what do you think about this lineup so far?
Yeah, we've got some of the best players in the field right now. I'm really looking forward to the games. As a reminder, the tournament will be run in online format, and the players and casters are all connecting from homes, so the matches will be broadcast with a delay. Twitch Observer is once again fully operational, so make sure you take advantage of it. Hover over those cards, check those graveyards, click those decks, and follow along with all the action.
And before meeting the players and commencing with the competition, let's remind everybody what's going on in GWENT right now. Of course, Master Mirror. This is the first tournament since Master Mirror. And also the brand new Journey has launched featuring Ciri. So this time it's dedicated to Ciri and Vesemir. And many of you are already progressing through the path. Just in case you haven't heard about it, check out this video for any new players who haven't seen what's going on in this month's Journey.
Run while you're still able.
Ciri has teleported into the world of GWENT. Over the next few months, by simply playing, players will progress through our Journey leveling system. Purchase access to the premium tier to immediately unlock Ciri as a legendary neutral leader skin. When leveling up, you'll unlock Ciri's new styles and customizations. Ciri's journey will include over 50 unique, exclusive ornaments to be unlocked as you make your way to level 100. Additionally, players will be able to advance past level 100 to unlock even more equipable ornaments for Ciri. At the start of each week, we'll unveil a new story segment tying into quests to help you progress faster. So sit down by the campfire and start reveling in tales of adventures past.
Ho ho, I sense trouble.
Those are some awesome rewards from the journey this time around. And reminder to you guys, there's also going to be rewards awaiting for you on our stream this weekend as well. So let's take a look at what you can get for simply watching the tournament today and tomorrow through Twitch drops. If you watch the tournament for 4 hours, you'll get a Walter Veritas avatar. And if you watch the tournament for 8 hours, you'll get a free Master Mirror Keg. So make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts before this weekend.
Starting to see a little bit of a theme as far as those rewards are concerned. Looking forward to get that in my collection. As far as leaks, boy, do we have some great ones this weekend, but not today. But before the final match on Sunday, we're going to reveal some very important changes coming in the next update. Make sure to not miss those. Now let's talk about the 8 players that are going to be involved in this tournament here. As you can see, they have already benefited from walking in through the door, getting a little bit of extra money. But now they are playing for a stake. Each player playing for a $500 match stake here. We have Wong ID taking on Tailbot. What a clash to start things off. This might as well be a finals. An amazing, amazing thing that we're going to be taking you through. Waslin versus Demarcation will be after that. Impetuous Panda and Jaggerus will be taking us through those ones as well.
And then later on in the day, we have Cams versus Shaggy. Great matchup. I'm really looking forward to casting this one. And finally, Poisoned versus Danerai, 2 relatively newcomers to the GWENT Open scene.
We want to hear what you have to say. Get involved in the conversation on Twitter. Use the hashtag GWENT Open. Follow us at GWENT Masters and play Gwent as well if you want to keep up to date with all of the news with Gwent and the competitive scene.
So let's take a look at the brackets, shall we? How is the matches going to progress throughout the day? First off, we have Wong ID versus Tailbot. So quick reminder, we got the coin flip, the fixed coin flip system is in play for this tournament. And so in each matchup, the top player will be on blue coin playing 3 out of 5 games on blue, and the bottom player will be on red coin playing 3 out of 5 games on red. So first we have, Wong ID versus Tailbot. Amazing matchup to start the day. Wong ID, the defending champion from the last GWENT Open number 2, versus Tailbot, one of the most prolific competitive players in the history of GWENT.
Yeah, really tough to follow that. But we still have Demarcation, who is also a defending champion as far as this season is concerned, taking on the newcomer Waslin, which is going to be great. I also am very excited about Shaggy taking on Cams because it is both players have a similar amount of tournament experience, but in different eras of Gwent. So really excited to cast another Shaggy game. And of course, the newcomers, the peers, Danerai and Poison at the bottom. It's going to be an awesome tournament. Now, if you want to get into the game and you want to get all the information about Gwent at any given time, playgwent.com. That's where you want to go. Once again, Twitter is at playgwent, and on Facebook, you can find us at Gwent as well. All the news is there. Any reveals or any updates, you can follow everything online on our socials.
So let's talk about the prize pool for this GWENT Open number 3. As mentioned earlier, the total prize pool is going to be $21,000 US, starting with a base amount of $10,000, as well as the additional $11,000 that you guys have contributed with your support of the GWENT esports scene. So we really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support through buying bundles like the Ice package, And now that bumps everybody's entrance prize money to $1,875, as you can see on your screen there, as well as $500 match stake per quarterfinals. And then the semifinals and finals will each have a match stake of $1,000, with the winner of the grand finals taking home a bonus $1,000, as well as a ticket to GWENT World Masters Season 2.
The golden ticket. Definitely check out Shoop's shop. We usually have some sort of bundle that supports GWENT esports, so keep checking it out. But let's get into the GWENT esports because it's time for our first match. The players themselves, boy, it's like we're doing this backwards when you think about Tailbot, the GWENT Challenger 3 champion, and like we said, Wong ID, a defending champion. These two are massive players. We want to know what you think out there. We already have the Twitter poll results. We want to know what you think right here. Now, this is a tough one, right? I think each player has a great chance here, but looks like the household name is going to be Tailbot here.
Tailbot is the fan favorite, after all. I mean,
he hasn't won in a while, right? A big one, a big win. He's looking for a big one, right? So
but
I think people are rooting for him.
Ever since Tailbot came onto the scene back in, what was it? GWENT Open? GWENT Challenger?
GWENT
Slam? When he trash talked Shaggy, do you remember that?
Oh,
Who's
that was
Shaggy
Challenger.
anyways?
That was Challenger.
That was Challenger.
Just another,
I mean, maybe even this weekend we'll see a rematch between these two. They could potentially meet in the finals, but we're here talking about game number 1. Tailbot versus Wong ID. It seems like a pattern that Tailbot is always facing off against these powerhouse Chinese players first round. I think both in GWENT Open number 1 and number 2, this was the he definitely has like a rivalry going on. Yeah.
Now there has been a higher density of Chinese qualifiers as well. I feel like it's almost always 2 now, every one. So let's see. We know what you guys think. I want to hear what the players think going into this matchup. This is Wang ID 1 and Tailbot talking about the upcoming match. This will be our first set for GWENT Open. It's been a while. Let's see what the players have to say, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello to Wang ID. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The first one is, you already qualified for the Masters Finals. Do you even feel any pressure before the Open 3?
已经拿到大师赛资格，其实压力已经比较小了。但是还是
Having qualified for the Masters Finals, the pressure before this tournament is indeed quite low. But either way, I wouldn't like to be eliminated early. Such situation is never anticipated. However, before this tournament, I haven't been playing GWENT that much. I'm not so familiar with the current meta. I think that this time the tournament will probably be quite difficult for me.
对我来说应该会比较难，会比较难打。
All right, makes sense. And which card in GWENT you like the most in terms of mechanics and/or flavor?
My favorite card will be the Northern Realms Amphibious Assault, because this card is just extremely strong and has a very interesting mechanic. It is a tutor which allows you to bring out cards from your deck twice. It also makes your bronze cards stronger, increasing their value even to 11 or 12 points. Apart from that, it allows you to protect your bronze engines. If your opponent has no way to deal with it, they simply lose, so these would be the reasons I like the card a lot.
Hello and welcome, Tailbot, and congratulations for another successful qualification to yet another GWENT Open.
Hello, thank you. I try my best to qualify for all these tournaments.
Yeah, and it seems like your best is most of the time quite good enough. Now, getting straight into it, as a veteran of closed beta, do you feel like the new generation of GWENT pros has a different approach to the game, or do you feel like it's just the game that is evolving?
No, not really. I don't think it's like players' approach mostly stayed the same, I think. And yeah, it's just the game. The game is completely different. But that's you know, like if like players seem different, it's because of it's because of how game changed, and not because like players.
Yeah, makes sense. speaking of changing, you are quite famous for your lone wolf style when it comes to tournament approach. So you haven't joined a team, you always train by yourself, with yourself. Is there any scenario in the future where you would see yourself joining a team?
So like that is true, and I honestly I was considering joining a team before. I didn't do it in the end, but it's still not out of the question. I might still do it in the future. Like it would be interesting for me to see, like if there is gonna be any difference if I join the team, if I'm gonna like improve and become like even better player. And that would be just like interesting experience for me. So yeah, it might happen in the future. Who knows?
All right, that's the players. How did you feel about Ryan interviewing a picture of Tailbot?
Yeah, are we sure? Is that a picture of Tailbot, or is that the real Tailbot?
Are we positive? Kind of had to compose myself a little bit before this one. Let's talk about these players and the decks that they brought. So we heard from them and how they feel about going into this, the pressure. Wanged thinks that this might be a difficult tournament for him, but let me tell you, I like his lists. Most specifically, just selfishly, I want to jump right to Blaze of Glory. I am a big fan of this list. It is an extremely strong Skellige list that doesn't seem to be the first pick, but I do love the way it does kind of do that one-shot answer and point slam, and not usually what you might see from Skellige. But of course, we also have Hidden Cash brought in since this is the first tournament since Master Mirror. Hidden Cash has been tweaked a few times. What do you think brought it back into a competitive standpoint here? We saw the leader buffed.
Yeah, I think the main two things were the leader buff, getting an extra coin per round, as well as the buff to Jacques. Having Syndicate having a very high impact spender is something that has been lacking since its inception. And Jacques gives you that 12 points for 11 provisions, as well as a way to spend all of your coins. And then you no longer have to play like an extra low value Sea Jackal or low value Street Urchins, or even like low value Ewald. If you see like Hidden Cash lists have been cutting Ewald lately. So I think those are the two biggest things that have propelled Syndicate back onto the competitive scene.
What we're also seeing here is double Masquerade Ball, or once again, that we'll have a lot of time to talk about that, I think. And finally, Uprising with Amphibious Assault, bringing in a whole new set of power, but still running a lot of engines, making use of the Carrack Frigate and Falibor as well. Finally seeing some ships now competing for the big ticket to Gwent Masters.
Yeah, like you said, this is going to be the first tournament post-Master Mirror. So we have never seen these decks operate in a Gwent Open environment before, so it'll be exciting to see how the best of the best players figure out these matchups and what kind of nuanced strategies they can come up with.
Taking a look at Tailbot's list in just a moment here, we're going to compare. This will be... we have Tactical Decision again. We have Double Ball, and we also have... Oh, well, this is a very different lineup, of course. So I guess the quick question is, Double Ball still remaining so good. It seems like Veil wasn't enough to really slow this deck down. I mean, we do see One-Eyed Betsy. That's a cool inclusion. But otherwise, Double Masquerade Ball just looks very formidable here.
Yeah, it's the Nilfgaard deck of choice these days when it comes to tournaments, because you get the fixed coin flip in tournament play. You can always bring Double Ball on red coin, which makes it so much stronger. That's why you don't see it on ladder as much, because it feels a lot weaker going first when you can't abuse the first Masquerade Ball on red coin to win on even. And then, Pincer Maneuver is a very Tailbot flavorful leader ability. He's the only person who brought Pincer Maneuver to this tournament. And while the deck list itself is very similar to the Uprising list that we're going to see today, Pincer Maneuver is a consistency leader. It lets you draw an extra gold that you might have missed otherwise. That could be very, very important in certain matchups where, like, the Northern Realms Mirror, Prince Anseus is super key. If you miss that card, you're in a lot of trouble.
Well, and that's why you're able to cut something like a Neuromancy if you wanted to have that hyper-consistent Northern Realms. This allows you to just find that extra card and use those points a little bit more effectively, since you are brought down to the 12 provisions with the leader. Patricidal Fury has a similar goal as the Blaze of Glory, wherein you can play your leader for points and then follow up with something like Champion's Charge for a big piece of removal. It does it a little bit differently. Obviously, there's a lot of other pieces to this. Hemdall, Wild Boar of the Sea. You love to see Svablood Totem back. But Skellige, this does seem to be a little bit more of the popular choice. What do you think changes? What do you think is the biggest difference between this and Blaze of Glory?
The Patricidal Fury version, it has more proactive points. Blaze of Glory is focusing on just literally removing every threat that your opponent plays and never letting them stick anything. Whereas this is a more balanced approach. It still has a lot of removal with the Champion's Charge and Madman Lugos, but it also has Herald on Crate getting you a lot of proactive points, as well as a leader giving you points, and then just a nice warrior boats package, as we love to see these days. And now, last but not least, Tailbot has the Precision Strike Shiru list. This is a list that's been gaining a lot of popularity in the past couple of weeks.
It's an extremely interesting control deck. It allows you to remove lots of points, play in different lengths of rounds very safely, as well as put out a ton of points, making a lot of very proactive plays, possibly just setting up buffs on Sheldon Skaggs for a huge finisher. It is actually very, very threatening and matches up very well against Skellige specifically because of the amount of 5s and 6s that tend to be all over the place or perfectly groomable with the leader ability. As Shiru still does not have anything like initiative, you can groom the board perfectly for a wipeout. So even at the highest level, it seems like no worries about playing around. Tailbot's got a plan for Shiru, and we're going to see how Wong ID handles that.
All right, so let's take a look at the bans. What have these players decided to ban? We've got Wong ID versus Tailbot, match number 1. Wong ID's on blue. Looks like Tailbot banned Blaze of Glory and Wong ID banned Precision Strike. What do you think about those, McBeard?
So it's like the heaviest control decks were removed. I think, well, there's going to be a lot of control coming from Tailbot's Patricidal Fury. Tailbot giving respect to Blaze of Glory. I really like this because it is a very strong deck. It can make a lot of points and really can shut down a lot of possibilities and great bleed potential, as well as Precision Strike. Now, this one is also giving real respect here. Wong knows exactly what he can and can't play around, so he doesn't want to give this win to Tailbot, and that just leaves. I think the big deal here is the Skellige is going to get through for Tailbot, and Wong ID is going to be using Hidden Cash, I think, as his alternate pick, I suppose, depending on the coin. I'm not sure what you lead on. I think you're probably leading off with Northern Realms. And then I think Tailbot's probably going to be answering with Nilfgaard, but it could be Skellige. I think that's going to be a big positive for him.
Yeah, Tailbot's probably going to lead off with Nilfgaard because he has the red coin. Wong ID, I think you want to avoid the Northern Realms versus Nilfgaard matchup. I think that's the worst one. He might even elect to take the double ball mirror, despite having blue coin.
And what do you think is the most important part? I mean, that would be the only mirror that we would see here. So should we queue in to a mirror in situation here? What would be the most important thing in the mirror, I guess, as far as
I think getting
first person to get ball down, first person to get ball back? Yeah,
it's actually like the double ball mirror on paper, it seems like it's kind of boring at first glance, but there's actually pretty good nuanced strategies to it. You want to win round 1, you want to have last say to play reactively in round 3. And not only are both double ball lists playing Bomb Heaver, so they can answer ball at least once, there's also the Brathens into copying an opponent's Bomb Heaver to potentially answer a second ball.
That is true. I think that the most interesting matchup for me will be Tailbot's Pincer and how he decides to use it. I think that it seems mostly about Dawnmere, because Tailbot has to make a big sacrifice when choosing to bring Pincer Maneuver, because 12 provisions is not usually been good enough to run these days. But where does Tailbot feel like he finds the room, and what combo do you think he's leaning on the most? It seems to be something Dawnmere related.
Yeah, with Tailbot's Northern Realms Pincer Maneuver list, it downgrades. So Pincer Maneuver has 2 fewer provisions than Uprising. It downgrades 1 frigate, 1 Carrack frigate from 6 provisions to 4 provisions. That's where it finds the 2 provisions from. So you do lose a decent amount of power because those Carrack frigates are very good 2-point per turn engines if unanswered. But I think he's willing to make that sacrifice for the consistency. Uprising or Northern Realms in general is just so powerful right now that you can give up some provisions for consistency as long as the games that Uprising loses, it's because they don't draw their goals. You hear people complaining about this all the time. I know I'm guilty of it. I always feel like the games I lose is because I missed that key on Seius or key Veraxis or Amphibious Assault. And Pincer Maneuver just has that consistency, that level, that ability to just say, oh, I missed this? Well, I want it now. Here we go. And we can take a look at the deck list again here. Yeah, you see. And you can also combo, like Pincer Maneuver is a 2-card in 1 turn leader. And we're going to be talking about this tomorrow too. At least Birza and Austria are going to be doing that before the finals. You know, these 2-card in 1 turn leaders, this is their last couple of days to shine. Right?
The world's going to change.
Yeah, these abilities and the ability to play 2 cards in 1 turn is going to go away after the end of this month. And you can see Tailbot's list can play something like Defender and a big engine at the same time. And most decks cannot answer both of those cards in 1 turn.
I like the addition of Mad Charge, one of the under the radar buffs. I think that started to get a little bit more recognition, even though you do need a knight, and there aren't a lot of them actually in this list. Still being available, just kind of as an easy pull for John Natalis if the Amphibious Assault isn't there or needed. But just to kind of fill that spot, just more interested in running that instead of another Scytheman or another Ballista.
The Mad Charge, it provides a 3rd warfare for Natalis, so you're less likely to brick your John Natalis. And then it's got buffed recently too. It's now a 7 for 4 if you have a knight on the board. And that's pretty good. It's got synergies of like protecting your engines if they're able to stick 1 turn. If your opponent tries to like kill something over 2 turns, you can protect your engines. You can Mad Charge the Prince on Seius in order to give him some armor, to give some boost, to do more damage on his duel. Maybe like after his first duel, you Mad Charge him, and then you play Veraxis Prince to re-enable his second duel, and he does a lot more damage with his second duel.
We're just waiting for the players to get ready. I'd like to see Wong's lists, actually. I wanted to talk a little bit more about Hidden Cache briefly, because you told me something, Shinmir. You told me about how these players are now starting to cut Ewald. And we see in that slot, that 8 provision slot, the newly buffed Lieutenant Von Hurst. He was only changed to have a more forgivable horde requirement, which is, of course, much easier to hit with Hidden Cache. So in sort of, because Hidden Cache wasn't being run before, Hurst was so far out of playability, but now with Cache, he is absolutely, he's quite good. And is he proving to be better than Ewald in this situation?
I think so. So Ewald in terms of points it's only 6 for 8 points, or 6 points for 8 provisions. It's not very efficient when it comes to points per provision. It was included in all of these syndicate lists before, because without Ewald, you'd have almost no control. And your opponent's engines can just run like crazy. And now these syndicate lists have decided to play like something like Karathi Heatwave for control instead of Ewald, in order to play a more greedy engine like Lieutenant Von Hurst. Von Hurst can be compared to the Carrack frigate that we talked about earlier. They're both 4+1 armor. They both get 2 points a turn when activated. They have different conditions, obviously, but they can be really annoying for opponents' decks that are trying to punish your tall units, but they don't really have much wide punish because of the way the points are distributed. And let's not forget, Von Hurst is a spender. He can spend 1 coin to transform those zealot tokens into Flaming Rose Footmen with one more strength and 1 more armor, and sometimes even 2 more strength if your zealots get damaged first.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see it in play these days. And one other big card added for Master Mirror is Amphibious Assault. What do you think what do you think? And of course, if you're just tuning in, Amphibious Assault does allow you to grab a Northern Realms card from your deck at 9 provisions or less, and boost that card for each provision under 9 that it is. So when you pull out something at 4, it gets a boost of 5. So Amphibious Assault, a very very cool tutor, a warfare card as well, added to Northern Realms from Master Mirror, allowing a whole new way of providing consistency, as well as just a killer tutor for Anna, straight up, but also for the Carrick Frigates. What do you think it's really done for Northern Realms? Because Northern Realms was competitive before. We saw Northern Realms a lot in the past 2 opens before. What do you think it's doing for it now?
I mean, I think this is the card that propelled Northern Realms to tier 1, to top tier, because it's able to protect your engines and tutor them at the same time. Once you're able to stick that 8-point Carrick Marine or 9-point Radovid's Royal Guard, it's like a snowball effect. They can't answer the engine, they can't answer the threat that protects your other engines, and then everything just sticks. All right, I think we are getting ready for game number 1 between Wong ID and Tailbot. Going to be starting momentarily here. Thank you for your patience. McBeard, are you ready for these games?
Oh, I'm ready for these games. I mean, as soon as I saw the draw show, I'm like, okay, let's go right into the fireworks. I am definitely ready for these games. And if you're just tuning in, Wong ID has Blaze of Glory banned. Tailbot has his Precision Strike Shiru banned. So both players having Nilfgaard and Northern Realms ready, and Hidden Cache on one side as well.
Yeah, Hidden Cache on one side versus Patricidal Fury on the other side.
Patricidal Fury on the other side.
Okay, so what do you think is going to be the matchup in game number 1?
Yeah, so we wanted to say, we were already talking about how Northern Realms wants to avoid the Nilfgaard matchup. The Nilfgaard Mirror is a possibility, but...
What about Hidden Cache versus Double Ball? Would Wong ID want to queue up Hidden Cache, Passiflora on Blue Coin versus Double Ball? It does have the Heat Wave, it does have the Bomb Heaver, so you could potentially banish that ball, that scenario, preventing them from being able to replay it.
I think that might be the best way you want to do that. You want to catch the ball with the Heat Wave. And the other part of it is, like you said before, Lieutenant Von Hurst, very much like the Carrick Frigates, working on that assembly line sort of point production, makes it a lot easier to dodge big poison by keeping your points lower. And of course, running Kalkstein allows you to keep things alive. The Crystal Skull makes it a lot easier for round 1 to be won as well. So we are going to need just a few more minutes before the players get in here, but that's fine. We love to analyze and dissect, and these deck lists definitely have...
This is what I live for, McBee.
Yeah.
You should know this. I love breaking down the deck list of matchups and talking about like in-depth strategy. Like you mentioned, in Kalkstein, a key card in this potential Syndicate versus Nilfgaard matchup, being able to not only purify through poisons, but also purify through locks, which I think is really key. You have Saul, Imki, Von Hurst, all like 2 to 3 point per turn engines, and Nilfgaard Double Ball has those 2 hunters that lock. So you want to play your engines all together in the same round, and then wait for them to be locked or poisoned, so that you can get multiple purify value off of the Kalkstein.
I'm just looking over at my other screen here where I have my deck list open here. I think that the big player that might be, I think, for Hidden Cache, outside of everything that they're offering, all of the stuff that they're offering these days, but also being able to still run Philippa, even with still having room for Jack and Oniromancy as well. It is looking a lot different than what Hidden Cache did look like before at the height of its power. Seems to be making more use of the new cards, but being able to have room for stuff like Heatwave and Philippa as well just allows you for so much control as well in the round that matters. How often do you bleed with Hidden Cache if you have the ability to set up this kind of stuff and play that control?
I think Hidden Cache is the Syndicate leader that wants to bleed the most because of its ability to use its leader in every round, right? It's kind of a waste if you dry pass in round 2 because of the coins that you get for free, because of the flying Redanian that comes out of your graveyard. And so I think we'll see. I think this is going to be a theme this entire weekend. And when I was analyzing these matchups, so many of these matchups want to win round 1 and push in round 2 to get key resources out of your opponent, like Scenario. Devotion is a mechanic that was added and very popular mechanic now post Master Mirror. And with a Devotion deck, we're going to see a lot of Devotion decks in this tournament. And with a Devotion deck, you can't run artifact removal. You sometimes can't run cards like Purify or neutral tech answers. And the only way to answer those scenarios and stuff in a Devotion deck is to push round 2 and force them to play them with low tempo.
That is true. Yeah, the Devotion decks and the impact of those, or like I guess the heal of those, because we do see Wang ID is running a Devotion-based Uprising as well as Tactical Decision. Double Ball being able to comfortably run Devotion because
Double Ball runs Oniromancy. Single Ball runs Devotion.
That is true.
But Double Ball runs Oniromancy and Bomb Heaver, and
this plays Usurper just because it's good.
yeah, it can do that. So yeah, Devotion was a big mechanic that came in. Devotion along with evolving cards. We're seeing a lot of evolving cards see play, as well as Echo cards. We haven't really talked about the Echo mechanic, but all of these decks you're seeing, they're playing like Blood Eagle, they're playing Amphibious Assault, or even if they're like not Devotion decks, they'll play Oniromancy. Oniromancy, a widely popular choice in decks these days. What do you think about the Echo mechanic, McBee?
I mean, those are the big ones. I think that the Echo mechanic has so much going for it. First of all, you're encouraged to use it early, which when it comes to stuff like Blood Eagle or Amphibious Assault, it means that if you want to tutor out, thin your deck of a perhaps a card you don't need in there, or just get a card you absolutely need as part of your round 1 plan, you're encouraged to do that right away. And not only does it guarantee that card, but it also means that your future draws are not going to be your Temple Guards or your Radovid's Royal Guards. It's going to be the Echo cards. So it further mitigates the chance of you drawing a card you might not want. Makes it easier to mulligan in the future, and perhaps you've already thinned your deck and gotten in this case, with Oniromancy and Amphibious Assault and Blood Eagle, they're all getting you cards. So being able to get that many cards out of your deck, the consistency alone of what it offers, and the quality of cards that now you draw into, it's really hard to ignore. Every deck has been able to reach its maximum potential easier if they're using cards like this.
Yeah, and I specifically really love Oniromancy. Not only the consistency it provides, but the optionality, the flexibility that Oniromancy provides. You can use it to get a Bomb Heaver if you haven't, because we can very likely see these sort of situations this weekend where you're up against a scenario deck, but you're not sure if they're going to play their scenario or not. So you might not want to hold a 4-point Bomb Heaver in your hand, but if you have Oniromancy, you can mulligan away that Bomb Heaver, keep it in your deck, and give yourself the option to play that Bomb Heaver if the scenario is played, and if it isn't, you're not holding onto a dead 4-point card. A lot of other situations, like in the Shiru deck, Shiru plays Oniromancy, Isengrim's Council, and Shiru. Sometimes you're going to want the Shiru at 5 strength to pull it out with the extra 2-point buff from the Isengrim's Council, and sometimes you're going to want it at 3 strength. So with the Oniromancy in hand, you have kind of the option to play that Shiru at the power that you want, give it based on what is easiest to line up against your opponent.
We're just sorting out a few things with the players, but we're going to talk just a little bit in case you are come in this time where we've been talking about the decks and you're hungry for this first matchup. Wang ID and Tailbot, believe me, you are not the only one. That will be the first matchup. Shiniri and I will be at the desk for that one, followed by Wastlin and Demarcation. Jagras and Impetuous Panda will take you through game 2.
Yeah, and Cams versus Shaggy Nuts. I'm really excited for this one. Cams, it's actually like a a showdown between two of the biggest competitive teams in Gwent right now. Cam's hailing from Team Leviathan Gaming and Shaggy from Team Aretuza. And also, like you said, it's kind of like new school versus old school here, right?
Right, yeah. Shaggy has had lots of tournament experience in Gwent, and so has Cam's, but it's been in different eras of the game for the most part. So I feel like there's just a nice narrative there, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Shaggy play again. It's going to be great to cast it. And then following that matchup, we have the two qualifiers, peers, really. Now will have to make their final name for themselves. It's almost like the qualifier's ultimate qualifier. In this case. So that final match, Impetuous Panda and Jaggerus.
Poisoned coming from Colombia, I believe, versus Danurai, both new to Gwent Open. They've been around the tournament scene for a while now. I've recognized these names from Gwent Open qualifiers, from stuff like previous community tournaments, and just I think they've been performing at a very high level for a while, and now they finally gotten that last push into the official Gwent Masters scene.
Going to be exciting to see if we get to see Tailbot versus Shaggy final showdown. That would be the ultimate dunk, I think. If Shaggy would be, it's all jokes, of course. It's all kayfabe, right? But just being able to see Tailbot make another joke about who is Shaggy. There's someone else in my way.
Maybe Shaggy gets his revenge on Tailbot. I would love to see that too. But we've got a lot of great matches for you guys today. What are you most excited for, McBee, for this weekend?
I think it's going to become apparent very quickly the impact of Master Mirror and how those cards have now, in a much more refined state and a much more balanced meta, I would say, how they are shining the brightest. Because we talked about this, Shinmiri, a little bit. We talked about how the meta, as far as faction by faction, it's feeling quite good, especially on the ladder. You can bring a deck that is probably performing best in your faction and have a fighting chance against maybe all of those other top decks. And I think that Master Mirror being able to bring that in, and of course through the hard work of so many patches afterwards, I think that we've got the game into a nice, cool spot for factions. However, the stuff that's making the factions really good are standing out perhaps to be these Master Mirror cards. What do you think are the biggest factors to, I guess we can go faction by faction, but one of the biggest factors to the sharpness, I think, in the competitive edge of, let's say, Patricidal Fury or Double Ball in this case?
Yeah, I think you touch on a really good point that the balance between factions feels really good right now. There's not like one faction that stands out way above the rest, in my opinion. And stuff like, with regard to your question on what makes Patricidal Fury strong, it's a balance of control and engines. You have, it's all about reading the meta, right? When it comes to control, you need to have enough answers to answer the key engines in the meta. Stuff like Anna Stranger gets answered by like a Squirtle. Stuff like Saul being answered by a Champion's Charge, or maybe a Defender being answered by a Champion's Charge. This is the sort of thing that you see these decks continuously get tweaked. Cards like Giga Scorpion Decoction being competitive in the deck and then falling out of the deck. It's all because these top players, these deck builders, are reading the meta, matching up their removal with what are the biggest threats in the meta and how does it synergize with my deck.
Yeah, looking for removal exactly at 6. That used to matter more, I think, but I think being able to use leader in this case with Patricidal Fury and then clear with Lugos, or clear with Champion's Charge and things like that should be, it's been pretty strong. I've seen it in action, even though I'm a Blaze of Glory fan at heart. I definitely have seen the power of Arniolf kind of rising up since Second Wind has definitely gone down. The changes to Second Wind, it just eventually put it under, it seems, at least as far as these two players are concerned. No, Herald and Crate is still there. Blood Eagle still there, but the actual use of Second Wind, now it's just not looking as good as it did. It's obviously changed to being a bronze unit, but that was the final nail for that leader, it seems.
Yeah, you just no longer being able to resurrect 10 provision or higher units is just too big of a blow, especially for a leader at like 12 provisions. It's too big of a blow. Patricidal Fury does provide its own synergies, so it's definitely switched over as the leader of choice. And also, like, cards like Second Wind is a combo ability leader. It can get you one-turn scenario, but the scenario feels... Skellige Scenario has always been one of the weaker scenarios in terms of just points. And despite getting like the additional druid tags on something like Svalblood Priest, the Priest Drakkar combo just doesn't feel as strong anymore. Getting you 2.5 points per turn over 2 cards, that's not even that much better than just like a Carrack Frigate or a Lieutenant Von Hurst. It's these really competitive 1-card engines that we see now.
It's true. I mean, it does, like, putting those two pieces together used to be like, that was like the Skellige combo for a very long time. You would live to get those things hooked up and your opponent wouldn't have a way to stop it. That is still good, but there's no way to really amplify that, take that to the next level. It's still functioning at that same level. Being able to control Bloodthirst is obviously great. Perhaps in the future we'll see more stuff that can take advantage of Drakkar with that extra ping to speed it up. But right now, I guess it's not quite there anymore. Although I do like that buff. I think that the buff to the Priest, I've tried it. I've tried Geddeneth, and that combo is using it with Geddeneth, using it with the scenario, and using that combo specifically with Second Wind. It was something. I'll say it was something. But I think for as far as being able to control and just drop a ton of points at the same time, Patricidal Fury and Blaze of Glory definitely at the forefront of that kind of deck.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to... Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I just want to talk about one last thing we haven't really talked about is the Uprising list from Wong. Instead of... we did talk about the pincer maneuver list, but we didn't talk about the Uprising list, and the way it would play is just slightly different, but it probably is less important for this deck to win in round 1, I guess. But it's interesting because generally when I would be playing Uprising, I would say round 1, maybe I can just handle it. I'll just lose on round. I'll lose a card up, and I'll go into defending the bleed in round 2, and I'll usually be okay with that extra card. However, with Pincer Maneuver's setup ability, I feel like that changes a little bit. Now, protecting against the bleed could be extremely difficult because you're allowing your opponent to set up in the critical round with the double card. So I feel like in the mirror, it's much more important for the Uprising player to win round 1, where it previously wouldn't be as important. I guess that's one way I just wanted to reflect on this list.
Oh, and looks
as
like
we jump into the game. All right. And it's not going to be any of the matchups we talked about. It's actually going to be Patricidal Fury from Tailbot taking on Wong ID's Double Ball Nilfgaard, playing Usurper, but not playing Devotion.
And look at this new and improved spectator client. We get to see how many mulligans each player still has remaining. This is a first.
This is a first, and it is nice because we get the live feed. You get to see the cards go in and out of the deck as it happens. So instead of seeing 2 separate mulligan screens, we can see the hands and have everything happening fluidly over the game board, which I've always enjoyed. I actually found it a little harder to cast the mulligans when it was just 2 mulligans on top of each other. But you kind of get to see a little bit more of the action here. Rot Tosser being included as a 2 of in this list from Wong ID, as well as Morale. Such heavy poison, such heavy devotion to poison here, where if you were to look at Tailbot's list, you wouldn't see the same devotion to it, where you wouldn't see any Morale at all.
Yeah. So Tailbot choosing to queue Patricidal Fury on red, which is very unusual. I wonder if he's doing some sort of mind games with Wong ID. I feel like Wong ID wanted to go for the double ball mirror, And now he's got a double ball against a Devotion Skellige deck that doesn't have any artifact removal. So it's going to be very tricky for Tailbot to kind of maneuver around these two scenarios.
Leading off very early on here with just a quick joust on the Magic Lamp. Always nice to have the Magic Lamp as a tactical advantage, as a stratagem. Being able to have a target for all sorts of things. Personally, when I play Northern Realms, easy target for an Enchantress. It's always good, an easy target for a buff here. But it's especially nice when you know what your opponent is playing as far as removal is concerned. This card is pretty safe. Being played as the Shielded 9, as I believe that Tailbot is not running the Geralt Professional here in this case. That's for his Shearer list.
Yeah, that's correct. It provides Wang ID, the stratagem provides Wang ID with a proactive tourney joust, which is the key here. His only other proactive play really is like Masquerade Ball, which normally you do see double ball play Masquerade Ball in round 1, but not typically on blue coin.
These veterans can't be poisoned here, so that means that anything that would be applying poison would be wasted. There's still no real targets. These veiled units tied up with any other Purify that's coming in is going to be a big deal for YIB to navigate around as he's making his next choice here.
This is a very purposeful invader turn 1 by Tailbot. It's kind of like playing no units because it doesn't let Wang ID interact with any of his status cards like the Van Morlehem Hunter or the Fangs of the Empire.
If he does get pushed, Wang does have some options. Of course, he can go looking for something with the Neuromancy. As we said, it just improves his draws later on, and of course could give him something that he might need to make this a little bit more difficult for Tailbot to get ahead in a crucial turn, which very much could be the next turn after this. But also having options with Locks and Barathons with the Duchess Informant on a number of bronze cards that could be available, but and that could be it just to grab a veteran of his own. But it's going to be difficult here because the proactive plays getting harder and harder to play.
Yeah, and look at Wang ID committing a lot to this first round. He does end up playing that first Masquerade Ball, maybe because due to a lack of other decent plays, and also the Brothans. Brothan's copying a warrior here is nice for developing a graveyard for the possibility of maybe invocating Yennefer Invocation to steal that Herald, the cripple, from Tailbot's side, and then maybe being able to replay that Herald now that he has a Bronze Skellige warrior in the graveyard.
That's true. Yeah, it's always nice to be able to interact with the extra cards and seeing from all different points of view. There is no bribery in this list, so we can't see any sort of wild creation of like a Freya's or anything like that, being able to use this later on for 7 points. But we still, just like you said, there is going to be some benefit here. As Wang is now in the even card situation, up by 11 points. Choice would be here. Is he going to go for the full develop here? There's not a lot of aristocrats to play that aren't massive commitments. He just has the Hunter here, and of course, Vincent, which will have a target, but this is such a massive card to hold on to. It can destroy. It can just destroy Arnulf in a situation as Arnulf is a doomed token. So from that baseline, it's going to be an extremely important card for Wang to hold on to.
Yeah, Wang ID wants to win round 1, so he can play reactively in round 3, can make sure he catches that 11 strength Arnulf with the Vincent for a devastating 16-point play. And at this point, I don't see Wang ID really wanting to commit too much more. He's already played the ball and the Brothans. Tailbot committed almost nothing, just played 3 bronzes, 4 provision cards, in fact. The two warriors we see on the board and the stunning blow in the graveyard. Make sure you guys are taking advantage of the Twitch Observer overlay. You can check those graveyards, check those decks to see what's left in there. And Wang ID, it's Tailbot's turn right now. I think he's just trying to develop some carryover with the Savage Bear and then passing. It's pretty obvious at this point to both players that Tailbot has no intention of really contesting this first round.
Wong does have the option of playing the Van Morlehelm Hunter to proc that final little bit of the Masquerade Ball. But instead, it's going to just process the poison with the fangs from hand.
Choosing to save the Aristocrat to maybe
Yeah.
use it to activate the second ball.
It is true. You don't want to spend all your Aristocrats at once. You do have a finite supply. There's the pass. And that, no contest here from Tailbot, putting Wong in a situation where he would really have a very difficult time setting up a bleed, and Tailbot just has so much power. What did he actually spend? Nothing, right?
Nothing.
He didn't spend anything of value.
He played 4 provision cards, got 2 warriors in the graveyard, and he got a Savage Bear into the graveyard. So he's Tailbot's setting himself up for as well as he can in round 1. But let's see if how costly it is in terms of giving up the round control to Wong ID.
There's Wong with Usurper in hand, and Neuromancy as well, I believe hasn't been played yet, so that could just easily be something that is played to lead off, to improve the draw, to improve this quality of his cards in the round. He's going to play a Sira, that's more important, I suppose, to set up the old remanufacture. You know, these parties just don't get old. They keep throwing them, people keep coming. It's not anybody's fault, right? It's the public's fault. Just don't go to the Masquerade if you have such a problem with it.
And this is why we call it double ball. Wang ID, he's got that. It was kind of important that he had 8 cards in his hand at the start of round 2 because it allows him to play this Asir essentially for free without any consequence. He's not afraid of Tailbot getting ahead of him here in tempo, because if he passes at 7 cards, he's still going to draw back to the maximum hand size limit of 10 cards in round 3.
There is the pass. Tailbot's able to throw away probably that Encrate Raider. Just one more 4 provision point card to get in here. And now a gilded hand for Tailbot. Well, he does have some bronze cards, but just very good hands from both players. This is just going to be a real square off. I don't think any players have really exhausted anything too much. The Masquerade Ball is very much available. Lots of poison on hand, lots of Aristocrats on hand, and looks like some simple mulligans. You're probably just going to want to filter out those last few bronzes, like the Magni or the Arbalest, and for Tailbot, perhaps the Bear or Warriors still have extra value as well. Herald is ready to go. This is going to be a slugfest right here. Who do you have?
I think in a long round 3, I would say Wang ID's double ball list should be favored if he can. He has the ball, right? He has Neuromancy to find the ball, so
he does. Yes,
it's guaranteed. He's missing like Roderick and Moral, so Moral's a pretty big card. It is an additional poison. It's hard to answer poison. He is going to be able to. Tailbot's going to be able to kill the Moral, but then you're still getting the poison completion on the target anyways. And Tailbot, on the other hand, missing Wild Boar, Vabjorn, Blood Eagle, and Svalbard Totem. So Tailbot missing a lot of good cards as well. The Wild Boar is probably the biggest miss. Very, very impactful gold that cannot be tutored because it's not a warrior. So let's see how this plays out. Tailbot leading off with the somewhat uninteractable Torshek Invader because of the Veil. Veil is actually a really annoying status for a poison deck like Wang ID's. The only real counter to it is the Vincent, but we already know Vincent's going to have Arnulf as its target. So it doesn't really want to be used on like a 7 or a 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's too juicy of a target. Vincent, knowing that Vincent's going to get played here, there's no defender to stop it in this case. Thirsty Dame is going to touch down from Wong here. Tailbot missing those cards. That means that Madman Lugos is kind of guaranteed to be that combo piece, I think, for Patricidal Fury. I don't think necessarily Tailbot will have a hard time getting a bloodthirsty board, though, anyway. So it may not actually be for that. It could end up being for Hemdall instead. or maybe early on, just to make sure that Donar is always going to get his value. The Raiders will always have Zeal. Lugos can always threaten to remove something that gets buffed up or protected. But it is still going to be difficult. Those were massive misses. Tailbot, I mean, he played very frugally, and he just wasn't rewarded for it. Here comes Harold.
You're right about one thing, is that Tailbot's going to have a pretty easy time getting Bloodthirst on Wang Idi's side of the board. Wang Idi is not playing Imperial Formation, so he's not able to kind of use those boosts to negate the damage, which makes it even almost a bigger blow to Tailbot to not draw the Wild Boar, because the Wild Boar would have gotten 2 damage on almost everything on Wang Idi's side. All right, and so Tailbot plays playing Herald the Cripple next. Big threat here. Going to get a lot of points over the long round with the random damage if unanswered. And there we see it. Wang Idi does steal the Herald, as I mentioned earlier in round 1.
And that means that it is actually capable of grabbing that veteran. This is going to be an amazing play and a great call, Shinmiri, as Herka comes down. Being able to eliminate this without actually activating. Eve just quickly answered by the Alzur's Thunder.
I didn't even realize that the turn had passed over to Wang Idi. I thought
Tailbot's back. Things are speeding up now for these two very familiar opponents to each other, probably not just in tournaments, but on the ladder as well, but also in qualifiers as well. Tailbot always finds a way to get into the big show as another Raider touches down. Herald is gone. Lots of removal still available. Lots of damage still available. That bear and the raiding fleet's going to need to probably try to get its value soon, if possible. No units on Wang Idi's board.
Yeah, no units on Wang Idi's board, which Tailbot wants something to interact with, but at the same time, he's already come out to a 19-point lead.
Would you ever consider using Cupbearer to purify the Veil on the 7 if you had, considering that there's going to be a ball's worth of poisons plus the Rot Tosser? And
I think you're going to have enough targets for it.
Yeah?
I believe. Yeah, so I wouldn't use it for a purify. I would probably rather use it for a poison. You're going to have... you're going to have a lot of poisons to finish, I think. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to count exactly how many poisons you will have. I believe Wang Idi's leader is going to be used for Herald the Cripple, which is currently on top of his deck, thanks to the Yennefer Invocation. So he's going to have 2 poisons from the Masquerade Ball, a poison from Fangs of the Empire, that's 3. Rot Tosser is going to give him 2, most likely. So he's at 5 poisons there, and then the Cupbearer will be the even poison to finish it off, right? So get to 6 poisons. So if everything goes right for Wang Idi, he's going to get 6 poisons, successfully poison 3 units, and then Vincent the Tailbot's Arnulf.
It can go even. There's actually also a lot of a nice little package of points that can come in here for the Cupbearer as well with the Assimilate, grabbing the Herald off the top of the deck and then playing the Invader from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's a double
Assimilate procs plus the Rot Tosser proc. So that Cupbearer can be 8 as well if Wang is going for a min-max and has that ability.
Higher.
I think he does. I think higher
because Usurper is a transformed card that's not technically in the starting deck.
I keep forgetting about that, Shinmiri. I am embarrassed every time I play. I am always like, oh yeah.
I mean, it's not it's something that it's not very readily apparent or obvious because it is a card that you put into your deck, but it transforms, so it technically is not. And also these Fangs of the Empires that spawn off of the Masquerade Ball. Yes. Those also, when played, activate Assimilate, but in this case, the Cupbearer is not on the board yet, so it will not in this case. He decides to poison the Arnulf.
Yes. Now, you could assume it's kind of like he comes in with a poison already on him, right? For Vincent?
Yeah, but I guess it doesn't make too big of a difference here. If he just double poisons the Arnulf, he gets the Vincent on the 7 Invader instead of... If he Vincents the Arnulf, then he gets the double poison on a 6-point Raider. So it might actually be better this way.
Might be the rod tosser turn, or well, I think if you want, I think he really might want to get that cupbearer down.
Hmm?
Cupbearer to maybe just wipe out Arnulf, and then you have your engine on board.
Cupbearer to wipe out Arnulf. Then maybe Rot Tosser.
Tailbot's got a big mountain to climb here. Not only is we're talking about how Wang Aidi wins this game right now. We're not even talking about Tailbot. Tailbot's a card down at this moment. He does not have last say, so he is still fighting. He is up almost 30 points, which is not bad. That's not bad.
He's up a lot.
There's a lot of points to remove here. Arnulf doesn't really exist. Yes, we could say he doesn't really exist. There is the Rot Tosser.
I'm a little surprised to see the Rot Tosser come down. Like you said, like the Cupbearer is kind of the poison that you want to play first because he's also an Assimilate proc, but maybe he expects the Cupbearer to get removed anyways.
True, Lugos and Skjardal are just looking for anything just to smash in the face. So it's probably just a lost cause for sure.
Well,
I'm sure he considered it.
He can combo the Cupbearer with his leader on the same turn. And that way he gets the double buff on the Cupbearer straight to 7 as soon as he plays it. But at this point, Lugos is able to kill pretty much anything with how much Bloodthirst is on the board. It's doing 10 damage. Next turn, 12 damage.
That's a lot of red numbers. There's the final fangs. Arnulf, once again, sleeps with the fishes. Or
I see what Wang Aidi is doing. If you look at Wang Aidi's board right now, the tallest unit he has is 3. And Tailbot's got 5 damage removal. He's got 14 damage removal on his Madman Lugos. And the Hemdall, which will wipe out a lot of these Bloodthirsts. So, Wang Aidi's kind of playing a no-unit strategy himself, keeping everything very low power on the board.
Yeah, Tailbot board is looking very addled by poison, and Wang Aidi is going to pull like the ultimate Nilfgaard turnaround where you think they're down and out, but they actually might be able to produce a lot of points here. But Usurper is going to be the massive swing here. Vincent is looking like he will be able to take out at least an 8 if he wants to get that poison on. It could be Cupbearer, Poison, Leader.
Yeah, and Tailbot keeps extending his lead every turn. He was up 32 before Wang Aidi played that card. But we're going to see a huge swing in points at the end of this game, near the end of this game, maybe in the final 2 turns by Wang Aidi.
Starting the more, it's the leader that's really the unseen threat here to Tailbot, because obviously Usurper and Vincent is a massive amount of points, and obviously another poison proc is going to probably be perfect for Vincent, as the Usurper does actually not proc it, actually.
But the question is, does Wang Aidi actually have enough? Because this lead is at 34 now. Like, we know he has a huge swing coming up, but is this lead insurmountable now?
So Herald's like 13 points now. Herald's going to be 13 points. Now the Cupbearer is gone, so there's going to be no engine as well. So 13 points from Herald, and that's 12 points from Usurper. And then Vincent is going to be another 12 points. But Lugos is going to be able to kill one of those things. I think the best play here is Usurper now.
37 points.
No, or it's Vincent on the 7, because Usurper is just more points to lose.
Yeah, I think you still want to keep your board short. So I think the Vincent on the 7, the Poison Finisher on the Savage Bear, and you only give him 4 damage on the Lugos. This is going to be really, really close if I'm doing my math right. And it might come down to how much damage this Lugos is actually able to do, because you're by playing short here, Tailbot's 10 damage Lugos is only really doing 4 damage.
Longship is still active, by the way.
Yeah.
All of these plays have to take a ping as well. So this is going to be, so it's like 13, 12. Oh, yeah, I don't even know if he has it.
We're going to find out really
soon. Go for the big boy.
24 points to tie. This is going to be 13 points, but -2 on the Longship. And it's not enough
Tailbot holds on with 2 points with missing some of his most important draws. The double ball gets bounced. Shinmiri, that was an amazing match. We were just talking about how I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna do it though. But Wong's gonna maybe get this done. And you know, like you said, Tailbot just kept his lead, maintained it. What could Wong ID have done there? Was he dead in the water?
So Wong ID, with all his poisons and all his removal, was not able to actually remove that Onkrite Longship. And he went for it with the Rot Tosser, and Tailbot smartly blocked that Calcarchus with the Savage Bear. Eventually, the Savage Bear ended up dying, right? They're both 4-point cards, but that Longship got so much extra value as an engine, as a ping engine, getting all those Bloodthirsts as well. I wonder if Wong ID could have found a way to poison that Longship instead.
Yeah, I mean, he had a poison and a lock at the beginning. He had locks as well at the beginning. He locked the Raider, but that Longship being active, if that Longship was locked, it did get 3 pings, right? Did it not? So that was, and Tailbot won by 2 points.
It got 3 pings just in the last turn.
Just in the last turn, it did so much work. Yeah.
So maybe I think maybe that was a fatal mistake. Wong ID choosing to lock the Raider. Raider only represents 2 points. Maybe he was never going to deny a Blood Eagle if Tailbot had drawn the Blood Eagle. So I don't know. Maybe it wasn't worth it to lock the Raider, and if you lock the Longship instead, the 2 points could easily have come out of that.
Yeah, maybe he was playing around. He was trying to play around something that Tailbot clearly was missing. Big stuff like the Champion's Charge could have been such a larger win, but no, it was very.
Tailbot must be very happy to secure that win. I think in what I would say an unfavored matchup, especially with those big misses on his golds. So props to Tailbot squeezing out game number 1 by a mere 2 points, taking a 1-0 lead as we start off a great day of matches here in GWENT Open number.
So this now means that Tailbot will have to lead in with Pincer Maneuver or Tactical Decision. We're going to find out what that is right now. It's going to be the Pincer Maneuver taking on, once again, Double Ball is going to have another chance here.
This time though, Wong ID Double Ball on red coin, much more scarier position for Tailbot to be in, because now the first ball isn't kind of wasted. Tailbot has to keep up in points to prevent himself from losing round 1 on even cards.
Much like Tailbot's last list, though, this Northern Realms list does a pretty good job of getting value out of its bronze units. Temerian Drummer represents a lot of points, as well as the Carrack Frigate when it's grabbed with Amphibious Assault. Carrack Marine is just a solid 7 for 4, which is likely either protected or immediately activated. And of course, the old standards of Radovid's Royal Guards with the protection it could receive. So Tailbot could very well underspend here and hope to get out of it ahead. Northern Realms doesn't mind protecting a bleed. It's especially against, I think do you not just try to get ahead in round 1, let the double ball player try the bleed on you, but they can't really do it without the second ball, right? Or is it that deadly to take them into round 3?
I don't know if we're talking about round 3 yet, because it's going to be the biggest challenge for Tailbot. It's going to be how to get out of round 1. I don't think it's that easy to just get ahead in round 1 and find a pass. I think you have to expect Wong ID to play the Masquerade Ball here. He does have the Aristocrats, the cheap Aristocrats, to support it. And Tailbot playing yet another Devotion deck has no answer to this.
There are no Bomb Heavers. There is no Crashing Heat Waves. There is just, as we talked about earlier, Shinmiri, there are wide points in the Frigate. However, the Frigate is likely going to be a poisoned ship.
Poisoned or locked.
Poisoned or locked, yeah. Devastating pieces like anything you're looking to develop. All engines in a lot of cases.
Not only does Devotion Northern Realms not have artifact removal, it doesn't even have Purify. I mean, he's not running. He could have run like a Kutku deck for a defensive Purify, but it's not here in the list.
This makes his matchup quite difficult, I think. on Tailbot's side. As long as he's able to get a setup though if he's able to get a good setup, quite possibly. But even his defender, all of his ultimate points ultimately can succumb to that pure, unfiltered Nilfgaardian poison.
Yeah. Tailbot does manage to kill this Thirsty Dame, which is very good, and keep his board relatively short at the same time, which might actually allow him to get ahead, to get out of this round. Let's see. The poison's only going to go on to a 4. So YD ahead by 1 point. If you take into account the tactical advantage, Tailbot's ahead by 4. So YD's next play is going to be like probably a Thirsty Dame that finishes the poison. So that's going to be 4 plus 8 plus 2. That's 14 points. YD's next play is going to be 14 points, which brings him to 23. Tailbot needs 15 points right now to give himself a pass. He's got 5 points from the tactical advantage. He needs a 10-point card right now to give himself a pass.
The Lyrian Scytheman is not that card. Definitely not. The Carrick, Adalia into Marine is the 10 points.
Adalia into Marine is 10 points. Falavor's 10
Tactical.
points. Amphibious Assault could be 10 points. Does not choose to commit here to get ahead and is instead just going to continue playing short. This is like Tailbot might actually be thinking, okay, I'm going to lose this round on even no matter what, and I'm just going to not commit too much, accept the loss on even and try to fight, save my strong golds to fight another day. This Ballista might be able to combine with like a Falibor to kill something like a Thirsty Dame next turn. Maybe what Tailbot is also trying to set up here.
Seems to me that Long ID is in a position to play slow. I think the Thirsty Dame seems to make the most sense. Gonna go for the Hunter to do the final wipeout, lock up the Ballista, kill Natalis, put Tailbot in a very, very difficult position to make those points.
Yeah, Tailbot might also be thinking that even if I keep my card advantage in round 1 and pass early after committing a gold, like it might still be a losing position for him because he still has no way to answer the second ball in a long round 3. So he might be playing with the intention of just trying to win round 1, even if it costs him card advantage, in order to push that second Masquerade Ball or to push those remaining aristocrats out in round 2.
Tailbot choosing not to protect the drummer with the tactical advantage and immediately gets answered with Thunder. I don't know what he would be saving it for if it wasn't for that. That seemed like a pretty good spot for the tactical.
I think Tailbot's assuming that there's still more poisons in Wang ID's hand, and he would be right in this case. If he tactical advantages it, sure, it survives for 1 or 2 turns, but then it gives him a lot of poison. Gives Wang ID a lot of poison value. This Reynard is not looking like a bad poison target either.
Tailbot's eventually going to have to start dropping cards that are going to be great poison targets. Playing in a boost archetype in a lot of cases, you're just going to end somewhere where it's going to be enough value. Poison just, usually getting an average of like 6 in a good game, 6 or 7, unless it's taking some massive target out in round 3.
And the other thing that Wang ID might be considering is how to use this Marl. I think it actually is a pretty good spot to use the Marl now. With the Boiling Oil already gone, so that's 1 5 damage removal gone. The other way that Tailbot would be able to kill the Marl would be with an Onseus, a boosted Onseus. So it would require him playing Onseus. It also require something like a Pincer Maneuver or some sort of boost already on the board. And those are cards that Tailbot maybe doesn't want to commit in round 1. So Marl playing him now, seeing if it gets removed. If it doesn't, then he can just save the Fangs of the Empire for later. If it does, he still has that backup poison to complete it. I think it's possible that Wang ID will commit the Marl in this round at some point. Right now, he doesn't need to because Tailbot's still at 5 cards. 5 cards is a time where Tailbot might be thinking about passing so that Wang ID cannot get double last save by dry passing in round 2.
the safest number if you wanted to go this deep. Other options being something like Adalia Marine, which will provide a lot of boosted bodies for a follow-up Scytheman, but that would be a high commitment.
Tailbot right now evaluating what are my chances at actually winning this round. So do I keep playing or not? And it looks like he's deciding something. He is going to keep playing. Takes an amphibious assault on a Mauler.
Takes it on the Mauler and also plays the tactical decision on it, perhaps to encourage a poison, but
Oh, no. The tactical advantage is still there.
That wasn't tactical, that was amphibious.
Is what boosted it. Yeah, amphibious assault is what boosted it to a 9 and then Odo to a 10. So very tall target for poison.
If you had used the tactical here and had the 2 targets and the points, would morale not have been enough?
Oh, yeah. If he had used the tactical advantage, Morale wouldn't have gotten one idea ahead, and then Tailbot potentially could have used that as a pass, and now Tailbot's in a really tough spot.
I think Tailbot would have to go. I think he could consider going all the way. It's not bad actually, considering you have Adalia and you have everything's getting boosted by Reynard, which has not been poisoned.
You can even Adalia
Alibor, okay.
Yeah, you could even Adalia the Scytheman for double Scytheman in this round because you have so many boosts. Alibor lead, but Windy is going to still be able to complete the poison here. Now Tailbot potentially still gets a pass. The poison completion is only 14 points. No, 15 points. Still not enough. Tailbot's still ahead by 1 after all of this.
Could be the pass. There's the fangs.
But
turn around and then the bleed on. Oh, and that boost as well. Just enough. Just enough for Tailbot to make the choice to hit that button.
Does he want to take it? I mean, this pass, it looks okay, but you're still going to have to fight against the second Masquerade Ball in round 3. Most likely, because the Asir is still there. There's still a Roderick and an Oniromancy to source that Masquerade Ball once Asir puts it back in the deck. Tailbot does have like a relatively cheap way to continue playing in this round with like a 6-point Scytheman, maybe a 10-point or 11-point Adalia in the Scytheman.
I think his last 3 cards get him 21 points. I think that's how it works. He plays Adalia and Carrick Marine. They both get boosted. Carrick Marine boosts Reynard, and then the Scytheman plays into 6 boosted units, playing for 9.
He's gonna go with a cheap route, just playing a Scytheman for 7 tempo. Maybe making the read that Windy doesn't really have that much high tempo plays left.
True, yeah.
Windy's gonna be like, we can see Windy's hand, but with Tailbot not being able to see it, he might be considering like, okay, maybe there's an Asir in there, maybe there's a phase 1 Usurper that you don't want to play, you know, maybe a Dead Bomb Heaver, a Roderick that you don't want to play because he's like your aristocrat that you want to save for round 3.
And you've got the Dame who's just not fast enough.
Yeah.
Gonna show the Bomb Heaver.
I smell a leak.
Tailbot has the option once again to hit that button, get that card.
Yeah. Windy maybe bluffing a little bit here, because if Tailbot does take the pass, Windy can't take with Thirsty Dame. He would have to commit Roderick into a gold.
I think it's Marine.
And that's
time.
pretty expensive. But I think Windy is bluffing to try to induce Tailbot into committing another card, possibly a gold. Tailbot here now has to make the tough decision. Does he play the Marine and just have a dead Adalia in his hand for round 1? Or does he actually commit the bigger card out of fear of...
Yeah, because Roderick would allow Wong to get ahead.
Oh, and Tailbot takes the pass. I don't think Wong ID is happy about this. Roderick is... Yennefer Invocation is enough. Yennefer Invocation stealing a Falibor, actually a great find for Wong ID.
Manages to get ahead there. Oh man, it got Tailbot the card. It cost Wong the aristocrat in Roderick, But now Tailbot's in a great position to protect himself against the bleed. Wong does have to play a Sierra in some round, which means that he'd be forced to just be playing the 6-point card. He hasn't even found a Sierra yet.
Yeah, he hasn't found a Seer, hasn't found Oniromancy. This could be bad if he doesn't find a Seer or Oniromancy or a way to get the Masquerade Ball out the second time. He might have to rely on Leader and hope that the Masquerade Ball lands on top of the top 3 cards of the deck.
Ooh, Magni is not the last card you want to pick up with your mulligan. The Leader is the only way. Brathan's, these aren't bad cards, but the Cupbearer doesn't really have something it wants to work with. We have to use Leader with Cupbearer probably to try to get some poison value. Tailbot's hand is just fantastic. Plus he has...
Tailbot's hand is almost too good.
It's too good. Yeah, he's going to play a Neuromancy. Well, no, he won't play that because, because it's already doomed.
It's already the second one. It's already doomed. Yeah, so he would have to play either Frigate or Adalia or Ana, like all very good cards.
He needs to find Adalia's target now.
Yeah, I mean, with 5 cards, he gets to see the top 5 cards of his deck. He should be able to find a target for Adalia, and he also has Pincer Maneuver that can potentially draw a bronze if he really needs to. If he ends up drawing all golds, he can draw a bronze with his Leader.
The Trident Infantry is not bad considering that we have a potential to see a Knight through Amphibious Assault, meaning that the Mad Charge... No, the Mad Charge is long gone. There is no need to have that tutored.
Okay, so Wong ID finds an Oniromancy, but does not find the Asir. So, what does Wong ID do here? Does he Oniromancy the Asir, put the ball back into his deck, and then try to Leader for the ball?
He's got to go digging.
I mean, honestly, looking at his hand, he only has 1 Aristocrat in hand. Just the Van Morlehem Hunter. Usurper is not an Aristocrat in this case because this is not a Devotion deck. Usurper only an Aristocrat in the final phase, in phase 3, and this is only a phase 2 Usurper. So I don't know if Wong ID even goes for the double ball with only 1 proc. Is there another good gold card for the Oniromancy? If he doesn't go for double ball, maybe he can put back Marl instead, or is there maybe just something left in his deck? Oh, he could Oniromancy the Vincent.
Vincent is a pretty good one and likely to find
Viraxis
value just simply through the Viraxis.
Yeah, Viraxis has Veil on it.
Veil unit, Adalia's shielded unit as well.
Yeah. So I think Wong ID might just decide not to play a Seer in this sort of situation.
And in that case, this could just be a lock right here from the man who.
And this is all because Tailbot pushed hard in round 1, didn't give up the round early, forced Wong ID to play something like a Roderick. Imagine if Wong ID had Roderick still in his hand, he could easily double ball. If he still had the Roderick, an extra tutor and an extra Aristocrat.
Yeah, putting an opponent in a position that they don't want to be, forcing them to spend their combo pieces, knowing exactly what they need to spend to take you over in round 1. And of course, showing that Bomb Heaver was just a slow play and Tailbot took advantage of it. But now we are here in round 3. Tailbot does not have last say, and the poison is still flowing, even though it's not going to be another Masquerade Ball. A quick Usurper just for the big points. No lock on the Trident.
No.
Might we see Donamir Anna?
We could see Donamir Anna. And I mean, the Vincent's also going to be a big answer to the Donamir as well. We don't know what is Tailbot going to take from the deck, because there's still Donamir, there's still Anseus. Anseus is pretty big as well.
Well, Anseus makes a lot more sense considering Viraxis' ability. It's kind of, unless he has 2 resets with Baron, he's going to really want to have a double duel.
He could also double boost with Carrack Marine, but not the best against a poison deck. So he is deciding now what he wants to take from the deck. We're going to see here. Tailbot, you see him grasping his forehead. Did he just take a... Oh!
What happened here?
Oh! I know what happened. Look at him grimace. Look at Tailbot grimace.
His face says it all.
I've done this exact mistake before. He played Amphibious Assault with his leader, and then the game prompted him to take a card from the deck for the leader, and Tailbot thought he was taking a card for the Amphibious Assault. So Tailbot was thinking he was going to Amphibious Assault the drummer, when in fact he was taking the drummer out of the deck with his leader, and now he's missed both the defender and the Onseus.
Oh, that's not good at all, Tailbot. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. There's no,
there.
I mean, there's really no way to stop. These are just giant poison targets. There's really not going to be Purify. Just going to be it's damage control at this point.
Yeah, this
interface.
This could be a disaster. Oh no! And the Rot Tosser comes down between two super tall units, as well as a lock on the Ana, I presume.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of points drain away from Tailbot's board. So the ideal situation here would have set up some sort of roadblock to avoid the situation here. Although Rot Tosser would always get through and Vincent would always break through Dawnmere, it's just not what was intended. It changes the entire sequence of plays potentially, and this makes Varaxis very, very awkward to play.
Yeah, that pain is that mistake is very painful, and I've been there. I've done this on stream as well. It's easy to mix up, and I know that Tailbot has been practicing, and I'm sure he's practiced this a bunch of times, but in the heat of the moment, when the pressure is on, sometimes you just have a little bit of a slip, and it's easy to forget. All right, I like this play. This Adalia double body to block both the 9 and the 8, and now the Rot Tosser's poisons are on the 3s. This is a pretty nice play.
It's one way to get around. It's one way to get around a bad situation potentially. The other drummer, however, is probably a little bit slower now. It has to be played next turn if it's going to get any value at all.
Yeah, probably next to the Tridom, get some ping value from it as well, but then it's going to end up making the Tridom very tall. Okay, so where are we at here? Tailbot with a 14-point lead with currently 0 engines on the board, but the Tridom could be counted as an engine if the drummer lives. Wang ID's turn.
Wang ID's definitely, he's probably trying to anticipate Tailbot's a much better hand, I think, by Tailbot here. But also navigating his own issues without having a clear-cut Oniromancy. Yeah.
This is a pretty tough turn for Wang ID. She ends up choosing to Rot Tosser and Calcarcus in between the two units that are already poisoned, but they're the shortest units on the board. Like, he must have also considered the possibility of Calcarcusing in between the 8 and the 9.
It would have been a lot more threatening, but it also could have been blocked in a similar way.
Yeah, and then maybe he ends up with like 3 units poisoned and no way to like finish the poison on any of them. He only has a Cupbearer left as a poison completion. And he has Vincent off of Oniromancy. That's it.
Wang does have a... Oh, he's going to go and drop the Veil as the poison block here. He's going to reactivate the Carrick Marine, but not apply the buff. So Varaxis has gotten the value there. Blocked a poison as well. Can be answered by Vincent. However, Ana also could have been killed by Vincent, which is even more points at the moment. So this is going to be, it's just, there's a lot of answers here. Wang ID has a lot of answers. Not great targets for Falibor, which is going to still be 10 points in any case. Brathens obviously can play for a lot of points as well, quickly playing into a Carrick Marine of his own because, he's not playing Devotion, so he can't do that.
No, he might end up targeting like a drummer.
Yeah.
But I mean, worst case, he takes the 5-point copy on the non-Devotion Marine. So Oniromancy comes down here. I expect to see the Vincent. Does he kill the 8-point Ana or does he kill the Varaxis? Because despite Varaxis being shorter, he does have that boosting soldier effect.
All cards left are soldiers.
Yeah.
So it would be...
it would be
one extra point.
One extra point and makes like activates the Baron, but there's nothing currently to reset on Wang ID's side of the board.
Looks like it might just be Drummer next to the Tridem here, boosted up with the Marine boost, and just hope that enough of this value can convert in the heat of one more poison play that can hit from the Cupbearer, who would then get at least one boost or two boosts potentially from Brathens, also would get boosts. And Falbor for a follow-up 10 points. That's a lot of points.
Yeah, Tailbot actually deciding not to boost the Drummer because there's nothing left that can kill this, right? Maybe a Tourney Joust, but it's unlikely that Wang ID would still have a Tourney Joust in his hand at this point. And Tailbot knows that Wang ID has a Falibor in his hand, and Tailbot's looking at his own hand. He's got that 3-point Marine. That is just the juiciest Falibor target Wang ID has ever seen. So Tailbot's gonna try to save that final buff to take that 3-point Marine out of Falibor range.
Coming down to the wire.
Not a big lead right now by Tailbot. Down a card.
Enough.
I mean, it's bigger than it looks. He's up 6. He's got 2 engines on the board right now, and he's got another 4 points from his Marine on the board. And this is Tailbot's gonna be very happy to see this. The poison completion on the 3 indicates that there is no more poison coming. This Tridem is gonna live. This 9-point Marine is gonna live. Now Tailbot just greeting the points. Back row Baron.
Wang ID now at least has a decent target for Brathens. He will also have 2 assimilate targets on the board for Falibor, which will also proc them both as well. So this could simply be Brathens into Duchess, grab a Drummer, protect Brathens. Well, whatever gets protected.
I mean, the copy of the Drummer is only getting 2 turns, so it's not it's not even that great anymore. It's the same as a Marine, as a non-devotion Marine.
Sure, yeah, that would be the case then.
But you can block. The nice thing about the Spy is you can block the Drummer from the Tridem infantry. Turn off that half of the engine, at least. Does end up taking a Marine.
Going for the Marine. At least having something. Now he can reset Brathens with Baron, and it's just going to be the Marine. It's going to look like a lot of points. It's Falibor. Falibor will have the targets, won't have the targets necessarily. If he boosts the Duchess Informant up, and then also boosts the Drummer. No, he would have to boost.
I like this position a lot. He prevents the Duchess's Informant from going to a 2, which would end up giving Falibor 1 extra point. And then he boosts up the 3. Oh, no, he doesn't boost up the... Oh, no, he boosts up the 3 with the Drummer. So, yeah, this is...
He went for maximum possible points here. 11 points up. It won't be enough with the 2 assimilates, even with the...
I think Tailbot... Wait. Is this a tie?
Is this a tie? Or is Wang ID losing by...
Wang ID gets 10 plus 2 assimilates minus 1 bleed. That's 11 points.
11 points.
Oh my god, we have our first tie!
Wow, from one... Tailbot probably pretty happy about that one, considering that he made a misclick. He made a misclick and a misplay on AA, and he was blessed.
It comes down to your perspective or your attitude. Are you happy that you managed to tie despite the misclick, or are you upset because you would have won that game if you didn't mess up the leader?
I would probably say I'd be happy that I tied, because living in the present now, it's already happened. I can't undo my mistake. I can't undo my mistake, but I can win this game still. So, you got to look at it as what is able to happen right now.
Yeah, so you're a glass half full. You're a glass half full sort of guy, McBeard.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
All right. So we're going to get a rematch of game number 2. Same coins, same decks.
Gonna jump right back in there, yeah. Tailbot now on blue, Wang ID on it's gonna be the Baal versus Pincer Maneuver, and we're gonna get into it again. So I guess we can talk about, there's gonna be obviously big differences. The Seer was not in Wang's side, and Tailbot had missed a couple of things as well. Plus the amphibious assault misclick was massive. So all of that stuff, Tailbot obviously making the best of the situation and maximizing all of his potential to get there was awesome. But now we will probably see a very, very different game. Donmir in the hand, Asir in the hand. This will definitely be going at a different pace.
Yes, for sure. And I'm curious to see how the players adapt to this next game, because there are some lessons learned for sure from the first game, right? Let's see if these players try to do anything differently, or if Tailbot maybe tries to take the same approach and push very deep in round 1. You see, this time Tailbot has Varaxis in hand, so he's got at least one card that he can't play, which is going to make it harder to push very deep in this round.
He does still have a pretty decent bronze collection of cards here, and as well as John Natalis, which secures amphibious assault if it's needed. Although some of the best cards for amphibious assault, except for the frigate, I suppose, he could go for the amphibious assault on the frigate, perhaps. He is deciding right now perhaps to do that exact thing. Let's get those words out.
Is he going to go for the frigate? Yes, he is. Okay. Front row next to the Natalis, who is a soldier. And so let's see here. Ball comes down yet again. We see this. This is, as expected, red coin abuse at its finest.
Frigate's going to be making that volunteer here as we start the troops lining up. And this is going to be a must lock, a must deal with, or else Tailbot will be able to produce a ton of points. More engines for the Northern Realms player. You know you love to see it. Lots of engines. Everything's now clicking here. Wang ID is going to have to try to dismantle this right now.
Yeah, the big difference here this time around, Wang ID has 2 aristocrats to activate the Masquerade Ball, but the second aristocrat is Vincent, which is quite expensive. Unless Tailbot decides to play the Sedalia early, there's not really a great Vincent target. If he Vincents this frigate with the poison on it, then I guess he'll have to complete the other poison. He has to wait until there's another good poison target. Right now, I guess he could poison that drummer, but it's only at 3 strength. It's kind of a small engine. But the longer he waits to kill this frigate, the more difficult it will, the more points it will get over time. At the same time, though, Tailbot is filling up the front row. This melee row is already at 6 units, so this frigate, the actual potential of this frigate is getting limited. This is one of the things that you have to consider as a Northern Realms player. It comes out a lot with these sort of engine-heavy decks, is row management, space management. We see a quick thunder by Wang ID, killing that Ana. That's really good value for that thunder. Getting rid of Ana perfectly at 5 strength, getting rid of a 2-point per turn engine there. And Tailbot's getting pretty decent value from this frigate still. It's gotten poisoned, but it's still not dead.
Absolutely, it's still working. It's still unlike most engines, after they have done their production, if it gets poisoned, in a lot of cases, all those points just go away. But the frigate outputs those points into these very protected little packages here in the crewman.
So when does Wang Di decide to commit this second aristocrat? Or maybe he just decides to take a poison, not through the aristocrat, but through something like Marl or Fangs of the Empire. Wang Di also has a card that he can't play in the Asir. So both players kind of in similar situation here.
He might just want to play, I mean, it's really late for the Magni, but it is still a play that isn't necessarily something that will commit a lot. And Tailbot unfortunately does have a point lead that would punish that. So I don't think Wang ID can get away with a slow play here. So yeah, processing this last aristocrat might just be the option. Really difficult to do that when you only have Vincent to help you out here. Definitely got to make a choice probably going to be processing the poison on this frigate. It does give Tailbot possibly the opportunity to pass at 6. I think he'd prefer to do it at 7. I would imagine that he's still quite comfortable with his lead at this point as the timer burns. It is going to be the Magni, a very slow play. Tailbot has the opportunity to perhaps play much faster here and perhaps get ahead in a way that we talked about last game, Shinmiri, where morale wouldn't have been enough. It would have had to go down in 2 cards. Do you think Tailbot perhaps could go for something, go for just a tempo play here, knowing that Wang Adi has a finite amount of points to make up?
Yeah, and I think that's definitely possible. That's something that Tailbot is considering. This 14-point lead, still getting 2 points passively from the Trident infantry next to the drummer. Not only that, Wang Aidi's morale is melee locked. So if he does play the morale, it's going to turn off the Magni division. This is something that was changed relatively recently. So Wang Aidi's going to want to try to save the morale for as long as possible, but he's so far behind.
Pass. That is it. Too slow. Going for the pass. Feels that the punish. Well, I could have stuck with that. I could have stuck with that narrative the whole way through that turn with Wang Adi. I was talking about Magni, and I was talking about how this could be a good way to punish. Raw Tosser's going to get in
This is going to be
that chip.
It's a triple buff on each Dame because of the statuses. The spy status on the Calcarchus and the 2 poison statuses that it applies. Oh, the calculations by Wang Adi doesn't even need the final Masquerade Ball chapter. The raw talk is insane.
Just scientific. And he didn't have to do, it was just a raw tosser. It was just a raw tosser that got him out of that. So Tailbot might not be in the position that he was hoping for on that pass. The opportunity to push even harder than that left himself open to even worse poison plays, which were still available due to the fact that the ball had not been completely ticked out.
And look at this.
It was a tough position.
Wang Adi has won round 1 way earlier than he did in the first game. And now he has a free turn to play the Seer, shuffle the ball back into his deck, give himself a chance to draw naturally into the Masquerade Ball, and he has Oniromancy in his hand this time.
So it's just happening. They're throwing the party. There's nothing you can do about it. No weather. Nothing's going to stop it. And you know what? The people are going to show up. They're going to show up every time. As Sierra tucks the ball away. Now you are using Gwent Observer, I hope. You can get into those graveyards, get into those decks through the tournament. You can interact with the screen just like you were playing the game.
There we see it. And Tailbot's got to be worried. I would be if I was in his position. Long round 3 against Masquerade Ball. No artifact removal. Okay. So
you could argue that, it's all set up. It's all set up for Wang Adi. Yeah, you could argue that the situation is much more grim now than it was before, when Wang Adi was struggling to find the ball and then ultimately not finding it. Still having lots of points, but in this case, Tailbot now has access to everything. So it's going to be a true display of power for both decks, whereas the last game was a bit more dysfunctional.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Tailbot's got a pretty strong hand. Like, we can't discount the amount of power he has in his hand, but there's going to be so many poisons. And Wang Adi even naturally draws the Masquerade Ball, so he's going to have even more access to everything else that's left in his deck. That he can maybe play the Invocation, and then he can leader the card that he invos.
Do you even take your last mulligan if you're Wang here? That's quite a hand.
I think he's counting the poisons. We know that there's no purifies, right? So he has 2 poisons from Ball. Marl is probably not going to live. Well, I mean, I'm not really sure. Tailbot does have access to the Onseus with his leader. So Marl shouldn't live. If you're assuming, it really depends on whether Wang Adi assumes Marl's going to live or not. In terms of how many poisons he keeps in his hand. I mean, he can always just finish a poison on a small unit that the Rot Tosser kind of splashes into if he has an odd number of poisons that way. So he does end up, Wang does end up just keeping everything.
The card that is... There it is. Yeah, it was Varaxis. There was just a graphical glitch on one of the cards showing it as a drummer. But
Okay, this time Tailbot grabs the right card from the leader. Not going to repeat the same mistake twice.
Nice start here. Drummer protects Reynard. Drummer also sets up for a future drum line with Donmir.
Yes, 2 cards in 1 turn, allowing Tailbot to get 2 pretty threatening engines on the board before Wang can even set up his Masquerade Ball. And by the time the Masquerade Ball is on the board, Tailbot might have 3 engines or a defender.
Yeah, the defender is a big piece. Of course, Vincent is a real threat. Just going to go ahead and destroy the engines, knowing that you can't really fight Vincent necessarily. You might as well control the engines that you have access to. Danes get pretty out of control. You saw it. The triple proc, the spying, they get every benefit. They get every benefit from playing Masquerade Ball. Anything doomed that applies. So it really is out of control. So one thirsty Dame, those Dames need to go.
I just did a quick tally of how many statuses Wang ID has in his hand. Wang ID has 10 statuses in his hand right now. If everything goes right and nothing gets answered, those Dames would have been 14 points. So pretty valuable on Seius removal there.
Yeah. And now the other one could be reset by Baron potentially. So you could say that at least the Dames have been answered here as the first lock comes down on Reynard. Oh, sorry. I saw the highlight.
Yeah, maybe the poison on Reynard?
The poison on Reynard. That's what we were saying.
Yeah, that's a
the echo
taller
of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow now has some very limited options here. Functioning at basically 14 points static on the board. Again, can develop another engine or 2. He has a lot of bronze cards in his hand. He will have a lot of boosts, however. That Scytheman might play for quite a bit.
That's true.
Amphibious Assault. Let's take a look at the deck here and see what the best option is for Amphibious Assault. For Tailbot, yeah. And it is looking like it's going to be a bronze. So in that case, being able to play Amphibious Assault as well as the Radovich Royal Guard, there's not a second Scytheman, right? No.
No,
so
there's not.
The Scytheman will get a lot of value at least.
Mm-hmm. There's not a great target for the Amphibious Assault, to be honest. Maybe a Tridom, but that's just going to feed into more poisons. This time, Wang is going to have a lot more poisons than he did last time. And if you want to get value from the Tridom, you got to play it relatively early next to a drummer. So maybe he'll end up going for like Ballista to try to keep things as short as possible.
Gonna take out Reynard once and for all. Stop the value.
Mm-hmm.
Masquerade Ball still is able to be processed by pretty much anything. Barathens, sorry, not Barathens.
Vincent.
Neuromancy and Vincent, yeah.
Yeah. So Wang is probably saving the Vincent for either Varaxis or Defender, not being careful not to waste it. The Defender, like if the Vincent comes down before the Defender, then Wang ID will have to. Does he still have Cupbearer in the deck? Maybe he can Neuromancy a Cupbearer to purify through the Defender, if that's the case. It is there. So there's a backup answer for the Defender, as well as Invocation, also in the deck. But I don't think you want to Invocation the Defender. Maybe if he wants to replay the Defender, because Defender is actually quite annoying for Tailbot.
Yeah, Nilfgaard just has just a number of things at its disposal. Playing from behind in points right now, Usury still represents a ton of points as well. Varaxis is potentially available for Prince Ensei's, so that's going to be something that may need to be protected. This could be Donmir, as the cow's going to go probably in between Ensei's and the drummer.
Yep, the 2 highest value targets here. Wants to poison either Don Seius, which would potentially be a Varaxis target, or the engine in that drummer.
I would consider playing the Marine to protect Ensei's. Or just play Vraxis, I guess, to block the poison. You could always do that.
Mm-hmm. Varaxis to block the poison on the drummer, reactivate on Seius, and then immediately use on Seius. So then you don't.
Not a great.
There's not a great Unseius target is the problem. Yeah.
Is there going to be though?
You want to save the Unseius for something like a Marl, or even like a Brothens.
Is going to be this is going to be the play. He's going for the points. He's Tailbot's saying he's going to collect it because of what's available and what's going to get poisoned here. He's going for the collection on the points. Ansays will eat the poison. Varaxis will block the poison. Vincent could now eat Varaxis if he wants to, but Tailbot does have Donmir to protect, and he's just waiting to see something like Vincent.
Yeah, Wangdi could see the juicy Vincent here and just take it. Gets to complete, basically, gets to kill 2 6s on Tailbot's side of the board. It's not really high risk, right? Because he does have the Purify if the defender comes down.
It is going to be Vincent, and it is going to be Varaxis. A quick poison follow-up on Prince Ansays. Drastically swings this in closer, drastically closes the cap, you might say. Radovich Royal Guard still primed to drop a little bit of armor and a little bit of boost on one of these units.
They're on the same
number
number
of been played, so Donmir could be an option as well.
They're on the same number of cards, but Wang ID still has a leader, whereas Tailbot has already played as leader. And just giving a quick glance at the hands, it seems like Wang ID is in a better spot here. More golds, more flexibility. Baron not really having a great target right now.
Can the Duchess Informant target? Well, it doesn't matter because there's a bronze on either row. But it can't target through defender, can it?
It cannot target through defender. But yeah, like you said, there's a Radovich Royal Guard on the back row. So even if he defends the front row, there's still going to be a target for Duchess Informant. And Windy's not like forced to take Duchess Informant.
No.
He could always take Mage Infiltrator or the Emissary as well for the boost. Although not great against Baron.
Baron is still here. There is not really a really largely boosted unit here. You could argue that perhaps the removal of the Dame wasn't as important if he could have actually gone for the reset with Baron instead. He was only ever worried about this one Dame because holding Baron at this point, what is he looking for? What boosted unit is he looking for?
He's going to get like 2 points again off of something such as Brothens. Like last game, it's going to be close, like 2 or 3 points. And if he let the Dame stay alive earlier, he wouldn't have had to commit the Unseius as soon, which means maybe he gets to Unseius Moral. Which also, if he doesn't play the Unseius as quickly, he also gets to develop more engines earlier. But you never know how many Dames they're going to have. There could have been more than just one.
There was still a Dame in the deck? It's possible there could have been.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Tailbot just lived through a round where he tied it because of the double Dame. And that was such a huge amount of points here. Now, he does have full poisons, right, with Cupbearer on an Eromancy, so this is going to be tough to stop it. He's going to have to play Donmir to block the last poison.
Yeah, saving the Donmir here is pretty smart. You kind of, like you said, you want to guess when your opponent has 1 poison left, and then use the Donmir to block it. Otherwise, if you do it too early, then they're able to just poison the defender, or even remove the defender with the resources they still have. So Amphibious Assault
to follow up.
Amphibious Assault does go on another Radovich Royal Guard here. A bit of a tall target.
Raw will live, well as no Purify really, so it would have to be, Tailbot would have to play this. So after the first 2 poisons were played, right? Yeah, after 3, he'd have to play this Donmir on the 3rd poison. You're counting Moral as 2 of these, Fangs is one, and Neuromancy is the other one.
Yeah, and this makes it really awkward for him. Here immediately comes. He has to play the defender now. I think if you don't play the defender now, and you let the Marl get the full value, then defending against the Fangs of the Empire, I don't even know if it's worth it at that point. This way, even if he does have a follow-up poison, he only gets a 7 instead of a 9.
But he gets the 9 anyway, right? Because he gets to use
I mean,
Morale.
yeah, we can see in this situation he gets the 9 anyways. But
yeah, we saw two more full wipe puts. So yeah, Oniromancy here would be. It seems like it would be Cupbearer into poison, kill Donmir, and then Fangs would be able to kill.
Yep.
Yep. Or yeah, or just play the Fangs now, and then Cupbearer.
And then you can, yeah, you get to keep your optionality on either the leader or the Oniromancy.
But if Tailbot had delayed the defender play, let Morale kill the 9, and then maybe watch the 8 get poisoned, then Donmir could have been played and actually blocked the poison in that case.
Maybe.
But I don't know if you can make that call as Tailbot. I don't know if I'm just saying that because I can see it all, but I don't know if you can necessarily make that call. Because Tailbot played as if Wang did not have 4 poisons available.
Right. It's a really tough position as Tailbot to actually find a way to defend against the poison successfully because of all the flexibility YID has. He has Leader to get him an optional poison and Oniromancy to get him an optional poison.
Oh, he still has Leader. He still has Leader, yeah. It's so close, but so far.
A lot of boosts on Tailbot's side of the board.
Yeah, this Scytheman is going to look good. The Scytheman's going to look pretty good. It's going to be rocking up, probably assuming that the Royal Guard dies. Maybe a 10-point Scytheman.
Mm-hmm.
But then Usurper is the 12 points. Tailbot will be ahead. Oh man, the drummer keeps ticking.
The drummer keeps ticking, but I think YID has this.
Yeah,
I think it's
the poison's taking out the 9.
It really depends on what he ends up taking. Maybe it depends on what his leader sees, because right now he doesn't have like a gold from Yennefer's Invocation on top of his deck. So if leader ends up finding garbage,
Usurper, the general, putting Wong into. There's the last play. The Scytheman touches down for Tailbot. Yeah, between an Aeromancy and leader.
okay, so he sees the Roderick, which is going to get him a poison.
Yeah.
And he gets him both of the cards that
do it. Both the amazing cards that were available. Yeah. So
he poisons the 9 and then
the
an
perfect execution from Wong ID here.
And he doesn't even need it. He doesn't even need the final card. Or maybe...
Eyes closed, mouth
yeah.
Even with the bleed, yeah.
Even with the bleed, this is just... I mean, we knew that's kind of what we predicted, right? Coming into this final round. YID had the ball this time. And it's so difficult to fight against Masquerade Ball without artifact removal in a long round 3. Doesn't unless you're a deck that stays very short and goes very wide, but Northern Realms is definitely not one of those decks. It goes very tall.
A long one.
Yeah, gives a ton of value to those poisons.
We now will see both players now up a point. This is now only game 3 going into it, just due to just a very long pre-show. Shinmiri and I we really wanted to analyze those decks. So the pre-show was decadent in analysis, but now we get to see
the tie.
And the tie.
This is gonna be a long one. Strap your seat. Strap in your seats. Get those seatbelts on. We're gonna have maybe set new records today. We'll see.
If you're not tired of Ball, Tailbot still has to win with his Nilfgaard list, which is Ball, and the pincer maneuver list that we have seen now for the past 2 games. So that leaves Wang ID holding on to Hidden Cache and
Uprising.
Yes,
yeah.
Uprising.
Hidden Cache and Uprising versus pincer maneuver and double ball.
That's right. That's going to be the choice here. Tailbot going in red coin, likely taking Ball here, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would think so. And YID is probably going to predict that, right? So Wang ID will play Hidden Cache, is my guess.
The better of the two. They
better
both
of the
suffer,
two.
right?
They both are kind of bad, but Hidden Cache has the artifact removal. It has the Heat Wave,
That
so
is true. That is
it's got a better chance. But the problem is, even if you do Heat Wave in round 1 and banish the ball, the Heat Wave is so slow of a play that you end up losing on even anyways. A lot of the time.
All you do is stop the second ball, but in a
Yeah,
lot of cases we've seen that if the opponent can just safely set their deck up, they just have that power in the end.
But you still have to go for it. You still have to go. I mean, I think you still have to try to win round 1 against double ball so that you can push round 2 and either force out the second instance of the party or get all those remaining aristocrats out, remaining tutors out so that he can't access the ball a second.
See if that is what's going to happen. So is there possibly a fake out here? Now, like you have to queue with double ball in Tailbot's situation here.
Would Tailbot ever
if you would go pincer maneuver into Hidden Cache?
I mean, that's not a bad matchup. Northern Realm's typically favored against Syndicate. But
then you'd have to take
leaving your ball with only like blue coin or maybe
artifact removal too.
One chance at red coin, it's really risky.
Yeah, you'd leave your ball. You'd leave it against on blue coin against Hidden Cache potentially in which has the removal here. But it is actually going to be Hidden Cache versus Nilfgaard, and Tailbot's going to take the red coin with this.
No crazy mind games or tricks today, or at least in this instance. Tailbot doing the expected thing. All right, and we see here Whitey with the Crystal Skull strategy. This is going to be pretty key in round 1. It's going to kind of prevent the first poison from Tailbot.
It does do that. It has changed in a recent patch. It used to actually purify that poison, but now it just makes it so that unit can no longer receive any new statuses. So, and also it is boosting by 4, I believe, as well.
Yes.
So still very, very useful in this matchup. Absolutely. Probably still as useful as it ever has been. As we see Wang ID lead off with probably the Passiflora Peaches and Leader.
And we see Hidden Cache being displayed on the screen here. It's gotten a recent buff. Now it gains 3 coins again per turn or per round instead of the 2. So half of its nerf has been reverted. It's now widely considered the most competitive Syndicate leader again, but not to the broken levels that it was when it also reduced Horde by 3. So I think it's found a pretty good spot.
But so no other Syndicate decks can really stand next to it. I know a lot of people like playing Congregate type stuff, maybe with Portal, Horse and Senior. I see a lot of that stuff around.
It's a strong deck as well, but it's a very different archetype from this Passiflora. Passiflora has the bigger engine threats.
Speaking of engine threats, Passiflora Peaches and now Imka both ticking here on Wang's side. He is the player that is going first in this case, so trying to set up at least a very threatening board against the Nilfgaard. It's a very similar deck to what Wang ID has been playing over the past few games. Major differences for Tailbot. He is actually running One-Eyed Betsy as a removal piece instead of something like Moral, not focusing as heavy on the poison in that case. He's also running a Squirrel, if you didn't know that. If you missed that on the way in. So the Squirrel will...
Great for banishing echo cards like Oniromancy in Wang ID's deck. But I want to bring your attention right now to the fact that Tailbot has not drawn Ball or Oniromancy in round 1. And he must be very sad to see that. You want to be abusing round 1, your red coin. You want to be forcing your opponent to trade a bunch of good golds for that first Masquerade Ball and still be able to play it again through a Seer. And he's not able to do that this time. And because of that, he's probably going to lose round 1 to Wang ID, and then Wang ID can potentially push round 2. Or just go into a long round 3. It's now the power. The power is going to be in Wang ID's hand to determine the pace of the game and how to split up the rounds.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of patience and confidence, but I think Tailbot's going to have to say he's going to take that card. He's just going to have to take that card and pass around like 6 cards, I think. But there's really there's not going to be a lot of push potential here. Bomb
Yeah,
Heaver isn't going to hit. The dames are just a little too slow.
so both sides are running scenario. The Tailbot's going to want to save this Bomb Heaver for Passiflora later. Interesting, the Tailbot doesn't even use the Alzur's Thunder. Oh, he actually locks the Imki instead of Alzur's Thundering it. I kind of like that because you don't want to be playing your locks, too many locks on the same round. You don't want to be playing a lock when there's already a poison on the board because you want to avoid the Kalkstein on YND's hand to get multiple Purify value.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such a quick fist tech answer too for Wong ID. No, he's going to answer it with fist tech Trafficker. Probably has to follow up play here, and we also could see now in the past the Crystal Skull could have freed Imka here, but in this case that isn't the case. However, he could put Veil on the Passiflora Peaches or the Sea Jackal, as it's most likely going to be the tallest unit that's going to be inviting a poison. So that could be a decision that's made here right before the flip of the turn.
Tailbot's just trying to stay. Tailbot's just trying to stay within reach here to threaten winning this round without even using a ball at all. Even if he goes down 1, but he can't anymore. Not willing to commit anymore at this point. So Windy gets out of this round for relatively cheap.
Tailbot also could use Ball to protect against the bleed here because he'd be able to cycle it back in, which would make it harder for Wong ID to go for the bleed. Wong ID has not played a Neuromancy, or has? But of course not.
Has not.
Has not. Would be in his hand right now. So, so the squirrel is not looking like, I don't know. I don't think he can keep the squirrel in this matchup.
He's looking for Heat Wave. I think Windy looks for Heat Wave, tries to push round 2. And then when the ball comes down, you Heat Wave the ball and then go into round 3. Hopefully without losing your card.
Maybe the strat, that may be the possibility, but he'll need a Neuromancy or Karathi Heat Wave to complete that.
Does not find it.
No,
he does have a very strong hand, though.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. And quick past Flora, too. Likely going to be a quick Bomb Heaver in response from Tailbot. No reason not to, or is there?
I don't think there is any other line to consider other than Bomb Heavering right away. Windy now at 7 cards. This is where he potentially starts losing his card advantage if he continues playing here, but let's see what he's considering. The opening move of Passiflora is kind of like a test. Did you draw your Heaver? Did you draw your Neuromancy? Obviously, if it had not been answered, Windy would be much happier pushing hard in this round. Now it's going to be tougher. Still gets
he is doing it. He is doing it. The bleed is officially on. This is the first bleed, I think, that we've seen so far, right, Shinmiri? We've seen a lot of safe passes, but now we actually have Wong ID down on cards, going for the big push, control of the game. This is the kind of aggressive gameplay that can really reward you if you can catch your opponent off guard. If he's not really able to source that Heat Wave to banish the ball, though. So it's as if he's maybe, I'm not sure what advantage he can take here. It's it looks dangerous, but with a big play on Philippa and a big spender in Jack as well, Wong ID could get to a pretty dangerous point here as Tailbot answers that Sly Seductress.
Okay, but Tailbot's like, Windy pushing here also puts Tailbot in a difficult position. He only has 2 Aristocrats in his hand. So if he does play Masquerade Ball for the first time in this round, he's potentially not having enough Aristocrats to support it the second time around. But if he holds on to the Masquerade Ball for too long, he's at risk of getting 2-0 because Wong Yi's hand is really strong. And look, he's not slowing down. Another Adrian on the Mink getting another Sly Seductress on the board, keeping the engine pressure up.
Tailbot now really needs to stay ahead, and it's getting more and more difficult. You can't really play slow, and starting to play poisons just gives Wong ID a chance to really pass and truly punish in that case. So does Usurper need to be played at any point just for the swing? Would we look for something like Brathens to make it a lot easier to remove the Sly Seductress? Somehow, I'm not really sure how we could get that done without poisoning it, but at least poisoning it is a way through this. Kalkstein is going to be too hard to deal with, though.
I see Tailbot repeatedly hovering over the Masquerade Ball. I think he's going to play it. Yep.
Yeah.
I think he's judging that his hand is going to be too awkward if he doesn't play it now. So first ball comes down. Like, this would be a pretty nice spot to Heat Wave. We've got a pretty big lead. You're not going to lose your card if you Heat Wave.
This could be a test from Tailbot now. Much like Passiflora was a test for Wong.
And these tests, they're much better given in round 1 and round 2 because your opponent hasn't drawn as much of their deck yet. There's a higher likelihood that they're missing the answer to your question. And there's the pass. Wow.
Yeah, because he'd have to show no Heat Wave or play into it, and that's neither of those things are ideal. So now Tailbot has to make 13 points to finish this off. Usurper is not enough. Oh,
15 if you count the Seductress and the Peaches.
Yes. That is going to be difficult without leader.
It's going to be very difficult.
Play leader?
Maybe Roderick into Oniromancy into an Aristocrat. I think that's should be enough.
That does get the full proc. It does get the full tick.
Double poison, an extra 8 points on the Fangs of the Empire as well. And he gets to kill
Peaches. Fangs will be taking out the Peaches here. Uniromancy. Taking a peek, I guess just could be grabbing what I was looking for. Van Morlhelm Hunter, final Aristocrat, taking down the Passiflora Peaches just barely.
This was a pretty lucky find by Tailbot, honestly. There's still a lot of golds left in his deck. And I don't think any other gold Aristocrats, because the Vincent's in hand, he needed to find that Oniromancy to get that second Aristocrat on the same turn. And now the Oniromancy, having been played in round 2, just comes back in round 3. Gets to use
Long
it.
ID drawing the Bomb Heaver, however.
Yeah. Showing Oniromancy there, really showing its echo value. Getting you echo value and the flexibility value, honestly. Okay.
Versatility on it is awesome. It's an expensive card, but what it does for you in card quality is beyond compare, especially when it comes back to drawing it. Tailbot now needing to make the leadoff play. Seems like it would just be to play the ball. Seems like you just lead off with ball here.
Well, he has to sear the ball first, and then source the ball from Oniromancy, and then hope that his leader shows him an Aristocrat. Like, it's not guaranteed that he's going to get his full ball completion. And I guess at most he would get one chapter, because there is still a Bomb Heaver, right, in Wong ID's hand. Tailbot will want to combo his Masquerade Ball with his leader on the same turn to get at least one chapter of poison.
Wong ID looking for the best leadoff here is going to go with Von Hurst, who we talked about at great length earlier, getting a nice buff and getting a little bit extra horde value with the updated Hidden Cache. So all the stars align for our friend Von Hurst. Very good proactive play as well.
Von Hurst is actually an extremely annoying engine for Tailbot right now. Tailbot not having any locks left on the from the Van Morlem Hunters. So Von Hurst, it's slow to poison. It's getting value if you have to poison it, and he wants to get the ball out first. So this Von Hurst is actually going to be playing for like at least 10 points, I think. Let's see if Tailbot
there with One-Eyed Betsy, that could have solved the problem.
Oh yeah, One-Eyed
Betsy not better.
Then you just
get it with leader. Oh wait, is that what he's doing? He's going with leader to get. Yes, he is. He's going with leader to get One-Eyed Betsy. He's knocking Hurst out. And there's nothing annoying Tailbot today.
There it is.
Big swing in tempo right here.
Betsy ready to take out Hearst on top of the deck. The bad news is the Tailbot did not find an aristocrat. So doesn't get the chapter on the ball and gets Heavered right away.
Gets Heavered right away. Heavered anyway.
But it's a bit of silver lining, right? You missed the aristocrat, but you find the perfect answer for the Hearst.
And a lot of good stuff is still left. Lots of good poisons. Still could potentially line up 4 poisons, and if any of those miss for whatever reason, Vincent is in waiting to convert on any of those poisons as well. So lots of points at risk on Wong ID's side. But the same applies. There are poisons as well for Wong ID. Neuromancy does source one with the Fist Tech as well, and another one. Huge steal opportunities with Philippa. Tailbot constantly playing around that. He goes ahead and poisons the Bomb Heaver right away, opting to keep Brathen's Usurper and Vincent for the later stuff here, and we're just going to see how much poison value he can get.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Tailbot has to end up poisoning a 4 here. It is quite short. It's not a threat.
And then no proactive play really here. Wong ID doesn't give Tailbot anything more to work with, but I would imagine we see the Raw Tosser come down here or something.
Or the Fang.
Or just the Fangs. Just the Fangs, yeah.
Wandy, again, trying to utilize this strategy of playing very few units, keeping his board short, and forcing Tailbot to play suboptimal poisons on these low-strength units.
Tends to be a great strategy against Nilfgaard in general. Nilfgaard usually, of all the factions, maybe Skellige these days, tends to have the most interaction with your side of the board. So being able to play very carefully around control here as another cow carcass dots the landscape here in Gaunter's twisted world.
So check this out. What if YD blocks the right side poison with Philippa, and then there's 3 poisons on the board, and then he can potentially clear multiple poisons with the Kalkstein?
Can do that. He would also be able to take.
Cupbearer.
Cupbearer, yeah, which would be. Does he spawn any cards at this point that are not in his deck? I'm not sure.
The Jock is an evolving card, so it is going to proc Assimilate again.
Yeah, right. I keep forgetting.
Just like Usurper does.
Jimmy, you got to keep me honest.
Okay, actually, YD decides to play Kalkstein here and purify the poison off of the Bomb Heaver.
Well, this makes it so Kalkstein is going to receive the poison.
Yeah. He's going to receive the poison, but now all of Tailbot's poisons are spread out, and he really doesn't have that many poisons left.
Saul needs to get some value soon too. This is an engine that's starting to show up pretty late in the game.
True, but if Wong ID plays Saul earlier, Saul's getting poisoned, right? So
be like that.
Might be better to forego some of the engine value on Saul so that he can avoid the poison and actually survive. If he gets like 3 turns, he's getting 13 points. That's already great for a 7 provision card as long as he survives.
Might be interested in grabbing that last poison to finish off the Dame. That is an option, but again, we were just talking about Saul, so quite possible. Saul's the one who's going to touch down, getting 3 points a turn as he does.
We can take a quick look at Wong ID's deck, see what he might be thinking about taking with this Oniromancy. There's a Heat Wave, or there's a Poison Finisher. So, I mean, he probably takes the Poison Finisher.
That would be the one.
The tallest unit on Tailbot's side of the board is going to be that Thirsty Dame. Okay. So we have an idea. Both players having really great, strong finishing cards here as round 3 dwindles down in game number 3.
Brathen's is kind of awkward here. Brathen's doesn't necessarily want to. I mean, the boost is probably not the worst thing in the world, but the other options are not really that great. The Aged Enchantress can't hit anything because of the placement of Redanian, Flying Redanian.
Yeah, Brothens might try to copy that Fistek Trafficker if Tailbot gets the chance. But Wang ID has last say, and if Wang ID is thinking about Brothens here, he might try to save that Poison Finisher Bronze for his last play. And you know what's really kind of funny? The fact that Wang ID is not playing a Devotion deck, it's actually helping him here in terms of the Jacques. Because if Jacques was phase 3, he would have Veil and he would just get killed by Vincent. And because there's no Devotion in this deck, Jacques actually dodging the Vincent.
Vincent shaping the meta in such a very strange way, making your cards worse to make them better somehow in a world where Nilfgaard always has you worried whenever you're trying to have positive things happen to your boards. Oh, there it is.
Now.
Gonna give him the poison. Fistek Trafficker lands on the Dame. Tailbot now potentially looking at Brathens. Salt keeps collecting that money, but is this the conversion that he could use poison on the Sol and then immediately cripple it?
It's not great because he can't poison the Sol. If he poisons the Sol, Kalkstein will just purify. There was never Tailbot never managed to answer the Kalkstein, and he can't play both cards in the same turn anymore. Both poison and the Vincent finisher in the same turn. Oh, so I mean, it's still giving him a 3-point better Vincent. He could poison, copy the poison the Kalkstein, and then Vincent the Kalkstein.
Yeah.
But it's not going to get the great value on the Sol.
Here comes the Brothens pick. Is going to be likely the Duchess Informant for the copy.
Your name, young man.
Gonna proc 2 assimilates on the board as well, which ain't bad.
Yeah, he's got the Cup Bearer, both the Cup Bearer and the Brothens.
A lot of points for Tailbot. He's looking pretty good right now. Wong does have the actual 21-point Philippa.
21
the unconditional 21-point Philippa right here.
Unconditional 21 for 10, even better than that, because he's going to steal a 9-point Cup Bearer and then proc the Assimilate on the Cup Bearer with a Jacques.
Oh my god. An unconditional 22-point Philippa. Unbelievable. Except for all those conditions.
Yeah, except for all those conditions, except for the fact that your Philippa is now turning off your Sol after you spend all your coins.
There is that.
But I think you still take it here. You don't want to be playing Jacques with 9 coins in your coin purse because he does have profit 4, and you would end up over profiting. Oh, he doesn't take the Cup Bearer. He takes the. He wants to get the extra 2 points on the Sol, I guess.
Well, you could have taken Brathens, I suppose. Does he really need the 4 coins there?
You need 4 coins to get 2 points from Sol, but I don't know. I'm not sure if the math works out that way.
The beast should be born.
Here comes Big Jack, but it's not going to be enough. Tailbot makes the ball look good. So Double Ball has now taken 2 wins and a tie at one point as well. But finally, we are out of the realm of Nilfgaard, leaving.
How close was that last game?
That last game was, I saw the difference of 3 points.
So if it was 3 points, that could have been the sequencing on. I mean, I think something could have maybe squeezed out a couple of points for Wang ID. Giving
the assimilate.
Giving Tailbot the ability to copy a poison might have done it.
That will be for the analysts, also known as Twitch chat, probably pouring over this at this very moment. We love you guys, by the way. We are going to go into the match point here for Tailbot having a chance to take down the defending champion, Wang ID. Wang ID must win with his hidden cash. He has to do it, and he has to do it against Pincer Maneuver Northern Realms. And he has to do it on, well, Tailbot would have to do it on blue coin to do it. So,
yeah.
Right. No, sorry. Hidden cash. It's either a mirror match or a hidden cash one more time. That's an interesting It's interesting. I think you probably take the mirror match if you're Wong.
So Wong is on red coin here.
You
In
might want to take the mirror.
Northern Realms mirror, blue coin is actually a little bit better, I think, because you're more likely to win round 1. You're able to win round 1 with fewer resources because of the extra point swing from the stratagem, and then you get to push round 2 and in the mirror first say with engines is quite important. But I guess both Hidden Cache and Northern Realms, they're both engine-heavy decks. They both kind of want to have that first say advantage in the deciding round. Hidden Cache has the points. So let's see. What's it going to be?
It goes down.
Wong ID taking Hidden Cache on red coin versus Tailbot's pincer maneuver. This could be the deciding game. Game number 4, Tailbot up 2-1. Let's see if he can close it out.
The blue coin start on Northern Realms for all the things that you just mentioned. It is always and remains to be one of the better factions to play going first, just because of how difficult it is to deal with a good engine line of some kind. You've got the drummers, now you've got the frigates, you've got Anna, of course. Some people are still playing Eggman, but obviously that's been cut, it seems, and that was still a very playable card that offered removal and engine. And I just think that the points are definitely there. So with the setup, can Tailbot lock down the first round and potentially go for a push and close down Hidden Cache? Personally, I felt when I play Northern Realms, I like the matchup against Hidden Cache. I don't know about you, Shinmiri.
I do too. I think typically Northern Realms is favored versus Hidden Cache. So Syndicate doesn't have that many control answers. They have Heatwave and Philippa right now.
And Tailbot knows that. Not even protecting the frigate. His only frigate, by the way, he runs one of because of the pincer maneuver.
Right.
Tax.
Like, with open deck lists here and Syndicate not really having much damage removal, Tailbot doesn't need to be afraid. He knows that there's no 5 damage. There's no Alzur's Thunder sort of card that can punish this. And he doesn't want to go tall because of poisons. But we can see Wong Edi doesn't even have poisons in his hand right now.
Might just be a Radovich Royal Guard to crew up the ship.
Could
Yes, of course.
To kill this Imki. I mean,
Right.
On the other hand, Northern Realms both of these decks are leaning heavily towards the engine side of things, and neither deck really has that much removal. The Boiling Oil gone now, Onseus and Varaxis and Onseus.
It's the greed. The greed drives us all.
Many of ours have died of late.
Von Hurst touching down one more time here. Potentially one last go for Von Hurst.
And you can see it already. You can see it already, the lack of removal. Using the Boiling Oil turn 1 or turn 2 against the turn 1 Imki, and then now Von Hurst is just going to have no answer. Is Tailbot going to commit the Onseus in round 1 on blue coin? I think that's highly doubtful.
It is a huge ask. He also has the option. There's only the one Boiling Oil, so Natalis doesn't have options. Yeah, he can't grab a second one. He's actually, Hurst is going to live right now. Tactical's still not spent.
It's just going to be a battle of the engines here. Tailbot's getting 2 points a turn from the frigate. Wong Edi's getting 2 points a turn from the Von Hurst, and now
Saul's here at the party.
Yeah, another 2 points a turn from Saul.
Hey guys, me too. Let's go.
Soon to be 3 points a turn.
This is the Engines Club. I'm here. Here's my card. You can see I've been here for a couple of months now.
Okay, so and Tailbot, no access to Baron right now. Baron would be a great answer for the Saul.
You may want to actually play Ansays. I think it's
Yeah,
tough,
I mean-
right? You have to really commit to the game plan for the rest of the game at this point, because Ansays does afford you to remove something threatening in the decisive round. This is just round 1, so it's a big piece. And unlike Nilfgaard and unlike Skellige, when you commit your big pieces in Northern Realms, this comes with a risk. It's not quite as risk-free.
Yeah, but if you let Saul live here, you might be losing this round on even.
Here comes Natalis. Gonna grab the AA.
Maybe a drummer.
What is pick.
Oh,
Gonna grab the Journey and Mauler. That's the cool thing about Amphibious Assault. You can make so many choices. Like a lot of the times, due to the provision differences, the orders, the ongoing effects, even Inspired, the points can add up, can level out in all different ways. And the fact that it gets kind of worse and worse, quotations, as you get higher in provisions. It's a fun card, man. It's a fun card.
I really love how Amphibious Assault is designed. It's a powerful card, flexible card, and the fact that it compensates you for taking a weak card is really cool. And I think this Mauler here is to set up the Falibor. I think we're going to see Mauler ping on Von Hurst and then Falibor Von Hurst.
That may be enough because Tailbot shows no signs of relenting. There's the 3, and Falibor is going to count it down for us. A 3-2-1, perhaps.
Because without answering one of these 2 big engines on Wang ID's side, Tailbot is really far behind in terms of the number of points per turn that each side is getting. So he needs to do something about it, and committing Falibor as removal. The fact that you can put 2 cards together to remove 1 card it's a really cool mechanic or interaction that I love about Gwent.
Tailbot seems to be wrestling with the idea of using tactical on the Radovid's Royal Guards, and then it seemed like he didn't even go for the inspiration. Not that it matters, it's just the armor, I suppose. He wanted to create the extra 7 on the back. I could see he was highlighting the Royal Guard and highlighting Falibor, and I thought that I was just seeing the ghosts of what was going to happen there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think maybe he wants to bait Wang ID to kill this 2-point Radovid's Royal Guard.
Or bait Philippa? Perhaps.
Maybe.
So he already had Falibor on the board, though. Tasty Philippa if you wanted to go that, if you wanted to commit.
Philippa, you want to be Philippa-ing an engine, right? Because both sides are very low on removal. You don't want to Philippa a 7-point Falibor, despite it being a bigger point swing or a 9-point Adirnian Mauler. You need to actually remove a threatening engine like Ana. If you Philippa an Ana, you swing 4 points a turn.
Yeah, Ana needs to be played very carefully here. Another reason why you might want to hold on to Radovid's Royal Guard boost as well. But as long as Wang ID has the money, he can make a purchase. And that's going to be really difficult here. So now Tailbot up 11 points on the blue coin. This is one of the most decisive points in the game. The 5-card evens when you're going first and you're ahead. What can my opponent do to take it? Obviously, we can see he can take it. There's a couple of ways. Really, Philippa, I think, is the only way. But
it says up 11 points, but it's not that much. Saul's still ticking for 3 a turn, and he's got 7 coins in the bank. Very, very dangerous position to keep playing, especially playing slow. If he plays something like Radovid's Royal Guard, he can get punished pretty hard here.
Tailbot doesn't seem pleased with it, perhaps wondering if Falibor was even worth spending at all, if the pass was going to come down here. But it did allow him to get the point required to not just get washed out by the ticks on Saul and the Peaches. 2 points will do it, putting us into round 2. Wang ID in the driver's seat on the 7-card threshold. Will he push it all, or will it just be an open pass? Can you give Northern Realms a great long round here? It's really scary when you see stuff like what Adalia is able to do with Drummers, Reynard, Amphibious Assault, Ana. You have to do a little bit of bleeding on Wang ID's case. Is that correct?
I agree. I think you're right. I think like Syndicate in this position, especially if you do pass, the Northern Realms player gets the first say in the deciding round 3. Oh, but Wang ID draws the Bomb Heaver on the last mulligan. That's going to make it a lot harder to push in this round.
A lot of palms and faces in this match.
He has a Bomb Heaver and he has 1 poison. Like it's a very awkward hand to push with. He also only has 1 Blind Eye for the Passiflora.
Yeah, so, this is not really the cocktail he's looking to put together here. This is difficult. And I think we've all been there where we kind of know exactly what we have to do and we see our hand and we just can't do it.
I know, it's a very frustrating position to be in. And also he has a leader that wants to play 3 rounds. If he doesn't play this round, he doesn't get his 3 coins from the leader. He doesn't get the Flying Redanian carryover in round 2. Like maybe he even plays something like
He could play leader Sea Jackal and play a bunch of points if he wanted to just advance one card, but it's giving Tailbot information that like he can't make stuff happen. He's just gonna go play an engine here. I mean, but oh man, Tailbot can punish, right? If Tailbot goes into overdrive here and smells blood, perhaps he doesn't have what is the strongest way he can get into this? He can't play Ana with Neuromancy or with AA.
He can't punish this that hard right now. He needs 10 points to get ahead because the Peaches is going to grow one more time.
I like this play here. This sets up a possibility for Ansays.
Yeah.
So you get the Royal Guard on the back row. Now Ansays can duel in and kill that Passiflora Peaches next turn. So Wang ID once again has probably his only chance here. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. He sees the lines perhaps that we don't see. He does have 7 coins, and he does have Philippa, and he does have Jack.
Yeah, he might even pass here. I was just going to say, he might pass here because he gets a really good trade. He trades the Peaches for an Adalia, and he gets more carryover for round 3. This way, he's able to at least take advantage of the fact that his leader is a 3-round leader. So he trades a bronze for a gold, and even despite like drawing poorly, having bad mulligans in round 2, not finding the hand to actually push deep with this round, he'd still be able to make the best out of a bad situation and make a good trade.
Tailbot grabbing 3 bronzes from the deck, and I'm not sure how much good stuff can be left considering the quality of the 6 cards he had going into the round. Wang ID now has his hand completed. We do see Passiflora and enough blind eyes to make some things happen. Philippa and Poison rounding it out, plus a Karathi Heatwave, which can prove to be really, really threatening.
Yeah, pretty decent hand for both players. I wouldn't say perfect hand for either player, but not bad.
Tailbot, that Scytheman is going to play for a lot of points, I'm pretty sure. Scytheman is one of my favorite last-ditch effort AA targets, just because it can just be such a blowout. Both the pincer maneuver as well is going to be instrumental as well, because we know that Donmir, whom we have not seen have a very good day today so far, Donmir hasn't done a whole bunch.
Okay, so Tailbot gonna be opening with his first say advantage.
Now he's playing
Donmir. Yep.
Yeah, picked Donmir, playing the drummer.
He's gonna play Odo instead of the defender first. Donmir is gonna end up getting Kalkstein here, though.
Yeah, I mean, Donmir is at least playing a threat here. We talked about it at the beginning of the round 1. The amount of removal is not that much. And look, this is now the Karathi Heatwave, which could, I mean, when you think about how many points Reynard can get you, that is a large amount of points. But if there's no way to really stop Ana, I mean, Tailbot's going to have to play around that Philippa money. That Philippa money is going to be very, very scary, especially when the Passiflora starts, making a profit.
The question is for me, how quickly can Wang ID get enough Philippa money to steal something? And this is going to be a big showcase of the first say advantage in this final round 3.
If Tailbot can keep boosting Donmir, it'll never be Philippa. And if that can't be Philippa, then nothing can be targeted.
Well, if that can be Philippa, Wang ID can still poison it or purify it, which I think that's what he would do if he can't Philippa it. But it is, like, Philippaing the defender is really annoying for Northern Realms, for Tailbot, because they don't have a good way of getting through the defender either.
Probably more worried about Ana getting taken as well, especially if you put the work into Ana and then gets you that value. Here comes Passiflora, open for business. Peaches out front. Nope, Sly in the back.
All right, so needs to set up the Passiflora so that he can play the Kalkstein. He only has 2 blind eyes, so he needs to have the scenario on the board before the Purify comes through. Everything is really slow for Wang ID here. Despite having the unanswerable scenario, it's going to take him multiple turns before he's able to remove any engine. And
that's why being able to set up Ana and perhaps boosting her out of Philippa range. And here comes Ansays, just being set up there, protected. Boosted now by the drummer. Pretty safe from any poison.
I wonder if there's
Right
a slight
thing.
miscalculation on Tailbot's part on what row to play his original units on. Because if his units had been on the back row, he would have gotten the formation on the Anseus, right? He obviously needs to play the Anseus in the same row to be protected by the defender, but I guess the question is, he wasn't sure if his defender would have gotten answered or not, so he wasn't sure at the time which row to play it on.
I guess you probably just always want to have that option of, well, I guess if you're playing Enseis early, then you wouldn't need to protect him. But yeah, there could be a marginal amount, or perhaps a non-trivial amount of points that were lost by the row selection overall. That would be a wild analysis to go through if it actually came into that opening decision there. But here comes Kalkstein. That will now open up the board for the poisoning of a lifetime.
And oh my god, double duel here on the 2 engines.
Yeah, they're gone, right? You face Veraxis real quick. Veraxis drops down, probably. I see it highlighted in the hand. Anseis is not done. He's still hungry for battle come forth, cowards. He demands satisfaction. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Satisfaction has been had. Both the Peaches and the Seductress have been destroyed by the Anseus. Now it's looking like Tailbot with the 2 engines, because Veraxis is still sort of an engine himself, and the drummer. YD with 0 engines on the board right now.
Looking pretty good for Tailbot at the moment. The answers, the poison, are able to actually put together here. Really, even on this board, doesn't seem like enough. And Tailbot still holding on to monster cards here, like Amphibious Assault, Bloody Baron. Likely should be able to hit the Jackal, but the Jackal will be... Well, it'll be the Jackal or the Urchin. 2 spenders kind of serving the same purpose. That's not really good for Wang ID. He doesn't want those 2 cards together in his hand.
YD has such an awkward hand right now.
Yeah,
he needs to get coins so that his Philippa can yoink something big. But to get coins, he needs to play his second Blind Eye to activate the scenario. But when he plays the second Blind Eye, he's going to over-profit at the moment because he's got 3 coins already. Second Blind Eye gets him another 3 coins to 6, and then the Passive Flora gets him 6, which would have gone to 12. And you can only hold 9 coins at a time. So before he can even get his coins, he has to play the Sea Jackal in order to spend some coins. Like, everything is just... It's so slow. I don't know how many times I'm going to be able to say this, but in order
to say it slower, you'll have to say it less times. You're really highlighting the difficulty. Like, Syndicate has these. There are so many micro decisions when it comes to every single time you look at your hand, you have to plan out. You have to actually plan on your finances in this situation.
That's what makes Syndicate the hardest faction to play. Highest skill ceiling faction.
Doesn't seem like that would change either. It's really kind of built into the way the faction is
the coin mechanics.
All of their points, yeah.
How about with a resounding lead right now? 25 points.
And it's still yet to be played. Doesn't want it to get stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Playing around steals here. I mean, I guess so close to stealing the drummer. Yeah,
with Heatwave gone, Tailbot doesn't have to be afraid of boosting things over 9. I guess there's still a poison, the double poison. But he might be trying to just making sure that Ana doesn't get stolen. If Ana gets poisoned, so be it. He's removing 2 points a turn. There we see it.
Coin, like low. Oh yeah, right. The final proc of the Passive Flora. I was about to say low coins, and then the bank is full. Syndicate tricks, of course. So there we go. Now all the coins are available. Philippa is at maximum power, but Tailbot can still play around it. If Philippa just goes for points, Anna can be safe to maybe get more than that. Also, yeah, you can't even play Anna and Booster out of range because you got the massive points.
Not at the moment.
If you play the second Marine, however, and hold on to that, then
yeah, but the second Marine could also get yoinked.
Yeah, but then the yoink's gone.
I mean, you play second Marine, while AD yoinks it, it's a very efficient yoink, right? Because you get a extra swing of 4 points, which translates to 8 points because it's going from one side to the other, but you don't have to pay for those points.
And you just sink the rest. So in this case, Tailbot would want to make. Oh no, doesn't want to make Anna very good. I was gonna say make him pay for the steal.
This is the other route. You want to steal the Anna, you're gonna steal an unbuffed Anna.
Yeah,
or
on board, buff it.
If you don't steal it right now, I'm gonna double buff it next turn, and you won't have a chance to steal it anymore. Tailbot might not be expecting the double poison.
Yeah, the double poison, but I mean, does the double, like, look at the points at this point. Now, I mean, the double poison is going to be a lot of points. Obviously, Philip is going to convert nicely, and Jack's going to, Jack still plays for a lot of points in the first place. So the point difference is really the tail of the tail, the tail of the game. And I do think that the double Carrick Marine boosting Anna that could be the play. It was kind of what I thought was going to happen, but maybe it would involve the Carrick Marine coming down first. But no, Anna coming down first. Here comes Philippa.
Wandi takes the Philippa anyways, or Philippa on the Anna anyways.
And no buff because there's nothing to the right.
Yep.
Nicely played here. Lots of great cards still available. The Sea Jackal will always be... There always should be something for Baron to clear an amount of points up from because of the spenders. At this point, the Scytheman is looking pretty good. I just love playing Scytheman for 8 points. Seems like a pretty realistic thing these days. What with your smoke 'em outs, your drummers being much more playable, boosts in general as well.
Yeah. And Tailbot's not even playing Uprising. Like, if he was playing Uprising, it would be much easier to get Scytheman value. That's why those Uprising lists, they play 2 Scythemen, whereas Tailbot's only playing 1.
Jack profits back up to 9 again, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. And then you can get a couple more Horde value on the Sea Jackal.
And it's just going to be poison. And is that really going to be enough just to remove 1 unit here for 6 additional points? Going up against the biggest Scytheman the world has ever seen.
Tailbot not having last say really hurts the Baron here.
It does, yeah. The Baron is only really ever hitting.
Wong ID doesn't have to spend any coins. He doesn't have to spend any coins until his last play. So the Baron's going to get a very tiny reset, and this could actually be the difference.
Trafford coming down on the 11-point Marine. This will be the convert 3 bleed on the Jackal. And then remember, we have 8 points just on the board, plus an additional 9 points here on the Scytheman. 10 points. 11 with Varaxis.
Yep.
Wow, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points. We're up 31, 32
it's
points.
So green. So green, he can't be seen. A final poison won't be enough green, and it looks like Tailbot's going to knock out the defending champion in Wong ID. Tailbot's going to advance to the semifinals. Shamir. Now that was a wild series.
Wow. Okay. Well played by both players. Tailbot taking the victory, and I think it came in that final game. I think it came down to Wong ID not having the hand to push deep in round 2, and then conceding the first say advantage by passing into round 3. But sometimes it happens, and you just gotta try to adapt.
Tailbot taking a nice big swig here, and he's just taking his little victory swig. And Shin Miri will be talking to Tailbot in just a second. But following this matchup, we will have Wasteland taking on Demarcation. Jagras and Impetuous Panda will be taking us through the second grouping of semifinals. And at that point, we will have our first semifinals brought together. We'll join you. Shin Miri and I will join you for the second half of the day. Cams versus Shaggy, old veteran versus older veteran in a new age, perhaps. And then finally, the battle of the qualifiers. 2 peers, Danarai and Poisoned, will be sitting in the hot seat for the first time. Finally, Hunger Games style, they're going to have to take out their final person for the ultimate qualifier. Shinmiri standing by with Tailbot. Let's hear what he had to say about that wild victory.
Congratulations, Tailbot, on your victory over Wong ID 3-1. How does it feel right now? I can hear.
I misclicked the leader. Is that about that because that shouldn't happen ever in tournaments?
Yeah, I noticed that. I saw you facepalm immediately. Was it just like the heat of the moment that got to you? Because I know that you've been practicing a lot, and I didn't expect you to make that sort of mistake in a tournament.
Yeah, and you know what's the funny thing? Like this thing actually happened to me like 3 days before. I also took drummer instead of something else. So like it's even worse because if you know, like this is the kind of mistake that should happen only once and only once and never again.
Well, despite the mistake, you managed to tie that game and go on to win the entire series versus YD. Which of the two players, Demarcation or Velocilin, do you want to be facing tomorrow, and how do you feel are your chances of taking this entire tournament?
I think Blasteling is probably a little bit weaker. But also like to get my revenge in Demarcation. Die between those two, and I didn't really look into the lineups of those two players.
So what you're saying is you're happy either way. You're gonna win either way, right? Congratulations again. We're looking forward to your games tomorrow. Have a good rest and prep. We'll see you then.
Thanks.
All right. We're going to take a look at the prize pool in just a second, see what these players have taken home so far due to the match stake and, of course, due to the entry. And we will be looking also forward into the future. It'll be Westlane taking on Demarcation, and that'll be Jagras and Impetuous Panda with us for that next game.
Yeah, another congratulations to Tailbot. Tough series. He didn't let the Twitter fans down. Make sure you guys are tweeting about the tournament with hashtag GWENT OPEN and let us know your predictions on who else is going to be moving on to the semifinals along with Tailbot.
Also, be sure to support Gwent Esports this year. It is the year of the Were Rat bundle. It is out there for you to take care of. You get the Sewers board, which you will spend no less than 15 years in, and of course the animated card back and the Wraith leader as well. So you support Gwent Esports in the Masters as well, and there's a bunch of bundles for the Opens as well. It's time to get into some more Gwent. If you can believe it, we are only through the first match, and it's already been an insane amount of competition. Wasteland and Demarcation are ready to get started. We'll see you on the other side. Jagras and Patches Panda back at the desk for this next match. We'll see you later, my friends.
Hello there, Vaseline. How are you doing, man? I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. This is your first time competing in the GWENT Open tournament. Could you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Hi, my name is Piotr Samsonov and I'm 29 years old. I've got on Gwent quite by chance. One of my friends showed me the game in the beta testing period during the Mahakam Festival event. I was familiar with it thanks to the Witcher universe as well. I'm also a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, that's why my in-game nickname is Vlastilin, which means Lord. I've been participating in all the qualifiers, playing on my phone, and I got here the same way.
Alright, that's really impressive actually. And did you win any GWENT tournaments prior to the qualifier that led you to Open 3? How was your qualifier experience overall? Tell us about that.
I don't have any big tournament experience, but I first saw Gwent Open around 2 years ago, and since then I've wanted to participate in one of those events. As you can see now, dreams do come true eventually.
Alright, that's awesome. And do you have like a player or players that inspired you to become a pro?
Well, in general, I get inspired by Gwent itself and the Witcher universe. I think it's really unique. Gwent changed a lot during the last year, and it turned out for the best.
another Gwent Open, another qualification for demarcation. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll start off with an easy question. So which is your favorite card in Gwent in terms of flavor and or mechanics?
So right now my favorite card would be GWENT. The reason being, it just feels so good when you play him, and then you obliterate your opponent's tallest unit and gain a bunch of coins. That's a feeling.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now focusing more on the current tournament. So what do you feel like is the state of the meta right now?
I think the state of meta is really balanced. Like every faction has at least a viable tier 2 deck, and then most pro players just disagree with like the ranking of 6 factions, so that's an indication of really well balanced meta. So yeah, the tournament meta will also be pretty interesting as I predict.
Yeah, excited for all the games. Looking into the future, you're already qualified for the Masters, so congratulations for that already. And you're already qualified for the next Open, for Open number 4. So is there still any kind of pressure left for you?
I think the pressure is definitely there, but on the other hand, I also understand that like 1B of 5 series can just really go either way. So I think as long as I make good plays, the outcome doesn't really concern me that much. So I would say the pressure is definitely there, but like not so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gwent Open number 3. My name is Jaggerus, and I'm joined, as always, by the incorrigible, the illustrious, impetuous Panda.
It's great to be back after that great first quarterfinal with two just could be a final. I mean, Tailbot and Wanga, two very good players. Followed up now with Demarcation. A player has been performing phenomenally all season long. I think it's going to be another very, very good match. And I'm really excited, to be honest.
Yeah, Demarcation, probably the player with the strongest track record for Gwent Open Season 2. Not only has he previously won an Open, he is regularly #1 at the top of the rank ladder, and he is a player that's exploded onto the scene. Meanwhile, Vlastelin, the newcomer, as we saw in his interview, he's this is his kind of first main tournament experience. It's something he's very excited about. But with Gwent, we've seen rookies come in and we've seen them knock down the big dogs of Gwent, so it's still anyone's game.
Also going to look at the Twitch drops. Just a quick reminder for those watching at home. If you watch for 4 hours, you get a nice little new avatar that looks a bit familiar. I wonder who that could be. And after 8 hours, you can get a keg as well. So make sure to, obviously going to be great games, so definitely watch because of that. But also because we incentivize you with some great rewards as well.
Just a little bit of rewards to sweeten the deal there to reward the community. So you do get the Walter Veritas, who is based on our lovely not community manager, lead developer, actually. So that is a nice little icon to add to your collection. If you're trying to collect CDPR employees via icons, Gwent Opens are a good place to be. So let's have a look at what you guys are thinking in terms of the Twitter poll and who you think is going to win. And unsurprisingly, an 85% swing towards Demarcation, who, like I said, he is well known for Gwent Open Season 2.
To be honest, I think if there's a favorite this tournament, it has to be Demarcation. He's won 3 seasons already. He's winning this current season as well. So in terms of recent performances, he's there as well. He's won Open tournament already. He's doing it all. He's already qualified for Open 4 and the World Masters. So he's everywhere and he's performing really, really well. So it would be a big upset surprise for Vlastelin to take it. But of course, we've heard about Cinderella stories about these rookie debut players doing really well. So it could definitely happen.
Yeah, who doesn't love an underdog? Everyone likes dogs in general, but who doesn't love an underdog? So let's have a little look at the decks, have a wee peek into the deck list and see what it is Vlastelin has opted to bring. We have a Scoia'tael Precision Strike Shiryu hand buff. We've got an Uprising list with Viraxis. We have the Warrior Patricidal Fury Skellige list and a single Masquerade Bull Imperial Formation list.
Yeah, the most surprising list of these, I think, is the Scoia'tael list. Scoia'tael last Open and definitely a month ago was considered the weakest faction. Now this kind of new archetype has resurfaced again with hand buffing, with Sheldon Skaggs, which is something we haven't seen in many, many months. Definitely a new take on Scoia'tael, and his take has been performing pretty well on ladder. In a tournament setting with red coin can perform even better because you have that opportunity to play all your hand buffs without being pressured by tempo in round 1 with a red coin, for example.
Yeah, this is a list I believe popularized by Gravesh, although don't quote me on that. Someone's going to be on Twitter being like, I played this list first. But, I do know that is kind of where it seemed to explode from in terms of popularity. And it's a list that you start to see all over the rank ladder. People kind of had been writing off Scoia'tael a little bit. But this list does, pretty well. If you can line up your Shuru targets, for example, you can really burn-inate their entire board. Plus, you then have the finishers with things like Synthesis or Sheldon for a big swing. The other card I want to briefly mention in terms of these lists, if we look at Nilfgaard, is the Dodric, right? Dodric, I don't even know how you say it, Lumarts. That is a bit of an unusual inclusion.
And at this point, half of Twitch chat is opening up the deck builder to find out exactly what this card does. And I wouldn't blame you. But yeah, definitely cool to see, new additions, new little tech choices added. Different players value different things, and it's nice to see some utility cards added. Like Dodric, we'll see if it works out for Vlastlin or not. But the other two decks, Uprising and the Skellige deck, pretty vanilla, I think. I think pretty expected what you expect from these two archetypes, so nothing too crazy there.
And if we look at kind of across the tournament, we will see a lot of these Uprising and Skellige Patricidal Fury decks. Although Telbot, he did bring that mobilization, and we saw that be successful for him in the previous event. So let's see what Demarcation has decided to bring to the tournament. And unsurprisingly, we see Syndicate. This man brings Syndicate to quite a lot of tournaments.
It is his favorite faction, so definitely not too surprising. And it's definitely, with the small little bump up to cash again, it's definitely considered, I think, one of the top factions right now. Has been performing quite well. And again, Uprising, going to be pretty standard for what everyone's been playing this past month. A very, very strong list with Amphibious Assault being added with this latest expansion. Patricidal Fury, the warrior heavy list. Some key differences, Donar and Skjall are played in some decks. Sometimes it's a Champion's Charge or a Grimace, so small differences, but overall the same archetype. And Nilfgaard could be single ball, could be double ball, but still this Imperial Formation list most of the times.
Yeah, those small differences, though, in Skellige can have a big impact. So Demarcation without Champion's Charge or Grimmist. And that's going to mean that his matchup against Northern Realms is challenging because you can't deal with the Donimir of Troy, which means we may see that get banned. Meanwhile, in terms of Demarcation's Nilfgaard, he is known for his match-up knowledge with Nilfgaard. He plays Nilfgaard at a very, very high level. And we may just see a respect ban when it comes to Nilfgaard and Demarcation because he's that scary with the list. So let's jump into the bans now and have a little look at what players have opted to ban.
Looks like Northern Realms is banned for Vlastlin, so this very, very strong Uprising list. Completely banned, he cannot play in this series. And for Demarcation, like you were mentioning, it is Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard, a list that on red coin and in a tournament setting can perform better than on ladder. On ladder, it's a bit less consistent, especially this last month. I think some players have been struggling with it. But in the tournament setting and in Demarcation's hands especially, it can be very, very dangerous. So Vlastlin with a respect ban. And I think also because he doesn't have too many ways to deal with scenarios, he only has one deck, the Scoia'tael deck with answers to scenarios. So maybe that's the reason as well.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to pick a scenario list, Passiflora and Syndicate is maybe the lesser of the two evils compared to Masquerade Ball. So you can understand the decision-making process going into these bans. I think it's going to be exciting to see some Scoia'tael. I'm looking forward to that. And it's going to be interesting to see how players opt to sequence these lists, because there's certain matchups that players are going to favor and certain matchups that you want to kind of avoid. For example, if you have a bunch of engines, so you're playing Cash, you've got all your Peaches, your Seductresses, for example, and then they play Shuru and manage to burninate them, whether they're at 5, whether they're at 7, that's going to spell disaster. So maybe not a matchup that maybe Demarcation would like to see.
Yeah, unlike the ladder setting where you just queue up with the deck, you can play it 20 games in a row and you master the deck and you're very happy because you're getting MMR. In this case, it's very, very different. In tournament setting, you have to think about, red coin and blue coin because it is a fixed coin and you know what to expect. It alternates between games. You have to think about what your opponent might bring on a certain coin and maybe try and predict that and, pick something else for your deck because of that. So a lot of mind games, whole extra layer of complexity added to the game of Gwent in this tournament setting, especially because these are the best players in the world. So it's very, very difficult to not only think about sequencing correctly in the game and playing your cards in the right order, but also just in the bigger picture, when to bring a deck, when to queue certain decks. It's very, very difficult, and these players are going to have a hard time trying to predict each other for sure.
And I feel like series can be won or lost simply based on the way that you sequence your list. Like if you can find the matchups that you're favored in, you're already giving yourself a competitive edge in a matchup. So these are some of the things that you really have to consider. And sometimes we do actually see players opt to play a deck that's typically maybe more favored on red or on blue on the opposite side, just so that they can kind of find the matchups that they want or surprise their opponents.
Yeah, the mind games are definitely going to be there, I think. We're going to see it the whole tournament long, so it's always interesting, I think, for viewers. Sometimes when you're not, watching the game right now, kind of the slow time between games, I think it's very nice to start thinking yourself what decks your opponent or what decks you think the players are going to bring and kind of the reasoning why they did that. I think it's a nice little mental exercise. But looking at the list and talking about the blue coin and red coins, I think some decks, like you said, lean towards a certain coin more than others. And I think it's important to talk about NR with Crystal Skull now, the veal option instead of just tactical advantage. It changes things a bit and makes them quite a good choice with Amphibious Assault, especially on blue coin, for example.
Yeah, Veil's one of those really frustrating things, and the shift towards Crystal Skull, I think, has a big negative impact against this with things like poison. So you're looking at, say, Syndicate, you're looking at Square's Hell sometimes, you're also looking at Nilfgaard, because, everyone makes this mistake. I've made this mistake. This isn't the last time I'm going to make this mistake. I'm sure you have at home, and if you haven't, you're probably lying. You can't lock a Veil. You can't poison a Veil. So you see this unit, they've boosted it and they've applied Veil, and usually with tactical advantage, you're like, right, well, they've made a nice tool unit for me. I'm going to get good value out of my poisons, for example. But with Veil, you can't do that, and it can be, one of those things that at least, non-pro players sometimes get a little bit stuck on, shall we say.
I think the first few days of the expansion, I was alert. I was, made sure, don't do it. But after a few days, I dropped that sense of alertness and I messed up a few times, I have to admit. So I think it could happen to anyone, like I said, or like you said. But in this case, in this tournament setting, I hope these professional players that are here with a lot in stake, not just this tournament, but also the pass to the World Masters at the end of the year, I think they're not going to be making those mistakes. Although we have already seen a bit of a blunder from Tilba in one of his games with a mess up with the leader and everything, but that maybe is a bit more complicated of a situation.
You've cursed them now, Panda. You've cursed this matchup.
I hope not.
Or at least this tournament. Oh dear. Yeah, so yeah, I like Crystal Skull, and I really like that Demarcation's opted to bring it, across the board where he's not playing Lamp. If we look at Demarcation's lists, we can see that he really favors the Crystal Skull, whereas some players have gone for that tactical advantage in their lists. And tactical advantage, it gives you one extra point of boost. So in terms of trying to create space to find a pass, you have that advantage, but you lose out on the Veil. And I feel like for 1 point, that is a pretty good trade for Veil.
And with Syndicate coming back into the meta as well, round one, poisons is always a big deal against Syndicate, so it's nice to have a protection there. And obviously Nilfgaard is always going to be a poison-heavy archetype and decks for sure. So being able to answer two of the big meta factions with that Veal, I think it gets you the value most of the times. So I think it's definitely worth running.
I think it's a list, though, this hidden cash list, it may struggle in certain situations because all of your spenders in this situation are going toll. So he doesn't have Ewald. Ewald is in the sewers at the moment. He'll be there for at least another 15 years or so. So you don't have that way of spending money on damage. So sometimes in a matchup against something like Vlastelin's, is it Vlastelin's Skellige? Or just against Skellige in general, if they have the Morkvarg, actually I don't think Vlastelin has the Morkvarg, but that can be an issue. So in terms of your matchups, you have to be a little bit careful. You can go greedy and you can go for this kind of list here, which Demarcation has gone for, where you would go very toll. But in some matchups, that can be problematic against things like maybe Nilfgaard, where they can poison you, for example, and you don't have Ajar, so you haven't gone for Ajar to have the protection on these units.
Yeah, it's always quite difficult. Looking at the Skellige list, both players obviously bringing Skellige, very, very strong faction at the moment, even after a few rounds of nerfs. We can see the two, I think the only two differences are, like we mentioned before, Demarcation is bringing both Skjall and Donar, so both 7 provision cards, and Vlastelin is swapping those out for Gremist and Champion's Charge. Of course, Gremist is very versatile. It's not many points, but it gives you a lot of utility in terms of being able to purify your opponent's defenders even, not just poisons on your side of the board. So I think it's a safer option. Whereas Demarcation, obviously you get a lot more points with Skjall and with Donar. You have a bit more control with Donar as well, but you just straight up do not have an answer to poisons, for example, in your deck. So it's tricky what's best. I think both players might decide to queue these decks on different coins even, like you have a completely different strategy because of these changes. And it could be kind of a hint that Demarcation maybe wants to play SK on red coin to have more reach with skill, for example?
Yeah, so if we have a little look at Vlastelin's decks, you can kind of see some of the differences here we were just talking about. And it kind of depends on your strategy, right? I feel like with Demarcation, because he hasn't gone for Champion's Charge and he hasn't gone for Grimace, you don't have the toll removal in terms of just straight killing a defender, and you don't have the Purification to remove the status. So this suggests that his plan in terms of his deck building was always to ban Northern Realms, because if you include those cards, you make your matchup against Northern Realms much better. However, if you don't include those cards, you make your matchup in something like the Mirror much better, where Grimace isn't really doing a whole lot, and you can then open up the deck to do different things. So you have to decide when you're building your decks and when you're coming to a tournament, what is my strategy with this deck? Which matchups do I want to make better? Am I okay with making these matchups worse? If you're banning a matchup, obviously that's totally fine. You're like, oh, that matchup can be terrible because I'm not going to play it. But you have to kind of make decisions about why you're changing cards. And I think this is something that players, you at home as well, when you're in the deck builder, think about, why am I changing this card? What am I trying to do better? Am I struggling against this? Am I struggling against that? And that's what pro players do, just on a much more competitive level.
Exactly. I mean, I think the tournament actually starts when the deadline for these deck submissions happens. So maybe a whole week in advance, because that's when you have to have your decks ready, have your lineup ready, have your general strategy ready. You're already thinking what to expect from your opponents and how to counter that. So, like I said, there's a big layer of complexity added on top of just playing the game of Gwent when it comes to tournaments. And like you said, just seeing these decks, you can see right away some hints as to what these players are planning in terms of bans, in terms of queuing order, in terms of what they want their decks to achieve. And it's always very insightful, I think, to study the list before a series and try and find out what the strategy is for both players.
And bear in mind, this tournament is open deck list. So I know in the past we've had tournaments where the players only know the leaders prior to their games. In this tournament, Vlastelin and Demarcation and all the other players, they know exactly what is available to their opponents. They know, oh, my opponent has a counter for this, or oh, my opponent doesn't have a counter for this. My opponent can deal with my scenario. They have, say, artifact removal, or oh, they have Purified to deal with poison. So you know that. You know the cards that you're wanting to play around. But at the same time, you do have a certain amount of time to think based on the rope. So you do sometimes find players, they make misplays, and a lot of the time it does come down to you don't have enough time to think about all of the possible lines of play.
Mm-hmm. And look at the factions here in the bans. What do you think we could expect for a game one, considering that Vlastelin is on blue coin for this series? So you'll have to, if it's a 5-game series, you'll have to play 3 of those games on blue coin, and Demarcation will play only 2, so a slight advantage for Demarcation just in the draw show already. But in this case, with Vlastelin on blue coin, game one, what do you think we'll be seeing as a first matchup?
So in terms of Vlastelin's lists, I think the variant of Scoia'tael that he's brought, because it's not there's kind of 2 variants, the ways you can run this list. You have a more blue coin favored list, which has things like Figus in it, and then you have the more red coin favored variant, which is the version that, say, Vlastelin's run. You've got things like, you've got the, say, Synthesis, you've kind of cut, certain things, and he's gone down that route where that's kind of more red favored. Mm-hmm. Similarly, we know Nilfgaard loves to bully folk on red. Like, we've seen it plenty of times in a tournament. People call it, red coin abuse. Like, you're literally abusing your opponent. So those 2 lists, I think, are maybe slightly more red favored. And because Northern Realms is banned, this is maybe, I feel like this has shoehorned Vlastelin a little bit into this box where if he wants to play the decks on their favored coins, he has to go for Skellige. Meanwhile, I think Demarcation has a bit more choice. The Syndicate list typically, does prefer blue, but NR and Skellige, like NR again also prefers blue, but they're more flexible. So NR, you can play it on red, and similarly Skellige tends to prefer red, but you can play it on blue. So Demarcation is in a much more comfortable position in terms of the way he wants to sequence this and how comfortable his decks are on different coins.
That being said, if we're able to deduce that Vlastelin has kind of been shoehorned into maybe the optimal strategy would be Skellige on blue, Demarcation can probably also figure this out. And if he has a certain matchup that he thinks might be, very good against that blue coin Skellige, he might choose that. So that's where the mind games start. Now Vlastelin might decide, okay, if he expects Skellige, I might have to pick something that's not as optimal to then, play around what he's thinking. So like I said, there's many layers of complexity added onto this, which is why we might predict something, like I think McBeard and Shamiri predicted something, and it was something completely different for the game one, because there's a lot more to it. And obviously both players have to decide, and we'll see who ends up being right and who gets the favored matchup for game one. We're just going to wait for the players to join and to ready up, and we'll be hopefully getting to the game very, very soon.
It's like Inception, how many layers of mind games do you want to go down with your deck building? And sometimes people get so deep, they're like, you know what, I'm just going to play my red coin decks on red. and maybe that'll work out. Maybe that'll work out. Maybe it won't. I mean, if we saw a Skellige mirror now, I don't know if I would be too surprised, but I'm not gonna put money on it. I'm not a betting fan. And if I was, I probably wouldn't put money on it.
And some viewers at home might think, oh, it's too complicated to start thinking so deep into it and all these mind games. But with a game like Gwent and with these players at such a similar and very high skill level, every single very small, minute decision matters. When you see most of these games ending with 2, 3-point differences, draws quite often nowadays, I think, it's because all these small decisions have some very big consequences for the end game result. So yes, it does matter, especially with so much on the line in terms of cash dollars and also the pride and also the qualification to the possible World Masters. But looks like we're finally going in here. Vlaslin bringing his Nilfgaard on this blue coin and Demarcation answering with Skellige on red. I think like we expected from Demarcation.
Yeah, I think Skellige red for Demarcation was expected, but Vlastelin, Nilfgaard blue, that's, a little bit of a curveball because we did talk about bullying and whatnot. But how do you feel about the hands? Although we are mulliganing at the moment.
I think we'll have to wait and see what the final result is. Obviously, maybe 2 Magnies is a bit much. Although if you expect Skellige to answer with something like a Stunning Blow, it could be fine to keep 2 engines. But I think, yeah, 1 Magni is enough. Get that 1 Stunning Blow out and then continue on. Like we mentioned, Vlaslin is on blue coin, which means that he has to have, because Scoia'tael is a red coin deck, he has to have like a flex spot deck, and I think Nilfgaard is the one taking over that role. If he was on red coin instead for the series, it might be different.
So players just completing their mulligans, going right down to the rope, and Vlastelin going first. I feel like it's likely we'll see something, actually opting for the hand fixing. We did talk about Dodric. I was going to say Magni's a good opener because you just start getting the engine going, but clearly Vlastelin, he wants to start adjusting this hand and finding the cards. And this card, for those of you guys who don't know, I think that is actually quite a few people, he every turn can utilize this, if it's in the range row, to draw a card and then move a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck, which basically guarantees you aren't going to draw it.
So a bit of hand fixing, a bit of utility. A lot of the cards don't necessarily add points to the board, but they do have effects that allow you over the length of the game to get an advantage over your opponent. If it is an answer, this is pretty much an engine, basically a hand fixing engine at 6 points, hard to remove, and doesn't have any armor for Stunning Blow to hit it either. So interesting addition, definitely in the spotlight. First play of the series, so Vlastelin making sure everyone at home has their eyes on this very interesting new card.
I think it's a tricky one because with Vlastelin, he needs certain bronze cards, right? So he needs the Magni division as a proactive play later on, for example. He wants to have the Impera Enforcers because they have the spy synergy and because he needs some soldiers for Ramon. So there are actually a lot of bronze cards that I think are quite core for the Nilfgaard strategy. And with those, I just feel like, Dodric, he can maybe put you into a bit of an awkward spot. Like, yes, if you draw Afan and stick him to the bottom of the list, that's great. But I'm not 100% sold on this inclusion.
And usually the hand fixing, you want to do it in round 3, just to guarantee you have the optimal hand. But then in round 3, you're playing a 6-point card that maybe isn't the best tempo-wise. So that's where utility maybe isn't as great in terms of not putting that many points on the board. So yeah, it's a tricky inclusion. It's definitely, we'll see if it pays off in the rest of this series. But definitely an interesting card to see in a big tournament. And Open number 3 is not what I expected to see for sure today.
Yeah, I think the goal is to maybe try and improve the Roderick a bit. Like, if you can get more gold cards in hand, then obviously that means that Roderick is less of a high roll. Because sometimes if you have a lot of gold left in your deck, you play him and you're not getting what you need, and that can kind of make life awkward. But we'll see Vlastelin now making a choice. What does he want to put to the bottom of the deck and basically say, I don't need this card for this game? And obviously it's a tricky choice.
That could be Magni. If you expect the Stunning Blow to happen instantly, there's kind of, it's going to be answered no matter what, so it's fine to just remove it. Tortoise is still also a pretty proactive play. Mostly with Nilfgaard, you have all these plays that you want to, not necessarily remove your opponent's cards like Skellige does, but more poison, status effects, etc. And having proactive plays that you can play without having much of a board to answer to is quite nice as well. Looking at the deck for Nilfgaard, it isn't what we saw last series. There's a few key differences. There's more of a Impair Enforcer kind of spy strategy with Fergus as well, which is great as a combo if you can get that off, like you mentioned with Ramon. It's a ton of points and a ton of removal, so damage ping, which are even more valuable, but it's harder to make these engines stick and try and get the full value from them.
I think Vlastelin does have to be a little bit careful in this round that he doesn't play too many of his proactive plays. You know, we've seen the Tortoise played, which is an option for an opening play. We've seen Dodric as the opening play, and we've seen Magni Division, which is another opening play, banished to the bottom of the deck. So you have to be a little bit cautious that you don't, you know, get rid of too many of those strategies. We see Demarcation using the damage there in order to damage the Arcane Tortoise, and that does boost then his Ancrate Raider up. So getting a little bit of extra juice for his buck.
Now the hand here is looking a bit odd for Vlastelin. I mean, the Enforcer, I think you want to keep it for round 3 to just try and play with Ramon and get all those Enforcers down. Although Skellige, I think, is going to have a pretty easy job of answering because it just is the faction with so much removal. But we see Dodric used once again. Continuing the hand facing, of course, you have the option to, so why not take it? He does remove
opting to get rid of
Amnesty.
The Amnesty, which I like. I feel like Amnesty I feel like Amnesty is a weird tournament inclusion because your opponent knows about it, so they can play around it. And Vlastelin was kind of in an awkward position here because, you know, he's kind of getting to the point where he has to make a decision about committing. And ideally, you'd like to have kind of 3 air quotes bad cards that you can play if you don't want to commit into the round. But with the Dodric, you're kind of also then putting your bad cards to the bottom of your deck. So you're kind of making your hand better and better, which I guess makes his round 1 easier, but you have to be careful about then being in a situation where you overcommit.
And Vlastelin hasn't really overcommitted too much yet. I mean, hasn't played really anything of too much value. He's still 7 points up, has a poison ready to go on the board as well, and the magical lamp ready to be hit. So pretty comfortable for now. Skellige does have a lot of points, but right now Demarcation taking it pretty slow, not making any big flashy plays just yet. We'll see if he wants to. Again, he's not running Grimace, so this is going to be a big test for him playing against a poison-heavy deck, which is Nilfgaard with Masquerade Ball.
And this might be where Vlastelin actually managed to snipe, you know, the matchup that he was looking for. And in terms of the Dodric, it's now dead. It is now a Dedric, but it's actually managed to set up Vlaselin's hand quite nicely because he's gotten the second poison with the fangs quite cheaply. That's a cheap poison, so you can quite comfortably commit that into the round. You know, you've got a nice big target because of the Tortoise, the Ancrate Raider, and then you've also got the extra points from the Magic Lamp. So you've actually got quite a lot of tempo in that play, and it can really bully Demarcation if Vlastelin wants to go down that route. I would assume he does because he hasn't clicked the lamp yet. He didn't rub his Magic Lamp, so that tends to suggest that your player wants to continue playing.
That being said, past this Fangs of the Empire play, I'm not sure how much more Vlastelin wants to commit without having to do some kind of combo, so playing very slowly at first with Impera Forces and then Fergus, for example. He might use a lamp here now, has a 15-point gap, is pretty guaranteed that Demarcation can do this in 1 card, and then has the option to pass after this turn, having a nice enough gap to not let Demarcation go ahead.
Yeah, it was a 16-point play, so he's given himself more than enough wiggle room for the pass. But the thing is, what does Demarcation commit here to even catch up? Like, I feel like Demarcation can't easily catch up in 2 cards, let alone 1 card. You'd have to commit something, I think, fairly substantial to close that gap.
Yeah, it's going to be a big tell. I mean, if he goes very slow tempo, then Vlastelin will just say, okay, I'm going to pass here. I don't need to, you know, play more into this round. And I don't have a hand to really commit unless I commit all the way, basically. So it is going to be tricky, I think, depending on what Demarcation plays. He could just play a warrior or something like that and just take it really slow, and then that might be a pass from Vlastelin.
I mean, the Donar is set up right, so you do have that option to get the 9 points there, and then you only need, 7 to close the gap. But 7 is still quite big in Gwent, although maybe not for Skellige with their bronzes.
So there's 1 longship down, 1 more in the deck for Demarcation. He's running 2, so this raiding fleet is not dead yet, although maybe a bit late to play a raiding fleet and a 2nd longship as well at this point. Now Vlastelin, looking at his hand, he has to either break up these combo pieces or commit a very, very strong gold in Vincent, Brathens, or just the roulette of Roderick, which could be a whole lot of things still. I mean, you have Ramon, you have Invocation, you have the Masquerade Ball, Usurper even, so not really golds you want to play round 1.
I don't really hate the pass here, you know. I feel like it's a big gap still for Demarcation to play, and you know he's played this engine, but if Vlastelin passes, that's a way of countering the engine because the engine only or the train, even though it's a boat. It only continues when your opponent plays cards, right? This engine is reliant on Vlaston playing cards, but Vlaston actually opting to play the Brathens here and deciding to go for, unsurprisingly, the Duchess's informant, who has made his own boat train for Vlastolin, and now, that basically counters the engine. If you have the same engine, it's a net zero.
Yeah, I think it's a big commitment. Brathens is a very good card overall, but I think this pretty much seals the deal for this round. I think at this point, Demarcation isn't going to fight for it. He could still do it, of course. Skellige has a lot of points, especially with the hand he has. I think he still could do it, but with this point gap, I don't think it's going to be Demarcation's choice here. I think he's going to decide to pass. We'll find out just a bit, but that was kind of the last play that Vlaston had without committing one of the Masquerade Ball Aristocrats, or just this combo piece with Fergus and Pair Enforcers that if you commit one, you have to commit the rest to really get the full value from them, and I'm not sure he has the time to do so in this round one.
And the other issue for Demarcation with this play is that Donar's Bloodthirst has been quenched. Because of the Assimilate triggers on the Cupbearer, it's boosted back up. Because of the Assimilate triggers on Brathens, that hasn't been weakened by the boat. And because of the armor on the Ancrate Longship, the Bloodthirst has just been denied, which means Donar becomes 2 points worse. So he didn't even have that tempo play anymore, and opting to just pass out of the round.
Yeah, and there's Demarcation basically saying, if you want to win this round, you need to commit something nice. He committed the Brathens, like, all right, you can take it, I'll pass here. That's fair enough. So I think Demarcation wasn't really ever fighting for this round, considering how he opened up his play for the first few turns, and was still able to get a pretty nice card out of Vlastlin in the Brathens.
Yeah, I think Demarcation, he really didn't commit all that much. He got, a Raider, a Stunning Blow, a Gutting Slash, and a Longship. He's just played 4 bronzes. And while Skellige bronzes are brilliant, Skellige gold cards are glorious. So he hasn't spent too much, whereas Vlastlin spent a little bit more, but now he's in control. He's the one in the driver's seat. So I do hope he has his license.
And talking about gold cards for Skellige, Wild Boar is missing in this deck list for Demarcation, so it doesn't have that enormous long round threat that most Skellige decks normally have. And he does have Morkvarg Heart of Terror instead. So a pretty good answer to something like a Dame, for example, from the ball. Could leave that just buffing itself and then pinging all the way down with a Morkvarg. He just drew there, actually. But in the long round, Skellige a little bit less scary in this situation.
I think this was a matchup, we're talking about queuing and sequencing, and I do think this was a matchup that Vlastolin was really hoping for, because single ball tends to be favored versus Skellige. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to win, but it does tend to be favored because they don't have ways to deal with your Masquerade Ball, for example. You have ways to bully them. You can utilize their engines for yourself. There's sometimes good options for poison, for example. So this matchup, I think this is what we were talking about with sequencing. Vlastolin found the matchup that he wanted.
Now, Vlastlin, he's going to pass here. He was hovering over the Enforcer. Sometimes, because it's almost beneficial to play first when you have a very engine heavy and combo heavy deck, you might want to just bleed and go for a 2-0 sometimes. But in this case, no Ramon. I think he's definitely hoping to draw that now in this next mulligan phase to be able to copy the Enforcer and have 3 different Enforcer threats ready to go. Because if a few of those survives, the damage pings that you can get with those are just off the charts to deal with something like a Longship, for example, from the raiding fleet.
Yeah, I think when you have 8 cards in hand, usually it is better to play, because then, although you get an extra mulligan, you draw 1 fewer card. So it equates to the same thing, but when you draw 3 cards, you get more information in terms of your mulligan. You get more choice in what you want to mulligan, right? But with Vlastolin's hand,
so the Vlastlin, he just found the Ramon on that last mulligan, so why play Dodric when you can just mulligan into your gold on the last minute anyway? That's a big, very clutch mulligan for Vlastlin. I think definitely going to change the outcome of this round for sure. Being able to copy an Impair Enforcer, it's one of the scarier engines if left uncontested, because it's not just you're not boosting yourself and putting yourself in a vulnerable position. Instead, it's converting it into damage pings and controlling the board with 1 damage ping, so you have complete precision as well in how you want to deal with your opponent's card, which is very, very valuable.
I think it was a really risky mulligan because we hadn't seen Afan. We hadn't used Dodric to banish Afan to the bottom of the deck. So Vlastolin taking a risk, and it has paid off, because if you look at Vlastolin's deck, the only gold cards left are Afan and Yennefer. So you know exactly what Roderick was going to pull. We did talk about gold consistency. And it also means that you can comfortably play Roderick whenever. You don't have to use all of your leader charges first.
This could be a tourney joust, unless you're in a hurry to set up your engines, which is sometimes the case with these Imperial Enforcers. You want to get them online because there's so much setting up to do, because you're playing 3 different Enforcers in a single round. You kind of have to not waste any time at the start of the round, set them all up so you have those damage pings ready as soon as your opponent's engines or valuable targets come on the board. Could be a nice tourney joust though. It would deal with 4 points, but those are essentially 6 points, so
yeah, you get a little bit extra value out of your tourney joust. The downside, I guess, of tourney jousting it now is that it's even better if your opponent then has something else, next to the totem, where the damage would then go on to a target that you don't want to damage. But you correctly said that, there's a lot to set up here, and Vlastolin is wasting no time in setting up those Imperials and giving them an extra boost to remove them from certain levels of removal range.
it's always kind of a feels bad moment when you have to set up so many engines because you just want to start pinging people and start playing your Fergus and go online quick, but you lose out on value if you don't play all your engines first. So it's always a tricky one. We'll see how Vlastolin decides to navigate the sequencing of these cards in this. I think the beginning of this round will be very, very important for the total outcome. Also, to mention the long ship we saw in the series between Tailbot and Wangid, that one of those long ships surviving, I think pretty much sealed the deal for Tailbot and allowed him to win that game by 2 points because it pinged so many times at the end of the match without any answer. So we'll see if the same happens here because it plays for Bloodthirst as well. Herctor coming down instead, also an engine, so it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I have a deep hatred of the Skellige fleet, and we can see there in the background of Hercure, the Skellige fleet, she's summoning them to battle. Vlastolin has to make a decision about how many engines is enough engines, right? Because ideally he wants to get all of the Imperial forces on the board, so 3 of them, if you include Ramon, that's 3 turns. And he also would quite like the Thirsty Dame from Masquerade Ball on the board, because that gets boosted whenever your enemy gets a status before he plays Fergus, because then the Thirsty Dame will buff by 3 and all of the Imperial Enforcers will get 3 charges. However, maybe that is too greedy. So you have to decide, well, Vlastolin has to decide when it is enough points before I start using these engines.
Considering it is open decklist and Vlastolin knows that Demarcation has the Morkvarg, maybe okay, my Dame's gonna grow to an infinite number, but it doesn't matter because Morkvarg will ping it down anyway. So he could just decide to forget those points because they're gonna be points that are gonna be gotten rid of anyway by the Morkvarg, so it's not really that preferential. Instead, goes for the Turning Joust and the ping right away from this Enforcer to take down that Hercure.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice clean play. Hercure, super irritating when going on an onslaught. Just like boats, she pings away too. She's just like sitting there shooting your opponent's cards, so not really the greatest thing for Vlastolin to have, and he says, no, I don't like this, and does swiftly deal with it. Vlastolin also in quite a comfortable position because he has his Imperial formation. He can, to a certain extent, deny Bloodthirst. Like, obviously, Patricidal Fury means you'll have 1 turn where there's at least 3 Bloodthirst on the board, right? Because you spawn Arnulf and his Sirens. However, after that turn, with the extra points or the boost from Imperial formation, you can try and manipulate the board state a little bit to deny Bloodthirst, which makes Skellige's life more difficult.
And the Skewered all coming down, a very clean, just tray with that Enforcer at 5 points exactly, thanks to that ping from the Hercure. So, like you said, Imperial formation is great to deny Bloodthirst, but also just to keep your engines nice and healthy. The Imperial Enforcer's coming down at 4, a bit risky, but at 6, much better, especially if they don't have armor. You have to be careful with buffing the one from Ramon, because then Stunning Blow with Vabjorn in hand might become more of a dangerous threat. Looking at the deck, though, I think an important card is missing from Demarcation's hand. Herald the Cripple, very, very strong card. Not in hand. Could be detrimental for his game plan.
Yeah, Herald is very powerful. It's the evolving card. It's the new card for Master Mirror that every faction has. They have these cool evolving cards. And Herald, not only does he allow you to access a warrior, by round 3, if you're running a devotion deck, you also have that engine potential. So against your opponent's engine, it's pretty sad, right? Because whenever you play a warrior, you'd get some damage, which allows you to set up damaged units, Bloodthirst and all that jazz.
So Vlastin not missing much of anything. Madman Lugos and Herald in the deck for Demarcation. Of course, Blood Eagle is still in hand, so as long as he activates the Bloodthirst, he's good to go.
Yeah, he can use that to fish for Herald, right? Because you've got the warrior
But-
tag. So that is an
not
option,
both.
but
Only one of them too.
No.
So still missing one of the big gold cards in his deck still. But I think overall pretty happy. I mean, this hand does look quite frightening. If I was Vlastin and I could see my opponent's hand, I would be a bit scared.
I think it's tricky though. Like, you need to set up the target. That's the issue. Like, you need that. Well, I guess this sets up the target, right? You can use Arnulf to do it. I was gonna say he's gonna have to find the target, but his leader does just that. So, opting for, I would assume Herald. Yeah, we like Herald. We're talking about how good Herald is.
Could have also been Lugos into destroying the Enforcer, but I think Herald overall is a bit of a scarier option. Vincent might come down very soon. You still have a few Aristocrats to be able to proc the Masquerade Ball without a problem, so there's no problem with rushing the Vincent early and taking down this Herald before his pings get a bit too out of hand.
Yeah, that Veil status, we talked about it being frustrating, but not for Vincent van Morlehelm. He can destroy an enemy unit with status. With that said, Vlastin, I think he's okay doing it. He's got plenty of Aristocrats in hand still, so you have to think about your tags. But, Roderick is an Aristocrat, Fergus is an Aristocrat, Usurper Emperor, third form, he becomes an Aristocrat. He's like elevated into the upper class, basically, when he becomes the Emperor. And then the Van Morlehelm Hunter, apparently not an Emperor, but, still an Aristocrat.
We can also see the Enforcers being played, the next Enforcer being played now. Some of these pings from the Imperial Formation leader being used to protect the engines and maybe taking away some Bloodthirst, and then trying to play Fergus next turn and ping down the Herald instead, but no. Goes for the Vincent in the end. Could have, missed, he kind of misses out on the Vincent on the Arnulf, which is a very good just play it's already set up for you because it has Doomed. But in this case, goes for the Herald first and removes the engine from the board.
I think you have to decide, is removing the Herald worth more than, is the Herald going to generate more than 6 points in the next 6 turns? And that could be from playing Warriors, of which Demarcation has 5. Or it can also be from setting up things like Bloodthirst or damaged units in order to synergize with the deck that way. And Vlastin basically deciding that he thinks the Herald is more of an issue than the Arnulf. I think they're probably about even in terms of their points.
Now we mentioned the setting of the engines. Vlastin still has not finished setting up his last Enforcer, so Fergus still cannot be played. And taking it quite slow here. We mentioned the Longship coming down, a little bit later, but if it sticks, it's still able to get so many points over the course of these next 5 or 6 cards.
The other thing to consider is that the Arnulf is also a really good poison target, and when you have Masquerade Ball, you can kill the Arnulf another way, so dealing with the Herald with Vincent does work out quite nicely. The Skellige fleet is slowly but surely, well, there's one boat being assembled. Demarcation, using his raiding fleet there, gets the Ancrate Longship onto the board. Does Vlastin have a good answer for this?
He could still play the lock onto the ship. I think it's fine. I think it's the only lock target there is still. And it's going to be worth more than 2 points for sure over the next few turns. So I think the lock is a possibility. You still have a lot of Aristocrats in hand in Fergus and Roderick. So again, still not wasting those procs for the Masquerade Ball.
Yes, so many Aristocrats. Vlastin actually, managing to almost have a perfect hand in some ways for this final round. And bear in mind, he still has Roderick onto Invocation as well. He has access to removal of anything that he wants. So the Arnulf could be the target for that. You could use the poisons, the Skjal, another big juicy target. So I feel like Vlastin is in a really comfortable position. Although 37 points in favor of Demarcation at the moment, there is a lot still to happen for Vlastin, and he has some explosive cards still to come.
I think the second Enforcer will finally come down this next turn. It looks like the rest of his hand has no real pressure to play other cards before it at the moment. And I think both Enforcers should survive. They cannot be taken down in one turn, it seems like. It could get pinged down to 2 points now, though, with this Donar. Yep, that's one way to do it.
But one of these Enforcers, maybe one of these Enforcers will, stay on the board. We'll have to...
The last survivor. But I mean, you've already lost out on so many damage pings you could have gotten from Fergus, from Usurper later on as well. So definitely not, I think, ideal situation for Vlastin, but it's expected when you're playing against a faction like Skellige that has so much inherent removal in its game plan.
I think if I was, you know, in Vlastelin's Nilfgaardian army as an enforcer, and he's like, right, now you go into battle, I'd be like, wait, this is maybe not the best plan ever, you know. All of my friends are dead. That's not the best situation. But like I said, he doesn't need that much to stick, right? Because Fergus gives you 3 charges in one go. He only really, if you can get a couple of things to stick, that's still equating to 3 points per thing. So maybe the Thirsty Dame and the Enforcer gives Fergus an additional 6 points.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 Bloodthirsts on the board right now. Vabjorn, of course, can not get the Blood Eagle. It was already used twice already. We still have the War of Clans as a raid card, so it is not dead, and the second Stunning Blow as well. Both are options, and there are still Death Blow units available with the Siren here at one point.
He's got some choices. So the boosting, though, with the Imperial Enforcer does remove it from removal range. Oh, that's such a weird thing to say. This late Thirsty Dame as well, though, you know, it's going to go pretty tall. Typically, that'll be your Morkvarg target.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. It's weird. This is a weird match. It's 42 to 25, but I still feel like Vlastelin has a lot like going on. He has an Invocation. He has Masquerade Ball, which has double poison, plus a Thirsty Dame, plus 2 Fangs for 8 points. You know, he has Fergus, who's going to make things better.
Well, he can't play Fergus now because he has to play the Masquerade Ball first because of the Aristocrats. So
no, but because he's got Emperor and he's got Roderick. That's what I mean. He had so many Aristocrats. That's true. He's actually all right.
Yeah, you're right. So and then, he has to do it now because if not, this Enforcer is not going to survive past this round.
He's like, why did you send me into battle?
Oh, well, he's going to risk it. I mean, the Hemdall would have to get very lucky. You could always Stunning Blow the Enforcer, but I'm not sure that's worth it. I think you'd rather play War of Clans.
You have to do the maths. This is where, you know, you do some maths. The Stunning Blow, you remove the Imperial, which is 3 plus another 3, so you get 6 points. Whereas the War of Clans, you'd get 2, and then you also get a warrior from your graveyard. So, you know, this is the maths doing part of Gwen. I'm not going to do the maths. As a caster, I have made that mistake too many times. We do not do maths as a caster.
You are getting 6 points of damage on the Enforcer. If it does survive, it could just, if Vlastelin is patient enough, he could ping down the Skjall and kill that as well. So it would be a pretty big swing in terms of the points that you can get just from keeping the Enforcer alive. I think this will be a War of Clans. It could ping the Enforcer, and then if he has a... No, he has a warrior. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That does it.
He has 3 points from the points from the Anchorite Warrior. So that's where you do the maths, right? Demarcation, he's a good mathematician. He's done the maths, and I like it. I think also with the Skjall, if you last play it, it does mean that your opponent can't poison it. But, you know, Invocation is still a thing, so likely to be the Invocation target.
Still, this is a 31-point gap. You do have an completely full scenario still on the board, as well as an extra card in hand. And these are very strong cards, like you've mentioned, but Invocation kind of playing against the poisons because you're looking for the tallest units anyway, so it is trickier. I think you do poison the Arnulf just to be able to invocate the last big unit played, and these are all big units, Hemdall, Skjall, and the Arnulf. There's a first poison coming down.
Yeah, it has been a long round for Demarcation as well. So the Hemdall, you know, the front row not looking so great. The back row, again, it depends. Like, there's a lot of armor. So, but the Hemdall's still a decent amount of points. And Skjall, I guess Skjall will be answered, and Arnulf will be answered. That's what, 21 points. I'm doing maths. Oh, I gotta stop myself here. I don't know. I think it's gonna be close.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, it was 31 points before. Now it's suddenly, 16 or 17, so a lot smaller. But still, a sizable gap considering both players are on even cards at the moment. Demarcation is ready to play. I think if he expects the Skjall to be answered anyway, he will play it now. If it gets answered, it'll be by something like Invocation or Poison, not necessarily the damage pings. So I think it's not too worrisome to play it first. The second Poison, of course, will go on Arnulf. You can expect either... I guess you want to play the Roderick first, just because this adds more units on the board. And Invocation doesn't add any units on the board, you're just removing one, so...
Yeah, and that's Vlastelin. You want to play Usurper last, right? Because you don't want to play into the Hemdall. So yeah. I'd imagine this is where you play the Roderick, you poison the Arnulf, you invocate the Skjall. It's a big play. It's a very big play, plus the 4 points from the Fangs. Yeah. And then it comes down to Hemdall versus Usurper.
Yeah, even if you don't use the the order ability on the Emperor, you're still getting the Aristocrat trigger. Well, I guess you're getting it either way, so that's irrelevant
This is a
for
big
Hemdall's.
swing.
Yeah.
This is a big swing. Do you remember when I said that point gap was, quite spicy? Suddenly 42-40 with Usurper Emperor still in hand. Bear in mind that in and of itself is a 12-point play, plus a couple points on the Thirsty Dame. Again, I'm not going to do maths. Hemdall, what can he hit? There's some armor on the board. The front row is more stacked, but there's more armor. Oh, it's close. I told you it was close.
It's a magic trick. 31 points all of a sudden becomes 2-point lead only. So Demarcation not too happy with that magic trick. He does end it here, 14 points up. And Emperor will be playing for 12. Plus 2 because of the...
Don't do math.
Yeah, so this might be a tie.
I think it,
so what you're trying to say, Jaggers,
possibly because of the Hemdall pings, which we did talk about.
So,
it turns out, I said it would be close. I said.
You were trying not to spoil it for the
first.
viewers. I understand. I also did the math 7 turns ago. Don't worry, guys. EU math happening on this team right here. But we mentioned that. I mentioned at the beginning of our cast. I jinxed it and said, sometimes we see draws lately. Well, I guess my point was proven. An extra match for you guys at home. So free value right here.
Oh, dear. Free value. I don't know. Like I said, it was be close, but it did come down to Hemdall pings. I think it hit armor twice. Don't quote me on that.
But we will be, of course, in these tournaments, you repeat the match entirely, completely, with the same exact factors. And, the coin flip is the same. The players are playing the same decks, same coin flip, and everything is exactly the same as it was for that first game. So a complete repeat here. So no real chance to talk about different decks or queuing orders because we will be seeing the same match again, obviously with the same players and the same coin. Lastland still on blue.
Same casters.
The same casters.
We go
yes.
again.
No
Let's
more
just
magic
do it all
tricks.
again. Oh, close. Very close. That's the kind of match players go back. You go back and you watch and you say, what could I have done differently? I could have high rolled Hemdall as one of those things, but we'll not talk about that too much. No Dodric at the moment.
And now, of course, everything is the same except for the cards drawn. That is different. So we will be seeing a bit of a different match, of course. We saw, I think, with Tailbot's draw against Vanguard, where round 1 played in a very different way in the second game because Tailbot didn't push all the way to the end, and then Wangan had control of the round order and could, make use of his second ball. So things could go very, very differently depending on how these players play out this round 1 and who has control of how big rounds 2 or 3 are.
I think that round 3 was very clean overall, though, in terms of sequencing. Demarcation did a really good job to answer the enforcers. And Vlastelin, I think he was in a position where he had to react to some things, which is why his setup got delayed. It was a very extensive setup, and in the end, I think that did matter. So we'll see what happens here. Vlastelin, though, his hand incredibly different. We have no Dodric, we have a couple Magni divisions once again, and the Tortoise, so lots of proactive options. But is he going to be able to set up his hand in the same way? Not necessarily.
And he has combo pieces that we've seen he wants to save for round 3, the Fergus, the Enforcers, again still missing the Ramon, so can't really try and commit this package in round 1. I don't think it would even make sense for him to do so. So looking at his hand, most of his plays right now would be the 2 Magnes, the Tortoise, possibly the Hunter or the Cupbearer, but you don't have another poison, so it gets a bit awkward here. Vlastelin, I think, might not take this round 1 in this case.
No, it's much more troublesome in terms of the state of the hand, right? He's just opening with the Magni, which is fairly standard, but Magni with Lamp sometimes kind of annoying because you don't want to play Magni front row because your Lamp Djinn is obviously going to transform and you're going to have a unit there, which disables it. But then if you're in a situation where you maybe want to spend the Hunter, if you play it for lock value on the range row, you're then also disabling the Magni division. So it's a little bit of a, in round 1 at least, it can be a little bit of a backfire sometimes. Well, and now it's dead.
Well, if you think it's going to die anyway, I think you can play it on either row and you don't really care. You are playing against Skellige, which does have 2 stunning blows and a single gutting slash as well, so pretty high chance that engine will be answered anyway.
And better that engine than Enforcer, right?
Exactly. And I think Demarcation, I mean, both these players, obviously, they're here for a reason. They're very, very skilled players. They can not only sequence their cards perfectly, but also read into what their opponents are playing and what their hands might look like and what their game plan is for round 1 as well. And Demarcation might, see that Vlastelin isn't going to commit too much after, the first few bronze plays we were talking about.
Yeah, when you play cards, you are signaling things to your opponent. And sometimes people will try and trick their opponent by playing things out of optimal sequence, shall we say, but to suggest they don't have certain cards. But a lot of the time, you do have to kind of play optimally if you want to win in Gwent, especially when the points are so tight. And that does give your opponent a lot of information. And smart players, I'd say they can sniff out what's in your hand. It's not like they're sitting there smelling your cards, but they can figure out, what's going on with the hand state sometimes. And if you can read your opponent's hand well, that is massive, because there's a huge amount of information available just in the way that your opponent plays.
So 2 Magnet divisions are answered. Vlastlin wishing he had a third, just out of curiosity to see if there was another answer for that as well. Demarcation, showing why Skellige is just very good at removal. All its cards are very damage-centric. Most of the game plan and the theme behind Skellige follows damage and bloodthirst, etc. So you can normally expect in round 1 for your engines not to stay on the board for too long.
They're just playing slowly in this round 1. I mean, it's like liable that we may even see a tortoise. That's how slowly things are going here. And Vlastlin, you do start to run out of proactive plays. Like, Demarcation is not setting anything up. So Vlastlin, although his hand, we said, not the optimal strategy for round 1, he is, starting to run out of proactive plays. And when you reach that point, it can make life kind of sad. So Demarcation, not only was he clearing the board, he's also not giving Vlastlin things to react to, which I really like about this strategy.
Yeah, the tortoise is the last reactive play you have, really, unless you start looking into spending your enforcer engines as well, which isn't the worst thing, because we saw it in the last round 3. Demarcation has answers to them, so they're not going to get really that much value in round 3 anyway. Sometimes when you don't have engines, it's almost beneficial against decks that have a lot of removal, because they're not getting that much value from the removal. But in this case, the hand is looking a bit awkward for Vlastlin. Doesn't have something like the Brathens that he had last game to make that committal play that really separates the 2 players with a big lead. Plays this tortoise, and I think that's why he activates the magic lamp, because he might just pass after this, depending on what Demarcation plays.
Yeah, we did see Vlastlin click the magic lamp, though, which often telegraphs a pass. I don't know if you people know what telegraphs are anymore. We are in 2020 now. It's maybe like floppy disks. But by clicking the lamp, you often are saying, right, I need to get out of this round. And people usually wait until before they intend to pass. So we'll see if that's where he goes. Sometimes people just click it to kind of bamboozle, but I don't know if this is a telegraph or not.
This is just, a very normal bronze card being played from Demarcation, not very committal, but it's very important to note that this sets up the Herald for round 3. You need to have a warrior in your graveyard for Herald to work. So the sooner you can get past this little, side quests when you're playing Skellige, the better, because you have that guarantee that you don't have to do anything weird in round 2 with a force bleed, because you have to set him up still.
It's also quite comfortable for Demarcation because of the 2 damage with the tortoise. If you damage the Ardfin tortoise, you're getting an extra 3 points from that damage, so it becomes 5 extra points. So if Vlastlin does pass here, it's actually super easy for Demarcation to take round 1 without really having to commit anything. Like, I believe he can play the Ancrate Warrior for 4 plus the 5, and that should put him ahead.
We'll see. We mentioned Vlastlin having a very awkward hand. I think he's almost forced to pass here because of it. And yeah, we do see the pass coming in. So again, when you're playing Gwent at a very high level, Vlastlin, of course, making it to the Open, he knows this. The moment he saw this hand, I think he immediately said, okay, we have to play 3 bronzes, click our magic lamp, and get out of here, because if not, we might just lose on even.
And my maths is off. Herkier being committed. I feel like Vlastlin, he didn't spend much there, so getting the Herkier off of Demarcation I think is pretty nice, but you've also put Demarcation in the driving seat. And in Gwent, having round control is actually really big, especially if you are good at bleeding. If you do want to go for the bleed, obviously he has the choice now. Vlastlin has no choice. But a player who is good at bleeding can really manipulate round 2 to their advantage by forcing their opponent potentially into a position where they are committing synergistic tools. And Vlastlin's deck has a lot of synergistic tools. We talked about the Enforcers with the Fergus, we've got the Aristocrats with the Masquerade Ball, and we've got Dodric. Well, at the moment we don't have Dodric, but sometimes Dodric in order to set up the hand or to adjust things. And so we'll have to see what Demarcation opts to do here. Oh, Afan.
Uh-oh. So
Vlastlin, not a fan
Vlastlin is
of
thinking,
Ratchet.
all right, Demarcation, please, benevolent sir, do not bleed me to my last card or I might lose the game. But like I mentioned, this second game is a carbon copy of the first game, but the outcome is completely different because Demarcation won, and now I think without Wild Boar especially, And knowing, like you said, that there are so many combo pieces in Vlastelin's deck, it is almost, I would be very surprised if he doesn't bleed, at least quite heavily until he sees a lot of these combo pieces like the Enforcer, like the Masquerade Ball, because like you mentioned, you play an Enforcer and the turn you play it, it's a 4-point play. That's it. Until you get a few more on the board and you play the Fergus, it doesn't become that huge point engine that it is with a damage ping. So if Demarcation you're able to pass in the middle of that combination, you can get away with a lot more and just remove your opponent's threats that way.
This is the thing with a bleed, is bleeding, well, Demarcation doesn't have to make a choice until 7 cards, right? But if you make the choice to go for a bleed, then you have to commit tempo, because you need to create enough space that you can stay ahead and not lose a card. But if you're committing tempo, if your opponent wants to try and gain the card or keep the card, they sometimes have to commit tempo back, and you have to match the pace of the bleeder. As the bleedy, I don't know if that's a word, but as the person being bled, you kind of have to keep up. And sometimes that's difficult, and that's what decides a good bleed from a bad bleed is, how does the bleeder, in this case Demarcation, control the tempo of the round if he opts to bleed, which, like I said, he has a choice at 7 cards.
And in this situation, it's very important to know, exactly what cards are in your opponent's deck, what kind of reach they have, what's, if I'm 8 points ahead, how can he beat me now? What cards do I have to play? Is it fine if he plays this card and commits that card to this round and maybe I lose a card? So a lot to obviously think about if you're Demarcation. But still, there's so much removal in Skellige that you can really answer these engines very efficiently and continue slowly getting a bit of a gap lead. You can play Vabior now, for example, into some removal. You can even play long ships if you think it's going to be a long round, I guess. That's why they're called long ships.
You go Stunning Blow. And the reason you go Stunning Blow, Vlastelin took forever to make that play, and then he slammed an Impera. You have a Twirsec Invader on the board. Your Twirsec Invader has Veil. This is one of those things. It cannot be poisoned. So you're kind of, although you have a unit on the board, in some ways you're forcing Vlastelin into proactive scenarios. So the Enforcer, because it has an order, it takes a turn. So that is technically a proactive play. You've seen 2 Magni Divisions, you've seen a Tortoise, you've seen an Enforcer, and you haven't seen Daedric, which may suggest your opponent doesn't have Daedric, because this would be a good turn to use it to kind of adjust your hand. So the Stunning Blow, I love here from Demarcation, because it makes life awkward for Vlastelin.
And all that information you can, like you said, you can gather it if you're a very skilled player and have played this matchup, hundreds of times before on ladder. You can kind of gather that information only from the amount of time it took Vlastelin to make the decision and from the card he played when he finally made the decision. So again, a lot goes into this high-level Gwent here. Like you said, the only proactive play I see is Masquerade Ball or Roderick into, I guess, Brathens, because Ramon, well, you just played the Enforcer, so a bit too late for that.
This is a lovely rope, but yeah, just very last minute Brathens with the Roderick, and he wasn't able to fix his hand. So we talked about the Roderick high roll. I mean, you're not getting Afan at least because it's in hand, but there's Usurper, there's Dodric, there's Ramon. I feel like you were probably looking for Dodric in that scenario.
Vlastelin did get ahead by 2 points, but Demarcation is still on 7 cards because he won round 1 so quickly. So he still has a chance to pass here and not lose a card. And he exchanged a Invader and a Stunning Blow for Brathens and an Enforcer. Is that a good trade? Yes. Does he want to push further and get greedier? Maybe. We'll find out in just a second, because he still has not bled out something like a Masquerade Ball, which he doesn't have a natural answer to, with a Bomb Hero, for example, because it is a devotion list, or even more Enforcers, for example, or Ramon into Enforcers. So we'll see what he decides here. This is the crucial moment of the game. I think this next turn by Demarcation would say a lot in terms of what he wants to do with the bleed. He wants to go a lot further or just a tiny bit more.
It's a tough one because of the space. He's actually opting for the bleed here, which I like. Don't click the Veil unit, obviously. There you go, on the Brathens into the boat. And he's kind of, I think he sniffed out that Vlastelin is in a little bit of a pickle with his hands, and he's at a point where he's starting to spend. I mean, he saw the Roderick there onto the Brathens. Like Vlastelin, he's spending like the economy is crashing. He's taking all his money out of the bank and buying as many assets as possible in this situation. It's not Syndicate, but Demarcation has read that. We talked about hand reading, and so he's saying, I can go a bit further here. But instead of playing the boat from hand, you've got the raiding fleet, gives you a little bit more tempo with the bleed, and it also thins your deck, which is going to improve your round 3.
And this is a big power play by Demarcation. It's basically telling Vlastelin, we're going all the way, baby. We're going to go to the end of round 2, and you either play your Masquerade Ball very soon, or you might find yourself quite a few points back. We'll see what Vlaslan decides. You're going to take it slow, just lock the first long ship. There could be a second coming down. This is not enough to take the lead here with the bleed. He could use a lead ability, but he doesn't. So once again, Demarcation has another pass here if he wants to take it.
Yeah, the raiding fleet for the Hunter, I think it's it's not really a good trade. It's not really a bad trade, right? It's just, it feels fairly even. Although Demarcation has, like we said, improved his draws. But now he has to make a decision. Again, he's like, right, this is, every time you get to this point, you make a decision. And you do see bleeds go wrong where someone overcommits and loses their card. But Demarcation, he's feeling pretty confident with the hand. And he's saying, you know what, if I do get leader charges out of you, maybe he's okay with losing the card. And so we see the Skellige fleet slowly but surely being assembled, especially after you've seen the Brathens. You're not afraid of the Duchess's informant there to steal your own fleet, as we saw in the previous game. So the Skellige fleet, although one of the boats is locked, getting assembled there in all its premium glory.
And once the Brathens was played onto the informant, important to say that if the invocation steals a Herald, then you can, as a Nilfgaard player, play Herald and resurrect the warrior from your graveyard as well. So important to keep in mind, if Herald gets invocated, that might be why, going into a very short round 3 where the tempo plays really matter.
Yeah, that may be a situation where, if Demarcation manages to maintain last say, you might just see a Herald used late if you're worried about the invocation like that, because that is a fairly big play. Although actually, I don't think Vlaslan has a way to draw the Herald if it was played in round 3, because you've played the Roderick, so you can't go gold fishing, and there's no Wakim in the list.
Well, if he invocates it this turn, then it'll just be at the top of the deck, so it's just, he gets it for free in the mulligans.
And again, slow. The poison is slow. That's the issue sometimes with Nilfgaard and poison. The second poison is tempo. The first poison is relatively slow. And again, Demarcation now makes a choice. Have I bled enough? Do I feel I can keep up with this bleed? Bearing in mind, he has Vabjorn onto Blood Eagle, and he will then draw into Blood Eagle on the next turn because of its echo capabilities. So he may want to commit that this round.
I think he wants to see the ball. I think he's waiting to see the ball, and he's not going to pass until he sees it. And once he sees the ball, then he's like, okay, my time is done here. I've taken away your strongest card, and it's because when ball is played that very first turn, like you've mentioned, it's a combo piece, it has a lot of setup, and that first turn is 4 points, that's it. So once you're able to find the gap where he has to play the ball no matter what, and then you can pass pretty easily if you're Demarcation.
You also have to be a bit wary of your Vlaslan of overcommitting aristocrats and then being in a situation where if you do hold Masquerade Ball, you aren't actually able to commit it. But maybe you're right. Maybe Demarcation is just waiting to see Vlaslan's ball. Who knows? He still has tools he can commit to this bleed. I feel like he's in a fairly comfortable position. Like Vabjorn, for example, I think is fine. You may even go down the totem route, although if you're going to go the totem, you usually need an extra turn to click it. I wouldn't imagine he'd play Harold, and Morkvarg doesn't really have good options.
I think Totem is fine because he won round 1. He doesn't need the proactive play for round 3, which is normally what Totem is there for. Obviously, it's a great play in and of itself, but the biggest thing for Skellige, it's a very reactive deck. Having Totem to play proactively on an empty board is always fantastic. I don't think he needs it as much in this case in round 3, and I still think he really wants to get this ball out. And he can't pass now because he is not even ahead in points, so he would be losing his card. So now it's a do or die moment, I think. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so Vabjorn being used there onto the Blood Eagle, which is a horrific card when you think about the fact that crows are eating that man's back. Onto the target means he can pick whatever he likes. Demarcation, what do you want? You want Donar, and you've got the 2 bleedings. You've got the Bloodthirst. Donar, he's out for blood. 25 to 13.
That's a big tempo gap, and now Vlaslan, he still has the Afan in hand as well, so if he plays this too safe, then he might get bled all the way, and that's, sometimes when you're being bled and you have bricks in your hand, you have to say, okay, I have to commit this ball now to scare away my opponent and to make them think, oh, this is a great pass, let me get out of here. Because if not, you might just get 2 out if your opponent commits all the way and plays every single one of his cards and you're stuck with bricks in your hand, like a fan, for example. So this is a tricky situation for Vlaslan now. He does a big point gap here. He can't, like you said, play aristocrats and not have the triggers for the ball in case Demarcation goes all the way.
Well, Vlaslan's in an awful position. Yep, there it is. He had to play it. He has to say, I have to respect the 2-0 capabilities of the round. And at this point, Demarcation, 25 points versus 14, I think he's in a comfortable position. You know, I feel like at this point you're there you go, happy
mean,
passing.
It's very easy. This is a textbook example of what a bleed in Gwent looks like. You take control of round 1. You don't have the wild boar in your deck, so you want to go for maybe a shorter round 3. You don't miss out on as much value if you don't go for the long one. Once you see the ball play, which is very low tempo, but a lot of points after that, you pass immediately, and you've done your job. This is, I mean, you stopped the Fergus points as well with the Enforcers. The Ramon is now not dead, but definitely not as good. And I'd be surprised if Demarcation does not take this game in the next round.
This match has been such a great example for players in terms of how to bleed or understanding what the point of a bleed is. Because I feel like I do a lot of beginner videos, and explaining a bleed to someone, just to anyone, it's kind of something you have to get a feel for, but this is such a good example of bleeding done correctly. And this is why Demarcation, I think you do see him at the top of the rank ladder so often, is he sequenced that, and he basically played out that round in such a lovely position. And Vlaslan, he was in an awkward spot, but this has been a textbook example, I think, of bleeding done correctly in Gwent.
And it also shows how cruel Gwent could be when you put Doadric in your deck thinking, all right, I'm gonna get the cleanest round 3 hand, all my golds, and then you draw into, there we go, there he is. Get ready to play your order every single turn of this match because there are a lot of not optimal cards in hand, and he's missing out on Usurper, and well, Ramon's not really that great anyway, so yeah, I mean, the bleed was just so good, there aren't golds left in the deck for Vlaslan.
Yeah, it's not the greatest situation ever, and you know, really valuing this Doedric here to maybe try and save the hand. You would have loved to see it round 1 and round 2 for Vlaslan, but you know, we saw the difference that it made in the round 1, where he was able to kind of orchestrate his hand compared to now, and he's really valuing that card. You see a boost on it, that means they're like, please no kill, Mr. Opponent. Yeah,
most players, when they go into a matchup with open deck lists, they know exactly what point total their units have to be at to not be able to get killed in whatever board state is currently present. In this case, I think 8, is going to be safe regardless of what Demarcation does. And if it does get pinged down any further, he can still just continue buffing it in return or in response with the Imperial Formation leader ability.
That is not what you want to draw. Oh, this is painful, Vlaslan. I'm sorry, my friend. That is... You have this thing to fix your hand, and it's like, potatoes with thick gravy. Let's just draw a recruit. I know he doesn't say that, but he's got ties. He's peeling the ties. He's a top user. That's painful.
I mean, Vlaslan, he has the Ramon and the Usurper, but most of this might just be switching out a bronze for another bronze, to be honest. I mean, this deck's not looking that hot anyway.
He can switch out for a bronze for Afan. Although I think if you draw Afan, you put that straight to the bottom of your deck.
And that's the one downside with Afan. It seems very, a great amount of points with a leader ability, very synergetic, but it could be, a problem with your mulligans. It could be a problem with having to play these Imperial Formation buffs early to kind of unbrick things like Doedric, for example, that can draw it. So it does have some minor downsides as well.
Yeah, and Demarcation, he's in such a comfortable position because he has control and he has last say, right? So what he can do with the Patricidal Fury is on the last play when Vlaslan can't react, so he can't even use something like an Invo onto that, is he can play Patricidal Fury with the Blood Eagle to draw the Hemdall to zap everyone on the board.
That's a much better draw. Usurper is found, obviously the best card in his deck once Ball was used in round 2 because of the bleed, and looking better, but I think still maybe not good enough.
Amnesty being banished to the bottom of the deck there. It's a fair choice. Amnesty, it's an odd inclusion, I would say, in a tournament because as soon as your opponent knows about it, they can play around it. Like on ladder, sometimes you play around it and they don't have it. But in this situation, you know not to get your 3s. And because Vlaslan doesn't have a setup with Imperial Forces, he can't really get his 3s anyway.
Could have been a kind of a target for something like Syndicate with the Flying Merdanian. Is a very nice card to pull out or take away from your opponent because it's also carryover, so that might be the reasoning why it's included. But yeah, in this matchup, not too great. Enforcer does come down at 8, but I guess he does get 2 pings from Usurper, so not too bad. Other than that, the hand is looking, Tourney Joust round 3, not the finisher you want. Could be a 6-point Tourney Joust, eliminating one of the Fanatics. Like you said, maybe he waits until a unit is played next to one of them.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing Demarcation does have to be wary of here is Doedric with Invocation, right? Because
That's
if you
true.
invocate
Yep.
something and then you click the Dodric, you draw straight into it. Although, if you invocate an Arnulf, because it is doomed, it actually just gets banished to the Shadow Realm. It wouldn't get invocated, so that is the other thing to like. That's not actually a good invocation target if you want to Dodric it. So I like the sequencing from Demarcation actually.
Well, I think we might see a forfeit soon from Blastland. That was a huge swing, completely punished
Oh,
his
no.
Enforcer. And now he has 2 answers for both Fanatics. So, equality here, going to take down not just one bear, but the second one too, probably. But yeah, this is not looking very good for Vlastlin, of course. I think the bleed, like you mentioned, in round 2 was fantastic from Demarcation. And going into round 3, looking at the cards and what was available in the decks, you could tell right away that Demarcation had a very, very big lead that he earned for himself by being able to bleed round 2 successfully.
Yeah, I think Vlastlin just trying to find a savior in the invocation Dodric combo. He does have Imperial Formation and he has Afan, which are nice, but Dodric can't do anything else here, right? You draw a Ramon and you have no soldiers, and everything else is bronze, and except for Afan, which you don't want to draw, right? So I feel like Dodric, he's tried, but he's not really done the work that Vlastlin needed to maybe salvage this round or this game.
Yeah, Morkrog won't be great, but when your opponent is, has less cards than you and still is 13 points down, it's, something has gone a bit wrong, although there is still a fan to come out and one more ping on Imperial Formation. The Morkvarg wasn't going to be great anyway, so...
What's he even looking for at this point? He's just clicking. He's just like, maybe
he's like,
maybe
Hunter,
something.
all right, Hunter. I'll put you in. No, I'm kidding. Go back to the deck. He's teasing the poor Hunter, but Invocation comes down. Still an 8-point gap here. Well, it's basically even game with a fan and the leader ability coming out, but still 2 cards left in the hand for Demarcation. And this is looking like a done deal. Took a second try here, but Demarcation looks like he will be winning this game 1 finally. A fan does come out here, so 7-point swing from this leader. Again, I don't think there's a better card in your deck than Usurper, so just making
Just
sure.
having a look, right? See what's in my list. I feel like the Dodric. I wonder if you can get it to a point with Dodric where you go through you play it so many times that you get back to the very first card you pulled, right? You basically just cycle through your entire deck. It would be fun. A bit depressing, but also kind of fun. Blood Eagle very easily sealing the deal here for Demarcation. In this technically first game, because we had a tie, here we saw the Hemdall come down now. Zap, 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 zap. Doesn't really matter where it goes. It's not like Lucky Pings this time. And Demarcation 1-0 up against Vlastlin in the first game of this series.
And this is the thing about card games, 2 fairly identical situations with the same players and the same decks and the same coin, but 2 radically different outcomes in how the games ended up. 16-point lead there for Demarcation, and does take that game 1. So yeah, I mean, big difference in how the cards are drawn in round 1 and how players sequence. We mentioned Vlastlin having a very bad hand for round 1 and kind of losing the entire control of the game because of that.
Yeah, I think that was a really good example game, right? That is a good example of the way that round control can really help you. Admittedly, Vlastlin, unfortunate with the draws, didn't really have the best defense in terms of defending the bleed. But Demarcation, I got to commend him. That was a really lovely read, the way that he, sequenced that and the way that he played round 2 especially. I feel like this is the competitive Gwent that I love to see. I'm sure you guys at home love to see. It's beautiful. It's a shame for Vlastlin, but it was also, beautiful.
Hopefully he can come back in this next game. He will be on red coin now, so a bit of an upside for him at least. Like we mentioned, Jackers mentioned, this was only game 1 because of the draw. We repeated the entire game, and Demarcation is 1-0 up. How the Conquest series works, if you win a game with a certain deck, you cannot play again. It is as if it was banned, basically. So now Demarcation cannot play either his Skellige deck or his Imperial Formation deck, which was banned at the beginning, and has now only Uprising and Hitting Cash, whereas Vlastlin can play any of the 3 decks he wants other than his NR Uprising.
Yep, so Demarcation will be on blue. He has NR, Northern Realms, and Syndicate, and I think both of those decks, because they're more engine-focused decks, they're actually quite comfortable on blue because it allows you to set up your engines first, and going into round 2, sometimes it's nice to have that initial play. You have a little bit more choice, and if you do lose round 1, at least you have first say in round 3. That's the thing with the decks, and that's sometimes why they are more comfortable going first compared to, say, something more reactive. So I think Demarcation kind of could go either way here. Meanwhile, Vlastlin, we haven't seen Scoia'tael yet, which I would be quite excited to see. We have seen Nilfgaard. Don't know if he's going to go back down that route or whether he wants to kind of change things up.
Yeah, he could play a Squirtle deck. We talked about it on Red Coin. It's kind of what he wanted. Although maybe it's a bit too predictable, and Demarcation has something lined up on how to counter that on Red Coin. So we'll see what Vlastin decides on here. He has obviously the full spectrum of choices in his disposal still. That's one of the, I guess, positive things about losing. You still have that deck available to play again if you so choose to. But it'll be interesting for sure. Demarcation, I think that was a solid win in terms of confidence when you go for a bleed, which is kind of the risky strategy, and it works out in your favor and you feel like you did it perfectly. I think it gives you a big mental boost as well. And yeah, I think Demarcation is gonna be happy with that win. Obviously starting off a series with a 1-0 lead is always gonna be beneficial, especially in quarterfinals where it's still, you're not on that hot streak, having played a few matches in a tournament setting already. And we'll see if Vlastin, being the rookie and the new player, playing in a kind of big setting, it is online, but it is still a lot at stake, if he can bounce back from this first loss and come into game 2 with a positive mindset as well.
We will be jumping into game 2 and Demarcation opting to play his syndicate list versus Vlastin, who's, trying again with Nilfgaard. We'll see if the third time is the charm for him with this list in game 2, because we did have a tie for those of you just tuning in. So we'll have to wait and see what it is, or how it is that this game plays out.
And we mentioned on the last game, Amnesty. This is one of the matchups that maybe it could get some really nice value if it's able to be played in round 1 onto the Flying Redanian, being able to steal that 3-point carryover card that would be coming out in round 2 and 3, possibly anyway for Demarcation, is going to be really great value.
If you find it, obviously, you need to have the Amnesty in hand, and Vlastin unfortunately did not get any Amnesty. So Masquerade, although not a bad mulligan. Oh, one more to go. We'll have to see. Nope, Tourney Joust. No
Although
luck.
You do have your old friend Dodric ready to go, ready to find that Amnesty. Might take a few tries, but he's going to do his best. He's ready to play.
He's here to fix the hand. It's tricky though. Dodric, you want Dodric, but you don't want too much gold in your hand, right? So this is, for Vlastin, it's slightly awkward because if you get Dodric, you almost want bad cards. And that's a weird thing to say in Gwent. I want to draw bad cards. But you want bad cards to be able to fix. But when you mulligan, you also want to improve your hand. So they're kind of at odds to each other. Then that's why maybe personally I find Dodric is kind of awkward. But, Vlastin obviously likes it as a tournament tech.
The big upside is that you can just, like we saw before in the last game, you can put away the card you just drew as well. So there's no real downside if it's a card you don't, like if it's a bad card you don't want, you have full, decision making to decide if you want to take that back or put something in your hand back into the deck. So it is flexible in that regard.
You're right. Just put it back. Try again. So Demarcation opening with the cash, hidden cash trigger, get some coins, play his Passiflora Peaches. Oh, that's a wee bit of alliteration there. To get the horde going and generate the engine. Peaches growing by 1 point per turn.
And Crystal Skull not being played, obviously heads up play. Tourney Joust cannot remove a 5-point engine. If a poison is played, then you can play the Crystal Skull after, regardless. And you remove a poison anyway. So no rush right now to play this Crystal Skull just yet, unless you're scared of a lock, I guess.
True, if you're worried about the lock, but a lock is there. And Crystal Skull, like you said, it's nice where if your opponent plays one poison, once you apply the Veil, they can't then re-poison it. So you basically wasted one of their poisons. And Vlastin, not so lucky. With the Magni Division's such a nice poison target because it goes tall, but you play it early, which means that Demarcation can opt to play his poisons, although at the moment he only has one. He does have a Neuromancy though. You can play your poisons nice and early, whereas sometimes with poisons, you find yourself waiting for the target.
And we see the Flying Redanian come out. I think Operation Dodric is going to go into full effect. He might be played this turn, and Amnesty will be the target of the draws, hopefully, if it is found. Would it be interesting if Vlastin has such a, PTSD with this card that he decided to play Dodric and Amnesty just for this matchup? Could be, though.
The thing is, though, Dodric takes a turn, right? You can't... Oh, no, I tell a lie. Well, he has Zeal, but if he draws Amnesty this turn, Vlastin can't play it till next turn, at which point Demarcation could Crystal Skull the Flying Redanian to deny him that option. So he actually has a way of blocking the Amnesty onto the Redanian, which means that I think with the Redanian, if you get value from it from from 2 turns, you're pretty happy with that.
And if we were able to identify Amnesty as a possible maybe tech for the Flying Redanian, I'm pretty sure Demarcation was also able to do the same. So you are correct, Jaggers. Very good, this insight there. He does decide to maybe play around the potential Amnesty. He puts the Veal on the Flying Redanian, and now he has that guaranteed carryover for normally rounds 2 and 3 with this Syndicate deck. I think it's quite beneficial with the lead ability to also bleed in round 2. And against this Nilfgaard list, I think it makes sense as well. So yeah, very heads up play from Demarcation. Not going to take any risks, even though Amnesty is not in the hand right now for Vlastlin.
Yeah, Dojo, you're actually not getting the Zeal because there was no agent on the board. You do need one of those on the board in order to gain that value. There are agents in this list though, but none on the board. But with that said, it still takes a turn, right? So it doesn't matter if you wait 1 turn because you can't play the card you draw anyway. Whereas now, Vlastlin can play the Dodric trigger. He can decide what it is he wants to keep, what it is he wants to shuffle, and then what he wants to play. Demarcation, though, you can tell Demarcation is keen to have control. The Lieutenant von Hurst play there, that is a little bit of tempo. You're getting a spender on the board, so you have that option to gain points, and it's got the Horde 2, which means at the end of your turn you're going to be spawning Zealot, so it's an engine in and of itself. So Demarcation is basically saying, I want to win this round.
Yeah, I mean, it shows why Syndicate is being played on Bluecoin a lot nowadays. I think it has a lot of tools with the Peaches, a few nice engines. Obviously, the Redanian is kind of a free 3 points because you're going to get to 7 Horde anyway because of the leader ability, and you have the chance to play poisons pretty slowly and have a chance, at least 2 poisons. 4 might be a bit much for 1 round, but in this case, yeah, the lock is going to be pretty great value from the Hunter. I think probably one of the better locks in this matchup for sure. 2 points a turn is a pretty good engine, to be honest. And I think Vlastlin is happy with that trade.
So here we see the Aniromancy. I was going to say, is he going to go for the Kalkstein or the poison, and opting for the poison there just to, rather than re-enable his engine, to deny the Magni division there. And Demarcation still has the Passiflora Peaches chugging away. He's got plenty money. He has made wise financial decisions. So he's got lots of carryover as well. Players talk about your coins as carryover, because when you go into the next round, it's reduced by half, rounded down. And if you equate a coin to roughly 1 point, that means going into next round, he should have 3 points in pocket.
Although sometimes with cards like Philippa, a coin is worth 2 points. So I guess it's kind of situational. But yeah, generally a coin is normally equal to around 1 point. So you can definitely, if you have 4 points of carryover, that's pretty good in Gwent. Pretty good lead or pretty good advantage going into rounds 2 or 3. In this case, no kind of these free roaming poisons with the Cupbearer and the Fangs in hand for Vlastlin, so can't really answer the Peaches without playing something like Masquerade Ball. But this isn't a double ball list, so you can't just throw out your ball willy-nilly and hope to just get the points that way.
I mean, I don't think he'd want to throw out his ball willy-nilly, but also Demarcation does have Bomb Heaver, which means that Masquerade Ball, it's going to be shut down. It turns out that there is a lockdown on, and you're not allowed to gather in groups of more than 5 people, unfortunately. So the police have shown up and shut down the ball, as it was, in fact, in breach of the coronavirus lockdown. So, when that Masquerade Ball does come down, it is going to be swiftly answered.
I think this might be looking like a pretty nice bleed here from Demarcation. He has both the ball, like the Bomb Heaver, and also the Heat Wave, so a lot of answers to scenarios. I think is a big reason why he didn't decide to even think about banning Nilfgaard at all, because he has answers in this deck as well. Amnesty finally found a bit late, but he can still steal the Flying Redanian this turn and take away those points for round 3 at least. So if, of course, Demarcation plays into the turn.
Yeah, I would imagine, you've got more than 7 cards, right? So you're likely to play into this turn, if only to play some, air quotes, bad bronzes, get rid of some less powerful cards you don't necessarily want for round 3. Also to be able to click the cash and gain those points of carryover. We talked about, pocket money and literally filling his pockets for the next round. So I'd imagine we'll see a couple cards coming out of Demarcation before he has to make a decision about the bleed. But we have seen Demarcation bleed Nilfgaard very successfully once before, admittedly with Skellige.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different situation, but still the concept of bleeding Nilfgaard and removing the combo ability that is very scary with the Enforcers, the Fergus, and also the Masquerade Ball and the Aristocrats is going to be very appealing, I think, if your deck can manage to bleed and you can almost guarantee not to lose a card. With Syndicate, it might be a bit more difficult if you don't play your Passiflora, for example. But we'll see what Demarcation decides on. If he does, okay, so he's playing the Imke, which means that he's not really playing around the Redanian, keeping the Flying Redanian in his deck, because if it does come out, I think Amnesty is going to be played instantly.
But on the flip side, you're then generating points. We talked about, filling your pockets. MK, she's putting money in the bank, which you can then potentially use in round 3. And then you're kind of saying, does my opponent have an answer to this? Because if you don't have an answer, that's 2 points per turn, which is pretty massive in a long round. I'm wondering if Lastalin, may opt, just if he expects the Masquerade Ball to be heavered, to play it here just as a round 2 card to see what happens with Demarcation. And then if Demarcation doesn't answer it, it means that he's in a very comfortable position to answer the bleed. But actually opting for the Cupbearer Poison instead onto MK.
This is one of the problems with Nilfgaard. I think the 5-point barrier has become, a big point in the meta. And if you don't have a 5-point removal, which Turning Joust isn't, it's only 4 points, you can answer a lot of these engines that are very, very impactful, if not removed instantly. And now you have 2 engines on the board, so it becomes even more scary. So I think Demarcation is taking advantage that a poison was played on Imke, and now he's going to try and, really push here and force the ball out from Vlaslan, but he has a Bomb Heaver anyway, so this might be a pretty successful bleed once again from Demarcation.
I don't know if it's going to be a bleed, if it's going to be a 2-0 or what. It kind of depends, how this Passiflora Peaches gets answered, because there's not a huge amount of poison in Vlastalin's hand. Yep. The Masquerade Ball gonna be answered, so that doesn't count as poison. Yes, you have Vincent, which you can use to deal with the Imke, but other than that, no poison in hand, which means that these tall engines, if you can't shut them down now, that's going to be hard. And also no Tourney Joust, so he can't just kill the Seductress either. Yep.
And when you have 1 Seductress, it's dangerous, but when you have 2, if Adriano comes down, it is really, really scary, because every card you play is boosting them like crazy. And there are many, Brathens, for example, there's a lot of, 2-action cards, if that makes sense. So it could get a bit dangerous here for Vlaslan, for sure.
Yeah, I think this is Demarcation's. This is going to be a very interesting bleed, and he's committing because he played the Passiflora. That very clearly signals that he's got the Blind Eyes in hand. He's got Adriano, and he's got Passiflora Peaches, so he can set that up. But right now he needs to play Bomb Heaver. There's no real choice in this situation. You got to shut down the Masquerade Ball.
And there's no other use for Bomb Heaver in the deck. This is what he's born to do, to destroy scenarios. So you wouldn't ever play the Heat Wave instead. It wouldn't, make any rational sense. So yeah, I think Bomb Heaver is to be expected here. There is no double ball either, so it's not like you can pass here and then you save the Bomb Heaver for the next turn. There's no benefit to doing that. So Demarcation taking his time to think about the plays, but instead gonna go for the Adriano. It is a huge tempo gap here, but you're giving your opponent 1 poison and the chance to proc this scenario.
I mean, you have to do the maths with poisons, right? That is one thing I will say. Poisons you need 2 of to remove, or a poison and a Vincent. So if you think that your opponent has a spare poison anyway with Masquerade Ball, then you're maybe okay to do this. You're gaining an extra engine in the Seductress and another engine in the Passiflora Peaches by triggering your Passiflora. So Demarcation has gained 2 engines in this play rather than denying a poison. So Vlaslan's not gaining an engine from his Masquerade Ball. Not all scenarios are necessarily equal.
The mind game here, if Vlaslan thinks that Demarcation missed both or all 3 of Oneiromancy, Bomb Heaver, and the Heat Wave, he might think, oh, I'll just play my Aristocrats later. It's fine. And try to set up his Enforcers first, because he only has 2 Aristocrats. Fergus, okay, he's going to go for the safe play. But there's a consideration that he says, he doesn't have the answer. I'm just going to play some other card. And then he gets answered anyway and gets the Adriano off before that. So, but no, he does answer in time. I'm not sure if that was the best play from Demarcation. I think it's definitely a riskier play than just answering the scenario right away. But Demarcation is probably the best player in the world right now, so I will not doubt his decisions. It is a lot of points getting Adriano on the board first to get the double pings on the...
That's the thing, you get the pings, and what has Vlaslan gained? He's gained a poison, and he's gained 4 points. So it depends what becomes of that poison. Now, Vlaslan
Well, there's nothing else to...
have,
yeah, there's
exactly.
No other poisons,
he doesn't have any more poisons in hand. He doesn't have Roderick, if he did have gold poisons, but actually he's already played the Cupbearer. The one thing Demarcation has to be nervous of is Fistek Trafficker, his own cards playing against him with the Brathen's Duchess. That's a way that Vlaslan can find a poison. But Demarcation doesn't have it in hand, and I doubt he's going to go fishing for it with Neuromancy if he does opt to play it. So yeah, I love it. I think that was beautiful from Demarcation. And he almost set up Vlaslan to fail there. You said about reading the hand and whether Vlaslan would be greedy. I just think that's beautiful.
And I think if Demarcation ever decides to pass, he's going to do so if possible, with a point gap bigger than what Amnesty would be if it gets played to steal the Redanian. So if Lasslin is put into a position where he has to play only one card to go ahead, he couldn't be able to play Amnesty. That would be kind of the very high IQ play that Demarcation, I think, is definitely considering, because you would be losing 3 points for round 3, which is pretty important in some cases.
Okay, so Ramon being utilized here. I'd imagine we'll see an Enforcer? Well, roping. There we go, there's the Enforcer. And it's 2 points.
Yeah.
It's every ping is like, oh, that's 4 points.
Just for these two, I think it's game over. I mean, this is one of the worst things to see in Gwent when you don't have an answer to them and they have the bonded ability going off as well. It's just so hard to beat. And I mentioned it before, there are so many plays in Nilfgaard that are 2 actions per turn. So it's 2 buffs on 2 units every single time. Brathen's also the same thing. Yeah, it's gonna get really tricky.
Yeah, I like this build-up here. Demarcation, he needs to spend a little before he triggers the last stage of the Passiflora, because scenario chapter 2, he'll gain 6 coins. So you want to be in a position where you can gain 6 coins, and at the moment he had 6, which means he would have over-profited. Turns out you can, in fact, have too much money, so someone call Jeff Bezos, please. So the Imperial Forcer, lovely steal, spends some coins, which means that he can then play the Peaches without over-profiting, and it denies an engine from Vlaslin.
Looking at the Oneiromancy in the hand for Demarcation and looking at his deck, could be a Sol at some point. We're seeing Brathen's played now from Vlaslin's side of the board, trying to copy the Enforcer. I guess that makes sense. It is, part of your deck, so why not try and get another one of those? But still, I mean, the Seductresses are not going to stop. They're just going to continue going up and up and up, and there aren't even poisons to punish all of these tall units.
Oh dear. I mean, like his saving grace maybe. Oh no, there's so many cards being played. I'm like, maybe if he can get enough Enforcers on the board. But look at 11-point Seductresses. Peach there. She's just peachy. She doesn't need Mario. She's got 7 points. She's got another one in hand. I don't know if you even need Soul. Like, are you gonna run out of turns to play him? Like, if you don't go down that route, what is the better option? You still got Shocks as well.
So Nero is doomed, so it could just be saved for the next turn because it's already been used once. So you don't want to, use that value this turn if you don't need to. The silver lining for Vlaslin is that there aren't really any great, damage removal pings for these Enforcers. They will probably survive. I guess you can do Assault is one option, or just.
He's worried about poison.
Poisons. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no follow-up poison, but he's, I guess, respecting the poison there and opting to purify it. So I guess that's probably also why he wasn't too bothered about the Fangs, is that he always had that in back pocket. But actually, that, given that what we know, not the most optimal play, but, Demarcation respecting the threat.
And now these Enforcers not being answered is going to be pretty clutch for Vlaslin to be able to, make up this gap and not get too out, because he does still have the Fergus, he does still have the Usurper, so he has quite a few options still. I mean, with the Seductresses, though, maybe it's just still not enough. There's just so many points for free, essentially.
Money in the bank as well, so you've got all of those things to consider. Also, bear in mind, Kalkstein actually was also a blind eye, so that's triggered the last stage of the Passiflora. So, Demarcation might be just comfortable passing here and saying, I've got 2 Seductresses ticking. I've got a Peach, so I'm getting 3 points per turn. So, just good luck maintaining any sort of card advantage.
Could Heatwave be correct on one of these Enforcers? I think it might be. I mean, the Nilfgaard generally doesn't play too tall, nor does it have any, extremely strong engines that you want to remove, like you would in NR, for example, with Anna or, Defender maybe even. And every extra turn you play into this round, it's an extra turn that Vlaslin is playing into 2 or 4 point buffs on the Seductresses as well, so.
I don't know, because there's also the Cupbearer, right? Which is already 5 points above an Impera. The bottom Impera, it does have 1 point, sitting, as does the top one. You'll get +3 from Fergus, and you'll get +2 from Usurper. So you have to decide which of those threats you care about. But actually, it wasn't Cupbearer or Imperial Forcer.
And the points are still going up for Demarcation here, showing why Passiflora is one of the strongest scenarios and why Syndicate is once again pretty relevant in the meta. Passiflora, I think, is a big reason why, alongside Masquerade Ball, the 2 strongest scenarios in the game, in my opinion.
59-35. Tortoise and Amnesty aren't going to be the saviors that you need. Vlaslin, he does have Afan, and he has 8 points of boost. So he'd have to use the 8 points of boost plus the Afan if he was going to get both of them. But that is still, 13 points in leader. 35 to 59. And demarcation, Peaches is a bit late. And Spender, do you want to play the Spender? Or do you want to carry over the coins? Like, this might just be the pass.
I think you just go all the way here. I mean...
You just want him to go all the way.
Could still be the pass. You have seen a lot of your opponents, and there's still a pretty big lead here where your opponent's going to have to use leader charges or the turret, or because the bronze cards aren't going to do much. Usurper will be a huge swing though, with 2 enforcers and just a 12 point in and of itself will be very strong. But still, every single play he's making is buffing up his seductresses more and more. It is a bit too late to play the Peaches though. Well, I mean,
yeah, I think the Peaches is a bit late, and if you play the Spender, you're cancelling your carryover is the thing. You're getting 3 points per turn anyway. Actually opting to play the Spender there. Oh, he hasn't even played. I just really realized he hadn't even played Hidden Cache, so he kind of has to keep playing. I thought that had been clicked, but obviously Demarcation managing his finances there. So yeah, one more play. Do you play the Peaches? Do you bail? I feel like maybe
you're still scared of Invocation, so you can play 2 tall. But again, if you have 2 14-point units, I guess the Sea Jackal is gonna dodge any invocations this time around. He's not the biggest boy on the field right now, or girl, I guess, because.
Yeah, there's some big ladies there with the slice seductresses, and it seems like Passiflora, their employees not furloughed, they are making bank. They are actually one of the industries that seems to be doing well in this global pandemic. There is the Usurper, that is big, but it's not big enough. We've got 5 points of damage in the Enforcers, which still isn't enough to kill the Peach. Like, the Peach is still surviving. You've got your leader charges, you've got Afan. There is currently 6 point gap plus a Peaches trigger, 7 point gap.
I think at this point you save the leader
God.
ability because you want your opponent to think, oh, I have a pass, so now you can play Amnesty to take away the. Wait, can you play Amnesty? Well, I guess you have to use leader charges. You can play and then use leader charges, but you do want to take away the Flying Redanian, I think. It's finally, the finisher, Amnesty finisher, taking away the Redanian, buffing everything else. But yeah, he takes it with the. Assimilate procs
No, he
as
has to
well.
use another leader charge because of the Peach.
Right, yeah, exactly. So,
Oof.
but now he's safe. That was a long bleed, but I think Demarcation might. I don't know if he is ahead though. With Redanian missing, you're missing carryover points. You don't have many coins. Your opponent still has 2 leader charges and a fan, and you've used a lot of your golds. This is not the hand you want to see in round 3.
Oof.
And there's not really.
And
You're missing Jackson. You're missing. That's not a good mulligan.
No, and Vlasilin, he did draw the Afan, which means he can mulligan it. So now feels relatively safe. Oh, my visuals are being a bit weird there, but Demarcation not finding the cards he needs. There's not much in the deck.
Oh, this is not good for Demarcation.
No Jacques. That is not so good. Oof.
Still 2 leader charges on the Imperial Formation. A fan still there, so 9 points on this leader. Plus the Roderick is not bricked. It does have the Emperor's Invocation as well. Although there's not, I guess Sea Jackal is the invocate target. All of a sudden, Demarcation was doing everything so right, but things have gone so wrong in this round 3 with the mulligans and with the draws. Missing out on, this is obviously the card he most wanted. And the Sol as well not being found. When there's no answer to it, there's no poison, there's nothing to really, I guess the Invocation would be one answer.
Yeah, he's got the Invocation, so he's going to need to kind of split his boost between the Urchin and the Sea Jackal. But with that said, not the greatest of situations. We see the respect for the Assault there. Obviously, the Assault damages a unit by 4 if you control Salamander units 6, but the 4 would have killed the Magni Division. So Vlasilin playing around Demarcation's cards, and this has been quite the turn for the books, especially after that round 2.
Yeah, I think Demarcation played it really well. I think once those Enforcers stuck, though, I was talking about the silver lining. Once they stuck and you were able to play Fergus and Usurper after that, it was a really big deal. I think maybe after that first Enforcer sticking and Demarcation knowing he doesn't have an answer for it, it might have been okay to pass if he had a big enough tempo lead. But again, it's hard to say now in hindsight. But yeah, these draws are not ideal for Demarcation.
I'm wondering if he went one card too deep with the Sea Jackal in the end because he hadn't clicked his hidden cache in all their kind of kerfuffle and everything. I don't know. That's one of those things you go back and you look. But yeah, Vlastelin definitely has an out in this game. That's Gwent.
I think also the fact that when that first Enforcer was played and it stuck, he still hadn't finished getting all the value out of both his leader ability and the scenario. There was still one proc left, so he couldn't really pass comfortably there. So yeah, maybe should have tried to create more of a tempo gap quicker and maybe caught Vlastelin off guard, not being able to catch up in time and losing a card.
Yeah, I also wonder about going for the Kalkstein, right? Because he went for the Purify even though there was no follow-up poison. And that could have been a Soul, it could have been a Jacques, like it could have been a lot more. So that's one of those situations where you kind of look back and you maybe do some maths. But I feel like you still go for the safe play.
And we have full information as casters.
Yeah.
Obviously, Demarcation doesn't know that a Nilfgaard player doesn't have more poison when he has 8 cards left in his hand or 7 cards left. It's not very statistically probable, I think. So probably the correct play from Demarcation, even though with full information it wasn't.
Yeah, I like this lock. This lock forces all the boosts onto the Jackal, which means that or the Jackal, I guess you last play the Jackal and click it, right? So actually the
this might be interesting.
Invocation
it's kind of
is
bad.
like a 1-point invocation.
You might be jumping the gun here. Could not be a win for Vlastelin after all these terrible draws. 4 bronze in hand, and not a great finisher leader with cash, and no Redanian either. Might be closer than we thought, I think.
Yeah, this is I don't know. He's got Afan, so he's got 7 points on leader. But is that a 1-point Roderick? That's a 1-point Roderick.
Heads up play here from the Ransackers not to hit the Tortoise for the 3 points because those are 3 points that are being removed by the invocation anyway. So this is where I think, we talked about min-maxing, about every little small decision mattering. That play right there from Demarcation, as uneventful as it may seem, because it's just you're playing a bronze card, could be deciding factor in this round 3.
I don't want to do the maths. I'm like thinking about it, but it's like doing tight cloak maths.
I mean, you still have a fan.
It's gonna be really close.
Formation.
Yeah, you've got 7 points from the Afan. You've got the Magni division as well, putting in work. Oh, this is gonna be such a sad invocation. What do you pick? Which 3 do you pick?
Well, the one that's boosted is, of course, just in case there's a card you don't know about that works off boosted.
Yeah. Oh, he agrees. Clearly, Vlastelin does agree with you. Deciding there is. Oh no! Afan! Is this gonna matter? No.
Well,
no, it's not gonna matter.
Looks like Demarcation wins the game. So a 20-point Sea Jackal is enough to do it there. The hand looked atrocious, but the 1-point Roderick invocation comes in, not clutch at all for Vlastelin, to, I guess, losing the game because the hand was looking really, really bad for Demarcation. And he takes it in the end, so 2-0 up for him after these first 3 games. I guess we spoke just way too soon because that was a pretty comfortable 7-point win for Demarcation.
Yeah, Demarcation, we were like, this hand is not great, but I guess the Soul would have played into, it would have played into the invocation and stuff, and that's just Gwent for you, man. That is absolutely bizarre. And who would have thought that invocation would not be good against Syndicate? How often does that happen? Not very often. Not very often. So, Demarcation, Syndicate win. He's got his Nilfgaard win. He's left with Northern Realms. So Vlastelin, at least this is not the silver lining of the situation. He can choose how to sequence against Northern Realms when he wants red and when he wants blue. But Vlastelin has a big hill to climb because Northern Realms is a staple in this tournament. Players really value Northern Realms as a deck, and rightly so.
Yeah, Demarcation, I think, is going to be, he's back on red coin, so even more of an upside. He's 2-0 up. He won this last game with 4 bronzes in hand, so I think he's pretty happy about his play up until now. We mentioned the bleed, I think, was very good as well in round 2, even though it wasn't as punishing as in that, first win that he had with Skellige. But Demarcation does, of course, he has to play NR, so no guesses there. And Vlastelin finally switches over to SK deck. Nilfgaard not performing, I think, to the level he expected of it, and deciding to change the play here a bit, back on blue coin and back on this Skellige deck now instead.
Nilfgaard is a bit of a weird faction at the moment. It hasn't really been performing in qualifiers either. Like if you keep up to date with the top 16, for example, of the top 64, the top 16 of the top 64. If you keep up to date with those, Nilfgaard has been a deck that often only seems to win against Nilfgaard sometimes. So, it hasn't been the prize prize deck necessarily that people think it is, and I know some players have opted not to bring Nilfgaard because of that. But yeah, so now we have the Skellige versus Northern Realms matchup. This one could go either way. You know, we do see the, I believe, Champions Charge and Remist. Let me just double check in Vlastelin's lists.
Yeah, the two key
Yes, we
differences
do.
from the SK deck we saw from Demarcation are, right here presented to us right in the middle, Gremist and Champion's Charge. And in this specific matchup, very good additions and very good cards to have because of Donimir of Troy, be able to answer that right away. And, with Purification and also Champion's Charges for extra removal against NR, which is a deck that just runs on engines that create a lot of value over time.
Yeah, and having that extra removal on something tall like a Scytheman, for example, with the Champion's Charge, you can kind of kill anything, right, if you deal with Donimir. So Vlastelin probably happy having both of those in hand, but he does have to decide how he wants to pilot this first round and, where he wants to kind of go with this matchup.
And we see the tutor here, John Natalis, with the Warfare cards, of course. Amphibious Assault is one of them, and it's a very, very strong, I think the best Echo card in the game. With NR just really elevated the deck to a solid tier 1, I think. It was already obviously a very strong deck and a top 4 faction, but with a few of the changes with the last expansion, it's become a real powerhouse, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of it this tournament.
Yeah, Blood Eagle may want a word about that. I think they're both pretty destructive, and you can see why they're core cards. And this is, like I said, Skellige versus NR, Blood Eagle versus Amphibious Assault. Demarcation, just taking it slow, dealing with the longship there with boiling oil, just sinking that ship, disrupting the Skellige fleet, and again saying to Vlastelin, right, you're the one who sets up, and I will react.
Yeah, and this is just the usual trade of engines into removal spells that we see so often in round 1. We saw it last game with Mag Divisions and Stunning Blows, or the first game rather, and much of the same here again. It's always great to have these 5-point removal spells in your deck, Thunder, Boiling Oil, because, there's just a lot of 4 or 5-point cards or 4 points with 1 armor like the Longship as well.
And Stunning Blows, it's kind of sometimes a bit awkward because you can use it to sink a frigate. This is the battle of the boats, basically. It's whether the Skellige fleet defeats the Northern Realms fleet. You can sink a Karak frigate, but you can't sink a Karak frigate that's pulled with Amphibious Assault because it gets boosted up to 7 plus the 1 armor, which brings it just out of removal range. So, like you said, Amphibious Assault, it makes cards a little bit tricky to deal with. But Amphibious Assault, it gives you a lot of options with what you want to pull from the deck. You don't necessarily have to use it for that. You can use it for a drummer. You can use it for different things. So it may be tricky for Vlastelin to deal with the Northern Realms fleet in the same way.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason why I rate Amphibious Assault a bit higher than Blood Eagle is because it shored up a lot of the weaker points of these NR decks that didn't have really that strong of a non-committal way of playing into round 1 and playing into it for a long time, other than just throwing out these terrible bronzes like Mauler back in the day and the guards and just hoping things go your way. But now with Amphibious Assault, they're much more competitive in round 1, and it's a card that allows you to make a big commitment while still having the chance to replay it again in round 2 or 3.
I like the Herkia here to deal with the Royal Guard to remove its Inspired, because the Royal Guard is really annoying when it's Inspired because it also gives 2 armor. So we're talking about boats and boosting them out of Stunning Blow range. That is what the Royal Guard would do, although actually I think it's going to be 6 with 1 armor, so still just slightly out of range here. Slightly out of range for the Stunning Blow, but you're not getting that additional armor, so you are denying a little bit of value from the Stunning Blow.
Back in my day, the Stunning Blow would kill this frigate, but I guess the Stunning Blow got a bit weaker recently due to a few of the nerfs to Skellige, and it can now not remove the frigate. So very fortunate.
So now you have a choice. Here's the issue: do you trust in Herkia and her ability to high roll? She damages a random enemy unit by 1. So if you Stunning Blow the Karak frigate, it will have 1 health.
I think it's
And Herkia may say that the Skellige fleet is superior. You can see it in the background. She may sink the boat, but she may actually be a traitor and a secret member of the Northern Realms fleet and those friggin' frigates.
It's an easy 50-50.
An easy 50-50.
You also see the wind's blowing to the right, so yeah, it's going to ping to the right, obviously, because the bullet from Herkia
we can see on the
deviated.
board, yeah.
Exactly. So it's just logical plays there from Vlastelin. He knows all about this, aerodynamic physics as well. And the Herkia gets the right ping, removes the frigate, so a bit of a lucky one there for him, but definitely beneficial for him to try and continue defending in this round one where he was on blue coin. So Demarcation had the chance to maybe push heavily and try and win on even. In this case, that was a pretty pivotal moment to stop that from happening.
Yeah. 50% of the time, it works every time. And bear in mind, Blastalin did have the option of guaranteeing the kill by activating Herkia. So he did take a risk. And that is a risk because of the Carrick Marine. The Carrick Marine could have then been utilized to boost that boat back up and have that kind of cat and mouse game. But Demarcation saying, fine, your fleet wins this time. Let's go to round 2 and passing, getting out of the round.
And that 1 damage ping probably caused this pass. So
yeah,
very, very important thing there. Vlastin, I think, pretty happy. He has control over how the rest of this game goes. The first time the Demarcation doesn't have control after that first draw over the outcomes of rounds 2 and 3. And maybe this is finally a chance for Vlastin to come back into the game. Maybe he identified correctly that maybe having the say over if he gets bled or not is important. And he has control now. He's in the driver's seat and can hopefully get a victory and come back into the series in this game 3 or game 4, I guess, of the series.
Yeah, game something. We did have a tie, so we're a bit lost as to numbers. Welcome to Gwent, the maths card game. So we'll have to see how Vlastalin opts to bleed. We've seen Demarcation execute 2 ultimately successful bleeds. And now, though, the control is in Vlastalin's hands, so Vlastalin has to decide how short do I want the round. And I think against Skellig, not against Skellig, against Northern Realms, you do want to shorten the round. There's that many engines that you do want to try and get some out of them. And the ideal card you actually want to get out of Demarcation in this situation is maybe something like Ansays. Like, Ansays is a really good short round card for Northern Realms. And it also synergizes with their Varaxis. So in a short round, if you can kind of play Ansays and Varaxis together, that's a lot of points. We've seen, Ansays duel things and win games. So that's one of the key cards that, Vlastalin would like to see. But I think if he can see things like the Reynard, like the Anna, some of the engines, he's probably still happy.
And against NR, I think sometimes it's even okay to go a card down in this bleed, because some of the mulligan situations in a very, very short round 3 can be so awkward if you're left with cards like Scytheman or, these low value bronzes that just don't have any synergy between them in a very short round. So it'll be interesting to see how far Vlastalin pushes. If he sees one big value card and is still ahead, he might decide, okay, that's enough and I'm going to pass. But now it's his turn to be the one bleeding, and we'll see if he can execute the bleed with the same amount of finesse that Demarcation has in the last 2 games.
The other thing about this matchup is that Bloodthirst is super awkward for Skellige because Northern Realms has so many boosts. You see a damaged unit, nah. You see that red, now it's a green. There is so much boost, including the leader with Uprising. So other than Patricidal Fury, where you guarantee 3 Bloodthirst, you have to be a bit careful with how you play and find opportunities for things like Champion's Charge and the Lugos, right? When you have Lugos and Champion's Charge in the deck, you're never going to have that opportunity necessarily to play both of them in one turn. So you have to be very careful about how you use those cards when Demarcation can just boost everything.
Yeah, and Skellige is usually considered a pretty okay long round deck when you have things like Hemdall, like Wild Boar of the Sea. But in this specific matchup, because like you mentioned, there's so many boosts, your Wild Boar is not as effective. Even if you have a Grimace to answer the Dawnmere and be able to answer most of the engines, a long round is probably not beneficial. So you take your risks, you go into a bit of a bleed at least to get a few key cards like you mentioned, and hopefully still keep your card and stay ahead. Could see, Blood Eagle here to remove the Ratified Royal Guards. We could see, just an Invader, I guess. He does have both Warriors, so Herald is ready to go for round 3, and it is now set up.
And Vlastalin is running both Hemdall and Wild Boar of the Sea in this list, so, you have to be careful. You don't want to shorten this round too much if you're running both, because he doesn't have Wild Boar of the Sea in hand. Wild Boar of the Sea you can't target draw in the same way as you can Hemdall, because Blood Eagle only targets warriors. So he has to also be a little bit cautious about making the round too short and denying value of Wild Boar of the Sea, because even if you don't have damaged units, Wild Boar still hits everything for 1, so it's still not bad in a bloated round, shall we say, with lots of units.
And this is here Amphibious Assault showing why it's so just fantastic in NR now. A great anti-bleed tool to catch up in tempo and also set up an engine on the same turn, and not having to commit usually these big tempo plays like Falibor, etc., like Ensace, that you normally used to see from NR players when they're trying to defend a bleed in round 2.
I like this Amphibious Assault also because Amphibious Assault kind of plays against you sometimes because you're stacking a row. You're stacking a row so much with all of your recruits, which plays into Wild Boar of the Sea. It plays into Heimdall. You're giving your opponent kind of extra value on that. So if you can get both Carrack frigates out of the way in rounds 1 and round 2, it means you don't necessarily have that problem in round 3. And instead, you're only stacking the row with your own units. You're not generating more.
And you're playing into, you're not playing into Heimdall or Wild Boar of the Sea as much. If your opponent plays a Heimdall in this turn, it's probably going to be fine. You're not going to lose the game. Whereas if you go into long 3 and you play this, all that value is going to become eventually Heimdall pings and Wild Boar of the Sea pings as well.
And so Blastalin going for the bleed, at least with 1 card. We've seen the totem, but usually totem you'll see 2 cards because you also want to click it to get the extra 4 points of value. So Demarcation has to decide where he wants to go here. What do I want to commit? How scared am I of Blastalin's tempo? Do I respect it? In which case you start to spend engines. Or do I feel like I can get out okay? In which case you maybe play a little slower.
In this case, Grimace is going to prove why maybe he wasn't playing Demarcation Skellige list, because in this situation, because you're bleeding anyway, you don't get that much value from Grimace. I mean, maybe he eventually plays the Donimir, you play the Grimace, you're trading down 1 point, and then you're going to be passing soon anyway, so the Donimir wouldn't have gotten much value from being a defender regardless. So when you're bleeding in round 2 anyway, Grimace becomes kind of useless, and then he has obviously no use against NR other than purifying the, I guess the bleed from the Baron, but that's, a bit more subtle.
You always have the option also, if your opponent plays Donimir, to pass in a bleed situation, right?
Exactly, that's why
then,
usually...
And then you can mulligan the Grimace, right?
So why even put the Grimace in your deck? If you're expecting the situation, then you're going to bleed anyway with Skellige. So a bit of a meta call there. I think Demarcation definitely thought about this, and I think he's a big fan of bleeding, it seems like. So he's like, I don't need the Grimace. I'll just pass eventually. It's fine.
I mean, you say why put the Grimace in your deck, but if Blastalin hadn't won round 1, which came down to maybe a Hercule ping, then you definitely need the Grimace to answer the Donimir, because then your opponent is in the driving seat. And I think that's why Demarcation did ban Northern Realms.
That's also a big consideration, yes. But there's a pass finally from Blastalin, decides that the frigate would get maybe too much value, doesn't really have a big punish for it, and maybe just doesn't want to spend some of these gold cards. He's seen enough, he's seen the Amphibious Assault, but still a lot of engines, and the defender's still ready to go for round 3, and it's going to be a long one as well, so he definitely needs to find the Wild Boar of the Sea, I think, in these mulligans.
You gotta be a little bit hopeful.
That's a good one.
Well, you have Blood Eagle for Harold at least. That's Harold, technically.
There's
Harold.
That's Harold. Not technically.
That's actually Harold. I mean, you still have plenty of warriors though. That's Vabjorn. Oh, I mean, you still have some warriors.
Hoping for the Wild Boar here if he mulligans his bear. Because the Wild Boar is one of the big problems that it is not a warrior. So Blood Eagle does not count as a tutor, and if you don't draw it, you don't draw it. It's in your deck. And with a 9-card round 3, even if it is against a boosted deck like NR Uprising, it's still going to be a good card, right? It's still quite a few points in a very long round. So
I think the bear's still good though. You've got one in the graveyard.
Well, you can't compare a Savage Bear to a Wild Boar of the Sea. That's not it either.
No, I meant maybe he would mulligan the Raider, but I guess the Raider is also 8 points, so it's much of a much. It's getting War of Clans there instead of the Wild Boar of the Sea, which is pretty bad with the Skellige fleet, like late to the party. With that said, Demarcation, he did miss the Varaxis, and that's not something you can pull with Amphibious Assault. And he also missed the Adalia, which you can't pull with Amphibious Assault. So that is, those cards aren't going to be seen.
I guess both players missing an equal amount of, Wild Boar and the Raiding Fleet, I think is comparable to what Demarcation is missing. We'll see if this hand from Blastalin is going to be enough. It does look quite nice. The Raider, also a warrior, so we'll get the Herald pings if Herald does survive once it gets down on the board. And right away, Grimace will finally find his time to shine. The Breezing Heels put it into the deck to be played now in answer to Donimir.
We Grimace check. That's what that is. Do you have Grimace? I mean, he does. We know the answer to that question. The answer is yes. And if he didn't have Grimace, he could have maybe gone Leader Champion's Charge, but now he can save that for a bigger target, which is where it's nice to have both of those.
And also interesting considering there are no other alchemy cards in the deck, so Grimace is literally just used to purify this one Donimir, and that's his sole purpose. That's what he does in life, or at least in this deck.
Yeah, his card text is actually just purify Donimir of Troy.
Playing Gwent Open round 3, and purify Donimir. And then disappear.
we might see him again. It's not, I think it's great for Vlastelin. There we go. He's passed the Grimace check. Play it on Ranger as well. Do that, just to make it slightly more tricky to play.
Amphibious Assault still in hand for demarcation. Probably wants to try and get an engine out like a drummer right away. I think demarcation's deck list plays only a Sigil. No, it plays 2 frigates, but I think they were both used already. So yeah, one was used in round 1. So drummer should probably come out fairly soon, I think. And with the buff from Amphibious Assault, should keep it pretty healthy, at least for a little while.
It's a little tricky because you don't want to boost too high when Champion's Charge is a thing, but you also don't want your unit to be vulnerable to, combo plays, things with like Blood Eagle or, the War of Clans onto the 3-point friend, although he's not in the graveyard actually, I don't think. And Crate Warrior, that's the word I'm looking for. So here we go. You did say Amphibious Assault onto a drummer. I don't know if drummers are necessarily amphibious, but apparently they're part of the Amphibious Assault.
They're
I guess
adaptable.
they go on water and land.
Maybe have like a scuba dive drum as well attached. I've seen crazier
It's not
things.
a drum, it's
There's some interesting card arts in Gwent. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And 7 points with 1 armor is kind of awkward to remove. And this is going to kind of keep boosting things. But then you're boosting, at the moment you're boosting Donamir, which does play into Champion's Charge.
Mm-hmm.
Demarcation can put units in between, but by putting units in between, you are also then playing into Heimdall. So yeah, it's a bit awkward, although you do have armor to kind of counteract that a little bit.
And there's the raiding fleet coming down. We're going to assume over Gutting Slash. Longship comes down as well. We'll see what answer there may be for this engine. If it does stick, it's going to be a lot of points, not just the pings of damage, but also removing boosts and removing, hopefully creating bloodthirsted units to have that synergy open for things like you mentioned, like Champion's Charge, although the leader ability will take care of that as well.
Demarcation needs to make a choice. Demarcation has exactly, well, for this situation, basically 1 form of removal above 3 points. So he has Falibor for anything below 3, which is nothing, but whatever. So he has to make a decision. What is Ansei's going to answer? How do I feel about this boat? This boat is a lot of points, considering how many cards are still left to play. There are 7 cards still left to play. So that equates to a decent number of points. However, Demarcation may think, well, my engines answer his engines because I can boost. But actually, Demarcation, he has decided this is his hill to die on. Demands some satisfaction. Having to use 2 leader charges there just to boost it up enough to kill it and remove the engine.
That being said, we're still, this is the thing with Northern Realms, you have so many engines to play, kind of like with the Enforcers with the Nilfgaard deck. It takes a long time to set them all up. You have Anna still, you have Reynard, and obviously the sooner you play them, the better. Although, in most cases against Skellige, you're going to expect answers like the Drummond, like the Champion's Charge, like you mentioned before, and even the Lugos with the Blood Eagle.
So now Blaistelin has a problem. We're going to keep going back to people's problems. Blaistelin does not know that Veraxis does not exist. And Ansei's is the prime Veraxis target. So how do you deal with that? You kill Ansei's. Blaistelin doesn't need to kill Ansei's, but he probably feels like he should. So how do you kill Ansei's? The answer is Leader Champion's Charge. So he's committing here the Champion's Charge onto the Ansei's. Oh, no, I tell a lie. I tell a lie. He's gone Blood Eagle.
Perfect.
Lugos,
6 damage.
Is that enough damage units?
And it could remove the, Ansei's like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to do it
I
as
thought he
well.
might go Champion's Charge.
And I think this is probably the best way because you're not expecting to get too many bloodthirsty units like you mentioned. There's so much boosting going on that it's normally just play leader, have the 6 damage, that's good enough. 10 points off Lugos and 6 points of removal is pretty good value overall.
It's tricky though because Demarcation can now deny Bloodthirst. So this is why I was saying maybe he'll go Champion's Charge and use the Vabjorn for a different warrior. Because now, there we go, Reynard comes down, you boost up the 2 Sirens, pop him in between. Reynard's doing his great thing that he does now on deploy. So Champion's Charge, now unlikely, I think, to destroy an enemy unit. Unless you maybe get some good Heimdall pings.
And you're playing all these warriors before having played Herald, finally coming down. But again, there is so much setup in some of these decks and so many things you have to answer to with urgency that you sometimes can't set up your own engines in time, and you're having to wait 4 or 5 turns before you finally have a chance to do so. But Herald does finally come down, sets up 2 points of stored damage ready to go on this Raider, because like you mentioned, there isn't that Bloodthirst synergy, and he does not have Zeal just yet.
One thing of note here is, so this is going to be a battle, I think, of the Bloodthirsts. Anna can't really come down while the 2 points of Raider damage are available, because if Anna comes down, she gets boosted by Reynard, so she goes up to 5. You've got 1 in pocket with your leader, you can get her up to 6. So your opponent would need to do 6 damage to straight kill her, which he can do with Champion's Charge and Raider.
And Squirtle.
Oh, I tell a lie. Or Squirtle, yeah, 5 points there as well.
Yeah, Squirtle.
I was going to say that she's likely to get removed. So yeah, I guess he just accepts that Anna's not going to do much and just use her to remove 2 Bloodthirsts.
Yeah, exactly.
This drummer.
Oh, he's still going. He got bled down. He's been bleeding for 4 turns. He's asking for help. No one's assisting. He's still drumming. He's boosting the morale. Donimir is ready to go. He's hyped up. He's at 10 points already. He's never been this big, although he's lost his shield, so maybe not a good idea in war.
He was having so much fun at the rave that he's lost his shield, but he's making up for it in excitement. And this Reynard is so painful.
Came in. The medic came in. He healed the drummer, and he's back in business.
This Champion's Charge, man, is just going to be 5 points, I think. I mean, maybe Hemdall gets super lucky, I suppose. I don't know. Reynard and this drummer are just like putting in work for the team.
You do still have a few more ways with Hemdall. You can create Bloodthirst units. Also, the Raider ping is still there. It could, instead of being removal, it could just... you could still be scared of Viraxis, like you mentioned. Like, you still want to maybe remove these Marines and not give any targets for the Viraxis. And we mentioned it before. Sometimes without full information, you can make plays that aren't optimal to make your opponent think you have a certain card.
Oh, and there's the
Reynard
Champion's Charge.
instead.
Yeah, so you basically accepted, I don't think I'm going to get Bloodthirst 3. That's what Vlastelin is saying here. And the thing is, Bloodthirst 3 would have killed that big fat Donimir Troy who's there at the rave, having a great time. Baron doesn't do much here. Like, I guess you play Range Road Baron and then you could reset a Siren. You can make it back to 2.
So the game of Bloodthirst, the card game. No Bloodthirst for you, Mr. Vlastelin.
But he doesn't need it anymore, right? He's got no more cards to play with Bloodthirst. But that said, it's a big point difference.
Yeah, I think Skellige is still Skellige. The points are rolling in even without getting the optimal points. You're still able to control, all of your opponent's engines. Reynard got some value, sure, but Anna got removed immediately. The drummer did, that is true. He did survive the entire round, actually, so pretty impressive from him. But still, overall, a lot of points. There is the leader still from Demarcation, so the point gap isn't as big as it seems, although there aren't that many boosted units anymore. And the drummer is still stuck just boosting the Donimir for eternity, apparently. The reset on the Siren, we were not joking. This is a serious play here from Demarcation.
This is where you lead it, right? Because you're not getting any more boosts to play, so you want to, make hay while the sun shines. I don't know if the Lyrian Scytheman is making hay or cutting hay or what, but, take the opportunities while you have it, because it's not going to be a better one. With that said, 49 points to 46. Hemdall still to come down. A Raider for a couple points, and Harold pinging away.
Pinging the armor. So if Demarcation wins by 1 or ties it, that was actually very clutch. Maybe coming into, backfire on Vlastelin after getting that lucky ping with Hjurka. Now he gets the unlucky ping, so all is even, all is correct in the world once more. Falibor comes down as the last play for Demarcation, having used his leader ability. It's still not going to be a big enough point cap here. I think we still have Hemdall, we still have the Raider pings ready to go. Even though the drummer's still pinging, I think it might not be enough. I mean, Hemdall by itself already an 8-point body, the 5 pings up top, and the Raider coming in as well, plus the Herald. Seals the deal here, and Vlastelin survives in this series. Skellige showing why it's one of the strongest factors in the game right now, and takes this game 3 or 4, win, and tie, or doesn't tie the series, but gets a bit closer to tying it.
Yeah, I think that was a really solid performance from Vlastelin in terms of shutting down the engines and being able to control Demarcation. We saw a really good effort from Demarcation in terms of avoiding Bloodthirst and playing around it, but with only the little drummer that could, being able to stick, admittedly playing a great tune. not quite enough in that matchup. So Vlastelin getting back into this set, finding his Skellige win. He still does need to win, however, with Nilfgaard, where he struggled, and with Squirtle, which we haven't yet seen.
So now we are moving into game 4 of the series, let's say. Demarcation is still up 2-1, so he still has, a bit of a gap there. He still has one more game that he can still lose and not be out of it. And Vlastelin is obviously trying his best to continue this forward momentum. He's won this crucial game where he had to win or he was out of the tournament entirely, and has a chance to win another one and tie the series and maybe go for the very clutch reverse sweep against what is maybe the best player in Gwent right now in Demarcation, at least from a results standpoint. So would be very impressive, but first he has to get through this next game. And he still has a chance to play anything but this last Skellige deck he just played.
So he's going for Nilfgaard. We may not get to see Squirtle depending on the outcome of this list. So going for his Nilfgaard list on red, which means that if he does play Squirtle next, he would have to play it on blue, versus Demarcation, his one and only Northern Realms list, and he is on blue this time around.
And of course, Demarcation had no choice in the matter. He has only one deck left after having won 2 games and having one of his decks banned at the beginning of the series, like we always do with the Conquest formats. And he is, stuck playing this Northern Realms list. It is a very good list, but was not able to get the win in the last game against Skellige.
I think it's the battle of the engines to a certain degree, but Vlastelin does have a little bit more control, being the Nilfgaard player. This list by Demarcation we've seen does have somewhat limited control, especially if you don't draw Viraxis. Luckily enough, he did find it this time around, so he does have that option. I think Donimir of Troy, once again, maybe not going to do too much, as the Cupbearer is in Vlastelin's hand, ready to purify his woes away.
And a few months ago, you would normally think that a poison deck or Nilfgaard deck that's centered around poison and Masquerade Ball wouldn't be very strong against NR, but because this NR list has evolved into a much more boost-heavy list with cards like Anna, like Reynard, Viraxis, etc., suddenly poison becomes a lot more valuable. You're seeing a lot of 8, 9, 10-point units, and it's much easier to get value from those poisons.
So here comes Dodric, and how does Demarcation feel about this? He's got, Ballista, he's got the Boiling Oil. He can sort of deal with this in a couple turns, but Vlastelin does have boost in hand, in pocket, I guess. Mm-hmm. So he can, counteract that. And I'm just interested to see how Demarcation feels about Dodric, or, whether he feels like he should invest over 2 turns to deal with it, or whether he just lets Vlastelin shimmy his cards.
Also talking about Amnesty as well in this series, obviously the engines in NR are very, very valuable. They come down, at 4 points only for Anna, but the effects are very, very strong. So if he's able to ping down some of these strong engines, and he has the Vincent for Donimir, so that won't protect them either. He could potentially use that Amnesty to great effect at some point in the game, and just have a huge swing turn where he steals a very important engine from Demarcation.
I think so. We've seen the Ballista come down, which puts the Dodric at 5. Mm-hmm. That means it can be obviously dealt with. Hey, Afan, you're going to the bottom of the deck. Guaranteed. 100% guaranteed. There it goes. So he's got the ping on the Dodric, which means he can kill it. And he has the 2 points in pocket with the Ballista, which means he can still kill it even it gets boosted once. So Vlastelin, if he wants to protect that, he's going to have to invest. And here we see the Tony Joust, I'd imagine, onto the Dodric just to protect that hand-fixing capabilities.
And that's a Tourney Joust that could have been used against a drummer, for example, but we don't see any drummers in hand. We only see Amphibious Assault, and that will be played onto either a drummer or a frigate. Obviously, having Crystal Skull still ready to go means that it's going to be very hard to remove some of these bronze engines once Demarcation decides to play them. He has many, many ways to keep them safe and protected. So I don't think that will be too big of an issue, but I guess Dodric will live to tell another tale, to draw another card, and throw it right back to the depths of his deck.
I think if you find Afan like that, you're actually not super unhappy, because you basically guaranteed that you will not mulligan into it. Mm-hmm. So now Vlastelin can mulligan quite freely without thinking, oh no, what if I take a risky mulligan and draw Afan? Afan, he's at the bottom. He's just gonna wait. He's gonna make his way back to the top. He's just, he's on a bit of a downswing at the moment. He's not very popular. Demarcation though, spending the Anna, so I guess investing into the round and saying, I want ground control.
Yeah, Anna with the Crystal Skull effect is pretty unstoppable. At this point, Vlastelin has to be thinking this is going to be a tough one to deal with. You have to be doing it through damage pings. You can't use poison to remove it. And it's, pretty hard, especially when you have cards like Carrick Marine, where if it's pinged enough times, it's still going to get buffed back up anyway. So I think Vlaslan deciding that he's going to lose this round, going to see what he can trade for whatever cards Demarcation plays, but yeah, playing with a mindset he might have to be looking at rounds 2 and 3 instead.
Yeah, so drawing the Magni division there with Daedric, so now he has to decide what he wants to put down. Drawing a bronze, not necessarily terrible, because there are a lot of synergistic bronzes, but also when you draw a bronze, it moves your golds kind of higher to the top, so you're more likely to draw into them in rounds 2 and 3, and actually that Magni being the play option there.
At this point, Demarcation, I think he's pretty sure that he has a stranglehold over his opponent on this round 1 because of this Anna and because of this Crystal Skull and no poison being able to answer her. So probably going to save the Amphibious Assault, probably going to play a bit slower with a Boiling Oil, for example, a nice counter to that Magni division, and maybe something like Carrick Marine after that. And once he's at 5 cards, he knows that his opponent can't continue playing because then there's going to be a huge point gap and also 2 points per turn that he probably can't answer in 2 cards.
It's kind of tough for Demarcation though, because that's a card you don't necessarily want to be spending, the oil, because you have limited targets, and these enforcers, they can really be a force to be reckoned with. Lots of bronze draws for Vlaslan, which aren't necessarily bad if you have cards that you want to shuffle, but I think he's kind of looking to trade, bronze for gold with this Daedric. So he's got to decide what it is he doesn't value here. And the thing is, poisons are really good for destroying, tall units. Locks are really good for removing engines. And enforcers are really good because they synergize with Fergus. So this is the thing I was saying with the bronzes in this deck. A lot of them are actually kind of core, and he's put an enforcer to the bottom there.
Fang does come down. When you are on red coin, it's this is one of the plays you can do to have a lot of reach and a lot of say and kind of force your opponent to playing longer. But yeah, with this at this point right now, I think there is no chance Vlaslan can play into this. I think it would be very risky. It's 2 points every turn. He has to do it in 2 cards because then he goes under the 4 card limit, so he wouldn't be able to draw back all the way to 10 for round 3. And he would also have just no say over the round length.
It's kind of a wasted poison, though, because Vlaslan doesn't have a follow-up. Vlaslan can't spend the Cupbearer, because then Donimir of Troy, he just goes mad. And then Vlaslan has to get through that in order to even get to the engines. So this poison was maybe kind of a bait to try and get another card out of Demarcation. He got the Carrick Marine. Carrick Marine is a decent card, but Carrick Marine, in terms of the other cards available to NR, is not the most amazing of trades.
Yeah, I think Demarcation is quite happy with how this round went. I think committing the Anna was, it gave him, definitely put him in the driver's seat. He had full control at that point because there was really no reasonable answer from Vlaslan, and now he can use the Amphibious Assault if he wants to in this round.
And Demarcation really wants to find Ansays, though. He has the Veraxis, and you can use Veraxis onto Baron. That's an option, but ideally you want to be playing that with Ansays, but you need to find Ansays in order to do that. And Demarcation has found every other gold card in his deck. Bear in mind that Amphibious Assault is drawn with John Natalis, except for Ansays.
See a bit of a makeover from Veraxis, at least from my perspective. I'm not sure if it's the same for everyone else.
He technically has a makeover every round, right? Turns into a new card.
The round 1.5 evolution. It only happens for the beginning. There's the Amphibious Assault. And this is a pretty good say that there is going to be a bleed here. I think this is where Amphibious Assault becomes very, very clutch for Northern Realms, not only in protecting a bleed, but also in enforcing a bleed. And having that, engine plus big tempo play in one turn is always very strong.
It also thins the deck a little, so you remove a bronze in order to maybe try and find Ansays. Demarcation, though, he does need some bronzes. He's got a Dahlia in hand, and at the moment, the only option for that is a Temple Guard, which isn't necessarily where you want to go in that China synergy. You would rather have an engine. We'll have to see what Demarcation does with the bleed. I love watching Demarcation bleed his opponent. It's a very satisfying thing to watch because he is so good at it. But with that said, how easy is Nilfgaard to bleed?
Well, it was pretty easy in one of the games because Demarcation did a pretty good job of removing, everything from his opponent. And Vlaslan has lost twice already with this deck, both to round 2 bleeds. So could this be kind of the story of this series? If Demarcation is able once again to get a big advantage out of this round 2 bleed, it could just be, you know, Demarcation saying, this is how I win my game. So if you're bringing Nilfgaard, be careful, because I might just smash you 3 times in a row on round 2. This is an interesting play. So Ramon is used as a lock instead of on the Enforcers, and I think it was a tell of Lastlin thinking about this strategy once he removed the Enforcer from the hand with Doedric in round 1. He was saying, okay, these are probably going to get removed or not going to get as much value from, and I'm going to get them on the Alba Armored Cavalry instead and have multiple locks.
So Demarcation, this is where you make a choice, my friend. Are you committing to the bleed? We're at 7 cards. This is kind of crunch time. It's kind of tricky, though, for Demarcation, because you want to see Masquerade Ball. I think that's one of the cards you want to see. But in this matchup, compared to the other ones, there's lots of good invocation targets in your deck. And round 2, playing invocation targets guarantees your opponent drawing them, right? Your opponent can invocate, say, a Falibor, for example, such a lovely invocation target. A Reynard, also not a bad invocation target. And then draw into and play it in the next round. So that's something that you have to be a little bit cautious of.
Nice Epidemic, if it existed, but I haven't seen that card in a while. Also important to note, there is no Vincent in hand for Vlastin, which is obviously the premium counter to Defender, or in this case, Donimir of choice specifically. So not in the hand, instead it is residing in the deck for Vlastin, and no way to find it. There's no Roderick, there's no Oneiromancy, there's no Doedric either. So obviously something that Demarcation does not know. I think it'll be very risky to play Donimir because it'll be such a huge point swing, and he pretty much guarantees to lose a card down if it is answered by Vincent. But in this case, there is no Vincent here. So we'll see what he decides. If he knew that, I think he would have no issue playing Donimir this turn and bleeding quite heavily.
If you play Donimir, are you not scared of an invocation and then your opponent playing Donimir next turn?
Also true.
That's the other thing. It's like, what do you play here as Demarcation? They've got a Magni Division, so they've got a kind of little engine going. You have, I guess, a 6-point Temple Guard, which you can and do spend here. But after that, you're starting to play targets, right? You're starting to play invocation targets.
If you plan
this might be the end of the lead.
If you plan to play Reynard Odo, you would have played it before this last Temple Guard for sure, or even before all these cards. So I think, just looking at the hands and looking at what cards are being played, you can tell kind of what game plan one of the players has, in this case, Demarcation. So like you mentioned, it could be the end of the bleed here, especially if Vlastin gets very close here with whatever card he plays, if he plays high tempo. Although I think Demarcation would love to see Ball coming out in this turn, of course, or in this round, of course.
And I think this is almost a problem for Demarcation where his hand is too good. Like, this is where you would have loved, with that many boosted units, to have a Scytheman, right? You know, have that Lyrian Scytheman as a comfortable 8-point play and then go from there.
Second
but as
drummer,
it is, yeah, Vlaislin's not really done a whole lot. Even if he had a drummer in hand, it means he could have Adalia'd it instead of the Temple Guard.
Exactly. Yeah. In Gwent, you want to have different hands for different situations, and in this case, this is not really the hand that Demarcation wants for a bleed, where you can still have some of these very good golds to mulligan into in round 3 and kind of save them in your deck. In this case, you kind of have to spend them in round 2, which is not ideal, I think, for Demarcation.
I mean, if Demarcation passes, Vlaislin, he is still going to have to make a spend. I would imagine, you know, maybe the Fergus, just because you've put one Imperial Enforcer at the bottom. Yeah. You've played Ramon already. It does play nicely with Masquerade Ball with the Thirsty Dame, but maybe you just accept that Thirsty Dame might get Ansays, so that could be the play here if we see a pass from Demarcation, which I feel like is fairly likely.
Yeah, Ansays or even Baron to reset it if it's not played. Well, it's obviously not played last, but yeah, that was a pass. I mean, we mentioned it, I think if this was a different hand, I'm fairly certain Demarcation would continue playing into this round and try to get the ball out, because when you're a Devotion deck, you don't have Heat Wave, you don't have Bomb Heaver, you need to have an answer to a scenario. That's just a pivotal moment in a game when the scenario is played, and passing is a pretty good answer to some of these cards when you don't have the answer in your deck, for example.
So Vlaislin just deciding, out of my 6 cards, which do I feel, well, A, wins the round, so maybe not the Alba Armored Cavalry, but B, is my least important card for round 3.
I think it has to be Fergus, like you mentioned. Most of its combo synergies are gone, and I mean, the Cupbearer is also fine choice. You have the Magnet Vision still growing one more turn, and there are no engines on the board for demarcation, so 5 points would be enough on the front row.
No, I guess he's opting to
Yeah,
use
I guess, yeah, because you have 2 points anyway, right? On this pass and then the next pass when you pass the turn. So you get the 2 points over 2 turns. But yeah, the Cavalry is fine as well, and he's able to save all his gold, although I still think Fergus won't be necessarily very good in round 3.
Yeah, I missed the Magni ping there. So yeah, getting rid of the lock. I mean, a lock is still useful. That's the painful thing here, right? The lock, it does deny an engine. So you can deny something like an Odo, you can deny, I guess that's that, you know, a frigate, you can deny those sort of things. But if you feel like you have enough answers with poison and other locks, and now you have Vincent as well, then it's all right to spend it there.
Missing the Brathen, still pretty important miss, but I guess the fan wasn't near the bottom, so I think it's still fine to not.
Yeah, Afan's at the bottom. Roderick's still in there as well, so if you find Roderick, you guarantee the Brathens. And this is where Dodric does guarantee your hand. Ansays, though, has shown up to the party, maybe a little bit, but, you know, here's the thing, is Invocation denies that, which means then you have to set up your Viraxis. Like, do you play your Viraxis ahead of time, but then it can still get invocated? Like, then they just invocate your Viraxis. I don't know.
Both players missing quite a bit Brathens, and yeah, I mean, Brathens and Roderick both not being found. Fergus was mulligan in the end. I almost think that the Alba Armor Cavalry played in round 2 would be more valuable than the Fergus, and obviously 1 point more than the Hunters as well. So in the end, maybe Fergus was the correct play to make in the last turn of round 2 as well. Looking at Demarcation's deck, he has everything. He has, I mean, he's missing some engines, but he has all his gold, like you mentioned. His hand was very strong for round 2. It wasn't good for a bleed, but it is good for just a nice, you know, round 3 with all your gold and all your points ready to go.
Yeah, not great proactive options though. It may be that you play the Masquerade Ball, you know, but then you're basically just setting up the Thirsty Dame to die. You can play, this was the other option I was going to say, the Usurper Emperor, and just click it and, you know, use that just to open until your opponent gives you some things to deal with. Boosting them up. That's an interesting. I guess Fallible. Fallible is a card.
And you're missing the assimilate value, but other than that, like you said, you have no enforcers, so you're not really losing on much playing this early, and you want to just have a nice proactive play that's not losing you optimal value for playing it first, regardless.
I mean, I suppose you maybe lose out on a couple of points on the Thirsty Dame because of the spying
Also,
tech,
yeah.
right? Yeah. But if the Thirsty Dame is going to...
Yeah, it's gonna get killed sooner or later, either on States at the beginning or Baron at the end, but it's not gonna make it very far.
Ooh. He's just going to assume that... He must be just assuming that Invocation isn't a card. Like, sometimes you have to play like that. If you expect to win, you have to almost imagine it's not a card. I'm just wondering where he's going with this. Okay, 6 points. You got to take the duel, because you've got Viraxis. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he was going to float it, but then he'd play it back row.
I think once he saw the Ramon being played into the Alba Armor Cavalry, he knows that the Enforcer game plan is not a thing anymore. He saw, you know, I think you can expect that your opponent's not going to be playing those engines or just trying, because it's either all in or nothing at all, right? You don't go halfway with Enforcers. You have to play either all of them, all 3 of them, and Fergus and Usurper, and then go in. But all of these reads, playing Usurper first, playing Ramon into the Alba Armor Cavalry, Demarcation can tell what his opponent's game plan is right away, and he doesn't need this removal on those engines, for example.
There's the Invocation just to deny the Viraxis, which we did talk about. The other thing of note here is that the Usurper in round 3, he does boost for every agent played, and Fangs of the Empire are agents. So Masquerade Ball has 2 of them, and there's 1 in hand. So by removing the Usurper there, you are denying a small engine. Viraxis does still have targets. He does still have the Baron, and although, you know, it's not a big a big reset, you do get a couple extra points by resetting that. And you can set up the Fallible, because you can reset the operatives, for example, which gives you a couple more points. So it's not necessarily the end of the world, but it's not the greatest target in this matchup. And
you have the Amphibious Assault into the Marine as well, in a pinch if you need to find something to get value from Viraxis on as well.
Yeah, so
here's
you have
the Vincent check. I think it's going to be a failed check here. Lastlin does have it in hand, and it will be played immediately, I think. There's no...
Yeah, you gotta do your poison maths, right? Because your other option is just to purify it. But I guess if you have 2 poisons on Masquerade Ball, you have 1 Fang, so that's 3, and then you have either Vincent or the Purify. So you could go either way here. The be thinking about saving Vincent. I guess the only difference is the aristocrat tag. Yeah, and like you said, Veraxis, he does have Veil as well, so that is a viable target. So you could save the aristocrat tag and wait for another target and just use the Purify. That's the choice here. You deal with the Donamir one way or the other.
Well, he has the perfect amount of poisons already. He has 4 right here, so this one's like singled out, let's say.
Yeah, the other thing is you got locks, so you can set up the Vincent other ways. Yeah. But actually opting just to play the Vincent here. Donamir not done so much. He's not shining, at least in the last couple of games. He's just like, I'm here to defend, and doesn't go so well. So Demarcation has nothing on the board. You need to start setting up some engines.
But they will be answered. I mean, there's 2 locks in hand, which seem like bad draws for Vlaslan, but he will be able to answer both the Reynard and the frigates pretty easily. Still staying above the 3 points for removing the Falibor value as well. So overall, frigate maybe not the greatest draw for Demarcation. He tried to mulligan it once, and it just came back to him because there's still 2 left in his deck. There's 1 more still in there as well.
But it's not awful because Vlaslan has to save those aristocrats for Mass Great Ball. Those are his last 2, so he can't necessarily lock straight away. So if you play something like a frigate, you do get 1 click out of it, I guess, which isn't awful necessarily.
I think the sequencing for Vlaslan is pretty forced for the rest of this game. It's going to be, Masquerade Ball into the locks to just lock the engines as soon as possible, and then the poisons to finish. So going to be pretty straightforward for him, I think, looking at his hand. Demarcation a bit more to think about, I think.
Yeah, Demarcation, I think, has a lot to think about in this scenario. So there's the Masquerade Ball. We've got the Thirsty Dame on the board. No, I believe, real way of dealing with that, but actually it's a really nice Baron target, so you're kind of okay with it. It's going to get boosted up anyway. But then if you do that, you then don't set up your Fallible, so that's the other thing. But it does mean that the boat can be clicked at least once. So now, where does Demarcation go? This is a tricky one. And you haven't seen Brathens. Like, that's the other thing, is if you set up bronze engines, they can always get Brathens. So, if you are playing the Amphibious Assault, maybe you go for the Carrack Marine, but then if your opponent locks the Carrack Marine, that may be an issue with Veraxis.
This will be a 2-for-1. As soon as an engine gets played with Amphibious Assault, then the Hunter comes down, locks 1, and poisons the one that got boosted. So, again, pretty straightforward sequencing left for Vlaslan here. We'll see if it'll be enough. He does have quite a big lead right now and still has 1 leader charge and a fan to come out as well. And has answers to all of these engines. And like we mentioned before, poisons against Northern Realms aren't as bad as they used to be a few months ago. Their decks are playing a lot taller with a lot of boosts, with Amphibious Assault, for example. But not an engine, so that's still fine. But an 8-point poison is not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. You do also want to lock the frigate, but if you lock the frigate, this Carrack Marine's going to survive, which means that Veraxis can then get played now, so you can get the second boost out and get the value off of your Veraxis quite safely.
Yeah, this is also going to be a pretty straightforward play from Demarcation. Like you mentioned, there's a 1-turn window where he can do this. He has to do it. ASAP, Bloody Baron, in some matchups could be nice to have the double, order ability, but in this matchup, I think it's not one of them. We'll see if he decides to go Reynard first just to squeeze out that extra point.
But if you go Reynard first, you then lose your Veraxis opportunity with the follow-up poison. I guess he's maybe saying that resetting the Thirsty Dame plus setting up the Falibor may be the better option.
Yeah, also, and I mean, there's still 1 more buff here as well, so he's going to get, he has 2 targets anyway, but...
And bear in mind, you can play, now that you've got the Reynard on the board, you can play the Bloody Baron on the front row, and it's going to get inspired straight off the bat from the Reynard. So, this is a tough one for sequencing. This is the one where there's a lot to think about. This is the kind of match that hurts my brain.
But you do have to reset the Thirsty Dame first, because if you reset one of the operatives, then you could still have the leader charge to boost it back up to 5. And even with the bleed, I guess over 2 turns, it'll be fine. So yeah, it's fine either way, I guess. But still, a big point gap still here. 16 points between both players. Obviously, Vlaslan is a card down. Leader abilities will be somewhat similar, maybe a few more points on Uprising once all is said and done, with Reynard still handing out buffs.
Just you get a buff. It's like the Oprah of buffs. You get a buff. You get a buff. Everybody gets a buff. I don't know if it's gonna be fine because of the Vlastelin's pocket boost. Demarcation, I think, is in a situation where next turn he has to play the Viraxis and do the 2 resets. But Vlastelin can. I guess there's a bleed actually. I think the bleed makes it okay. I don't know. This is hurting my brain. I'm not gonna think about it too much. Of whether he'll get full fallible value or not. Nobody knows. I guess you lock the Baron. If you lock the Baron, then Viraxis is just sad. But then Reynard keeps triggering.
And still, of course, Aristocrat, proc, and another Fang of the Empire ready to go. So one of these units will be dying to poison. It's, there's no way around it. There's no defender anymore, and there's no potential for Demarcation to play around that. I think he will have to play the Uprising leader ability and the Scytheman next turn because of that, just to try and get the max value before, things get deleted. And there's a Hunter coming down.
Here's the choice. And opting for the Reynard, which means you do have the ability, the Viraxis puts the poison onto the Baron. And this is your Viraxis reset the Thirsty Dame, I suppose. But then you're still not really getting good fallible value. Like, maybe you just go fallible now.
Well,
but then they poison the Baron. That's the thing, you can't do that.
That's a pretty risky play, hoping your opponent doesn't have a last poison in a Nilfgaard matchup where he just poisoned your unit.
Yeah, that's true, But then, I don't know. I think this is such a difficult position for Demarcation. Like, you wanna play the Viraxis, really, onto the Baron. But you don't necessarily want to reset the Thirsty Dame just yet, but you can't really do anything else because the poison. And then the Falibor, like, you don't really have a good setup for that either. It's very sad.
And we still have the Afan and the very last leader charge on Imperial Formation for Vlastlin, so it's going to be, a very close one. There's the Baron, gets the order ability back, resets the Dame, adds the bleeding, so that point isn't really lost anyway. The last Fangs of the Empire will come down, will buff up the Thirsty Dame once again, and poison the Bloody Baron, and still have the leader charge and 7 or 5 more points. So can the Falibor do it?
The Falibor and the Scytheman. We still have the Scytheman coming out to play, so that is an option. But Falibor, he's only got the 3 points here, plus the 2-point boost there, plus the Afan coming down. That is a big mountain to climb. 48 to 24 with... Nah, it's not close.
Well, I mean, it's kind of close, Charlie. Let's not get too confident now. That was a 2-point win there by Vlastlin, able to claw his way back into the series. Very close game there. His sequencing was pretty straightforward, but Demarcation couldn't do enough to stop the game plan there from Masquerade Ball and the locks as well from the Hunters. And he's doing it. 2-2. He's back in the series. We have a game 5 or game 6, I guess you could say, and Demarcation is already facing, a do or die moment, the favorite I think for this tournament, and he could be going down to what is kind of a rookie in at least the official GWENT Open scene.
And would you have said that Northern Realms is maybe going to be the weak link in this matchup? I don't think you would, based on lineups and the decks that people favor. I do feel like Northern Realms is a list that people feel is really solid, but then. Against Nilfgaard, it is tough. Nilfgaard, they have a lot of answers, and we saw him kind of answer all of the options. So now, Vlastelin has to try and answer the Northern Realms list with Scoia'tael on blue. He does have Heatwave for Donimir.
He planned this entire series for us to get, the Scoia'tael deck, the new deck, the kind of deck everyone's hoping to see as the very last deck that he plays only once in this matchup, but still maybe ends up winning it with this Scoia'tael deck, which is a deck that you mentioned. There's 2 variants of it. Some of them have a more spell-focused base with Gord as well as a finisher. In this case, it doesn't have Gord, it has Sethensis instead, the immune unit that you can also hand buff. But the biggest part of this game is drawing Sheldon Skaggs round 1. It's not in hand right now. Vlastin, he doesn't have Doedric to help him out in this match. He really has to try and find it.
And he doesn't have Say Synthesis either, so you don't have your 2 key hand buff targets. You also don't currently have, not Donimir, Karathi Heatwave, but you do have an Aeromancy, so you can go find it that way. But way less control in this list compared to some of the previous ones. You know, you have some options with things like Heatwave. You have Shiru, but you need to set it up. You do have Becker's Rockslide, but you've got to find them. So the control option's not in Lacelin's hand at the moment, and he's on blue, which may make this a really challenging situation for him.
I think the moment that he queued this deck up on blue, that's why we saw the instant mulligans on the agitators. Also because he didn't have really great targets in hand, but just because you can't, you know, play such low tempo, such, you know, carryover cards in round 1 when you're not on red coin, where you can get beaten and lose out on even, especially against a deck like NR that has Amphibious Assault now, that has engines that are very hard to deal with this Squatel deck. I mean, there isn't, yeah, like you said, there's Rockslide, but it's not in hand right now, so Circle of Life, not quite enough damage.
You don't necessarily have your hand buff targets here. You have Shiru. Shiru's a nice hand buff target, don't get me wrong. But you have to be very particular about where you want your Shiru in order to maximize the burning. And that might be what this match comes down to, is whether Demarcation can play around Shiru. But you kind of have to play around Shiru at every level. And don't know how easy that's going to be.
There's a John and Talus coming in, and I think Demarcation might step on the pedal here and say, okay, I'm going to try and go for you know, a push here, try and win on even, because I know your deck, it really isn't meant to be played on blue coin, and it's not necessarily the strongest blue coin deck, or round 1 deck in the game, that's for sure.
Demarcation needs to be a little careful here, though. He doesn't want that, he doesn't want the Hawker Smuggler triggering for too long, because they could be points, you know, being carried forward. With that said, Lacelin, he may get into a position where he has to play a boosted unit, and that's going to give him a little bit more tempo in this round, so may allow him to stay longer. But really, Lacelin is looking to invest in the future.
With the right setup and at the right time, Demarcation can go for a pretty swingy play with Unsace into removing that Smuggler maybe, and kind of guaranteeing he wins on even after that pretty big commitment play. But there's a Rockslide we mentioned coming in right away, removing the Frigate, and I think Vlaslin definitely takes into, I think he really values trying to win this round 1 and have control over the rest of how the game plays out.
Yeah, Vlaslin committing tempo into this round. He's got the carryover getting boosted. He used the Neuromancy there, so he's not, you know, spending any of his hand buff necessarily, and just denying an engine. And Demarcation, you know, he's got to set up, he's got to get his engines set up and chugging. But that said, Vlaslin doesn't have a lot more removal options other than that.
Yeah, he has the Heat Wave basically, but that's it really. For something like a Donimir, for example, that's really the only answer he has. You have the Rebukes for the smaller engines, but for the bigger stuff like Reynard Odo, Veraxis, etc., it won't be quite enough.
That is true, and none of those in hand at the moment, so you're kind of just accepting the engines at this point. And the Tridam Drummer little combo, they are like a match made in heaven. You know, they both swipe right on Tinder. They've done very well for themselves. And Lacelin, he's got some, you know, tempo. The Marauders are decent because they boost over turn, and you've got the Bonded. But by spending them, you're spending your hand buffs.
Yeah.
And still, Shiru is not getting, he's not getting points.
Yeah, I think at this point, Demarcation knows that over a long round, he's going to be able to milk just slowly more and more value from his engines, whereas Vlaslin cannot do the same. So in this case, I think Demarcation continues playing into this round, of course, continues slowly setting up his engines without committing too much, just bronze engines for now. And there won't be much of an answer here. And at some point, it'll get just too awkward for Vlaslin to continue playing with cards like Circle of Life, Shiru that needs setup and ideally wants to be played in round 3 or round 2, etc. So yeah, might be tough for him to play much longer. Obviously, the longer he plays, the better, because he gets these Smuggler buffs again and again.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of hoping in some ways that maybe he gets the Shiru buff. Like, it's quite nice to have that 1 point on Shiru, because it gives you a little bit more flexibility with how you play him. You know, you can go for a 6, for example. You could potentially go for a 7. You can always use your leader charges on Shiru if he gets too big for his boots. You know, he may be way too big for his boots, and that's an option. But these boosts still avoiding Shiru. Just boosts going on to Dwarves. It's like this Hawker Smuggler is secretly an agitator.
This is a deck that it just has a lot of variance to it. I mean, you have to draw the right cards in the right order, kind of like Ethereal in some moments as well, where if you didn't, then all of a sudden your entire game plan crumbles. And in this case, not finding Sheldon Skaggs, not finding Synthesis is a really big deal. I mean, and obviously not being on Redcoin as well. This is a deck that has a very specific game plan, and if you don't meet all of its needs, it might not perform for you.
I mean, you do have a Circle of Life option here with the John Natalis being only on 2, but that is such a slow play, and then you risk losing a card.
Yeah. Especially now with Anna
in fact,
coming
you've already
down,
lost your card, I think.
not having
right?
an
It's 4
answer.
more points.
Well, you have to pass right now because you get 4 from
Yeah,
Anna and 1 from the Marauder. So it's a tie, right?
Oh yeah, that's the Marauder. I missed the Marauder. That is true. So yeah, this is your do or die, and I think everything else is kind of too slow. Not with that many points per turn. You've got 4 from Anna. Well, from 4 from that side of the board.
Demarcation has a very clear ability to know exactly what cards to commit and when to commit them to force the opponent to do, what he wants him to do. And in this case, it is to pass. And Vlastin, he just has to pass it. There's really no way around it. Once you go into that, if you don't stop this, then it's just a crazy amount of points every turn.
And sure is still not boosted. I mean, that is... Oh, there it goes. That is a big miner. Like, he is a toll for a dwarf. He's in the top % of dwarves, I think, in terms of height.
I'm not sure if Lastlin is hoping to win this series with a 7-point miner finisher. I think it's not the way to go. We'll see what he finds here. Oneiromancy is great. Dunka is also great, of course. And Sheldon Skaggs finally appears.
But is it too late for the boosts? You don't have that many more options. Well, there's an agitator. Nope, there goes the agitator. There's the agitator.
Uh-oh. This is Demarcation back in the bleed plan. This is the deck that he most wants to bleed. A deck that has so many cards that have no tempo, that are made to set up. And I think at this point, he is going to be weaker in a short round if Vlastin is able to get out of here alive, because he will be able to transfer a lot of buffs onto things like Sheldon Skaggs, for example. And Demarcation has to assume that he's found them or had them already in round 1 and they were getting buffed by the smuggler already. Of course, he doesn't know that, so it is tricky because it is a huge tempo swing if you're not aware of how many points Skaggs has on him.
Demarcation also needs to be wary of Shiru on 6. But the problem with Shiru is if you want to get a big Shiru, you need to be patient. You need to wait until your opponent has played the units in order to burninate them. Now, the issue is if you allow your opponent to play engines and then have them, trigger for a couple of turns, they've kind of done their job anyway. So you have to decide your kind of pivotal moment. He does also have the Oneiromancy with the Heatwave, so that's an option. And actually, Demarcation says, I want a long round, and I love every card in my hand.
Yeah, this also makes sense because there are so many low-value cards in the deck just in general for Vlastin. Going into a long round, he might still have a ton of carryover. And it's just not a deck that has a lot of engines. It's really just you're boosting, you have some control options with Nature's Rebuke, with Force Protector, etc. But a lot of it is just setup plays and then short round finishers like Gord in some versions or Sheldon Skaggs and Synthesis in this case. And NR is the opposite. It's an engine heavy deck, so the longer the round is, the better it is for them. So yeah, I think it's also, this is probably the best play that Demarcation could go for. The bleed is probably not great.
So Agitator, you did have choices. He could have boosted that miner, even taller, but actually deciding it's not really good. You don't really want a unit like that with lots of boosts. Also because it becomes, maybe a Baron option depending on how things go. He's got the Heatwave, so he does have answers. And he has the Oneiromancy to find one other card. So the hand, I think, Vlaslin's hand isn't awful.
Demarcation doesn't have the best hand. It has a few pretty low value bronzes there. The Royal Guards and Ballista, not exactly ideal finishers. And Frigate as well, going to get removed pretty easily with the Nature's Rebuke unless it is buffed beforehand.
Oh. Bomb Heaver! Oh no, Vlastin, you took the risky mulligan and that might cost him the set.
As far as I know, there are no scenarios being played in the deck for Demarcation, so definitely a very low value 4-point bronze. Not an ideal draw for round 3 either. Shiru, of course, ready to go in the deck. On Oneiromancy, you do still have a ton of cards. Synthesis and Force Protector, both very good options for Oneiromancy, and it is already doomed, so it has been played once. As for Demarcation, he is missing the Donimir and the Falibor.
Yeah, true. Although Donimir you can find with the Amphibious Assault. With that said, I feel like as soon as you play Donimir, your opponent is probably just going to Heatwave it.
Yeah, so probably not worth the
spend. But then, you maybe make a choice. But you've seen a Oneiromancy, so you know that they have access to it. And here comes the Toll Miner. He is climbing out of the mine. He spent maybe 15 years in there. I don't know if he's old or not, but he's come out bigger and stronger for his troubles.
And these are 3 points that are not on Sheldon Skaggs, so that's already pretty good news. When you see this miner come down, you're like, all right, it's not the worst that could have probably happened. Worst things.
And you're doing maths, right? If you're Demarcation, you're doing maths here. Yep. You're saying, right, how many pings have I not seen? Because you have to kind of track the pings of hand buff. How many pings have I not seen? We know that there's been an Agitator, so that could have been a +2 onto the miner, but maybe not. Probably not instead onto Sheldon, but you can kind of work out where the pings have gone to an extent here, and make some judgment calls about things like Shiru.
And we mentioned before, it seems like a very labor-heavy thing to do, count all the pings, count all of this, but at this level of play, every little bit of information matters. And I think I'm 100% sure Demarcation counted every single ping, as long as, you know, what he saw. He already saw two Marauders coming down with both at 5, so 1 ping each. He saw the Miner obviously with 3 pings of his own, so a lot of buffs that weren't on Shells and Skags, meaning that the damage that he has is going to be a lot lower.
So Vlastelin deciding, you know, where he wants to go with this. The extra points, you know, the boost on the guard, the armor, is that going to be a problem for me with my rebukes? How do I deal with this? You know, maybe you damage it, maybe you kill it outright with a rebuke, maybe you play Dunka, but then if you utilize her order, you are disabling your hand buff, right? So yeah, just opting for the rebuke. And just Royal Guard's one of those really annoying cards because you kind of have to answer it, because if you don't answer it, it makes it so you can't answer something else. So you're like, oh, I want to save my answer for whatever he boosts, but then your answer doesn't work. So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
It gives you the power to buff whatever you think needs a buff if you're playing around Shiru as well, to just make things uneven and make it harder for your opponent to get full value. But I think it's pretty, you know, I'm pretty sure about the fact that Shiru will be the star of this match in this very long round 3. Depending on how much value Shiru gets, I think it could be game deciding. And we'll see exactly what Shiru ends up at. We see, like you mentioned, Amphibious Assault coming down on the Donimir. Could be a Heatwave check, could be the Shiru. It's going to come down at 6 right now, could be pinged down to 5. So those are kind of the point options right now on it. Or 4 even with an arrow.
Oh, but letting... You can't really let Donimir be a thing, right? You can't just kind of leave that because it makes other things so much more difficult to answer. And back row Donimir kind of has it gives you information about how Demarcation wants to play this. He's saying, right, well, if you can't deal with this, then I can play Ansei's greedily. I can play Ansei's back row, for example, get the extra boost and kind of play it out like that. Vlastelin, though, he has to kind of answer this. And the only really good way he can do that is with Heatwave, which we see there in hand. And we see him... If he does that, though, he then doesn't have the Heatwave for the Anseis. So then he maybe has to do Shiru things, and this is where it just gets messy.
There's a Heatwave. And I also think that Vlastelin wants to play the Bomb Heaver as soon as possible, because after he plays the Bomb Heaver and after he plays the Dunka, there's only 1 unit left in hand. So it's a guaranteed hand buff. This is the reason why these coil decks are seeing play and they're being quite successful, is because you're playing so many spells that you don't have that many units, so you can guarantee the buffs going on the right units. And I think we're going to see Bomb Heaver, even though it doesn't make much sense. As long as it doesn't have to answer an engine first with something like a Nature's Rebuke, I think Bomb Heaver will come down fairly soon, just to open up the chance to play Dunka soon as well.
But you need to play Dunka as well.
Yeah,
like,
I guess just Dunka first. Yeah, just Dunka first then. But Bomb Heaver right after, probably.
But then you play Dunka, and then your opponent Anseis it. Then what do you do?
Then you just cry because you're bringing this deck on Blue Queen.
It's not a happy position, I think, for Vlastelin. You have to pick your answers. This is the thing. And then now we have a lovely Karak frigate, the friggin' frigate here, on the front row with a shield, just to make your life even more miserable. So, you know, Demarcation is quite happy. He can click the boat. There is a boat clicking skill check in Northern Realms, and what does Vlastelin do about it? Leader charges.
The more units you're removing, the less chance for value you have with Shiru, right? Because obviously the more units on the board, the bigger upside you have where you can line things up and get this crazy, you know, 6 or 7 unit Scorch. And he's removed every unit that's been played up until this point. He's used Nature's Rebuke, he's used Heatwave, he's used another Nature's Rebuke.
And the other thing, though, is the more... so that you're delaying boosts onto your Sheldon Skags. You've used a leader charge in order to do it, which means that you don't have as much point manipulation for Shiru. Shiru's currently sitting at 4. With the Isengrim's Council, it would become a 6. Like, yes, there's a lot of 6s, but Demarcation can manipulate those with his Uprising. So,
or even just rain on Ordo first, and then he buffs the others to 7, formation, etc. I mean, it's not as easy as it looks. You see the 6s here, like, oh yeah, perfect, they're all 6s. But they're not going to stay that way for long. And
then, like, at this point, do you just use the Shiru now? You know, to deal with that Odo. I mean, I guess you have a leader charge and you have a rebuke, so you could probably just kill it that way. Plus, but then the boosts go onto the Forest Protector, which then plays into Baron. Oof.
Yeah, Gwent is a tricky card game. They have to think about a lot of different things, a lot of min-maxing, a lot of very subtle decisions that over time add up and could decide the game here. I still think Shiro, of course, will be the pivotal moment I think it's the only out that Vlaslin has in this matchup right now, looking at the hands and looking at the board states. He has to get a really good Shiro to try and win this game and this series. This is a game 5. It's the final game in this series too. So everything on the line on this Shiro. Not sure if I would be confident in that position.
And then it's like, how long do you want to leave Reynard ticking? Because Reynard then makes all of those 6s, 7s, and then that's even harder to set up the 6s. Plus, Demarcation has obviously boosts in hand, so he can make them up to 8 and stuff. It's a really awkward position, and you want also to have an answer for Ansays, because if you don't answer Ansays, then that's fun to say, answer Ansays. Then Varaxis comes along and Ansays does it all over again, and it's just disastrous because it becomes a duel. And he's like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to duel and just duels everyone.
So the Agitator does come down. I would have liked to maybe see the second Miner just to have a bit more of a, possibility with Shiro to get some pretty crazy plays there, because you have this Miner. He's been here since day one. He's been here since the first play of this round. He's biding his time. He's waiting for Shiro to come out. He's ready to support him if he needs that to get that second boost. And then with your own ping with Precision Strike, you can manipulate, and that's how you can get down. You can get to 7 points and eliminate some of these boosted units if they do come down. But again, we have to watch and see. Demarcation's always going to try and play around and kind of screw up Vlaslin in whatever way he can.
And Demarcation can kind of take his time here. He's got a lot of slow plays. Like, he doesn't have to commit those big units early on. The only big unit that he really had to commit necessarily was Reynard. And then now we have the Ansays. And if you just leave that at 4, no, actually, he's gone for 3. So now it's kind of awkward to answer, because if you do kill it at 3, what are you really achieving? Like, you're kind of overspending to kill it. You're killing it, but you're not using Shiro, and then you've got to find other targets. And the thing is, with the Varaxis King, you still have the Baron, and there should be 2 good Baron targets, because we've already seen the Forest Protector. He's just chilling there, a little bit boosted. We know that the Rebuke's coming, so we know that's going to be bigger. Plus the Sheldon. So there are 2 options for Baron. So it's close. I think Blastalin, if he can find the Shiro, like you said, that's going to be massive in this game.
Well, it has to be the Shiro, because it's definitely not going to be the bomb hero that's going to win in the game. Still sitting there at 4 points, not doing much. Dunka, the turns are passing and she's still sitting in hand. So, sometimes in Gwent you just need points. That's all you need. You don't need to think about, different plays, different counters. You just need some points in hand, and Vlaslin does not have many.
Yeah, so Dunka finally out to play, using her to answer the Ansays and just saying, you know what, I don't need the hand buffs. Can't do it.
Sheldon is still sitting at a healthy amount of points. Obviously going to not be hitting for too much. I've seen Sheldon much thicker than he is here at only 10 points. In some games I've seen him go up to 20 plus. So not ideal. I think having him round 1, being able to play on Red Coin, being able to play Circle of Life and Agitators makes a big difference. So he won't be the huge point swing you normally expect. And I think it's Shiro that has to carry this game. But right now you even have the Forge Protector on 7, so that's not even a great... Well, actually you can't even get it because the Miner's dead as well, so...
Yeah. The Miner is dead, using the duel there to kind of deny some options with the Shiro. And like you said, he went for the Agitator, and instead of having that extra Miner there, forcing Demarcation to maybe try and remove 2 things to manipulate the Shiro. And again, we see Reynard still getting value here. He's been sitting on the board for a few turns, and Shiro's not really looking very happy. You have 2 4s, but your Shiro is coming out at a 6, which means you'd have to expend value. I guess you could use 2 leader charges to bring the Shiro down to 4, but then you're also burning your own Dunka. It's such an awkward thing.
This could be a Skags here, just to eliminate the Ballista. You do play it quite early, but like you said, Nature's Rebuke will be buffing the Force Protector anyway, so it's the same amount of boost for the Baron. Although I guess he could Baron twice now with the Varaxis. Also an option.
Yeah, he can Baron twice. He's got some options here. Does Demarcation, and having the 2 4s and the 6, it's not a nice Shiro because you have your own 4. It makes life really awkward. And if Demarcation is expecting Shiro to be above 4. Usually I think you expect it to be about 5. You know Vlaselin has to spend charges to kind of bring it down. So you kind of have to be careful about it. But so actually going for the Baron now. So getting 2 6s on the board. Oh, actually it's a 7. But this is now you make a choice. How do you use your leader charges? Do you think you can get it out of Baron range? Oh, not Baron range, Shuri range.
Well, Bomb here being highlighted, finally. Not going to do much, but at least he joins the party here, 4 points.
That bleed is really annoying because it's made Sheldon 6, so you can't Shuri right now.
Yeah, you have to wait.
That bleed has basically completely scuppered the Shuri. Like I actually, I was a bit worried about Demarcation there, but with the bleed, he's orchestrated this perfectly. Like Demarcation is the conductor in this situation, and he's making Vlaselin's job so difficult.
Vlaselin is still up 10 points. Some not so great. I mean, especially when Shuri comes down and does eventually burn certain units. There's not going to be that many buffed units, for sure, boosted units for the Scythemen, for both Scythemen to come down as well. So it's going to be tricky here. I mean, it's always hard to tell with Shuri because I'm looking at a match, I'm thinking, okay, Shuru's not going to do anything, and then pings happen all over the place, and all of a sudden the whole board disappears. So going to be hard to call. It looks like 7 will be the value that, or 6 will be the value that Shuri wants to hit. He's going to come out at 6 already with Council. He's at 4 now, and there are still 2 pings on Precision Strike. We'll see if Demarcation can offset that in any way.
So this is where you've got your 2 leader chargers. So you can get the 2 6s with the Shuru. You don't have a 6 of your own, other than Shuru, who burninates himself. So you've got a 12-point Shuru, effectively. People who say it's a 6-point Shuru, no, it's not, because if you do the maths from the score currently, 27 to 23. If Shuru comes out...
I just imagine Shuru as a removal spell. He is not a body. He is not there. He's just removing...
Yeah, don't think about it with the body. It gets too complicated.
He exists for a second only. A snap of his fingers and he's gone again. But in this case, it's going to be all about the 7s going down to 6, and if Demarcation can play around that, this is where Gwent gets pretty intricate, pretty, it's not as simple as just counting points and just going. Demarcation has to make sure the sequencing is correct here. The Nature's Rebuke comes down. This reset will make the Force Protector a 5, so it'll dodge that 6 range if it does get reset.
Oh, it's tricky.
These 2s are too low to be in the equation, so they're just chilling. I'm a 2-point unit. I'm not going to be burned.
I'm a recruit. I don't even know how to fight. He's like an intern, basically. He's just here. He's here for training, and we'll see how that goes. But Demarcation has to make a call about Shuru. Vlaselin is getting greedy. Where do you put Shuru? You know the buffs. You know how many buffs there have been. Do you put him on Shuru in hand, which is 4, in which case you're not worried, or do you put him on Eisensgrim Council Shuru, which is a 6, in which case you are worried? But you do have 2 more leader charges, so this is where you have to decide, how am I going to manipulate this? Bear in mind, you don't want to set up a Scytheman, right? You don't want to do that, necessarily. And Demarcation's playing this down to the wire.
And now this is there's going to be 2 6s that are going to be going down. So I think it's pretty clear that the 2 Bloody Baron and Verdactus are both going to go down with the Shuru. It's going to be a 6-point Shuru.
But it's 3 6s, right? Because you've got the 2 extra points also from the Sentinel.
True. Yeah.
Ooh, 18-point play.
Yeah, that's going to be enough, I think.
Denying the boosts for the final Scytheman. Here comes the Sentinel. Queen of the day. Reynard down to 6 as well. Look at all those 6s. Burn a Nation, 18 points to 26 with a Scytheman and a click, and bleeds. Oh, it's so close.
So the Shuru in the end hitting for 3. Scytheman comes down. The boat comes in as well, and he takes it for 2 points. Demarcation wins the series. He survives the Burnination from the Shuru. That was much closer than I expected. But in the end, he clutches up. He wins this quarterfinal against Vlaselin, who put up a great show at the end there with the almost reverse sweep. It comes down to a 2-point victory for Demarcation.
Bloody hell, Demarcation with a long 6-game series, managing to just best Vlaselin there at the end. But, commiserations to Vlaselin. I think a fantastic set.
And looking at the bracket there, we have the first semifinal confirmed for tomorrow, and that could again just be a final. Tailbot and Demarcation, alongside Wanged, I think the three best performing players when it comes to results in this season 2 of the GWENT Masters series. But we're still not done for today. It's been a long first 2 series, first 2 quarterfinals. We have quarterfinal number 3 between Cams and Shaggy. Who is Shaggy? You'll find out in that next quarterfinal. And also the very last quarterfinal of today between Poisdown and Danaray, both new players like Vlaslin, but definitely hoping to show up at the same level that Vlaslin has, almost taking down Demarcation in that second quarterfinal of the day. Let's see an interview now with Jaggeris and the winner, Demarcation, of this quarterfinal number 2.
Demarcation, what an intense and long series, 6 games. There's quite a lot to kind of ask you about, but I want to start with the very first game, the tie. Hemdall maybe not really playing well for you. How are you feeling in that situation?
I think it was like on average not quite there, right? Because he had like 6 units on melee roll, and then 2 of them had armor. So like considering if like Hemdall hit every single minion one time, it would be a tie. I don't think I loyal there, so no hard feeling really. So
you did the math. I mean, you're a player, so that's what you've kind of got to do. When you were 2-0 up, so you've got the reverse sweep, you've got this NR deck to win with, and then you lose 2 games. You're in that final set. How are you feeling before that final set, where you could potentially have been reverse sweeped?
Okay, so actually going into this entire series, I think I had a really huge chance of losing actually, considering I think my lineup was actually really like unfavored against him, because basically he brings Shiu and I bring Cash, which is like a horrible matchup against the Squirtle, and also I think his Gallagher is really well built. He has like Purify from my NR Defender, and he has Wild Ball, so I think. So it's really hard for me to get my NR and SY through. So there is a chance that I get reverse swept. However, I think Squirtle is like the matchup. I think I have a chance of my getting my NR out. And yeah, exactly predicted what he will kill. So I mean, he left the Squirtle matchup to the last, which is what I expected. I wasn't really expecting to win the first 2 series against his SK and NG. So it basically just come down to the last one, I would say.
Awesome. And in terms of that Shuru maths, I know us as casters, we're kind of thinking, do you know exactly where the Shuru is? Are you calculating all the different lines of players with your boosts? How are you feeling, in that situation when you managed to just cinch it by 2 points in spite of the 18 points of burning?
So I counted from round 1, like how many boosts he had in hand. And after he played his Sheldon, he has like 1 exactly remaining boost in hand. It could be either be like a minion in hand, which would be like maybe a dragon, but I suspect he would play it earlier if he had forgot what name.
Say synthesis, yeah.
Oh yeah. So I suspect him would play that earlier if he had it. So it would probably be a 6-point Shield. However, since all my minions were like 6-7 point, and all my leader boosts just like basically is equal to his leader damage, right? So no matter how I boost my units, it wouldn't have been like just play around completely.
Yeah.
But I knew that like I couldn't really boost the frigate, because I need to consider the possibility of a Shield being a 6, which is exactly the case. I think it was really well played by him, like keeping the Shield round 1 and get like a sneaky buff, and then just milligan it back into the deck and try to like kind of surprise me.
Yeah, it was truly a nail-biter of a finish for that very long set. So congratulations once again, and good luck in the quarterfinals for tomorrow, semifinals.
Well, thank you.
And there's a bracket once again, and I said it at the beginning of round 3. I told you guys, Demarcation has 100% counted every single buff, and he just mentioned it in the interview. So these players do not play around. They're taking every single game very seriously. There's a lot on the line. They've been playing on ladder and perfecting their game with every deck and every matchup for months, and it shows. It really does show in their play as well.
Yeah, it was interesting to just hear him just be like, yeah, I did the math. So we were saying he's probably doing the math. And you could hear all the way along he was doing the math. Like he talked about Hemdall and the fact that, that was the average. So he didn't feel like he high or low rolled. He just think he kind of rolled. And this is where pro players really shine. With that said, though, we can have a little look at the prize pool to just see how much money each player has won. So Demarcation with the 3-2, he takes home 60% of the $500 match stake.
And because it was a very, very close series, we see there's very little separating both players, but Demarcation has the chance still to continue in the tournament tomorrow in the semifinal and the final, where the stakes increase and there's a lot more to play for as well.
Yeah, but that is actually only halfway through day one of GWENT Open number 3. Can you believe it? I can't. We've had a few ties, we've had a few hiccups, and as such, there is still plenty more GWENT action to come. So coming up soon, we do have Cams versus Shaggy Nuts, and that will be commentated by Shinmuri and McBeard. We'll be back for the final set of games for today, which will be, I believe, Poison versus Danare. So stay tuned, and hopefully we'll catch you later.
Hello, Cams. How are you doing, man? I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The first one is, you are one of the youngest players competing at the professional level. Apart from playing GWENT, what are your personal plans for the future? Tell us about that.
As you said, I'm one of the youngest professional GWENT players, and just like most young people, I have a lot of plans for the future. The closest one would be passing my school leaving examination, and then we'll see.
Alright, sounds great. Okay, and a lot of Polish players qualify to the official tournaments, but it's been ages since any of you won. Do you think you have what it takes to win it?
There's some sort of curse over Polish players. The last and probably the only one Polish champion was Tailbot, who won the Challenger number 3. This time we also have Tailbot, Danirai, but there's also Kams.
Alright, awesome. And do you have a player or players that inspired you to become a pro?
I never thought of becoming a pro esports player. Everything began with a Polish streamer, Concho Player, organizing a community tournament. I participated in it and managed to win the whole thing, and afterwards decided to start playing on the pro ladder, and it's been going pretty well since then.
Long time no see. Hello, Shaggy Nuts. Thank you for joining us. And you won the very first GWENT Open back at Gamescom, or GWENTscom, and then also participated in the famous Challenger number 2 in Mozna Castle in December 2018. Now that's over 1.5 years ago. So what made you come back to GWENT?
Hello there, Ryan. It's very good to be back in GWENT. Definitely great memories from the GWENT Open and the GWENT Challenger. Meeting all the people and just getting to enjoy the awesome events hosted by CDPR was a great experience. What made me come back initially is that I wanted to help Damorkis and Team Aretusa to prepare for World Masters number 1, which sadly had to get postponed due to Corona. And what made me stick with it again is that I just felt like the game was in a much better state than back when I quit around homecoming. And I'm really enjoying it again, so that's why I stuck with it.
Yeah, that's very great to hear. Now, as a veteran of the closed beta, what can you say about the new generation of GWENT pros? Do you feel like there's a difference between the old guard and the new players, or do you feel like it's just the game that evolved?
I can't really notice any major trends that I would see like a big difference in general between old players and new players, but I'm definitely very impressed with some of the new blood, some of the fresh people in GWENT. Like for example, Demarcation has consistently impressed me with his amazing ladder results and his consistent great gameplay. And Fireball has impressed me with his dedication, and I'm really impressed with a lot of the new players, and I think they're very strong. And they're gonna carry on the flag, GWENT flag.
So, speaking of other players, do you feel like there's someone you would not like to face in this tournament? Someone you're scared of, perhaps?
I wouldn't say I'm scared of anyone. I think the field for this tournament is very strong. I think all of the 8 participants are very strong players, and I couldn't say I have a preference for who not to face, but I think I have a preference for someone who I would like to face, which is Tailbot, because there has been this meme of like this one interview that he did at the Gwent Challenger in 2018 where he said like, oh, who's Shaggy? And that's kind of been sticking with me over all these years in the Gwent community. So I would like to clap back a bit and, you know, get my revenge and end this meme once and for all. For sure.
Who's Tailbot?
Exactly.
I mean, who wouldn't want that narrative, right, Shinmiri? We were talking about how you could get this beautiful full circle coming back with the 2 old guard from Gwent Challenger 2, the who is Shaggy moment that many of you might remember, many of you might have no idea, but it was fantastic. You just got to check Tailbot's interview, like pre-game ceremony, way back then from Gwent Challenger 2 to know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it would be a dream storyline to see those two meet in the finals. But in order for them to do that, Shaggy will have to get through this next match versus Cams first, and he's not going to be no pushover, I think.
I don't think so at all. I think both players are coming from a standpoint of they've been playing a lot this season. They've been playing a lot to qualify and get through all this stuff. So the hours that they're putting in is probably pound for pound at this point. I think both players have the whole thing, have it all cut out for them. I want to know what you think, however, on Twitter. You got Shaggy versus Cams. Who's going to get the popular vote? We're going to take a look at that. You know what? It's a little closer than I would have expected. We have a lot of fans for Cams. And like you said, both of these players represent 2 big teams.
Yeah, Shaggy representing Team Aretuza and Cams representing Team Leviathan Gaming. Probably the 2 biggest names in the Gwent esports scene at the moment. So not only is their tournament on the line, but also they're representing their team pride. And then as we mentioned before, Cam's representing the new guard, Shaggy representing the old guard. So we're gonna see which of them are gonna take it out in this epic duel. Why don't we take a look at their deck lists, see what they're bringing.
Now, we've been seeing some of these decks already. In fact, if you looked at Cam's list, it would look very similar to what Tailbot's list was, excluding the pincer maneuver. But we do see Patricella Fury, Hidden Cache, Shiru Precision Strike, which we have seen quite a bit. We saw the ban in our set, and we saw a game in Game 5 of the last set, which was a wild game. That was a really wild game there.
So
for Demarcation.
What I want to point out is, despite all these leaders and archetypes being seen already in this tournament, I think Camps has a lot of unique variations that he's brought. So if you look at the Precision Strike list, the first one, he's got an engine version of the Shiru Gord list with Defender to protect Pavko Gale and Treant Boar. We haven't seen this variation yet. And so instead of going for that hand buff carryover strategy, he goes for a more impactful strategy to win, maybe perhaps to win the long round or to win a round 1 with those engines while being defended or protected successfully by Figus. And the Uprising list, now this is a pretty spicy list. It's still the Devotion Engines archetype, but you've got Siege, you've got the Scenario, and you've got the War Elephant, baby.
Where's my elephant? We got Stampy coming in to the Gwent Open. Finally, we're gonna see that trunk in action.
Yeah, War Elephant, if you guys didn't know, is classified as a siege engine card type. So he does activate a chapter for your scenario, which is one of the big reasons, big synergies for this card. Not only is he a 16 for 12 if you end up playing him with a crew, he's a great Varaxis target. He does end up going. The War Elephant goes super tall if you end up Varaxing him, but sometimes you with open deck lists, you just know they have no answer, though they have no tall removal left. Maybe they had to heat wave your Donamir or something, or your Scenario, and then your War Elephant just goes crazy.
Let's take a look at Shaggy's list here, because we actually see a couple of similarities in Shaggy's list as well, so we can continue the discussion. As both players are using Hidden Cache, there's actually very few differences between Cam's and Shaggy's. I could only spot a couple. One of them is like the Kikamura Warrior at the bottom, and there's very little. Kalkstein, Saul, even the Karathi Heatwave, Imka, Philippa, it's all pretty much the same. It's almost identical, except for like 1 bronze or so.
Yeah, and Shaggy, he's bringing pretty standard lists. I think he's playing it a little bit safer, and just bringing what is known to work.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. Like his Uprising is very very stock, right? There's nothing overly spicy. I think Varaxis being used for the most part is being it's a little bit better at picking Enseis and Baron really shine in some matchups, and of course the usage of Reynard being now a mainstay in Uprising. Both players running Patricidal Fury, not a large variation in between. I think they're both trying to succeed the same game plan here. And then Shaggy at the final end here running the double ball. We have gotten pretty familiar with this list. Did you expect double Masquerade Ball to be as prolific as it has been in this tournament?
I think its turnout has been close to what I expected, that like about half the players would bring it. It's still a really strong red coin deck. It's a decent choice for a fourth deck. You do want decks that are able to excel at red coin, to abuse red coin. Typically, that's Nilfgaard and monsters, and in this case also Scoia'tael with their hand buff. So with some of the strong decks these days, like Northern Realms and Hidden Catch being fine on blue coin, you're able to dedicate the red coin slot to something super greedy on red coin, and double ball fits that very well.
You want to just you want to grab it, break it as far as possible, especially when it comes to competitive decks. Fair just doesn't get the job done usually. And in this case, Masquerade Ball, the double ball, has been really popular for a long time. I find that the leaders have switched around. There was Imperial Formation for a long time, and of course, Lockdown you can see here and there on the ladder. Tactical Decision is being the pick for for everybody who's brought this so far, I think. And I believe we will be looking at the bans in just a moment, but just before we do that, Shinmeri, what is Tactical Decision? How did it rise? How did it rise up? Is it mostly because of just how good Yennefer's Invocation can be, or
that's
how
part
good
of
the
it.
Assimilate can be? Yeah.
Part of it is, Tactical Decision can get you your Yennefer Invocation target, and if you've played in round 3. But I think the bigger reason that Tactical Decision is the leader of choice for double ball is because it can combo with your Masquerade Ball in round 3, activating one, if not both chapters immediately on the same turn. It is one of those play 2 cards in one turn leaders that's gonna go away in a couple days. So use it while you can, guys.
Yeah, and I mean, if people, this has been a long tournament for sure, but this is the last hurrah for a lot of ways of playing. I mean, truly Tactical Decision, while it has not been the most used Nilfgaard leader, and in fact, if it should change in a remarkable way, we still have War Council, so spiritually it'll live on. But having these leaders available for such a long time has largely defined these decks. Mystic Echo, though, and Second Wind and Tactical Decision not seeing as much play as they have been in the past. So they're changing. Will actually probably bring those leaders a little bit more into the forefront, whatever they end up being. But of course, we have all that information coming up at the pre-final segment tomorrow. That's Sunday after the 2 semifinals games. But of course, you're going to want to pay attention all for the entire tournament. Of course, we have your Twitch drops. You're getting kegs, of course. And if you go the distance for the 8 hours, linking your Twitch and GOG account, the Walter Veritas avatar. Oh, Shinmeri, catching me.
That was close. That was
a trust fall. All right, so the bans are in, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like, well, here we see the list, and it is going to be no Skellige for you. Neither player playing Patricidal Fury. What do you think what the thought process was from this? Because I would think that Cams wouldn't be as scared with Shiru to take on Skellige.
Yeah, typically Shiru pretty good against Skellige lists because of all those 5s and 6s they end up playing. But maybe he has another plan. Maybe his variation is a little bit better against decks that have fewer removal. Like Skellige still has a ton of removal, and we saw that Cam's Shiru variation has a lot of engines, or has some important engines that he wants to stick. It's easier to stick those against a deck like Hidden Cache or like Uprising that doesn't have that many removals. We've seen this sort of theme play out today in the previous games, where decks seem to have more engines than their opponents have answers.
Yeah, it looks like engines are taking more of a commanding seat than Control has been, at least so far in the list that we're looking at, and especially when we're talking about Cam's list, which is taking an engine package along with the Control nature of Shiru. That that very specific way that it can control. But Northern Realms, Hidden Cache, they've been superstar decks, of course. We haven't seen a lot of monsters show up yet, but Tactical Decision is double ball, always kind of playing both roles. Big points, big removal, lots of answers as well, and a commanding way of the game if you don't take control of that game.
You know, I'm just thinking a little bit to myself right now. What kind of difference does what big difference does the Siege and War Elephant variation of Cam's Northern Realms make for these matchups that we might see here against Hidden Cache, against the Northern Realms Mirror, and against Double Ball?
Well, for the first time, I haven't seen a lot of Siege lists that actually look to the Carrack Frigate to be that Siege engine that actually advances it. Of course, we are running Ballista as well, and we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into the Northern Realms matchup. Here we go. The game is going to get started. Cam's going first, aka on the blue side or the blue coin, running Hidden Cache up against Shaggy, who is going to take double Nilfgaard Tactical Decision, double Masquerade Ball into the arena first off.
Okay, so Shaggy on the red coin with double ball, and we see Cam's with the Heat Wave in his hand already. Maybe his plan is to banish that ball so it cannot be put back into the deck from the graveyard through a Seer, and Shaggy won't be able to have second party after all.
And when you look at Cam's list, he does run Karathi Heatwave in... what happened? Sorry, I was looking away at the deck list. No,
Cam's just mulliganed away his Bomb Heaver on purpose. He mulliganed away his Bomb Heaver, so this maybe gives us some insight to his mindset of what he plans to do should the ball come down in round one.
Well, I mean, banish is the best way to stop double ball is to burn the Masquerade down completely so they could never throw another party again. Perhaps the Bomb Heaver just really represents a dead card there. Karathi Heatwave obviously has a lot of other huge ways to take care of stuff, but we are running poison as well on Cam's side. Karathi Heatwave also present in the Scoia'tael list, so Shaggy is going to have a really hard time playing around Karathi, especially. Bomb Heaver and Karathi actually are in both lists. Bomb Heaver in a Scoia'tael list, Shinmiri. This guy hates Masquerade Ball, and I don't blame him. Cam's has come prepared. Hopefully, we're going to have to see Shaggy navigate that for the entire series.
Yeah, and that might be another reason why Cam's ended up banning Skellige that doesn't have a scenario to target. So it does make sense. Imki as the first play here with the leader and giving her a shield. What is he trying to protect her against here?
That is a little... That is an interesting choice to put the shield on here. There isn't really a lot of pings, and if I go to Shaggy's lists here, and I just check out, if I check out Nilfgaard, the only thing that he might be worried about is...
Oh, there's an Alzur's Thunder in the list. Shaggy is running a lone Alzur's Thunder, and this sort of card catches me off guard on the ladder all the time. I'm thinking Nilfgaard, I'm thinking Tourney Joust. Nobody plays Assassination. But Alzur's Thunder forces 3 coins to be used on Cam's side. Shaggy does not open with the ball.
You play monsters enough, you learn to love Alzur's Thunder. Let me tell you. It gets a lot done for you if you're not playing Devotion, and that is what is happening here. Devotion has not really been the flavor for Nilfgaard really at all. Usurper's been fine, but Devotion not so much.
So, if the ball doesn't come down on turn 1, it's probably not coming down at all, is my guess.
Because it's too much of a liability. You'd only be able to play it if you knew, because Karathi Heatwave does get rid of the ball, but it's not playing points on your side of the board. You still get the Dame, so Shaggy can still play in a situation where, okay, I'm risking it all for the ball, but if Karathi Heatwave comes down, I'm still ahead. That could be the pass that he'll ultimately be looking for, the only way for him to really stop it. Bomb Heaver or Heatwave, it's really going to be hard for him to play the ball, at all. He'll have to either wait to the bitter end or know that he's free to do this.
Yeah, because if you do play ball in round 1 on red coin, your objective is to win round 1 on even cards. And if you play it too late, if you don't play it on the first turn, it doesn't get you enough points fast enough for you to prevent the pass.
Flying Redanian very much back in favor, as Hidden Cache has come back in favor as well, even to the point where Shaggy is running Kikamore in his version. So I think that's it's it's good to see it again, I suppose. But it's a pretty unique card, and it's just come and gone through Syndicate's history, and we've seen a lot of changes in the most recent patch that's brought Syndicate back to kind of launch strength in a lot of ways. So seeing Flying Redanian come back, Hidden Cash kind of take up that forefront. It's a nice blend of the old and new, with Syndicate being the strongest. And of course, Poison is going to be a big part of this game on both sides of the board, as Shaggy is looking to make his next call here. Probably can convert the Poison very easily just by dropping a Fangs. He may have decided that a long time ago, just taking his time. This is a tournament and a ticket for the Masters on the line.
Yeah, and Shaggy, thinking about which Poison to use, decides to go with the Marl, the higher value play, the higher threat play, thinking that maybe in this round, there's not likely to be an answer to the Marl. Less likely that Cam's has drawn the Philippa, and if he does use Philippa, it's a big commitment to use
He
in
can
round
convert
one.
the Poison from Morale if he does use Philippa. He can't actually use that Poison. So I don't know if he was lacking in Poisons with the Aneromancy. We obviously see he has the grabs he needs, but but it is a thought. The other option, Philippa, will be I mean, Shaggy is basically, by playing Morale, it's such a power play, really flexing that red turn. It is going to be Philippa. That is a huge commit, but Shaggy absolutely was threatening to take this round up, or an uneven, I mean.
Yeah, round one, both players obviously valuing round one a ton here, and we've seen that a lot this tournament. In this meta, winning round one is very key in a ton of matchups. Shaggy wants to win round one so that he can bring his Masquerade Ball to round three, combo it with his leader, and not get the Masquerade Ball heat waved.
Want to match that up with Yenvo's Invocation, you think, Shinmiri?
With the Morale. Take the Morale with the Yenvo. Yeah, because Syndicate does not have good steal targets, typically. You don't have that many cards that you want to play as a Nilfgaard player when it comes to the Syndicate cards. Syndicate is a very synergy-heavy faction. A lot of cards depend on coins. So, you yoink my Morale, I'm going to yoink it back. Might be what Shaggy's thinking. And there it is.
That's what he's thinking. Back to the top of the deck, Morale goes. Double ball, double Morale. That's what I call
rhymes.
A lot of double things. I ruined it. I ruined it, but I have to get back to the cast.
Yeah, and Cam's, on the other hand, he also wants to win this round so that he can force the ball to come out in round two and then maybe heat wave it then, or heaver it then.
Yeah, Cam's does have a point advantage at the moment. Shaggy is able to exercise. He is going to be placing another Poison here on the Sea Jackal, which he'll be able to convert with a Neromancy if he wants to. Quick Purify here. That's Kalkstein now. That's Kalkstein down and gone at this point. So, and absolutely, he doesn't have that. Doesn't have this for himself later, which is a huge. And again, this is Cam's really protecting himself on blue. At any point, I don't know if he's overcommitted yet. I don't know if he can overcommit because of how important it is to have control with Karathi Heatwave over the Masquerade Ball.
He needs to win round one here, and this shows and he's also protecting his only spender at the moment, right? He could technically find another spender from Oneromancy, but I think you don't want to do that. You want to save your Oneromancy if you can for something a little bit more important.
Cam's doesn't have the most brilliant hand remaining here. Engines ticking this late in the game, or even the Tidecloak Ransackers aren't the biggest one. And Shaggy is going to make the pass here. He didn't want to push any further here. I wonder if he could. It seemed like, I guess it was too much of a commitment. I was thinking perhaps a Neromancy had a nice solid piece of points that wasn't overcommitting at this point, and he was holding it.
The big issue with using the Oneromancy there is if you can't follow it up. If you use the Oneromancy without winning round one, then you're going to get pushed in round two. So then you're going to need the Oneromancy in round two, which means you won't be able to use it in round three to get something that you missed. The Shaggy taking the conservative approach and just giving up the round one and then holding the Oneromancy so that he can safely use it without worrying about not getting it back in round three.
Cam's now holding Bomb Heaver and Karathi Heatwave. Shaggy also holding his Bomb Heaver. Someone's going to get caught right here. Watch your head, my friends.
Catch! And
but Cam's is already up in this trade.
Cams is up, but I don't think he's going to pass. He's still going to be pushing. He wants to see that Masquerade ball or see some major aristocrats, major commitment from Shaggy's side.
Shaggy wants to avoid Crafty Heatwave being his downfall at all costs. Again, like we said, it doesn't put a body on the board. Shaggy does get the Dame, so it's possible not having the Dame out and playing the Raw Tosser is losing a little bit of points. It's not that bad though, because it does, of course, set up perfectly with your morale round 2.
Oh, and notice that playing the Raw Tosser actually buffed the Seductress by 2 because it plays 2 cards. Playing Spies counts as playing a card when it comes to Seductress buffs.
Yeah, that was a 3-point play. Of course, the poison is going to convert for so much more, but as far as keeping speed here, Cams won't have too many opportunities here, but he wants to see a little bit more from Shaggy. He doesn't have a lot of great pushes here. His blind eyes aren't getting a lot done. His Aneromancy is ready to go. Of course,
he doesn't
want to use it in this round.
Cams does not have a great way to block this Cow Carcass right now. Maybe something from the deck? Is there anything in his deck that he could get from Aneromancy, and he chooses not to use it right now? Just blocking it with the Peaches.
Riano and Von Hurst, I believe, and Jack, I think, are the best possible things in his deck right now.
Yeah. But none of them are good blockers, good sacrificial bodies for that Cow Carcass. So Shaggy is able to land the 2 poisons on Peaches, which are pretty good targets. They're going to go to all their engines. Maybe we see another Marl here. Marl number 2.
Morale does put this in a very dangerous spot here for Cams. Well, I mean, not really. He's not in danger quite yet, but there's very little more he can do. He just doesn't really have... He does have the huge card in Aneromancy, and he probably might want to use that just to thin out a poorer draw as we finally see the Aneromancy played for Shaggy. Shaggy's going to be grabbing the other Raw Tosser. He's going to go for the double dip on the poison. Cow Carcass would be trading very nicely here, and there's not much Cams can do about that. Maybe he blocks 1, but then Morale will clean it up later.
Yeah, I love this play by Shaggy. He saw that Cams had no real good answer to the first Cow Carcass, and so sensing weakness, he pulls out the second one, and now, yeah, you block it with Von Hurst, but Von Hurst is also a really valuable engine, and maybe the Morale here is able to convert the double poison.
Morale's looking better and better. 12 points immediately on the play, plus only Crappy Heatwave would really stop it, and then you're free to throw the biggest ball this town has ever seen.
Yeah, and then there would only be Bomb Heaver left, and maybe Shaggy would still be able to play the ball twice. Once the Heat Wave is gone, if Heat Wave is ended up used on Morale, then we could actually see 2 balls after all.
I think if Morale threatens the points, he'll be touching down now, and then playing the ball with the Dame could be enough that the Crappy Heat Wave doesn't necessarily turn the points around. As Shaggy now takes the lead, Cams is forced to play Sea Jackal. That's really it.
No, Heat Wave on the Morale to stop the second poison. Try to keep this engine alive in Lieutenant Von Hurst.
Now, the ball being played for the Dame is not.
It's a little bit slow. Yeah, it is a little bit slow here. He needs like 7 points. Shaggy needs 7 points to stay ahead of this Von Hurst. 8 if you count the Seductress.
Get the Bomb Heaver out though. If he was always planning on perhaps getting this second ball out in round 3, if he played it now, he'd get the Dame.
It wouldn't be great because he would play it now, not get ahead. Cams would pass, and then even if he get the second ball in round 3, it gets heavered.
Shaggy find a way. Shaggy just needs to get a little bit closer here.
Shaggy could maybe play
or something.
He could maybe play Brothans or Usurper to get ahead.
He could knock out the Priest with the Mage Infiltrator, but I don't know if that's fast enough. Shaggy's running to the end of his rope here. He's gonna go for the Masquerade Ball. This could be Cam's pass.
This would be a pretty great pass by Cams. Shaggy getting a little bit nervous here, worried that maybe he might miss his opportunity if he doesn't play the ball now.
Shaggy is pretty safe. He's sitting on a lot of points. Usurper and Barathons plus whatever Roderick finds you makes him pretty safe here, even if the bomber comes down, because Cam's doesn't have a lot to flex with after that. I think this is the pass for Cam's.
I think this is the pass as well. You know, Shaggy's drawing into Oniromancy. He just he's gonna take the Heaver instead, and I think now Shaggy could commit something and get pretty far ahead.
Yeah, I think Shaggy might just want to commit possibly Usurper here. As far as Roderick is concerned, Vincent's in the deck, I believe. And of course the Sierra and the Cupbearer, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm pretty sure Vincent's still there, which isn't huge, but it's not nothing.
Yeah, he's still got Aristocrats. Oh, okay, he's gonna go.
He's gonna go with Roderick. He's gonna.
Is he taking Vincent? Yes.
He is gonna
Okay.
be taking Vincent. Yes.
So I think at this point, I with this sort of play, spending 2 Aristocrats, 2 of your big gold Aristocrats. Oh, it doesn't get ahead. It doesn't get ahead here.
Oh, he had an option to go a little bit more aggressive here. Cams is pretty happy about this, I think.
I think Cam should be very happy about this. And if I were Cam's, I would take the pass now. You've got the 3 carryover on your coins. You've basically seen enough Aristocrats from Shaggy that he's not going to be able to play a second ball in round 3. I think Shaggy would have gotten ahead had he played Barathons or Usurper there instead of the Roderick.
I think that was the aggressive play there that he needed to play, because I don't think Cam's would not actually even be considering this at that point, and then he would be down on cards. I think Shaggy would be able to wrap this one up. Now, with a pass, I mean, Shaggy obviously has a lot of power in his hand, but he does have to spend one of these huge cards now.
Yeah, it's not like Shaggy had a weak card left that he could just throw away. He has to, like, just to do 1 point here, he has to play one of these anyways. And if he had just played this last turn, he would be ahead, either of these cards.
Yeah, I feel for him a little bit here. I think the game's definitely not over yet. Of course, Shaggy does have a very, very strong card and leader available. In tactical advantage, potentially 2 poisons could be grabbed in Cupbearer or something on top of the deck here. Cam's Sea Jackal isn't looking all that great. He's hoping to find, he's definitely going to get the Oniromancy. Those are sweet and low.
So both players drawing 4 Provision Bronzes on top of their Oniromancy. If Cam's finds a Sol,
still requires, you'd have to throw the Jackal away, I guess. You wouldn't want the double spender at the 4 provision. Jackal goes back into the deck. Trafficker.
Interesting.
Poison with the Oniromancy.
These hands are pretty similar. Oh, Shaggy gets rid of the poison. Draws a Diviner.
Now that could be so crucial.
It depends on what Cam's decides to do. Does he go for the poison completion or not? What is left? No, but Cam's has like Jacques left in the deck. I don't think he goes for the poison completion when he's leaving a Jacques on the table.
He's just gonna go for the biggest points he can make.
Yeah.
Points here. Similar hands. I mean, the Van Morla the lock on Sol should be pretty good. That's going to be massively helpful for Shaggy.
Yeah, no Kalkstein left to purify the lock. Shaggy does have to find proactive plays here. He's going first. He does have the proactive play.
Gonna go ahead and dig in with Oniromancy, probably grabbing a Magni, perhaps. He's gonna be a Sierra. He's gonna grab the solid 6. He's
going to put something good back into his deck, a gold, to try to leader for it. There's 8 cards still remaining in his deck, though, so not a great chance.
We take another look at the deck, I think, because last time it was only Vincent that was in there that was worth looking at. Vincent and Asira, so the only gold that would be in the deck right now would be the one that he popped back in.
Yeah, 3 out of 8. 40, what is that? 3 out of 8, 37.5% chance that the gold he put back into his deck can be tutored, can be found by tactical decision. And we see Cam's, he had, Flying Redanian as carryover for 3 points, 3 coin carryover, and the leader ability. for 3 additional coins. Can we take a look at Shaggy's deck? Which gold exactly did he put back? It is
like
Brothans.
Brothans, yeah.
Okay.
That, well, let's see. If you... Brothans doesn't help. It's not bad. I think you want to play Usurper here. If you play Diviner, it's possible. Now, can Cams convert a worthwhile poison here? Because this could have been...
I don't think a poison is...
here.
I mean, I don't... Like, we can see the hand. I don't think a poison is worth more.
First?
Oh, because Usurper procs Assimilate. And the Diviner has Assimilate. And if he does find Brothans, Brothans also has Assimilate.
So
you want to play
not
those
thinking about
last.
converting it here anyway.
Yeah, I think the math doesn't check out, right? You're giving up 3 coins and you're only poisoning a 6 when you could take.
Oh, no Brothans here. This is a pretty weak situation. The Van Morlehelm Hunter is got 2 bleed. Magni, the row is open for Magni, but it's 5 points either way. A Neuromancy isn't going to do anything with the graveyard. It's just a lock or a bleed, and I don't think that there's anything. This is just not what he wanted.
This is the curse.
Wait, he locks the spender. He gets Jack anyway, though. Still
Yeah.
Jack, right, for the spender. So
Yep. This is the curse of tactical decision. When you don't set it up, it almost always shows you 3 bronzes.
Shaggy
And
with the 9-point lead. It's going to be a quick Jack spender. It is probably going to be enough. I believe Jack definitely plays for more than 10 points.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good card. Hidden Cash is going to take the first win. Cam's on blue coin, no less, up against Double Ball. Really going to have to take a look at that match again. I think that round 2 was pretty rough right there. Having 2 tie opportunities, Cams was able to step back, make Shaggy spend that crucial card. I think committing Usurper ahead of time might have been it, or Brothans. I think that either one of those could have been it.
Yeah.
Shaggy, he's not out. He still has a great selection of decks to play that deck, or Uprising or Hidden Cash. And Cams has Precision Strike and his own Uprising, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I think the crucial moment came down to round 2, how Shaggy chose to defend against that bleed. Maybe a little bit nervous, unnecessarily nervous on getting 2-0'd and thinking that he needed to induce a pass or try to play for maximum points, because I feel like his hand was strong enough to kind of weather that bleed without giving up his key resources and potentially even gaining a card back.
I mean, of the players we've seen, there are still 2 players left to play in this tournament, but it seems like Cams went in with the most artifact Haiti type list, like that we've seen so far out of all the players. That really hurts Shaggy, who has 2 artifact focused decks. So that's going to be, it's already pretty difficult. And I think Shaggy had a chance there. He had a chance there to take one of his artifact lists over top of probably one of the harder ones to beat in Nilfgaard. So he's going to have another chance here. It's going to be a Northern Realms mirror, an actual mirror, both players playing Uprising. Very few, well, what are we talking about? Siege and War Elephant make for a pretty big difference. These are pretty different lists.
Yeah, so typically I would say whoever has the blue coin in this mirror should be favored, but Siege, there's both decks being Devotion, obviously no scenario, no artifact answers. So Siege is gonna go crazy, and War Elephant can safely hide behind Defender a lot of the times, because it's very difficult to remove Defender with Northern Realms as well. You have to ping the shield off somehow, and then have a big Onseus duel the Defender.
Yeah, as well as Siege, just in general, the amount of pressure it can put on the board makes it so if you lose the round to the Siege player, in a lot of cases, especially when you just know the Siege is going to develop, it's just really great just to push. You get the setup. If you win round 1, you can push. You can do a little bit of thinning depending on what your package is to get the engines out. And you can just hold on to your big cards like War Elephant, Anses, and Viraxis and just run your opponent over. So Shaggy's got to be very defensive here, not to fall behind if Cams ends up turning on the heat.
Yeah, and there's a lot of considerations that you need to make in this mirror matchup early on and plan ahead for round 3. So if Shaggy's able to get last say, he can potentially get a big reset on something like War Elephant with his Bloody Baron, but he has to be ready. First of all, he needs to acquire the last say by winning round 1, and he needs to get through the defender. So he needs to save on Seius, he needs to save a ping, whether that's Ballista or Tridem, to get rid of that shield on the defender, and then boost his Anseus high enough to actually win the duel versus the defender, which is probably going to be taller than a 7+2.
Cam's going to stop with the standard opening of Radovid's Royal Guard. These days, maybe not so much, but usually the no-brainer play, Northern Realms, if you have it. It's a great way to start things off. Shaggy now does have the frigate ready to pump out the volunteers and a drummer that could be supporting it, or the Eternian Mauler, let's say, another melee row soldier that would do the trick here. Not too committed either, but at this point, Shaggy does have a good enough production and a little bit of reach. The Mauler opens up a lot of opportunities for Falibor to connect in different ways as well. I think, honestly, Shaggy winning this round is probably going to be story of the game, because
yeah, looking at the hands,
I don't think Cam's going to let go at all if he wins. And yeah, everything we said before that, the way that Siege can really turn on that pressure, and then yeah, just finally being able to protect the Dawnmere.
Just look at Cam's hand here. It looks like an assortment of garbage.
If one didn't know the difference between garbage and Gwent cards, you might be confused at a quick glance, Shinmiri.
But he is going to commit a great card in Ana. He's not going to give up this round without a fight, despite having, like, you know, a Temple Guard, a Boiling Oil that's not really finding a great target yet. I don't know. It looks like, at first glance, it looks like a lot of bronzes in Cam's hand, but maybe if he fights hard enough, he can either win the round or get Shaggy to commit bigger cards.
Ultimately, I think it's going to be Shaggy needs to win this round and get Baron. I think that is the game plan 100%. Or there is no Aniromancy. These are two Northern Realms Devotion decks. Both these players devoted to the blue. Another Radovid's Royal Guard. The Eternian Mauler is still available here, not doing anything yet. However, it can actually, Falibor is available to kill this Tridem infantry should Shaggy want to take that route.
Yeah, like how many engines are you going to be able to kill here with, you got 5 reach total, and with the Ana on the board, it's going to be buffing most of the engines that come down anyway. So yeah, there he goes.
That's Shaggy knowing how important the defense is here. Cam's just won't really be able to catch up if Shaggy, even at this point, the bronzes look great for Shaggy. He's going to have a decent board, hopefully, for the Lyrian Scytheman when a call comes down to it, because we do have the Radovid's Royal Guards ready to go, the Carrick Marine as well. A late Reynard if it has to go down, but if it means that a Delirian Scytheman's touching down for 11 or 12 to keep in this game, it's going to be hard, of course. You have to play against Baron, so it's not the most optimal choice and probably not what Shaggy would hope to have to do. But 18 points ahead right now doesn't look that bad at 6 cards.
Yeah, although some people might think that the Falibor is an overcommitment here on blue coin, I really like the play from Shaggy. You know how the story of this matchup, this mirror matchup, is not enough removal for too many engines. And Shaggy just converted, you know, a Falibor into actually removing an engine that was worth 1 point a turn. And so when you're able to do that in this matchup, you take it.
Here comes the drummer now, going to be solidifying this engine base. Now passive point generation on top of the frigate, something that Cams would have to deal with. Already being behind 20 points, dipping this low into the game, there needs to be obviously some massive point swing. And I don't know if Amphibious Assault can find what that is. Is John Natalis into something? I'm not sure it's actually enough. If Shaggy is comfortable with the drummer here gaining his points, if this play is slow enough, he might actually end up passing.
I think Cams needs 17 points. And he's got 2 from the Ballista. So he needs 15 points and 2, which is still doable for him here. He's going to commit the first Amphibious Assault.
Grab the first of his ships as well. Shaggy quickly saying, I'm down to go into this round, because he's the kind of person that never wants to forget about clicking the ship. As soon as it's his turn, the volunteer spawns. It happens like almost before we even say your turn. And there is Reynard. Is this leading towards potentially a protected Scytheman? You got to be careful about Baron, but you also know if Baron can or can't beat you here. Cams is behind by a lot of points here. I think he has to pass. I think this is just too far of a deficit, considering the
We do some math here.
Cams is hungry.
I think he can still do it, because I mean the Odo only played for 8 points, right? It's an engine. It's a great value card, but it doesn't actually play for that high of a tempo. And look at this greed. Not even spending.
Oh, he definitely is going in there. He is going to be spent. There it is. Yeah, not even spending those
orders.
Those charges. We're already back to Cams here, who is now assuming tunnel vision, as the game has definitely sped up as we've gotten down to. This is the deepest round one I think we've cast, at least so far. Temple Guard coming down, both players trying to get a great use out of their Illyrian Scytheman. Shaggy with a 16-point lead and a drummer ticking is staying in this round. Is it time to commit the Scytheman?
There it is, huge 11-point Scytheman. Cams has a pretty big Scytheman of his own. 30 points now, the lead is.
This is at this point.
There's so much math going on here.
There's so much math here, because he's got 6, 8. He had 8 points in charges. That's all being spent right now.
Still going. Cams has the Baron in hand. Baron is going to provide him with enough reach on resetting this Scytheman that he can continue going.
Shaggy could consider dropping Dawnmere. What a play. Protects the drummer, protects the Scytheman. Dawnmere, I think, locks this round.
And honestly, I was wrong. I will admit, I was wrong. I called Cams' hand garbage. He won the round with his hand. And he didn't even have to commit that much. It was like an Ana and a Baron. Wait, is he able to take this with Boiling Oil?
Not with the passive point, unless he wants to spend a little bit of his leader. Boiling Oil gets the... I think he has to play.
Boiling Oil is 1 point short, I believe. Wait. Oh, he's going to use leader.
He's going to use some leader, yeah.
There we go.
Fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He gets the 2 extra points when he passes from the Ana, so he doesn't even have to spend a Baron. Wow.
Okay. Now Cams with Amphibious Assault looking for Siege as well. Cams could be in a very strong position to bleed if he finds that key card. Shaggy does have, well, probably not the cards he wanted to see between the Trident and the Ballista.
Well, I don't know.
There's trying to find some good gold cards here. There's Shaggy getting AA. Trident goes down. Another Marine here.
I don't think Cams wants to bleed here. It's the round is too short. So normally you see Northern Realms mirrors players bleed in round 2, but only if you've got like 7 cards or more. Usually 6, 7 cards or more is kind of the spot where you're still interested in bleeding. Because the advantage of bleeding is you get to set up your engines first, but if the round is so short, your engines aren't really doing much.
Shaggy does have a decent hand, Varaxis on the draw, as well as Natalis being able to source some stuff, and Adalia with a drummer in hand. Beautiful draws for Shaggy. Cam's still looking for that Siege.
Cam's looking for Siege. Finds Anseus a key card in the matchup. He's looking for Siege, he's looking for War Elephant.
Yeah, some of these amazing high provision gold cards that he's looking for. He also has a Varaxis of his own. He's missing a ton of good cards. Cams is not pleased.
Oh, look at that.
Can we get a look at Cams' deck right now? This is brutal. This is brutal. War Elephant, Dawnmere, Varaxis, and Siege all stuck in the deck here in a mirror. Wow. That is, I have no words. I just have no words.
And he played so many bronzes in round 1 too, and still could not find the golds. That is very unfortunate for Cams, but the game's not over. Cams does have last say. He has Baron, he has Onseus.
Yeah, he will be able to Baron. If in a situation where Ensays is able to duel in and destroy Donmir, he will be able to use Baron on the leader Lyrian Scytheman. So there is going to be a lot of point conversion here, but it is not what Cams wanted by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so I imagine the defender is going to come down soon.
You're going to want to defend Ensays perhaps if you're going to want to boost him up later, or you want to be able to reuse him with Varaxis as well. So if you can solidify that, but knowing that a little ping here from the reinforced ballista is all it takes to ping off the shield. Shaggy, no mind, is just going to play right into this. The shield comes in, the ping would be off the shield. Ensays not being played here. Looking for his own Donmir perhaps.
Yep. But taking Donmir with Amphibious Assault, you're not that happy about it because you don't get the extra boost value on the AA. You're really, like, ideally you're looking for like an engine that the Amphibious Assault actually does a lot of protection by boosting the target. But
now,
Defender, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean now it's possible if Shaggy is able to. Well, Shaggy doesn't have a way of really knocking that shield off.
Does he have a Tridom? I think he has a Tridom in the deck. He can get Amphibious Assault off of Natalis into a Tridom infantry.
Assault yet. Nice.
And place it next to one of his drummers, and chances are that the shield will come off. He's going to need to get rid of that shield for his Onseus and his Varaxis to really find any value. So he might end up taking something like a Tamaran Infantry over a bigger impact card like Honest Stranger.
Yeah, I mean, it is really going to be all about that extra damage ping, because once you can make sure that Ensays can get through, it really isn't going to be a lot of other stuff that Cams can play that's going to be a huge threat. And Shaggy, just imagine what going through Shaggy's mind. Okay, he's got 4 cards left.
Yeah.
He's probably expecting Varaxis, Siege, War Elephant. You don't even know what to expect at this point.
Shaggy chooses to stop buffing the defender, making it potentially possible for Cams to get through the defender with a Onseus duel, but maybe he's thinking also of not giving Baron too much value. That's why he stops buffing the defender.
I think the choice might be made here for John Natalis. If it is going to be the Tridom, you're going to want to have the Radovid's Royal Guards to follow up for an extra boost, perhaps. Defender doesn't seem to be going anywhere. It's good. Well, it is going to be able to get answered by Ensays.
Eventually.
So between Ensays and Baron on the Scytheman, that is not nothing. But Varaxis being able to reactivate Ensays. Finally, we see Ensays, but no play, waiting for the buff to be dueled. No expenditure of the leader, and Ensays for himself. This will be the kill on Donmir.
Both players taking mirror lines here. But Cam's getting the formation boost on the Onseus here due to playing the back row. And I mean, Shaggy has to figure out how to get rid of this shield. Like, by waiting so long to take a potential... Is he still have a ballista? He might still have a ballista that he's just going to end up taking.
He does have a ballista, 2 ballista. No, he does have the 1 ballista. He could grab that ballista.
Yeah, okay, so he's not going to take any chances. Shaggy is not going to take any chances with the Tridom Infantry. Doesn't care about the synergy with Drummer, because it's so late now that there's so many units on the board.
There's one duel. Varaxis will ignite.
Oh! The Onseus dueling the other Onseus!
Wow.
Cams.
Will the real Ensays please stand up and the other coward sit down? What a combo right there. Shaggy
crazy.
With the swaggy. There's the Baron. We'll be able to reset on the Lyrian Scytheman, but it just won't matter. Shaggy will even see the last card. Shaggy might just have to. Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of thinking about exactly what Cams may have missed there. Wow.
That was
a lot of points, and it showed.
That was an awesome combo there. Cam's thinking that his Anseus was safe, just like Shaggy's, behind the defender, but Shaggy with the first say advantage there, getting his Anseus down first and being able to double duel through the defender and finding its target, its high value target on the Anseus.
That was delightful. That was, I mean, it's hard to get too excited about it because Cam's missed basically almost half of his deck's provisions, I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't take away from my appreciation, at least, of the cool play that we just witnessed, right?
Well,
regardless of how.
Someone's got to throw up the peppy hands somewhere, I think. But believe me, I was pretty hyped about that. Ansei's throwing it back in his own face, taking the win here. Now the series tied 1-1. Northern Realms looking okay at this point. Cam still has Precision Strike and Uprising, which I'm sure he will draw a little bit better when he comes back. He already won with Hidden Cash, and Shaggy also has to take it with his own Hidden Cash and Double Ball, which is still available.
Shaggy back on red coin, so I would expect to see the Double Ball again. So neither of these decks, neither the Shiru deck nor Cam's Uprising deck are that favored or in a very good position against the Double Ball on blue coin. So
you're gonna see Shiru at least give it a shot.
Okay. Shiru does have the artifact removal at least, right? He's got the Heat Wave and the Bomb Heaver in this matchup.
Yep, 2 out of 3 decks running both of those cards here for Cams.
If Cams had been running the Synthesis Dragon version, I think he would be in a much better spot in this matchup because of the lack of interaction that card represents. An immune unit allows him to play proactively without giving anything for Shaggy to target. This version has more removable threats and lockable threats like the Treant Boar and the Pavka Gale.
Dunka being played very, very quickly here. Cam's first player once again on the blue coin, trying to get his hand buff out. A nice little bit of protection on Pavko Gale, as Cam's is a little bit more interested in running engines, as well as, just a little extra ways to groom that board. Pavko, a ping here from Pavko, a ping here from Treant Wild Boar. And before you know it, your opponent just has nothing but ashes left to play.
Yeah, Shaggy with the ball here, though. Ball and 2 Aristocrats decides to just...
Oh, the quick Vincent. Maybe thinking about a Sierra in the future because he doesn't think that he has a chance with the ball. I don't know, but that is a huge play. Really trying to be aggressive on red once again. Both players, I think it's paid off in both situations to do that.
You could be right. Maybe Shaggy has already decided that it's not going to be a double ball game, and he's just going to play ball once in round 3 and just put the Vincent back.
Vincent does catch the... well, let me check here. Let's check Cam's...
Defender. Vincent would be great against Defender.
True, there is Vegas. There's a Duncanel Guardian as well, which comes down with Veil, if that would ever be a problem on top of that. And...
there's also the Dryad's Caress.
And the shield on the Novigradian Justice Dwarf.
Right.
Lots of little things that Vincent can grab, but you could argue that Dunka would probably be one of the best things, just because of the carryover value here. And in red coin, you don't want to play any games here. You want to be oppressive as soon as possible. As Pavko is looking very, very healthy, and with the Treants, with the Dryad's Crest staying very vital. No poison will stick here. No lock either.
Well, I mean, he's unlocked Pavko, but now Pavko is a juicy 12-point target and an engine. You see Shaggy.
Yeah, there's no access here. I mean, Cam's hand. Now, you want to talk about assorted garbage. This is a little bit... I mean, this is all great for Cam's if he doesn't want to win this round. And in some cases, in a lot of cases, Scoia'tael can play the passive point hand buff game and possibly get there. But I think you want a little bit more to do than Dryad's Crest tempering, Nature's Rebuke tempering, circle. It's a little bit...
It will end up buffing his gourd pretty big.
Oh, his gourd's going to look great. There's the Treant Board. 2 engines, very, very threatening here.
Yeah, big 17-point lead here. 2 engine threats, but...
Would be a great time for Morale if Shaggy had access. Yes, he is running it.
He is running Moral. He's going to take the Cupbearer to complete the poison on the Pavko. And I
extra
guess
points through Rod Tosser and Brathens as well.
it looks like this Treant is actually going to stick here. I don't see Shaggy finding 2 more poisons or a lock at this point. No way Masquerade Ball comes down anymore, right? And you know what's weird about this hand for Cams? You mentioned the double circle of life. There are no units.
There's no units anymore. It's true. Yeah, he got himself into trouble here. Now that Dunka was gone, but there are no units, so
Can't even
Circle of
handle
Life isn't even great. Playing Tempering is just playing into possibly poison. You play Tempering on Fav, I suppose, or you try to remove the Cupbearer with Nature's Rebuke. But other than that, it's just really this might be Cam's only chance to pass and stay ahead.
Yeah, I think so. And if he plays like a Rebuke, it will buff the Treant even more, and for something like a Yennefer Invocation, which could be very scary to Camps.
Hits the button. Shaggy's going to throw the Heaver. Might as well. No one to play catch with, though. Very sad.
All right, so Shaggy able to take round 1 without using the Masquerade Ball. This is gonna be pretty tough for Camps, not having any carryover.
Cams is dying to see some gold cards after mulligans here. You can just see it eating away at his soul. He cannot find a gold card to save his life. He just drew 2 bronzes, drew into 2 more bronzes. Shaggy
No
in a little
either.
Yeah, no. Well, an Neuromancy not in this.
No, Neuromancy should be in the deck. Yeah.
It is in the list, right? Yeah, this is the Neuromancy, the non-devotion Scoia'tael. Yennefer's Invo. Shaggy's hand looking pretty well prepared here, maybe to exert a little dominance. I think if Shaggy wants to go looking for a round, he's going to start to see the decisions that Cams makes and possibly have a good push here. He may be able to suss it out.
So what is Shaggy thinking right now? Is he going to take a long round 3 versus Shiru? Because, I mean, even without Last Say, Cam's Shiru can still be used to devastating effect in a long round 3. Double Ball has a lot of 4-strength units.
Oh, if only he knew. Shaggy taking the pass here. Now, I mean, Cams does not have enough mulligans in the world to make this probably his ideal hand, so that may still just kind of be how it goes.
Cams does play the extra card here, even though it's not necessary for him to play a second card. He does play that to get his gourd a little bit, 1 point bigger.
More 4 provision cards for Cams and a Neuromancy.
Okay. It's a start, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. You've got 7 bronzes in your hand, and you can only mulligan away 2 cards.
How important is removal? I mean, if he's planning on destroying the ball, what is he really going to be stopping? The dames, I suppose. He did end up getting some pretty decent cards here. His best card in a Neuromancy plus a pretty decent gourd and Treant Protector.
So Neuromancy will be reserved for Isengrim's Council into Shiru, because without a massive Shiru, I don't think Cams has a chance in the world at winning this game. So he has to get very, very greedy with his Shiru. And this is the sort of thought process these pros are going to go through, is like, how desperate am I to win? Like, how desperate am I right now? What are my chances of winning if I play a fair game? If I play a 12-point Shiru, am I going to win this game? Not even close, right? I need like a 25-plus point Shiru to have any chance, and maybe 25 is not even enough, looking at this hand.
Yeah, this hand looks really good. Shaggy could even consider taking the defender with Yennefer's Invocation. Although having Last Say at this point, you know you're going to be able to pluck Gourd up if you really, really need to. But you do have Poison at the same time. So he's going to be taking that defender with Yennefer's Invocation, putting it right on top of the deck. And Cams is going to start showing Shaggy the quality of his hand as the Tempering just comes down on a Rowdy Dwarf.
Yeah, he's very quickly running out of proactive plays, Cams is. But
so, there's no Skags here?
There's no Skags in this list. It is you have to take out the Skags for the Popco Gale and like the Treant and the Defender, that sort of package.
Shaggy's just gonna play nice and conservatively. Does give a Nature's Rebuke target.
You see how like the lack of proactivity and is like a snowball, has a snowball effect?
Yeah,
Shaggy, by playing the invocation and not putting anything to interact with, forces Cams to play a proactive play, which leads to a taller unit, which allows Shaggy to play another poison, which doesn't, you know. And if Shaggy didn't force that second proactive play out of Cams, then there wouldn't be a taller unit, and then Shaggy wouldn't have been able to play his poison.
Quick zap here, staying very, very low on the board here, giving Cams very little options here. I guess we would see the Circle of Life, perhaps, just to get a buff on one of the units here while he still has the opportunity.
Yeah, I imagine that will be the case. Which unit does he choose to buff here?
Probably
does choose to buff.
I mean, it seemed like Treant Protector would have made more sense if we expect that Herald is going to. Well, Herald can't.
There's no more invocation, but there is still potentially poisons.
There is still potentially a double poison with leader.
Yeah.
So that would be enough. So that would just be points that are lost there. If it was on Protector, it would have probably stuck around.
I mean, Cams could also be thinking that, okay, I'm going to play my Gourd last, or maybe second to last, and maybe there won't be enough time for Shaggy to poison this.
Shaggy also has the ability to play. Oh no, he doesn't, because that will banish the ball. Never mind. But he does still have the ability to play to get Vincent back in. He's playing a Sierra. Yes, he is.
He is going to put Vincent back into the deck. I'm guessing it's going to be Vincent. He's going to want to put an Aristocrat and a high value Aristocrat back into the deck, right? It is Vincent. So
Shaggy making me look like a genius from the very start of the game. All right.
Yeah, the plan has come to fruition. Shaggy putting an additional high value Aristocrat back into the deck, and the plan will be to probably play ball and use the leader at the same time at some point later on in this round to try to find that Aristocrat. At least get one chapter. But at the same time, maybe he just wants to save leader for last play. If maybe Shaggy thinks, I can't lose, the only lose condition I have is giving him a massive Shiru. So if I save leader to last play, I put the fewest number of units on the board, then I prevent my opponent from getting a big Shiru.
Yeah, the final conversion on points has been wild.
And look at this, we're 5 cards into this round. And the score is 1-7. Both of these decks are just super removal heavy, super reactive decks.
Cam's got hung out to dry a little bit in the last 2 games here. His camera is losing focus. Hopefully he himself is not losing focus. He'll fight through the pain. Neuromancy finally going to be sourcing something fantastic from the deck, which could just easily be Vincent right now, because it does hit. Oh, Morale, of course. Be able to convert on anything at this point. Tactical decision could end up seeing Vincent as well.
A quick rebuke
answer.
Now the score is 0-1. We're playing more cards and the score is going down.
This is what you control matchups look like.
Now it's Shaggy kind of on the back foot here, needing to find a proactive play against a board that has nothing there.
One of the options, I suppose, would be playing Usurper does just kind of drop a big mountain of points. That is pretty good. If we're looking at the Roderick right now, we'll always see Vincent, I believe. So that's going to be pretty good.
There's also Defender on top of his deck,
right
on top of Shaggy's deck, that he could find with Tactical Decision.
Here comes the Miner into
Wait.
Guardian Justice, which is pretty good because you are
That
able
was
to...
That was the Neuromancy. So there is going to be no Shiru this game.
Yeah, no Shiru. I mean, I guess he has to go for the... I mean, I'm struggling to figure out how Cams puts it together at this point. At this point, yeah, there would be no Shiru, even though...
I think without Shiru, you just can't win. I mean, you're playing an 11-point Justice, right? You're playing an 11-point Justice. It's too fair to get you a win in this situation.
Yeah, nothing. The only thing that's going to be approaching any levels of any impressive levels. And I love the leader killing the cow as well.
Yeah.
The few things in the game that are still around that can still thwart a cow. The reinforced ballista, that leader, and a bunch of Skellige stuff, I'm sure.
Not too many things can hit your own side of the board anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Shaggy still has a lot of opportunity here. Could just as easily play for the Duchess Informant if he just wants to grab a couple points on the board. Vincent is primed. Well, he would want to probably just be moving one of these units that he might be able to poison.
So
but here's the thing: if Cams wants to hold on to the heat wave, play Gord first. Gord absolutely dies.
Yeah, Shaggy is going to take the Brothans here. It's a safe play to make because Shaggy doesn't know if... Well, Shaggy has to be worried about Shiru still. He doesn't know that there's no Isochrome's Council yet. Right now, Cam's hand could be any combination of Heatwave, Gord, and some access to Shiru. So Shaggy's calculating, thinking, what unit do I boost to lower the chances of Shiru? And he's actually going to play into the Heatwave to not lose to Shiru.
Playing into the heat wave to not lose to Shiru. Loses a lot of points here. Does get a lot of poison conversion. Is that the right play? I mean, here comes the ball. Now it's all going to come crashing down, perhaps, for Cams, but that Gord does represent a lot of points. Trying to find a silver lining here. We're going to see the ball touchdown, and the leader has been activated as well. Going to be grabbing... if he wants to grab that Aristocrat, it'll be the Van Morlehelm Hunter. He's just going to take the points on the defender. We'll be able to grab Vincent as the final Aristocrat with Roderick and slam the door with that last little bit of poison. Shaggy.
This is a 15-point. This is a 15-point difference. What is...
This is the Fangs show first, right? Fangs show first, drop the poison on Gord, convert it with Vincent. I think you're okay?
Okay, you're fine, because you get the double poison at the end there. He didn't... Okay, yeah.
Oh man, even that part, that made me hold my breath for a second.
Me too.
Oh my goodness.
You heard me stop mid-sentence.
Stop mid-sentence just for that second. Shaggy played
Vincent hitting a 2, and I was like, wait, no. And then, but there was still that second Fangs. So Shaggy takes it rather convincingly, pretty comfortably, with Double Ball beating Shiru. We're gonna see the Shiru deck played again hopefully at some point later on in the series, because I really like casting the Shiru deck. I feel like there are a lot of different potential lines of play when it comes to this Shiru deck, because you can hand buff your Shiru to different levels. You can aim to scorch 3s, 4s, 5s, sometimes even 6s and 7s. It's a very big brain deck.
So it would be probably, now at this point, Cams will be on red coin, being able to finally defend the match point. Being able to do that in control with Scoia'tael could be it, with Hidden Cache. Hidden Cache, the numbers are all over the place. Lots of ways to boost as well. You would only have a certain window of time to really execute your best Shiru. So that is going to be the task for Cams, or he just takes on engine for engine and just tries to do Uprising one more time, see if we can get that siege list to perform. Because again, Cams, he has an uphill battle, but he's really been playing against his draws a little bit. Shaggy has been playing fantastically, but there has been a little bit of lacking of power. So Cams could turn it around. He has some great decks. He just has to pick one between Uprising and Precision Strike to jump into the Hidden Cache game.
Yeah, I think he's going to go with Precision Strike. I think they're both decent. They're okay matchups. I would say the Northern Realms... Northern Realms typically good against Syndicate, but I think this Siege version is actually a little bit worse against Syndicate. Syndicate does run Heatwave as well as Bomb Heaver, so giving up like 2 golds for a scenario that just gets heavered feels pretty bad, and it's going to make the matchup a little bit worse for Northern Realms.
Very much turning the tables, as Cams has been the kind of the artifact threatener pretty much throughout this entire series. Now Shaggy finally will be queuing up his artifact take deck right on time for the artifact deck of Cam's Siege. So that will be hopefully between that and the Aneromancy that we'll be able to source it. Siege, I believe, will just only be trading a Bomb Heaver for a Trebuchet, which
I mean,
definitely
if you can get past the defender is the first one.
If you can get past the defense. Which Heatwave could help. That could be the combos.
Heatwave, Kalkstein, Philippa. Multiple ways to do it.
Yep.
Shaggy just needs to save one of them. He has all three in his hand right now. Mulligan's away the Kalkstein. Save it for a rainy day, perhaps. Not only as a Purify, but also as a Blind Eye tag.
As a Neuromancy now, so the world is his as far as whatever he needs at any given time with the text that he has available. You see, and it wasn't Precision Strike. Cams has opted to go in with Northern Realms.
Yes. Northern Realms on red versus Hidden Cache on blue. The score is 2-1 in Shaggy's favor. This could be the final game of this series, should Shaggy win it.
Shaggy does have the option of just dropping the sea urchins, or street urchins, sorry, or just simply laying down the Passiflora Peaches along with the Tiger's Eye Stratagem.
Yeah, Shaggy's goal here is probably going to have to win the first round. I think both players, again, engine deck, engine versus engine, not too much removal on either side. You're going to want control of the rounds. You're going to want to be able to push.
Going in with a Neuromancy. Is he grabbing Sol? Oh, he's grabbing the Kikamor.
Whoa.
This was one of the only differences between Shaggy's list and Cam's list, this Kikamor Warrior allowing to feast on the Flying Redanian. This eats a piece of removal that Cam's might not be really all that interested in spending, but it does actually represent quite a lot of points, if not answered. Carrick Frigate is going to come down. Just going to say, okay, I'll develop my stuff, but this is going to get Shaggy a lot of points, I think.
This Kikimori Queen is a 4-provision engine that's 3 points a turn. That is one good engine. And, I mean, he forces Cams to play something like Boiling Oil for this, and Boiling Oil is a great removal tool that will be missed later if he does play Boiling Oil on a 4-provision card.
Cam's is just throwing the engines all together, kind of hoping that he's going to be able to out-engine this, but Shaggy's getting now 3 points a turn. That is no joke. Now he has a huge spender, lots of ways to still make a lot of money, and lots of ways to poison still. He's able to defend quite nicely. Dawnmere of Troy in round 1. Now it should be a lot easier to hit that siege. It should be a lot easier to poison all sorts of things if the defender is showing up here.
Yeah, this game just you can feel the speed of this game pick up so fast. These guys are just jamming cards right now, left and right.
Another quick frigate dropping down the Volunteer as a Radovid Royal Guards is coming down just to keep things flowing here for Cams, keeping things ahead. Dawnmere is going to eat a big helping of poison. I'm pretty sure that Fist Deck Trafficker is going to do the job.
The nice thing about this is Shaggy is able to stay at 7 coins or higher this entire time, playing the Sea Jackal, Peaches, Poisons, and it's allowing him to get 3 points a turn from this Kikimori Warrior. If he falls below 7 coins, the Flying Redanian does not come back anymore.
Cams just continues to dig. Dropping John Natalis probably looking for AA, Amphibious Assault. I'm known by the acronym now than the actual name. Just calling it AA. The Amphibious Assault from the sea. They come. Amphibious Assault's going to be grabbing. Let's see. Probably it could grab Anna. That's probably pretty threatening. It's going to go for the big points on the Temple Guard, 8 points on the body, 11 points on the play,
and giving an extra 4 points to the Scytheman that might come down soon.
That is a huge extra piece, though. The Krathy Heatwave is still here. There's just a number of coins. Shaggy could be spending 2 of these coins every turn on the Sea Jackal for the whole, or well, he could have spent it just then, I mean. But he wants to keep all the coins available for Philippa. And there's 9 points if you really want.
This is starting to get a little bit dangerous. Like
it's wild. This is a fast and furious game right now. It's
I know
players right now.
These guys are just going crazy, going at it. And despite this Kikimori Queen getting 3 points a turn, Cams is actually staying ahead here. At least he was on that last turn.
Another quick. Oh man, a beautiful Baron resetting this Sea Jackal. That is tough to deal with here.
With the leader charge, too, really trying to make sure that he stays ahead. Now, Shaggy down 11 points, more with the bleed. That Sea Jackal is going to be bleeding for a while.
So what's the play here? Are you now? Oh man, like you could go for a larger, like playing Karathi Heatwave, knowing that Siege is in the deck. It does get you a lot of points here, as well as actually not allow. You don't have to spend any coins. You get the Siege, you get the Flying Redanian one more time.
I think in order for Shaggy to win this round, he's gonna at least have to, or at least not lose on even. He's probably gonna have to play Philippa. Philippa would be like an 18 or a 19.
He is in fact going to go for the Heat Wave here, not spend the coins, go for the Redanian to come back. That is going to be just not enough because of the bleed, but the passive Flora as well.
It's not enough. It's a tie here. Because
the drum
Peaches cancels out with the bleed, and then the drummer does 1 point for Cams. So it's going to be a tie. Cams can take a tie with 1 card up. Shaggy probably should have spent 1 coin on the Street Urchin, because that would still leave him at 7 coins. Would still allow the Flying Redanian to come back, and he would be ahead here.
Could have been it. Could have been.
Cam's really taking his time now on this turn, knowing that he has a good pass here. And if he doesn't want to pass, he's going to have to play a low tempo Frigate or commit on Seis. I think he will go with the pass. And I think Shaggy's going to be kicking himself here if he realizes that he missed that 1 coin spend on the Street Urchins.
He's going to go for the tie, a card down. This is now instant sudden death. Shaggy with the setup, 1 less card. He spent his Heat Wave in it too. Yeah, I think that 1 coin cost a lot more than $1. There's an NFC, of course.
And now Cams with first say and last say. Because Cams was red coin in this game. So if there's a tie in round 1, the player who went second in round 1 goes first in round 2. And it's a sudden death round 2. Whoever wins round 2 wins this game now. So Cams not only has the first say advantage in an engine mirror, but also has last say to respond to anything crazy. Although the Baron is already gone.
Baron is gone, but that's still a pretty good hand for Cams. He's able to completely get the siege all sorted out. Shaggy does have a bomb heaver, but bomb heaver trading, I mean, it is when you're down a card, the bomb heaver trading for the sieges doesn't even matter at that point. You need the rest of your cards to now deal with everything else.
Right.
Radovich Royal Guard starts things off. Now there is still a lot of options. I don't think. Yeah, I mean the passive Flora is worth a lot of points. Can generate a huge turnaround with Philippa. I don't know if we can count Shaggy out yet. He does have a pretty good hand. He has 1 great spender. It'll profit him up to the Flying Redanian with no problem.
Yeah, so both players have good hands, not perfect hands, but good. But Shaggy is missing a card. Shaggy is actually just going to Oniro the Sol right away and disrespect the siege.
Yeah, just going to put that right up. Now, Anseis can just kill Sol right here, which I don't see why Cams wouldn't just do that. It looks like that is going to be what happens here with the leader.
It disrespects the siege and it disrespects the Anseis. Just hope Shaggy maybe just in a kind of desperate position there after tying down a card. Yeah. Trying to hope that Cams drew poorly again and maybe he can sneak a win.
Praxis is going to be able to get this second kill here. Shaggy might just close up, get into the next game here because that's pretty devastating. Not having any of your stuff stick here.
The double duel proving to be deadly once again, and Shaggy gonna play Adriano. Try to stick some engines here, and then the siege comes down, and Cams can play.
Shaggy can take.
Cams can play more.
Shaggy cannot take the crab, unfortunately.
Doesn't have enough coins, and you know, yoinking a 4 here just puts more units in the line of fire of this reinforced trebuchet.
And that bombardment is not going to be too bad either. Finally, there's the big point. 35. Last play is just going to be just a massive ballista. Shaggy, unfortunately, fell behind on cards. Cam's found his setup, and it looks like we're going to go into game 5. Wow, this has been quite a series.
Yeah, it's coming down to the final game. We saw the last series between the demarcation and Wolaslin go to game number 5, or technically game number 6 because of the tie, and this one going the distance as well. This is going to be a long day, and at least in that game, Cams and Shaggy kind of doing us a favor, just zock slamming the cards, trying to make up some time for the ties that we saw earlier today.
I'm a big fan of baseball, and I know it's one of those sports where you kind of have to believe in momentum. You know, your pitchers start setting people down, your hitters start hitting. We have a chance, even though we're down. Now Cams went through 2 brutal games, but now he's coming out of a win. He's feeling good. Now he knows he's just got to play one more game right. Doesn't matter about the mistakes anymore, so he maybe lost a lot of the stake. What's really at stake is the ticket. We want to get to GWENT Masters. Cams is now going to be mounting this return here, Precision Strike versus Hidden Cash. Shaggy does have that red coin advantage, if you could call it that in this situation. And I think you can. Hidden Cash can put out a lot of points. But the Shiru is Cam's going to be able to connect those cards. Drawing was a big issue. It hurt him a lot more with the Shiru because he just wasn't able to connect all the pieces. Well, it hurt him a lot more in the Northern Realms. But just not be able to actually get those synergistic pieces to connect. Just left him with not enough points.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're going to get to cast this Shiru match again, because this is going to be probably one of the most complex matchups we're going to see today.
I'm ready.
Shiru versus Hidden Cash. There's so many different permutations that you can come up with. What level or what power level you're trying to scorch with your Shiru. And there's a lot of things that Shaggy can do as well as the Hidden Cash player to defend against that, to play around that, to kind of try to get his engines out of reach first before he plays too many. And Cam's on the blue coin is going to be potentially at risk of losing on even depending on his hand.
This is for the entire set. These have been some, I mean, if you are like a nitty-gritty Gwent fan, like you like seeing the tiny differences in decks and the micro decisions and how it can set you behind in some of the games. So far, because I caught the last couple of games of the Demarcation Watson set, and our first set with Tailbot and Wonged, forget about it. It was a fantastic set. These have been really great. Cams has had to struggle with draws more than anything. I think both players have been making great decisions, and I think this hopefully is going to be just a close one. I hope it's a close one for what it's worth.
Yeah, let's see. Cam's lead is off with Popco Gale. Going to try to test Shaggy to see if he has an answer for this. You know, Hidden Cash, not the best at dealing damage. Shaggy's going to try to poison, and then let's see how Cam's respond. He does have that Purify.
Yeah, the Dryad's Caress.
Dryad's Caress is there.
Nice OG Purify.
Gets Popco to 8 power, so there's not an opportunity yet for the Philippa to steal the Popco. But Shaggy has plenty of access to coins.
Stealing Pavco Gale when he's standing this tall and proud would definitely be the backbreaking play that Shaggy is looking for to take advantage of his going second on the red coin. Definitely wants to force an evens loss so he can either get last say or bleed carefully. Both players, Cams has a slight edge being able to knock artifacts kind of off the table of Shaggy's biggest threats in this situation. Now Shaggy's going to have to decide how he wants to play into this. He knows poisons are around. He knows he can be setting up all sorts of things for Circle of Life. This time, the hand's much different for Cams. Not as many spells, a lot more plays and units. The Karathi Heatwave will be destroying Pavco Gale. Who's going to do the leaks tomorrow? This is so bad for the game and also for Cams. Shaggy,
you know, when you're banished by a Karathi Heatwave, you cannot return, you know.
That's true. You can't return. Now there's a job opening at CDB. We'll put that joke to bed, my friends. Shaggy now, Cam's now is going to have to be pretty careful. He can't react. He's going to be playing the Novigradian Justice just to set up a nice point to play. Probably drop the tactical as well. 14
Big
points in a single
commitments.
card.
Yeah,
It
big
is.
commitments coming out of both players. And Cam's has a lot of removal in his hand. If you see, he has the Rebuke, he has Force Protector into Rebuke, and a Fove into Rebuke if he wants to go for it. And these are going to match up quite well with the Peaches, the Imki, and the Von Hurst, should Shaggy try to play these engines in this round.
Quick Rebuke just flying out of the hand there. You like the effect that the bolt just kind of flies out of the hand and then the card disappears? That's how it does it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Shaggy actually to take this round.
It's looking that way. I'm trying to see if there was another approach. I think Cam's definitely did the right thing protecting against Philippa, and still is protecting against Philippa in that way. The only way he would be able to do that, I think, Shaggy, is to be able to get Cam's in a situation where you get a massive steal. No way to generate coins. Imka could present a threat. He does have 2 spenders in his hand plus Hurst as well. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and play the Tidecloak Ransackers to get that 9 coins. Now Philippa being as threatening as she can be, if it's going to be a turnaround play like that.
Yeah, and with the Heat Wave gone, Cams can safely play like a filler move with this Tempering.
Yeah, or even the Duncanal Guardian, I suppose, unless he has bigger plans for it yet. Not a very common card out there, but he is running a 1-of just for that extra points on the Symbiosis, one of the many Master Mirror mechanics that have been added to the game since we last spoke.
Yeah, Symbiosis and Veil on the Guardian. But I think the boost onto the Dwarf is a little bit safer here because you don't want to give Shaggy an opportunity to Philippa this Dwarf. It would set you really far back. It'd be a huge swing for Shaggy and would help him win the round. And this is a pretty crucial round to win. So sacrificing the 1 point on Symbiosis to make sure that there is 0 chance this this miner is getting stolen.
Von Hurst and the Sea Jackal kind of remain the best plays at the moment for Shaggy to continue to push here. The Sea Jackal represents a ton of points, what with the Horde and the full bank. If Philippa just doesn't end up looking like a play here or even a necessary play, that is a good way for Shaggy to convert those coins to almost that value.
So Cams has a pretty tough decision to make here. You've got a threatening 2-point per turn engine on the board on this Lieutenant Von Hurst. You can remove it, but it's going to be a pretty big commitment to remove it. Force Protector, big point value card. Fove, not as many points, but Fove is potentially your access to Shiru through the Isengrim's Council. And playing her now without the Isengrim's Council in hand can be a little bit risky. He's now really dependent on drawing the Oniromancy in order to have access to Shiru.
Shaggy now thinking if this is the play here, seeing that, I mean, we see the hand, a lot of this is just very, very slow. Philippa doesn't have the big hook. It's either, I mean, the Sea Jackal is a good amount of points and definitely keeps him within range. It does play into the Karathi Heatwave. Is he going to pump all the coins in or 0 coins, perhaps? Now, this is a Treant Protector play, I think. This makes it a little bit harder. At least the Sea Urchin would be able to get the coins out, but by not spending any coins, now Shaggy doesn't get any profit bonus.
Yeah, Force Protector on the Sea Jackal would clinch the round for Cams, but it's such a big trade. 4 provision Sea Jackal for an 11 provision Force Protector.
Duncanal Guardian is the slower, safer play.
I like that.
Now Shaggy at this point playing the urchins and spending the money, but at that point you're just advertising how to win. I guess you just could take the Karathi Heatwave, and then at that point Shaggy would just be able to pass. But if you wanted to see one more card with all this money, you don't just want to sit on it.
No, so Shaggy calculated.
Intended to play here. He's going to spend Philippa to grab.
Philippa potentially 13-point swing next turn, which would get him ahead.
Okay.
Oh, and he actually plays the bigger card.
Oh, he's definitely going with the big Philippa in mind. He's still going for the big swing. He's gonna have to put some more points on the table eventually. Fender will eventually exist. The Treant Protector will always be, well, won't always be 7, but we imagine that he'd kill MK with it. So that would be a much better pull with Philippa.
Could also heat wave this Imki and save his higher tempo play in the Force Protector, but heat wave is an important card. I think you want to save heat wave for those threats that get out of your 5 damage removal range, such as a really highly boosted spender or even a scenario, even though you do have Bomb Heaver.
Look at this. Shaggy's able to take it with... Oh, I think he was going to take it with the Bomb Heaver, though. Could he not have... Matter. He spent
I think he wants the coins. He wants the carryover, and this way he gets more carryover, and he's just going to mulligan the Bomb Heaver. But, yeah, you're right. That is a blind eye tag that he spends there.
There's his Kikamura. It looks so good in the last game, too.
Yeah, but that was against Northern Realm. This is against Scoia'tael, which has
a bunch of threes. You don't want that, do you?
Probably 5 times more removal and a Shiru to boot. Oh, Shiru in hand.
For some red hot delivery from Shiru.
Okay, Shiru in hand, but no Neuromancy, no Isengrim's Council. But not really a pushing hand for Shaggy either. Maybe he could start off with the Adriano if he wants to push round 2. But that's another blind eye that you're using up. Perhaps he just doesn't value the blind eyes that much, expecting his scenario to get heavered anyways.
This is the decision that will be the part of the qualifier, I'm pretty sure, if he decides to push or not. It's really difficult. Shiru is tricky, and I think that we will see probably the biggest brain plays if the pass occurs right now, but it isn't. It's going to be Shaggy dropping Kalkstein and activating leader for the 9 points on the Prophet. Redanian. Kikamura went back in the deck, but a 9-point Philippa now already available immediately. This is a huge part due to the carryover coins that he was able to collect from that Street Urchin as well.
Yep.
2 poisons in hand.
All right, so Cam's going to get ahead immediately with the Force Protector play onto killing that Kalkstein. And now we've got a great poison target. We've got a great Philippa target.
True. What do you consider? Philippa's a bit more backbreaking. Gord might just immediately be able to take it though, although that's a pretty huge win condition, I think, for Cams.
Gord shouldn't be that big right now. We could actually hover over it and check for the audience to see how much.
It's true. He did play this last game. It's 6 cards, yeah.
Yeah, it's 6 boosts, so it's only 9 points right now. Shaggy with an important decision to make. I don't imagine he's going to pass.
It looked like Philippa was always in his thought process when he got up to 9 points right there. If he plays Philippa, keeps the 2 coins, he'd be able to activate the tribute on Adriano if he really wanted to. He has enough coins. He won't be able to spend any other coins, so it is going to be Philippa. He's going to take that tree, rip the roots out.
I'll never be imprisoned again.
Planted over on his side.
Swing. 13-0. Cam's quickly dropping that Marauder. Shaggy is going to right back into the hot seat. Cam's sees what he has to do, it seems.
All right, a little bit tricky position for Shaggy.
3 with the pings.
Yeah. So Cams has 5 total damage on his leader. 4 of those can go into the Treant Protector to get down to a 3. And if Shaggy plays something like
Adriano
or the Fistek Trafficker, that would be yet another 3.
He'd want to play the Fistek Trafficker.
Well, if you want to play a poison, the Fistek might be one you would consider over the Trafficker might be the one you consider over Fistek, because Fistek is just so low tempo. Okay, Shaggy's gonna play it safe and just pass here. Split up the rounds. He's still got Passiflora for a longer round.
Pretty strong, right? This requires the
Fender
in this case.
Mhm.
Ticks on the vitality. Oh, he has to, and he has to commit 1 shot of the leader as well. Did Cams just realize something at the end there? Did Cams just realize something maybe that we didn't? He seemed like shot. Now he seemed happy, or maybe he's just.
I don't know.
Maybe he's just feeling the pressure right here because here it is on even cards. Shaggy has final say. Shiru versus Hidden Cash, probably the matchup I have the least familiarity with, as I.
The Council.
Yeah, the Ice Cream Council. Now, that's not dead by any means?
That's a great poll. So now Shiru goes back, and now Cams has the option of taking a 3-point Shiru from Oniromancy or a 5-point Shiru from Ice Cream's Council. This is a great position for Cams to be in. Only thing is he doesn't have last say, but he does have a pretty good flexibility on his Shiru.
Passive floor is open for business here. No Horde. The leader ability was not. I guess it wouldn't have mattered because wait, no, wouldn't he have had 4 coins there?
So, does Cams go for the Bomb Heaver here off of the Oniromancy? If he goes for Bomb Heaver, he's giving up his ability to play Shiru at 3. And I don't, at this point, I don't think he's going to want to play Shiru at 3. I mean, obviously he can't see Shaggy's hand, but I think it's more likely he'll want to have a slightly bigger Shiru at like 5, and possibly even bigger with the Miner. If the Miner survives for a while, he could potentially boost it up to a 7. So there's definitely a wide range of Shiru values available to him.
That is it, right? That's the Oniromancy being picked up for Treant Boar. Not at all. Man, I was thinking Heatwave was the play. Personally, Treant Boar definitely allows him to destroy. He would be able to kill everything. However, he has to protect these units, and there is poison available.
Cams is not using the Treant Boar ping. He actually held it. He had Zeal with the Treant Boar because he has a Dryad on the board, but he's not hitting the Seductress because he doesn't want to mess up the Shiru lineup. But I'm not sure if this is a right move, holding the ping, because this Seductress is going to be the biggest Seductress. I actually think he should have hit this Seductress.
Because it could have been 5-2 turns from now, and that could have been the Shiru turn.
Yeah, exactly. And also, keep in mind, if you use your last ping on your leader, you play another card with the Brocklon Sentinel. All right, so now that's it.
Cams is just making the quick decisions right here. It's back to Shaggy. Poison Treant Boar now. Dunka still has the ability available. Gord is the only recipient, so Cam's last play is going to be very big, and I don't think there's going to be a great response to that play. Won't be able to be poisoned, so that's going to be a massive amount of points. Shaggy's going to have to turn around this amount of coins with only Sea Jackal. He has to make sure that he has to play Adriano. He has to just get his engines ticking. That's really all he has a chance to.
Oh, I think this is going to be really tough. I think Shaggy is going to struggle here because Cams just has so much flexibility on how big the Shiru can be. He even has the Heat Wave. If Shaggy tries to pool all of his points into coins onto the Jackal, the Heat Wave could come down and take away his only spender.
Mm-hmm. It really is. And if he plays Adriano and gets the Seductress,
they're going to be lined up.
He'll be able to line it up no problem between leader, Dunka.
Wait, he's taking the Shiru now.
He's taking the Shiru now.
And he's just going to leave it on the board and not do anything about it. No more answers. Right. Both sets of poisons have been used. Heat Wave has been used on Pavko. This is just a safe Shiru.
Yeah, Heat Wave just looks too good on anything like that Shaggy's going to spend his coins on. Gord is going to be massive. Shaggy can't really play into this. He's just playing. He could play the passive Flora Peaches and then pop the shield and not get the Horde, so it doesn't grow.
There's just so much damage and boost on the board. Damn.
I know. What's
damage from Dunka. He has 4 damage from his leader. He's got 2 boosts from the Miner. I just don't see how Shaggy can possibly even play around this.
Well, he's using all of his time to think about it. As are we.
Oh my god. Last second peaches and... Oh.
Well, I mean, yeah, there it is, right?
I mean, there it is, but like, Camps doesn't even have to take this right now.
No.
Camps can greed even more if he wants to.
Because if Shira's not getting removed, oh, well, he's going to take it.
He is going to take it. 15-point Shiru on 3 engines. Seems pretty good. Gonna hold the heat wave.
Well, if he holds the heat wave here, well, I mean, he can't play...
Shaggy should probably decline. I think Shaggy should oh no, he has to take the tribute because he's getting coins. He's getting coins. So.
Getting coins.
Okay.
There's the Redanian. There's the final shot. And the crafty heat wave. 27-3. Shaggy will show us how close it was. But unfortunately, it came down. Man, what a series, my friends.
Well played. Look at Shaggy giving the round of applause.
Respect right there. Cams had to go through some of the most demoralizing games, and I am going to ask him all about that. But he looks like a young man, but I'm pretty sure he aged 5 years at the time.
Yeah, and that was an amazingly close series. Very close calls by some of these players, and I'm really happy it went down to that game 5 and we got to see the Shiru in action, because this is how powerful Shiru can be. In a deck where you cannot really play around it, you've exhausted your removal options and all your units are just so close in power. Cams moves on to the semifinals, clinching out a narrow victory over Shaggy, and will be joining Tailbot and Demarcation in the round of semifinals. Coming up next, we have Poison versus Danny Rai, but first, we are going to get Cam's thoughts on that last series in a moment here. Wow, what a game. What a series. We've had a marathon so far today. Tailbot going 3-1, Demarcation 3-2, and Cam's 3-2 as well. And I think the interview is ready. Take it away, McBee.
Right. All right, my friends, I am here with Cams, who just went the distance in a 5-game series against Shaggy to advance into the semifinals. Cams, first of all, congratulations. The first question I want to ask you is, how hard was it to deal with those draws in games 2 and 3? You missed so many golds, and you managed to pull it together and focus and get the next 2 wins. But you were feeling it in those games, I imagine.
Mogę prosić tłumacza, czy...
Spoko, Kamz, ja tu jestem jak coś.
Bo wiem, że chyba chodziło o to, że druga i trzecia gra i jak dałem, tak?
Tak, dokładnie.
Byłem bardzo zły po drugiej grze, bo czułem, że Miral powinien być dla mnie, ale miałem tam chyba 3 czy 4 swoje najlepsze karty i byłem trochę ztiltowany po tej grze. Później w następnej grze tak samo nie dobrałem najlepiej, ale później udało się wygrać kolejne 2 gry.
Yeah, I was super irritated after the second game because I didn't draw all the cards that I wanted, and you could pretty much tell on the camera I was kind of down. And then we went to the third one, and I also couldn't draw all my best cards, so I was, getting frustrated. But slow and steady, I was able to take it back and actually get the win.
What would you say is the most important part of your victory in this match? What play do you feel really highlighted the match for you in your victory against Shaggy?
Jakie było twoje najlepsze zagranie w tym meczu, twoim zdaniem?
Moim zdaniem, nie wiem, wydaje mi się, że pas przeciwko Nilfgaardowi w naszej pierwszej grze. Shaggy musiał tam mieć 2 bardzo silne karty. W tym momencie mogę powiedzieć, na pewno był to Braveners, bo go oddał, i najprawdopodobniej Uzurpator, ale tego nie chcę powiedzieć, więc wydaje mi się, że właśnie pas w tym meczu był najlepszym zagraniem.
Yeah, in my opinion, it was the pass in the first game because I didn't know what he had in his hand, and I was anticipating he has Usurper on his hand, and I thought that I really pressured him into play additional cards there.
All right, Cams, I have to ask it. You're familiar with Poisound and Danrai, perhaps? Is there a player that you prefer to see against, or does it not matter to you?
Kim chciałbyś zagrać w następnym meczu? Czy Poisond, czy może drugi gracz?
Wydaje mi się, że chciałbym zagrać za Nirajem. Przede wszystkim, że jest to polski gracz, więc za niego teraz trzymam kciuki. Ale niech wygra lepszy.
Yeah, I would like to play against Stanurai because he's also from Poland. And yeah, I really want Polish players to succeed. And it will be nice to go against them.
It looks like the Polish players have been succeeding today. Cams, congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow in the semifinals. And I'm going to hop back and join Shamiri, and we're going to talk about the last matchup of the day, which is going to be coming up.
Thank you.
All right, all right. I'm here.
And
back.
We're back. That was awesome to hear from Cams, the winner in that series. And we can take a look at the brackets here.
You look at the prize pool as well. I apologize. I've lost the feed here. But Shinmir, you're good? Sorry about this, my friend.
So we have, if I remember correctly, so far today we've had Tailbot winning over Wong ID 3-1 with one tie, Demarcation winning his series 3-2 with a tie, and now Cams winning another nail biter 3-2 over Shaggy.
Yeah, it was just an absolutely. These have been three great series, and I am certain that the next series will not be any less impressive. The prize pool, as it stands now, with that best of 5 series, the stakes have now been cut up once again. A lot of games being played in this one. No one really showing clear domination. Demarcation probably had the biggest look like it was going to be. It was going to go that way, but otherwise, this is how. All the players. The players are at least looking pretty happy. Shaggy is going to go home with 2075. Wong ID is going to go home with $2,000, and Westlin also with 2075. As Tailbot, Demarcation, and Cams are advancing. Poison and Danrai coming up next. Before we get into that, a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, the Year of the Were-Rat bundle. The Year of the Were-Rat bundle is something that you're going to want to check out. Of course, it supports Gwent Masters throughout the entire year. You get the sewer board, the animated card back with the rat, and the sewer penitent skin, the evil spirit. So support Gwent Esports, of course, and support these guys doing what they're doing, entertaining you guys with some great series of matches.
Yeah, thank you for all your support. All the a portion of these proceeds go towards the prize pool for Gwent World Masters Season 2 at the end of this year, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Poisound and Danrai, the two qualifiers for Gwent Open, are coming up next. Both players looking now for the final elimination, trying to get their spot into the semifinals tomorrow and take on Cams for a chance to the big ticket World Masters. Let's talk to Poisound and Danrai. Shinmiri and I, we're done for the desk for the day, but we'll see you tomorrow for the semifinals. And it's going to be a great one. We're going to start off with Tailbot and Demarcation. So the Gwent action is just going to continue going for the rest of the weekend. We'll see you then.
Yeah, and Jaggeris and Panda will be taking it from here.
Hello everyone, welcome to this interview with Colombian Gwent player Poisound. Hello Poisound, this is your first time competing in the Gwent Open tournament. Could you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Okay, I've been playing Gwent since closed beta, and since I was recommended the game, I've played a lot. I've also played other guard games before, and strategy games too, which I enjoy a lot. And I think that's what's most drew me into the game, and it has different mechanics to the rest. And it's fascinated me since I started playing it.
And you're the first Gwent player from Colombia participating in the Open tournament. Does that make you feel proud?
Yes, I think since I qualified for this Open. The truth is, I feel very proud of it because it was difficult and I think I deserved it. And especially being the only person from Colombia to have qualified makes me very proud.
And do you have a player or, a number of players that inspired you to become a professional player in Gwent?
Not really, but I have had many players in mind that have inspired me a lot. I'd say Colomoan is one of them. Since I first saw him, I thought he was one of the best players. Even until today, I'd say as well. But yes, I'd say Colomone is the base of my success, to say it in one way.
Hello and welcome, Danny. This is your first time competing in the GWENT Open tournament, so I'm very curious. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself as a player or in general as a person?
So, my name is Daniel. I am 17 and from Poland. I am, as you said, first time here. I've tried multiple times before to get to Open, and I'm very excited to finally get there. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your reaction video on when you qualified, so it seems like you were really
That's
happy.
it all.
Yeah, I can recommend watching that. So, moving on, what is your favorite card in GWENT? When it comes to flavor or mechanics, you can decide what you want to go for, or both.
So I've chosen Synthesis as my favorite card in the player profile, but that's obviously a meme. Like, this card is not good nor interesting. When it comes to a card I like, I could pick Ugern, because this is an example of a card that requires you to actually use it skillfully. It is a point slam card, but still it's not like you just slam points and don't have to think about it. And also I like every card with formation. I think this is a great mechanic that Homecoming has introduced. And I could also say Harmony cards in general, but right now they kind of work not as I would like it to work.
Yeah, speaking of Point Slam and Harmony, what do you say is like the current state of the meta? Do you like it, or could you describe it a bit?
The meta is very various. Every faction is currently viable, and I really like the current meta. I think the hotfix made a lot of positive impact. Before the hotfix, Skellige was like the obvious ban. Now the ban isn't really obvious. You can like choose different strategies. There is no auto-include decks, like anything could be a cut in a big BO5 lineup, I think. Maybe not everything is worth cutting, but yeah, I'm really happy that the hotfix came and the meta looks as it looks right now.
Do you think that there's going to be a faction that is underrepresented during the Open? Like just a general guess. I know we recorded this quite early, but
I think there will be monsters, because if I would expect someone to bring monsters, it's Wangit, but maybe even he will absent from doing so. Monsters in general are pretty okay with tournaments very often, but in this one they are kind of getting teched, even by decks that aren't really meant to tech for them, like for example Shiru or Wild Boar of the Sea or Philippa. Like people just randomly play those cards and they just counter monsters. And monsters right now are just pretty much ethereal and out-include cards.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth and final set of the day for GWENT Open number 3. My name is Jaggerus, and I'm joined, as always, by the immature, the emaciated, impetuous Panda.
I think always the first series I get much better introductions, but I'll let it slide this time, Jaggerus. We are finally back. We are going to get into quarterfinal number 4 between Danny and Poisdown, and a lot of records being broken here. We have the first ever Colombian player, Danny being 17, I think the youngest ever player to compete in a GWENT Open tournament as well, I think, and also the longest A1 ever. So a lot of records being broken today for sure.
I know, we've had quite a few games, although at least with Cams and Shaggy, although it was 5 games, they were sacking the cards, as the kids like to say, so they saved us a little bit of time anyway. So let's have a little look at the Twitter poll and see how you guys feel about these two players, and a pretty even split there.
I'm happy to see Poisdown, getting a little bit ahead. He is, part of the Spanish-speaking community, Team Nova, doing a very good job recently with their website and everything as well, and it's nice to see. Obviously, me being Spanish, maybe a bit biased, but it's nice to see some Spanish representation. It's Colombian, but still Spanish-speaking. It's a big community in GWENT, and they really do put out a lot of great content.
That's just because the Polish players, they had to split their votes between like Cams and Telva and Danny.
Well, I think you can vote more than once, Jackers. I think you're not limited to one vote on Twitter. I think you're fine with a few more.
So it's not like democracy. You can vote as many times as you like. Just keep making accounts. So that is the kind of predictions. And I feel like that's quite expected, especially when we have two newcomers like this. Players, that you often don't have necessarily a favorite in that these are both new names. So players, some people will maybe have heard of Poison because they know Team Nova. Other players more familiar with, say, Team Legacy, which I believe Danare is a member of. So that might also influence the votes. But let's have a peek now into the decks. Who doesn't love to see some decks?
And look at Poison here. I think Danare also very happy once he received his opponent's deck list in this open deck list format because there is a monsters deck. And Danare just said in the interview a few minutes ago that he considered it the worst faction and a faction that would maybe become teched almost by accident by other factions like Shiru and like Wild Boar of the Sea with Skellige, like he said. So we'll see if that ends up working out for Poison, the only player to bring monsters in this tournament. Also has the more standard Uprising and Skellige Warriors deck, and also the Hidden Cache that we've seen a few times today. It has performed quite well, I have to say.
Yeah, this Fruits of Isgith list, just a little bit spicy. You've got the Crones package, but this list does have a lot of removal, which means it should do better against the more engine-focused lists that we've seen. Things like NR, things like Syndicate, and sometimes even things like Nilfgaard, depending on where they tend to go with their matchup. So the Fruits of Isgith list is unusual. But as we said, certain decks do end up targeting it or accidentally taking against it, like Shiru and like Wild Boar of the Sea. So let's have a little look at what Danare has opted to bring and whether he has the answers that he needs.
Well, he definitely has the Shiru. The Scoia'tael list that we've seen a few times already does make a return here. It's the Gourd version without the Shells and Skags, and does have the Synthesis as well to receive some buffs. Uprising, again, pretty standard stuff, nothing too crazy there. Skellige also the same, but this is the kind of the version that Demarcation brought for the second quarterfinal. It's missing the Wild Boar of the Sea, so we don't have that punish, or he doesn't have that punish there for the Ethereal if he finds that matchup, and instead has the Morkvarg Heart of Terror, and also the Skjold and Donar instead of the Gremist and Champion's Charge. And Nilfgaard, it looks like it is a double ball list. We see a Sire in there, so yeah, gonna be probably a red coin deck unless it gets banned, which could happen. We're gonna check out the bans in just a second now as well to see what these players decided to ban from their opponent. And it looks like the Nilfgaard is indeed banned for Danare, so Double Ball will not be making a showing in this quarterfinal. And for Poison, it is the Uprising list.
I think this is some interesting choices of bans. I think you could have made an argument about banning, say, the Scoia'tael list because of the Shiru. We've seen the Shiru, do really well against Syndicate. We know that it has good potential against the Ethereal list, for example. So, there maybe could have been an argument for that, but Poison, respecting, I guess, the potential of Double Ball and opting to ban that instead. I do very want to quickly point out that in Danare's interview, he said that Say Synthesis was, and I quote, not good or interesting. And it is in his Scoia'tael list. So I don't know if this is a meme. He's 17. Maybe it's like one of his memes. I'm not down with the kids. I'm old, as some people may know. So we'll have to see exactly whether Say Synthesis does come back to bite him in the butt, especially as he just called her not good and not interesting.
I think it's more like a vanilla card, right? It has immunity, and that's all it does. There's no other effect there. It's a dragon. You expect some kind of crazy, not really. But I think still in this deck, it does find a very good spot because you can buff it up. It has the immunity, so it can't be targeted by a ton of different effects, like poison, for example, in round 3. And you have kind of a safe little deposit for your points, just to keep them nice and safe for round 3. Play that out, and then hopefully have it not get answered by. Well, Scourge isn't really played much nowadays, so I think that's not going to be the case. But overall, your points are more protected than they would be on a different unit.
So we'll just have to wait and see how it is the players opt to sequence their decks. We have seen some unusual sequencing throughout the day. Bear in mind, Poison is on blue coin. Poison going first in games 1 and 3, and potentially 5, depending how the series goes. Danare will be going first in games 2 and 4. Obviously depends. If it's a 3-0, we only get 3 games. We haven't had any 3-0s today, so I've probably just cursed it.
And looking at this list, just quickly looking at Poison's list, I could probably expect to see either Skellige or Syndicate on blue coin, and maybe that red coin that has a lot of control options, possibly on red coin instead of this first game, where he is going to be on blue. Of course, for games 1, 3, and 5, he'll be on blue. So a minor disadvantage, but someone has to have, can't have equal games in a series or else it would never end. And Danare will be on red coin, of course, for games 1, 3, and 5. So minor upside, but we've seen in tournaments blue coin players winning most of the matches, so anything can happen in Gwent. It depends on your deck selection and kind of your queuing order and your overall strategy.
Don't talk about never-ending series, fandom. We're definitely in curse it.
You jinxed it, now I anti-jinxed it, so now we're back to normal. Now it's not
Oh,
going
you're
to
trying
be
to
normal.
undo it.
Exactly.
Okay. I see the tactics there. I do see the tactics. Sequencing here, I think it's a bit tricky, though, because the Skellige list, for example, Poison's one, he has Champion's Charge, but he doesn't have Gremist, which makes Donimir a little bit awkward to deal with. You have to find the Champion's Charge so that you can, use that for toll removal. But then, once you're through the Defender, the Defender, well, the Northern Realms can then deny your Bloodthirst. So it can get a little bit tricky, and we have seen that happen, going forward. So he may opt to, play this list instead on red. Like you said, Syndicate, we've seen it on Blue Coin. It is a fantastic Blue Coin list. It has lots of engines. It's quite comfortable in that situation. Whereas Monsters, Monsters tends to be on red. But this is Gwent, and honestly, anything kind of goes.
We mentioned with Skellige, though, if you don't have Gremist, just bleed round 2, and when Donimir comes down, you get out of there. You go to round 3, you move on, and that's the way to counter it with a pass. It's a very strong strategy, believe me, Jaggers. If you pass, you can counter anything in the game, as long as you haven't lost a round yet. If you've lost a round...
Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to win round 1, though. That's step 1.
Just play our gold, you're fine.
Step 1, pass. This is Panda's advice. They play Donimir, you pass. It's like, yeah, but it's round 3. No, they play Donimir, you pass here. Don't keep playing cards. It's not gonna pay dividends, I don't think.
And just be waiting for these players to join up and get ready for this last quarterfinal. Of course, it must be tough on them as well. If you're watching this whole day play out and you're waiting till your turn to play at the very end, so there's a lot of pressure building up. You have to wait till the very end. Could play a part, in the mental preparation. Of course, both players new to the tournament scene could have extra pressure because of that. Poisound showing up for the Spanish community. We haven't had a Spanish player or a Spanish-speaking player since Nudgewick, and that was a long time ago in season 1. And Danere also very young and also very fresh in the actual, official tournament scene. But it looks like we are going in. It looks like Danere is bringing, pretty expectedly his red coin Scoia'tael deck, and Poisound is bringing Skellige, a very safe deck to play on blue coin or red coin. Just a very good deck overall.
And I think in terms of time zones, you got to say the Chinese players, at least they did get the start of the bracket, because, imagine if you're a few hours in the future from Europe, it's going to be pretty tricky.
And talking about this Danere Scoia'tael deck, we've mentioned it before, being able to play this on red coin and having the chance to play a lot of these hand buffs and slower tempo plays is always beneficial. Although this version isn't running Skags, it isn't running the Agitators, so it's not as all into this hand buff strategy. Instead, it has, a lot more control options. It has a lot of removal as well, and it's not just single-minded into this hand buff and get your Skags to 27-point strategy.
Children, elders. I think this is also quite tricky for Poisound because the Scoia'tael list is so special card heavy. They don't swarm the board the way that other cards do. So Hemdall, Wildboar of the Sea, they're not maybe going to see the devastating value that you would expect from these lists just because there's that many fewer units in the Scoia'tael lineup.
Yeah, Poisound wishing maybe for this matchup he would have had the Morkrug, for example.
Okay, so players just playing a little bit kind of slow here and feeling things out, seeing what does my opponent want to commit to this round? When am I going to play my removal?
Just setting up the usual, standard Longship coming out, getting the engines down, the few engines that Skellige still has. The rest of it is just value, point slam, and removal, basically. But the Longships have endured the test of time over a few different iterations. They're still just very good because of their pinging capability, able to ping every unit that comes down, and that just enables Bloodthirst, Wildboar of the Sea, or you just get deleted by a magical spell. That can also happen.
Rebuke. The vote has been rebuked. And the Skellige fleet so far not looking so hot in this round. The rebukes. This Scoia'tael list is kind of annoying with the amount of control it has. They rebuke. They usually have a couple rebukes. They tend to have the Forest Protector as well, just for an extra rebuke should you need it, because they like to be able to set up different amounts of damage. You've then also got the Becca's Rock Slide. So even if you get up to 8, it might not be enough. Then there's damage potentially on things like Dunker as well. So it is quite an annoying list to play when you have engines. Skellige, though, this list has a few engines with the boats, but it also just has some raw points.
And here we see Poisound making sure to set up the Herald for the round 3. Has 2 Raiders, just in case there's a squirrel somewhere in Danere's deck. He is playing Scoia'tael, so wouldn't be too surprising. And has a double Raider ready to go. These being in the graveyard enable your Herald to resurrect a warrior later on. So once you kind of accomplish or complete that side quest, you're not worried about your herald just being bricked later on.
It's a side quest. By the way, play warriors at some point, preferably bronze ones. I feel like that's not really a side quest. I feel like that is a main objective of the Skellige list.
And Vabjorn comes down, still both damage pings just very casually just chilling on the Raiders. They're ready to strike, but they haven't striked just yet, and still a pretty big point gap on the board as well. Tactical advantage has been used though, so the blue coin advantage there has been used by Poison. That is reflected in the points, but he's still, I think, pretty comfortably in the lead.
I think it's been quite a slow round. Poison does, like you said, have a very comfortable position here. Because he has those 4 points of damage in pocket, he can kind of opt to whittle things down should he want to remove anything, and utilize that damage in different ways. And so we see, there you go, getting that Marauder down, denying the Vitality and setting up the Blood Eagle to get some warriors in the graveyard. You've got the Drummond Berserker who's just going to keep shooting things, and it almost seems like Poison is playing a control list at this point.
Well, Skellige has so much damage, it kind of is control. Just maybe not very targeted control, but just it's so much damage all over the place, you control something eventually. Here, pretty big point gap though. I think Danneray isn't going to give up just yet. He still has, the chance to get back in. Normally, once you go down to 5 cards or under, that's where it gets dangerous. I think at this point, he's like, all right, this is going to flip. 1 more point of damage. The gap's going to get even bigger, so probably best to pass here. Skellige didn't commit too much. The Vabjorn and I believe the Raiding Fleet, and that's really it because the Blood Eagle is an echo effect anyway. You do get it back, like we see right there.
Yeah, I think that's, they're not even big commitments. Like Vabjorn, you're usually looking to thin the Raiding Fleet, right? That's one of the ways you can kind of guarantee it. Not the Raiding Fleet, sorry, the Raiding Fleet or the Blood Eagle. So he's kind of just played a couple thinning cards, which does mean that the draws are going to be stacked. And if you look at the draws, lo and behold, these draws are stacked in terms of Skellige. Meanwhile, though, there's a lot of gold over on the other side of the board as well in Danneray's hand. He's managed to find himself a Trent Boar, he's got Dunker, and he's also got the Becker's Rockslide.
Now, at this point, are you considering any kind of a bleed here, considering your hand is entirely made out of gold? Are you trading against bronzes? Are you trying to go for a 2-0? What do you think the game plan is in this matchup, specifically with a Gorda list against Skellige?
Well, there you go. That answers that question. I think the pass is fair because it's so hard in this matchup, like I said, to find value on things like the Hemdall, like the Wild Boar of the Sea. It's really difficult to get that set up in a short round because your opponent has so many special cards. Whereas if you take the pass here, then you are able to find value in those. The risk, I guess, is Shiru. In a longer round, you're playing more units, and that means that your opponent can and sometimes does get a bigger, juicier Shiru. Shiru shows up to the party and just burninates everything. He's basically Trogdor. So it's a risk, but we'll have to see how it pans out.
Bombheimer being thinned out just to make sure you don't draw into this absolutely useless card in this matchup. Although I guess it can eliminate the totem, and I guess it is an artifact, right? So I'm pretty sure.
You can use it to eliminate the totem, but it's kind of a niche situation.
Also useless, but not totally useless at least. But yeah, in this case, I think
it's not totemly useless. It's okay. This is a weird one. There's an argument to be made about using a Neuromancy to thin, of whether, I guess it depends on its first play or the second play, but whether you actually thin because a Neuromancy, there you go, gets redrawn, and whether it's worth using a bad bronze or not. I'm not going to get into it because it confuses me, in all honesty. But I think to use it on a completely dead card, well, not totemly useless, but like Bombheaver, I think is okay.
You see the mulligans for Poison, not ideal. Finding that's a weird looking Savage Bear, and also a Stunning Blow. Stunning Blow is okay, especially if you want to play around things like a Miner, trying to save that buff for the Shiru, for example. But overall, I think both Skellige isn't really a deck that plays to, I guess 5s are still pretty dangerous though. Yeah, it's going to be hard to sequence. I mean, just with Shiru in the long run, it's always going to be difficult to try and find ways to play around it.
Yeah, so it's interesting opting for the long round, and we'll have to see whether this turns out okay for Poison or whether Shiru is gonna, ruin the day. Danneray, though, ball's in his court, so he's got some options here. Dunker, a pretty standard play. You pop her down on the board, start to try and buff your hand up a little bit, see where that ends up. Although against Skellige and the amount of removal that they have, Stunning Blow, Skjordal, I feel like she may die quickly. But then maybe you wait and try and wait for the removal, but what else are they going to remove?
Yeah, I mean, there's very few units. It's going to be just Dunka and Triumbor, and both can be answered very efficiently by Stunning Blow, by Squirtle. This is a unit that cannot be targeted due to the immunity. It's not a very keyword we see very frequently, but here it is. But it can still be damaged, of course, through random non-targeted damage pings like Hemdall, for example, or Wild Boar. So it's not completely invulnerable. Or Harold, thank you for proving my point there.
This is, I think, a little bit troublesome, should we say, for Poison in this situation, that he didn't manage to draw the Champion's Charge, and he did play Vabjorn in round 1, which means he can't find it. And with Last Say, having Champion's Charge onto something like a big Gourd is actually a pretty nice option. Although at the moment, Gourd, he's only 6 points, but he does grow. So you have that option, but unfortunately for Poison, not actually in hand.
Especially considering there isn't a Morkvarg that's kind of been phased out of the meta due to it being, quite atrocious in the mirror and a few other matchups. It's not as great as it used to be a few months ago. So it has.
You need to tell that to Dannery. It's in his
and demarcations. So yeah, they definitely have some different thoughts in their mind. But at least for many of these players, are not bringing Morkvarg anymore, and it would be nice in this matchup for sure against something like a Gourd with Last Say.
So the Trent, the Forest Protector there being utilized to grab the Rebuke out of the graveyard, slay Harold. There he goes, he's dead, and boosting itself up. It's a really nice play, killing the Harold now, because previously, obviously, when Patricidal Fury wasn't your leader of choice and we had the second wind, killing Harold was kind of, you just were setting up their resurrection, right? So this is, he's not coming back. He is dead.
I think that's a lesson that a lot of players learned very quickly. The first day of the expansion, playing against Harold, oh, I got this. Got the removal, you kill it, then all of a sudden second wind comes down, you're like, all right, that was a mistake. But now, it can't happen anymore. Skellige has been toned down a tiny bit. Still very strong, of course, and still great synergy with Patricidal Fury and the Bloodthirst, and like cards like Lugos, even just Blood Eagle and Donar, for example, just to clutch up and make sure you always have that Bloodthirst ready to go. But yeah, second wind was very strong, let's say.
This hand for Danneray is quite tricky in terms of avoiding Bloodthirst. It's not like something like an NR or even, a similar sort of deck if you have your miners where you can manipulate the points on the board. It's going to be, I think, quite tricky for Danneray to avoid Bloodthirst. Say Synthesis already damaged there by random pings. Then you've got the Forest Protector. It did get damaged by the Anchorite Raider, although with the Rebuke gone back up. But other than that, it's very tricky to boost this hand because, Dunka will come down and Dunka will boost something, but Dunka will be swiftly answered by a Stunning Blow.
As will the Triumbor, I have to assume. I mean, even just at any point in time with Leaderability and Madman Lugos, you have that 6-point reach to answer pretty much anything that you might be worried about from Danneray's list when it comes to engines, at least.
Will you die already? Or need I kill you again?
And Poison, there's nothing he really needs to react to, right? So he can just, this is a comfortable situation when you play Gwent, where you can just play something, it doesn't do much, like the veteran, the Twirsec Invader, she doesn't do much. She just kind of chills, holds that person's head, and looks pretty, right? That's all she's kind of doing here. And in the same vein, Danneray doesn't really have anything he needs to react to either. So this is where he can start to, consider playing things like the Dunka, preferably, before the ball, because then you get the Zeal. But both players have kind of slowed down the tempo a little bit in terms of reaction.
Yeah, the Shirut is currently at 3 points, so it will be thinned out with Council, will be at 5 points, and then from there, that is where the point manipulation has to start from Danneray's side to see how he can line up the most amount of points possible, while also dodging, burning his own units, of course.
And I think Poison's going to aim to kind of try, at least, and make that as tricky as possible in terms of, maybe damaging. If you can't boost your own units, if you damage your opponent's units to 5, that makes life pretty miserable for them as well. Transform the bear. That's an odd choice.
Possibly just trying to make sure that Poison can't save this transformation for later to play around Shiru, maybe. I'm not sure what the exact ping that Danneray is hoping for, what number his target is. It probably might be 5, I have to assume, with Skjordal and Donar. He can ping both of these and then just, with the Broccolon Sentinel, ping this down to 5 as well. And none of his units are on 5, so they're all safe. except for
Yeah, I guess I suppose if you expect the Dunker to get answered, which was an option, then you want to utilize the damage. But putting that damage onto either the Raider or the Invader, oh, I like the rhyme, means that they're going to be below 5, right? So that's, I guess, why you transform the Bear Abomination for him, but then that still feels like a little bit of a waste, but I guess you take that control away from Poison.
If you're Poison, you're pretty much seeing this unfold. The 5s are all going to be gone very soon. There's not much you can do about it. Do you burn this bear down to 4? I think you do, right? Unless something else is getting pinged out other than the bear. It's difficult. This is something.
It's like a tactical damage. I mean, by that logic, you could say, yeah, and then also play, Donar next to it and burn him down to 3. Like, remove.
You're onto
the
something, Jaggers. Now you're getting
January.
it. Now you're getting it. you're transcending to an optimal Gwen player.
I quite like it. The self-wounding totem. I mean, it feels terrible. It feels terrible, but it may in fact be correct. Oh
yeah,
no!
This is the Shiru coming down immediately because this is already a very, very good Shiru at 5 points. You can slam both of these down. You don't even need to use all your leader charges. I think a spectator shows less time than there is.
You think? Oh, okay, there we go. I know. I got a bit worried there.
That was pretty clean. 14 points to one very lonely tower that doesn't add any points to your board. So.
And okay, -4 points. That's technically -4.
That's all if you touch it. Yes, don't touch the tower. But
no,
for now,
can he click it if it doesn't have anything next to it?
No,
you can't. The order ability's red. That's upsetting.
That being said, the points that were protected on Synthesis not protected anymore. It's already down to 4 because of the non-targeted damage pings from things like Herald and Herkia. And it is, well, yeah, Wild Boar will still hit it as well, so it might eventually die actually this game. Still, even through that Shiru, I think Shinryu was mentioning it, you have to hope for these Hail Mary Shirus and then you're even not, it's kind of your whole win condition. So even with that Shiru, Poison is still, there's 4 cards, he still has leader, and he's only 8 points behind. This is not that bad at all. There's no targets for Rock Slide right now. The Gourd will be nice, but there's no targets for Rock Slide or Heat Wave.
Too much removal. That's the issue in this situation. I know he can Heat Wave the totem, right? It's fine. It's fine. We can just completely clear the board. I get totally what you're saying here. There's not a lot of great options. Danaray also has, 1 point of damage, 3 points of damage with the leader, if you include the Brocklon Sentinel. And there's just not a lot going on Poison's side of the board. But with that said, Poison's kind of playing against himself a little bit here.
The Wild Boar is fine here because you're not expecting too many more units. The Gordon, basically that's it. And these are all damaged already, so why just not go for it? And you're still not giving a lot of points to either Heat Wave or Rock Slide. So I think Poison is fine. I mean, that was a flashy Shiru, sure, but the Squirtle list just relies so heavily on, like Chinmiri has mentioned before, cheating points with Shiru and getting these crazy 25, 30-point swings, and maybe the swing he got just wasn't big enough against a deck that's so refined and has so many points like Skellige does.
Do you remember when we said, say Synthesis, you can't click her? Now she's down to 2. Maybe this card is not good or interesting. I feel like Danaray may have a point there. The Hirker, I really like the way that was utilized because the order is damaged randomly between enemy units on a row, and say Synthesis is the only unit on a row. You can use it on that row to basically use a weird kind of loophole to target her.
And here's a Donar, still going to get full points, can hit this Gourd, no problem. There's no tall unit punish, but
Did he kill his own unit?
I believe so.
It denies 2 points from Lugos, but you would have done 1 point on the other side of the board, which I don't. You know what? I'm not going to ask too much. Don't know if that was optimal. You could have just shot the ball.
Becker's Rock Slide comes down for 5 points for 8 provisions, not ideal. Lugos can come down, again, not going to be great, but this Heat Wave is also not going to be great on a 3 or a 4 point unit. Not much to choose from. And then Hemdall, the damage pings, and the leader ability should be more than enough to wrap up this game 1 for Poisoned. So Squirtle maybe not being the deck that everyone hoped it would be. It has obviously put Squirtle back on the map when it comes to the ladder, and also we're seeing here the tournament play. Danaray goes for the pass
tactical pass.
Playing. Yeah, tactical pass. I would say he's trying to hide information, but open decklist now in these tournaments, so not really anymore. But Poison with a very comfortable win there, and Shiru maybe just not that just wasn't enough. You have to go for a more greedy Shiru and keep waiting to try and get more units, because the deck, I think, without, like we said, cheating 30-point Shirus, maybe just can't win a very long round 3 against a deck like Skellige.
I guess the issue was there was just too much control, right? So even if you've gone for a less greedy or a more greedy Shiru, you're still disadvantaging yourself with the Karathi Heatwave, with the backers. Like, we saw a lot of cards not really being played to their full potential on both sides, but more so I would say on the Squirtel side. And as a result, it was just there wasn't really many points to go around by the end, but because of Last Say and having the Arnulf in pocket, Poisoned was in a very comfortable position.
It's a similar concept to having, let's say, 3 cards that can be used as tall removal when some decks only play 1 tall unit at the end of round 3. So every card after that first card that you use that removes a tall unit is getting less and less value. When you shift that up to the extreme and you have 17 removal cards, the last one is not going to get very much value, and we saw it there with a Heatwave and Rock Slide not really pulling their weight, getting 3-4 points at most, and yeah, playing for bronze value basically, which isn't what you want in a round 3 finish.
I would say that the Skellige matchup is probably the Squirtel deck's worst matchup out of the available decks from Poisoned. It does better versus Syndicate, it does better versus Monsters, and that was, out of the 3, I would say the toughest of the matchup. So, well played by Poisoned, and commiserations to Danare. But, it's only game 1, so we're moving on to game 2. The coin is flipping. Danare is now going first, Poisoned going second, so we'll have to see how these players choose to play their decks.
And Poisoned getting a win on blue coin as well is really great for him as well going into this game 2. He's on red coin now, so in theory has a bit of an advantage. If he can seal the deal here and go 2-0 up in the series, well, the day might not be so long after all, and I think Poisoned would be very happy in his first tournament showing moving on to the semifinal as well. But still, a lot more to go until that point. Monsters is finally making a showing in this Gwent Open number 3. Poisoned, the only player that's brought this faction. Let's see if he had the high IQ play to bring it, or if he's made a terrible mistake. Talking about
Poisoned, it's okay. I feel like Poisoned is finding. Oh wow. I feel like Poisoned is finding all of his matchups, is what I was going to say here. He got the Skellige versus the Squirtel. Now he's got the Monsters versus the Northern Realms. And if we look at this Monsters lineup, there is a lot of removal. You have the Squirrel. Let's just talk about that as removal for the Amphibious Assault. You have Becca's Rockslide. You have Karathi Heatwave. You have the Whispus Crone. You have Pella to remove the Defender. You have Parasite, you have Alzur's Thunder, you have Natural Selection, you have Striga. I mean, I feel like I could just keep going at this point. There's so much removal. And so it's going to be really hard for Danare to establish engines in this matchup.
So Poison has everything he needs to have, and Danare the opposite. He doesn't really have a counter for Ethereal. He's talking about Shiru, he's talking about Wild Bird of the Sea, sure, but those cards are not found in Northern Realms. And he doesn't have Philippa either, which is a great way to answer Ethereal in one turn. He also, I mean, they're there somewhere. They're waiting for the moment. They got the memo. Round 3, all right, we'll wait for round 3. Round 1 is the bronze time to play. But this might get out of hand very quickly when there isn't really an answer to Ethereal. And of course, these Ethereal lists have the Peller and they have the Renew. So once Carrion Theater was nerfed, players adapted, and now it's going to be the Peller Purification and then the Renew eventually coming in to get the Ethereal back for another round. And here it goes. Peller comes down. Again, another little side quest like the Herald Graveyard quest. This is the same thing. Play the Peller, you're good to go for round 3.
Yeah, you also have the Fruits of Isgith skill check of remember to click the fruit, which Poisoned is passing with flying colors. I feel like we'll make a monster out of him yet. But that's how Danare set up a lot of engines here. We've got double Tridam, we've got double Drummer. So you said it was the bronze round, we've got triple Drummer at this point. Like, I hope you like rhythm.
And the Tridam are getting hyped up, they're getting the full synergy here as well, but maybe Ethereal, 3 points a turn is still okay to play here. Consume comes down, all the side quests being completed, gonna have the extra value on the next 2 Crones as well, with the Brewers coming down first. And he's still
also
fine.
Clearing up
Poison is unbothered by this 5 tag team from the Drummers and the Infantry getting perfect synergy. He's not fazed by it at all.
I mean, you can see the drummers aren't really doing a great job. Like, they are out of sync with their premium animations. I don't know if they understand how rhythm works, but it is not like that. And Dannery, you know, he's playing all of the engines into this round. Anna is there, the Tridams are there, the drummers are there. And Poison's just like, I got, you know, 3 points per turn or 4 points per turn between the Ethereal and my leader.
Well, I think Poison has to start counting how many points Dannery is passively getting per turn, because it looks like 6 points per turn. And maybe at some point he might have to pass. This is getting a little bit more than dangerous. I have not seen this many points per turn in a long time in Gwent.
It's 7 points per turn, right? 3 drummers, 2 Tridams, Anna. I hope my math is correct. Someone will correct me. I mean,
7 points per turn. So at this
you've
point,
got the Beckers, right? At least that's an option. So you can deny something, whether it's points per turn or a toll unit. You've got the 8 points of damage there. You've also got the Karathi Heatwave, so if anyone does get 2 toll, you're like, no, sorry, there is a height limit at this club, and you are not allowed in. So you can cut someone down to size. And you're also kind of waiting for something like the Amphibious Assault to slam the squirrel. Oh god, it's so many points.
so Dannery passively is gonna equal the score here. This.
You might just pass though.
As long as he's staying ahead,
you
it's
don't need
fine.
to win the round.
Essentially, right? As long as he stays ahead, it's. But yeah, these cards aren't really going to do it unless he's committing something like a Heat Wave or a Wispus, which even wouldn't really do that much either. So.
But Poison doesn't need to win, right? He's on red in this situation, so he's not losing a card here.
Yeah.
And although he hasn't answered any engines, he has kind of gotten a lot of engines out. You've got the 3 drummers from the Adalia, you've got the 2 Tridams, you've got Anna, and you haven't actually spent any of your removal at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in a good position to answer from here all of the issues. And there's Peller! He's back! Just in time to answer Donimir of Troy. I love Peller. He's the MVP. He's the most valuable Peller.
We mentioned, you know, passing being a pretty good way to counter cards. 7 engines on the board. Yeah, I'm just going to pass and counter that for a second there. And that's, you know, one way to do it, of course. Obviously, because he's on red coin, he has the chance, we mentioned it, with this monsters deck he wanted to play on red coin, being able to control and also kind of push that round to the very end with the Thrive units, with the Ethereal, for example. And it'll be a 9-card round 3. The fruits
I was gonna say I like the crow's eye there. You have nothing on the board, or you have a you could have used it on the fruit, but you basically are throwing away the crow's eye and then winning with a 1 point worm. You know, just add insult to injury. Hey, look, the bomb heaver's back.
That's a great draw to get there, and the squirrel looks like it's going to go bye-bye. The Amphibious Assault was drawn regardless, so the squirrel's not going to be very useful at that point, and
Blue has forfeited. I mean, Dannery looks like he just decided he was out there. He seems, you know, fine with the result. I guess, don't know. I guess he maybe realized that there wasn't much he could do when there was no removal. I'm not entirely sure.
I think that was, there's no other problem with connections or anything. That was a purposeful force fit from Dannery, it seems. So I guess Poison is now 2-0 up in this series. Not entirely sure what happened there, but I'm pretty sure that was not any kind of disconnection or any kind of, it was just Dannery. Like you said, maybe he's played this matchup enough times to know that with his current draws or with the way round 1 went, it was best for him to pass. Although in the setting with, you know, these stakes, not sure that's the wisest choice to make. I think I'd still play it out myself, but you do have the option to forfeit if you want to. That is a thing you can do.
I would also say that in a tournament setting, maybe you should play a little bit just for the audience. That's just my personal opinion. But, you know, it was, we've got it confirmed that it was a forfeit. So we'll go into game 3 now. Poisoned 2-0 up. I guess Dannery just wants us to get to bed earlier.
Maybe we do still have a very long day tomorrow. Of course, we would obviously like to see as much competitive Gwent and the best and closest series possible, always to make it, you know, as enjoyable for you guys and for us as casters as well, to just see the best players duke it out in well, the closest series possible. And we've gotten that today for the most part. Right now, though, Poisoned, he's 2-0 up. Might be a bit phased by what just happened in game 2 as well, but I think he's definitely not complaining. He's on his last deck, so he's won with both monsters and his Scalia deck. He has only this Syndicate list left. He's been performing, I'd say, fairly well today. I think we've seen some great plays, and you know, Syndicate showing why it has some of the best tools in the game with cards like Philippa. Adriano and the Passiflora as well, with the Seductresses just going crazy in some games. So definitely looking maybe like a nice game here, but Poison is back on blue coins, so a small downside for him.
Yeah, with that said, the Syndicate list does enjoy blue coins, so, you know, it's not the, I guess, the worst situation ever. Lieutenant Von Hurst down there on the board, getting that Veil applied, getting that boost, clicking the cash, just getting that money in your pocket and getting set up to try and bully Danare out of the round.
And with this Veil and at 8 points, much harder to deal with. You can't even apply any kind of bleeding on it with Raiding Fleet, for example, either. You do have the Vadron that can pick into that. There's Poison comes down immediately onto this Longship. And yeah, Poison's going to start going off now with the Von Hurst, 2 points per turn. Redanian comes out, of course, just flies out as well. And with a lot of this non-targeted damage in Skellige, there is, you know, a chance that this, the earlier you get this Redanian out, the higher chance it has of just catching a few pings. All of a sudden it dies, you get a free 3 points again. Obviously, there has to be, you know, certain cards played like Herkja that has non-targeted pings like Herald, for example, in round 3, but it can definitely happen.
So Danare just deciding what he wants to do here. The Poison, I think it's difficult, you know, thing to remove or to deal with if you're not running, say, or you don't have Gremist. So not something that he really has anything to do with. He can kind of leave it for one more turn, but maybe just start to establish the graveyard and get cards set up. And I think you have to be a little bit careful with Danare that maybe he's starting to feel a little bit tilted, just the way that the series is going. And I think especially for newer players to the competitive scene, things like tilt can, you know, be quite impactful. Like if you look at the expressions on both players' faces now, Poison, he looks happy as Larry, and Danare not so much.
Yeah, a lot of this is not only your ability to play Gwent and play the, you know, cards in the right sequence, but also your mental fortitude, the time it takes to grind and get better at the game and improve. And when there's a lot of pressure in a big tournament setting where there's a lot at stake, you have to also have the skill of just being able to have a cool head, stay calm, cool, and collected, and push through maybe a few losses, like we've seen in this in day 1 of the Open number 3, where Flastlin almost came back against Demarcation and was able to claw back into that game 5, for example. So definitely an important skill set to have as well when playing Gwent, or any card game really, or any competitive game of any nature.
I would also say that as the final set of the game of the day, if you speak to players about tournaments, which, you know, I have done, I've been to a few of these tournaments, and nobody wants to be game 4 because you spend the whole day waiting to play, and you can kind of get in your own head a little bit. Like it's much preferred by players to be, you know, first or second, get your games out of the way, and then you can kind of relax for the rest of the day going into game day 2, or if you're, you know, out, just relax for the rest of the day. So game 4, I do feel like, is more challenging mentally for players than some of the earlier sets in the day.
I see Poison using the Von Hurst fee ability as well, just, you know, an easy way to have a spender on the board, not necessarily getting any unit too high when it comes to the points with something like a Street Urchin or a Sea Jackal, for example, and also being able to not over profit with some of the cards you play, like this Fist Deck Trafficker.
And Fist Deck Trafficker, he's a tricky fella. He's actually poisoning the other Trafficker, I guess. Maybe he's trying to get a monopoly on the Fist Tech business there. But if you poison your own units, you do profit. You gain 3 coins by doing that. So choosing a target like that one there that's going to bleed to death anyway. He's going to bleed to death and he's poisoned. That is such a depressing way to die.
That's a good way. You just get a few coins back. There is kind of that double way to play this Fist Deck Trafficker as a poison unit, or just to get more coins as well if you're very far ahead, which Poison, it looks like he is. He has a pretty big gap here. The Von Hurst is still doing his thing, 2 points every single turn until the row is full. And has a lot of great cards left in hand. Maybe doesn't want to spend them just now.
Yeah, I feel like Von Hurst has put in a lot of work this round. I mean, you can count, you know, you can count the effort on one hand there that Von Hurst has got 5 or now 6 little Firesworn Zealots. It turns out that the Firesworn, they may in fact be a cult. I'm not 100% sure here, but I'm not entirely sure about this religious group and whether it's wise or not. But as a result of that, loads of points, then the Peaches on top of that, and then a nice Skjal there for the Heat Wave. It's not going to see many better targets in this matchup.
Yeah, the Skjal, a great addition for playing Skellige on red coin. You have great reach, 10 points, especially if you play it later into the round when there aren't as many damage pings saved up, or kind of these control cards like Stunning Blow, like Turning Joust, etc. In this case, Heat Wave doesn't really have much of a better target against Skellige. There are no scenarios being played, and there aren't really too tall of a unit. There's no Great Swords obviously being played in these versions of Skellige, so Skjal, I think, the best target you can get, and leaves Poison still very comfortably ahead. Blood Eagle does come down here. We'll see what it ends up going for. Could be a Donar. We do have the Bloodthirst activated. And we mentioned it,
Yeah.
the Flying Redanian, he's trying to go down, trying to come back, re-strengthen, come back 4 times. In this round maybe again, and then rounds 2 and 3 as well if Poison goes for the bleed.
I mean, in some ways, like the Flying Redanian dying isn't the worst thing ever because it does also clear up some space on the row. So Lieutenant Van Hurst and his cult, he can continue to amass recruits to the Holy Firesworn. I mean, it's no Nilfgaard, let's be real. It's no Great Sun. Like, if you're going to join a cult, I feel like there are better options than the Firesworn.
And 4 very good cards left in the hand for Poison. Goes for the Sol, gonna grow immediately. There is the Morkvarg to answer it, but
Have you made your offering?
we'll see what Danare goes for. Of course, Sol is kind of the target for Morkvarg. You can, of course, save it still for a Seductress in a longer round 3, or Peaches even, but Sol is normally the scariest threat.
The big Hemdall, right? This is maybe the round that
Yeah.
well, he's opted just to save it, I guess. There will be, longer rounds potentially, depending on how things go, but opting to just bow out of the round at this point, saying there's too many points per turn. With the Horst, with the Soul, 3 points per turn is pretty nasty.
Both players with very, very good hands going into rounds 2 and 3. We'll see the mulligans now. Well, Echo does that, so 2 good mulligans to start, and then the bronzes come flowing in. We'll see if this can get mulligan for something better, and what the game plan is here for Poison. If he decides to go for a shorter round, or and go for a bleed, or go for a long round 3. He does have Wildboar of the Sea in this, or he does have. Danare does not have Wildboar of the Sea, so that is something to take into consideration at least when thinking about a long round 3 or a short one.
The Squirrel just happens to be just a little bit too late to the party, so not useful in this situation. And Poison with the MK, it's quite nice against Skellige in round 3, and this shows that he is going to bleed a little. The reason it's really nice is, for one, it synergizes with the Flying Redanian to help you get to profit, but also Skjordal is only 4 points at this stage, so Skjordal can't just one-shot MK. He's not strong enough. He hasn't been to the gym enough. The gyms have been shut due to coronavirus, so he's only just getting back into them. And as a result of that, this MK becomes kind of awkward to remove.
Yeah, especially without a board that already has Bloodthirst set up, for example. It does get a bit tricky. We'll see if this is just a small bleed from Poison or if he's going to go all in. We've seen a lot of players getting caught off guard by a Passiflora into Adriano because you have, the first say, which is normally a bad thing, but when setting up engines is pretty good. And you mentioned it. We see Imke here not dying just yet. Going to get some extra value. See Sea Jackal come down. Morkvarg is still a thing, so it has to be very careful with how much he decides to spend here. And the shield does come down on the Imke.
That's so annoying because Imke was chilling in Blood Eagle range. She was like, at the 2-point threshold where you get the death blow and everything, and you can find any warrior. So by utilizing that shield there, you're protecting your investment in the future. And Sea Jackal is up at 10, so like you said, it is a Morkvarg option, but it still has the potential to grow. So you can't be too early with Morkvarg. So Poison's, with this bleed, I'm liking the way he's sequencing so far.
Yeah, I think already trading a Sea Jackal on Imke for Totem and Perk is a pretty good trade. You did use some coins, of course, but you're still going to get some back from the Imke anyway, and it's still fairly protected with the shield.
Yeah, at the moment you're up to 3 points of carryover. If you're up at 6 coins, so you get half, which isn't too bad. You've seen the totem come down, so you know that there are 4 more points on the board. So you got to decide where you want to be with that. But actually, Philippa is then spending. She's on a shopping spree, and she's bought herself a Fanatic. We were talking about cults earlier. Apparently, Skellige has them too.
And Imke is still getting the extra coins every turn, so I think Poison's going to try and milk this for as long as he can. There is, again, still a big point gap. You are using, cards like Philippa, etc., but I think at this point, Danare has to start trading some of his better cards as well. And the board isn't really set up for, Hemdall or Lugos to get great value unless the leader's played as well, but then that's kind of an overcommitment. Then you're fine losing a card if you're Poison, I think.
Yeah, plus with Poison, I think you're happy to go down to just the Neuromancy and Adriano because you've got a very high value Blind Eyes and you've got targeted draw for your Passiflora. And then in terms of the deck, you've got plenty more Blind Eyes in there. You've got Kalkstein, you've got a couple Urchins, you've got the Peaches, right? So you're guaranteed, more or less guaranteed, to find the final piece of the puzzle. And because of that, a short round with Passiflora where you have all the triggers can be incredibly impactful for the Syndicate player.
I think this might be the green light for Poison to get out of here. He's traded a few, golds for golds, but I think overall he might get benefit, like you said, a benefit from a shorter round where he has the explosive scenario and Adriano plays still here. Could continue pushing though. Seems like that would be almost guaranteeing you lose your card though. Unless...
Oh, he's going for the Neuromancy.
Into Jacques, interesting.
So that's a risk. Obviously,
this
you
is
are then
risky
relying
play.
on draws a little bit more. You're also thinning a good draw out of your deck with Jacques, but you're playing tempo, and you're maybe saying that, well, my opponents just had to play Morkvarg onto a Sea Jackal, even though I have money. You're getting more carryover from the MK, and you're not really playing into Hemdall because the Flaming Rose Footmen have armor. So you're kind of saying like, right, let's get something else out of you. What else have you got?
And you're still getting coins from Imke, so if you can get the value out of those and your Sea Jackal is still up to use those coins, I mean, I don't think it'll be a 2-0. There's still a ton of points left in Danaray's hand, plus a leader ability as well. But he could put Danaray in a bit of an awkward position. It's definitely a risky play, though. This is not the safe way to go about playing this round.
Danaray's in a really awkward spot here also with the point gap. Because he can't close the gap here, he's going to have to... Well, unless he uses leader, he's going to have to invest more into this round, right? He's got the Ancrate Raider there thinned out with the Blood Eagle, but that's not going to close the gap. So then you have another turn, and then in your another turn, you may have to play Madman Lugos. But it seems like Poison is just
he's not even thinking about it. He's just going to keep pushing. Will he get punished for this decision? I mean, we'll have to find out in just a second. Adriano, obviously, if he uses a tribute on Seductress, it's not going to get many points because it's the end of the round. But it is still a strong tempo play, just from the amount of points you're putting on the board.
The big gap.
Hemdall is going to be great, although there is a few points of armor and the shield on Imke as well.
It depends. Like the Hemdall, there is potential there to close the gap in one play, but not necessary. Lugos, I think, hits for 6 here. Yep, so killing the Jackal, but not closing the gap.
There's a pass.
Poison is like, thanks, but no thanks. That'll do. Play another card.
Gets max coins and keeps the Adriano with the Blind Eyes tag for the Passiflora as well. So now it's all about just drawing the Passiflora. That's the biggest thing here. In terms of points...
I don't like this. I don't like him spending the Skjordal over the Hemdall. It's just really short round. Hemdall, Skjordal is guaranteed 10 points. Hemdall, like, if you get, 3 units in a row, yes, it's slightly better, but
that's a Blind Eyes too.
And look at that hand!
The Ransacker's going to go bye-bye, I think, but I mean, he's missing not much actually in the deck, so we'll have to see what Poyon decides on here. He has the full Passiflora to go, and this hand is looking not so hot for Danaray. A lot of bronzes here, but the bleed was successful in bleeding out a ton of gold from Danaray's hand in round 2, so maybe another masterclass bleed. First from Demarcation in his series, and now from Poison as well. And that is not a winning hand from Danaray. So Poison, I think, really, it was a risky play once he played that on Aeromancy and the Jocks in round 2, but it looks like it's gonna turn out like
like the Ancrate Warriors, you want to throw them in the graveyard, you want to resurrect them. He went looking for Harold, and he did need to go looking for Harold, I think, in this situation, and didn't find it. Meanwhile, Poison is sitting there with 3 Blind Eyes in hand. He's got the Passiflora as well. And Danaray, it was tricky because he kept the Hemdall, so holding on to damage, you're kind of countering your own strategy. And that's where I feel like he maybe should have kept the Skjordal, because you do want to remove cards on Passiflora's side, right? You want to remove the Seductresses, you want to remove the Peaches. So having access to cards which do that is quite nice. But, this is, like I said, he's played, like all he can do here is, because everything is reactive, he's had to play Arnulf to bleed a Siren. And there's Passiflora.
Quite like a good secret.
The leader is still obviously a massive amount of points for Danaray, just an 11-point body that cannot be countered. There aren't any poisons or anything. So the game's obviously not over, but the draws, I think, weren't ideal. Though, yeah, his deck that did have Herald still, and he missed him. So that is a huge whiff that, I think would have, given Danaray much, much better chances of winning it. Although he might still win it here. Big leader, big Hemdall body as well. But like you said, a very reactive hand, and awkward when you lose round 1 and you have to play first in a very short round 3.
Yeah, and Poisoned, he has a spender that he can just click to his heart's content with. Last say, Hemdall against with the Arnulf, you do have the added bonus of having sirens and stacking the row, so it does have a little bit of extra value from that. But it's just difficult. This situation is just kind of painful. You can play the warrior and you can put the bleeding on, but you're kind of just delaying the inevitable. I feel when there's nothing you can do about the Passiflora.
This could be obviously the last game of this series, so both players taking their time, making sure they're making the optimal plays at all points in time, if possible, at least to their, the best of their abilities. Poison here looks like it will be. He has Blind Eyes in his hand, so definitely has all the triggers for Passiflora. Gonna get the full value from the scenario, which is always great. Looks like the Adriano will come down. We'll get the Seductress out, so now Bonded ability as well, and this is where I start saying, well, maybe it's not as close as the viewers might think. I think I'll try and, I was trying to hype it up, but I think Poison might have this game. You're looking at only 2 points in hand here, but a whole lot of coins from the Passiflora still to get, and every card being played here is going to give 2 points to these Seductresses as well.
Yeah, the fact that there's 2 Seductresses on the board plus the Peaches, yes, you don't quite have enough money for the Peaches to start boosting, but with the Street Urchin, you've put your money in the bank. There is the return. It turns out the stocks are going up. The flying Redanian, I would imagine, will come flying. There it goes, out of the graveyard, onto the board, 32 points to 24. I mean, you have an okay Hemdall. Hemdall actually turns out not to be the worst keep in the world, but when you play him, both of the Seductresses boost.
Yeah, so maybe a 10-point play in the end, plus the bleed. But yeah, in the end, with the coins that are left and the Street Urchins, Poison will take this. It'll be a 3-0 sweep, and he will be winning this, last quarterfinal of today.
Yeah, so quite a succinct game there by Poison, the first player from Colombia and the first winner from Colombia, making it through the quarterfinals and into the semifinals. So congratulations to him.
And looking at the bracket here, a quick just refresh of your memory for today. It's been a very long day of Gwent, but a very nice competitive day of Gwent as well. Tailbot and Demarcation going to be playing in the first semifinal of tomorrow, and Cams and Poison playing in the second semifinal. So Poland making a comeback. Both semifinals have a Polish player. Could be an all-Polish final. We'll have to see and find out tomorrow. And of course, Colombia, Poison also making a showing, moving on to semifinal, and I think he is definitely going to be very proud, and all Spanish-speaking players are going to be very proud of his success as well. We're going to be throwing to an interview with Jaggeris and Poison right now.
So I'm joined by Impetuous Panda, who will be our trans. Congratulations, Poisoned, on the only 3-0 of the day. How are you feeling about your lineup?
Muchas felicidades, Manuel. Es el único jugador que ha ganado 3-0. ¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida?
La verdad es que no tengo palabras, no me lo creo. He hecho lo imposible porque pensaba que iba a perder yo 3-0. Tenía una lineup muy buena. Y al final eso, estoy muy emocionado, muy sorprendido de esto y feliz.
I don't have words to explain what happened. I thought I would be the one losing 3-0. So after this first match, I'm very excited, very emotional, and very happy to have made it to the next semifinals.
You were, I believe, the only player to bring monsters. Why monsters?
Eres el único jugador que ha traído monstruos al torneo. ¿Por qué?
Que no me sentía cómodo con los demás decks, con las demás facciones, y creo que es un deck que es bastante competente, bastante bueno y funcionó. Lo traje con una estrategia pensada y funcionó.
I wasn't too comfortable with the other decks that I had as options, and I think it's still a very competent deck. I think it has, its advantages, and I think my strategy in the end did work out, so I'm happy about that.
I did make his opponent forfeit. In terms of your matchup tomorrow against Cams, is there anything that you're worried about?
En cuanto a la partida de mañana contra Cams, ¿hay algo que te preocupa o crees que tienes buenas oportunidades de ganar?
La verdad es que no tengo ni idea, no sé ni qué deck lleva, no lo he visto, así que simplemente le deseo lo mejor, que gane el mejor y listo, no puedo opinar más nada.
I don't have much of an idea. I haven't even really seen his lineup at all, so I just hope him the best and hope the best player wins.
Oh, that's a great outlook. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Felicidades y muchas gracias, Poisson. And that again is the bracket. We'll be continuing tomorrow, of course, is the end of day 1 of Open number 3. A very long day, but I guess a shorter series at the end here with Poison's clean sweep of Daniel Ray to finish the day.
Yep, and a long day, but a mixed day. We've got a couple Polish players still in the mix representing Europe, and then demarcation of China and Poison of Colombia. So a bit of an international semi-finals compared to maybe the Europe-centric games that we're used to. But let's have a little look at the moolah, the dollar, the stakes, all of the money, and see who are the biggest winners and the biggest losers of today. And we found there with his 3-0, taking home the most money so far, but there is more at stake tomorrow.
Yeah, the stakes will increase for the semifinals and the final, 1,000 for each, and the final has that extra 1,000, I believe, as just an extra bonus for being, well, the champion of the tournament. So we'll see who ends up taking it all, but that's all going to happen tomorrow. That'll be all for us today, but still a few more things to mention, Jagger, some important things to mention for some of the viewers.
Yeah, so just in terms of esports, we saw there that there was some pricing for the players based on crowdfunding. So if you buy certain cosmetics in the shop, then you will support GWENT Esports. So let's have a quick mention of the Were Rat bundle, the Year of the Were Rat that has been available all year. You know, this board skin in the sewers, you can play for at least 15 years, I've heard. Pretty solid. You get your card back, you get your leader skin. There is also, as we go, some things leaving the shop soon at the end of the season. So if you want to get some premium Master Mirror kegs, some Draconid bundles, or Ethne Herald and Usurper leader skins, they're going out of fashion. So buy, spend. This is the prime time. It's the end of the month. You probably just got paid, so check out the shop.
And that'll be all from us today. I hope you guys enjoyed all the GWENT action here from us, the casters, the players, and the production crew as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of GWENT Open number 3.
It says Pan Daddy under your face. Bye, guys.